This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tap, tap, tap. Chininga walked slowly home, scrolling through his phone in one hand and carrying the groceries he had just bought in the other. As a semi-laid-back person, Chininga actually wanted to order takeout to tide him over, but his father was coming home today. If he found the refrigerator empty, without a single vegetable leaf, he would definitely get a scolding. For peace and quiet, he still got out of bed, even though it was already past 4 in the afternoon. So boring. There are still 2 weeks before I go back to work. There's nothing interesting to watch. It's all the same. Chininga sighed softly to himself. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he could say he had read most of the genres he liked. The recommendation page was full of books he had browsed countless times. Occasionally, he would come across a title that interested him, click on it, find that he had already read it, and immediately exit. If it weren't for the fact that it didn't suit his taste, he certainly wouldn't have stopped reading after only a few minutes. Sigh. Chininga sighed softly, as was his habit. He put his phone back in his pocket, glanced at the road, and continued walking only after confirming there were no more cars. How boring. Thinking this, Chininga's gaze fell on the ironwood in the nearby green belt. Its needle-like leaves resembled hundreds of tiny swords, and the occasional passing vehicle would create a gust of wind that made the leaves sway gently. They really do look like swords. He felt an urge to break off one and play with it, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he wasn't a child anymore, and with people coming and going on the road, it would be rather embarrassing. After staring at it for a while, Chininga was about to continue walking when a flash of blue light suddenly caught his eye. He instinctively turned his head to look, but there was nothing there, only a bare ironwood leaf stalk. No, wait, the very tip seemed to have a hint of green. A lone shoot? It was a bit far, and Chininga couldn't see it clearly. A bit ugly. The bare patch stood out too much against the surrounding greenery, and that very stigma was more harmful than helpful. Sigh. Composing himself, Chininga told himself, "What am I thinking?" Forgetting everything from before, he pulled out his phone again. This painting is nice. He casually browsed a book. The cover featured a white-haired, red-eyed girl, about 160 cm, roughly. Anyway, Chininga had no concept of physical measurements, and he didn't care about such things, but the Chinese penchant for white-haired girls still made him linger on the cover for 3 seconds. Unfortunately, she didn't exist. Hee hee, do you like it? A playful laugh, followed by a melodious female voice, suddenly rang out. Huh? After instinctively responding, Chininga froze, a chill running down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. He looked up abruptly. Nobody? Who was talking? Quickly turning his head to look around, and finding no one seemed to be speaking to him, Chininga turned his gaze back to his phone. His eyes, however, were no longer on the white-haired, red-eyed girl cover image. His thoughts were already racing. Nobody? Then who was talking to me? No, maybe someone was talking to a friend. That must be it. You scared me. Taking a deep breath, Chininga realized he was already sweating. He inwardly mocked his own overreaction. Chininga refocused his attention on his phone, intending to scroll down, but found himself still there. Huh? The screen's broken? Is there sweat? What an impolite child. Chininga paused, about to wipe the screen, and looked up to make sure no one was talking to him. His breathing quickened slightly, but having just been startled, he wasn't panicked this time. Strange, I shouldn't have auditory hallucinations, right? Who's talking to me? Hee hee. Finally found out. Huh? Someone really is talking to me. Chininga suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. In an instant, ghosts and monsters popped into his mind. However, as a seasoned bookworm who had read countless online novels, Chininga forced himself to calm down in less than 2 seconds, his expression returning to normal. No, ghosts and monsters can't exist. If there really were ghosts, according to the interaction of forces, if they can affect me, I should be able to affect them too. What a coward. After gathering his thoughts, Chininga tried to silently repeat in his mind. Hello? Can you hear me? You calmed down so quickly, that's rare. It's even rarer to hear someone silently repeat it without being told. Chininga blushed slightly, immediately suppressing the fleeting smugness that crossed his face. He couldn't let a compliment make him proud, he couldn't. Now, listening carefully, he realized the voice didn't seem to be in his ear, but rather appearing directly in his mind. The voice was clear and crisp, sounding like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and he subconsciously found it pleasant. Who are you? Hee hee, such a cute reaction. The owner of the voice seemed to enjoy laughing, Pausing for a moment. Me? I'm a god. Oh, so you wanted to see me? Huh? Shouldn't you have been surprised, and then said that gods don't exist? Unfortunately, as a bookworm with flexible principles, Chenninga could be a staunch atheist before any paranormal events, but after a suspected paranormal event, he could instantly convince himself that the existence of God was perfectly reasonable. After all, even the great mathematician Newton embraced theology in his later years. So you wanted to see me for something? Never mind, that's not important. I just want to ask you, do you like that girl's appearance? The self-proclaimed goddess didn't seem to dwell on it much, asking a familiar question. Oh, the one she asked the first time. So someone really did ask me just now. Being asked this question face to face, though not in person, made Chenninga a little embarrassed, like being asked by someone he knew. What kind of girl do you like? It made the socially awkward and introverted Chenninga extremely uncomfortable. However, as long as he didn't think about it, he wouldn't feel ashamed. After a little self-suggestion, Chenninga suppressed his embarrassment and replied in his mind with feigned nonchalance. Well, whether I like her or not. I guess I do. Although it's true he likes white-haired girls, it's still a two-dimensional world. In real life, she just seems SOSO. Besides, it's only about liking the image. If the personality doesn't match, he still won't like her. No one really likes a character based solely on a two-dimensional drawing, right? So indecisive. God, let's just believe he is God for now. He let out a soft, questioning him, and then continued in Chenninga's mind. Young man, do you want to possess her? Like the temptation of a devil. Huh? He might want to, after all, not many people wouldn't, but Chenninga is someone who hates trouble. Although he doesn't deliberately avoid trouble, he will try to avoid trouble whenever possible. What the god said means that a white-haired, red-eyed girl might appear by his side as someone. Not to mention that there are always a group of old men and women in their 50s and 60s at the door when he goes in and out. Just explaining it to his family would be a lot of trouble. So after thinking for 10 seconds, Chenninga still decided to refuse. Never mind, no. Chenninga was a little curious, though. Why choose him? After all, he was just an ordinary graduate. There were plenty of people like him. But why did you choose me? What a pity. I was thinking of sending you to another world. Why you? There's no reason. It was chosen by rolling dice. Even if it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. It just happened to be you. As he spoke, a six-sided die appeared in Chenninga's mind, similar to a common six-sided die. However, the top face was Chenninga's face, while the surrounding faces were blurry. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that all four faces were rapidly changing. If one concentrated, one could see the face shape changing millions of times in every instant. After only staring for a short while, Chenninga felt a little dizzy. He felt that if he actually looked with his eyes, the human eye wouldn't be able to see even the slightest flicker. The speed of change far exceeded the limits of human perception. Whoosh! The dice seemed to have only been shown to him briefly before disappearing. Chenninga's doubts were now resolved, but his attention quickly returned to what the god had just said. Another world? Yeah, the extraordinary energy in this world is too scarce. It's simply not good. Cough, not good to construct. You were definitely trying to say it wasn't fun. Oh, I see. But if I go to another world, my parents will have no one to take care of them in their old age. Forget it. Hee hee. I expected this, but I'm a god. This is nothing. I can replicate you from 10 minutes ago, and have you live in this world. He's a point in your past on the timeline, except for the missing part of your interaction with me. He's exactly the same as you, possessing all your memories and soul. So there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Chenninga was both confused and impressed. In short, he essentially had an identical clone living his life, and he wouldn't have to worry about this world. As a semi-retired individual, Chenninga thought, such a good thing? However, Chenninga still hesitated, worried that he would miss his family. Like in novels where someone suddenly transmigrates, they usually miss their family, right? Besides, everything was said by this mysterious voice claiming to be a god. He couldn't verify its authenticity. What if it was fake? Wouldn't his family be left without anyone to take care of them? Have you decided, young man? Hesitating. 1 minute later. Young man, have you thought it through? The voice was already showing signs of impatience. Let me think about this. Hesitating, conflicted. Another minute passed. Ah! Hearing the god's seemingly extremely impatient voice, Chenninga felt a little panicked. Although he admitted he could be very conflicted sometimes, he was truly torn. He wanted to go, but also didn't seem to want to. What to do? I don't care about you anymore. Get out of here. Before Cheninga could think of anything, a furious voice rang in his mind. Then, the white-haired girl in the phone suddenly stretched out a small, white hand, grabbed Cheninga's collar, and pulled him into the phone. But the instant he entered, Cheninga felt something being pulled out of his body. Looking back, he saw a familiar yet strange version of himself outside the screen. Perhaps the so-called other him? Stop dawdling. I should have just re-entered. I still have to go to the universe to choose later. Oh well, I should just throw him over there. I think I pressed reincarnation? Huh? Cough, I didn't see it. Anyway, he carries divinity, and won't disappear. Once his memories awaken, nothing will happen. Dimly, Cheninga seemed to hear something, but soon he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. In a hazy state, Cheninga felt himself floating on the water. Cold was his first sensation. There seemed to be a lot of noise around him. At least 3 voices were shouting, and many more seemed indistinct due to their distance. Where am I? Then, his faint consciousness quickly faded again. After an unknown amount of time, Cheninga's consciousness gradually returned. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice. Pastor Cans, when will my daughter wake up? It's been 3 hours. The voice sounded like a woman in her early 20s, conveying a sense of urgency. Who is this? Her daughter? Her daughter? Then came a young man's voice, sounding to be about 30 years old. Ms. Ruth, please rest assured, your daughter only choked on water. Thanks to the divine magic, she's fine now. She's currently in a deep sleep, likely a self-protective mechanism, and should wake up soon. Choked on water? Divine magic? Is this another world? His head still felt a little foggy. Cheninga wanted to open his eyes to check his surroundings, and the strangely familiar female voice bothered him greatly, but he couldn't move. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy, pressed tightly shut. It's all right. Yes, Ms. Ruth. By the way, I have a house call to make later, so I take my leave now. If anything happens to your daughter, please go to the nearest church immediately. The resident priest there will help. As the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, the priest had probably left. Cheninga's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. In his hazy state, a voice seemed to float in his mind. Divinity activated, module loading initiated, talent module loading. Trait loading initiated, trait loading. Initiated. Loading. Countdown. Years. His subsequent memories became hazy, and Cheninga's consciousness once again plunged into darkness. When Cheninga's consciousness returned, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a blonde girl, propping her chin on her hand, and flipping through a book titled Advanced Cooking Skills. Mother! Cheninga murmured instinctively, then immediately froze. Why did he so naturally utter such an uncommon everyday term as mother? No, she is my mother. That's what I always called her. No, why is it a girl's voice? No, I am a girl. No, I am Cheninga, male, 23 years old, a graduate of Blue Star University. My name is Luo, Lagrandel Luo. I'm only 5 years old this year, so I'm not called Cheninga. Who is Cheninga? Cheninga is me. My name is Luo. My name is... His brain seemed to have turned into a mess. A strange yet familiar memory had mixed into Cheninga's memories. The memories of a 5-year-old girl named Luo. Or rather, the memories of a 23-year-old youth from another world had appeared out of nowhere in Luo's memories, blurring Cheninga's, Luo's, consciousness. However, soon, a voice calling little Luo brought Luo back to her senses, and her memories were reorganized. The memories of Cheninga became blurred. Little Luo, you're awake. Are you all right? Seeing Luo's slightly moving lips, Ruth quickly put down her book and asked with concern, Wait here a moment, Mother will bring you something to eat. She then hurried away, allowing little Luo to recall what had happened. She vaguely remembered practicing swordsmanship in the backyard when someone suddenly pushed her from behind, causing her to fall into the pond and lose consciousness. Damn it! If I, the little, find out, I definitely kill him. For some reason, when she thought of this young lady, a sense of unease welled up from the depths of her soul, and she involuntarily changed it to I. Chan Ing Gu? What a strange name. Who is he? Being just a child, Luo thought for a moment and, realizing she didn't recognize him, refocused her attention on the culprit who had pushed her into the pool. She moved her body, finding no discomfort, then suddenly sat up, stretched lazily, and jumped off the bed. Ignoring the sudden movement, she pulled her light pink nightgown up to her waist, stood in front of the full-length mirror twice her height, hands on her hips, and then noticed a glimpse of her panties peeking out. Her face flushed, and she quickly straightened the hem. In the mirror was a little girl about 100 centimeters tall, casually wearing a light pink silk nightgown, adorned with small, woven pale purple flowers on the hem, and a decorative ribbon bow at the neckline. A section of her calf peeked out from under her skirt, its snow-white flesh almost shimmering. Her exposed arms were slender and fair, with faint blue veins visible beneath. Her fingers were smooth and delicate. Above her was a chubby, adorable face. Though not yet fully developed, her features already exuded a cool, aloof air. Her eyelashes were long and black, and her large, ruby-like eyes were clear and bright, brimming with life. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, displaying a silvery white sheen unlike her parents', yet without the weariness often associated with old age. Little Luo stood with her hands on her hips, her brows slightly furrowed, her head tilted forward, intently studying her reflection in the mirror, trying to project an air of authority. With that expression, if I run into the person who pushed me, he'd be in big trouble. After staring for a while, for some reason, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. This girl is absolutely adorable. Luo was startled, then her face flushed slightly. Although she knew she was cute, she still felt a little embarrassed praising herself. The little girl's innocence prevented her from thinking much of it. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Luo's face lit up. She knew it was her mother. She quickly ran to the door. Ruth saw Luo at the door in the hallway. Her face lit up with surprise and joy. She quickly said, "Little Luo, why are you out of bed? You just woke up, go back to bed. Mother made you some millet porridge." "Okay." Little Luo felt incredibly good and immediately sat back on the bed, even though she felt wonderfully well. Ruth didn't let the maid help. Instead, she personally brought the steaming millet porridge to Luo, scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it to cool it, and then brought it to Luo's lips. The millet porridge looked brownish, with many slightly larger grains mixed in, with some large red beans. It looked like corn and red beans. Did this world have similar crops? Looking at the millet porridge in the spoon, a strange thought flashed through Luo's mind, but the feeling of emptiness in her stomach immediately dispelled it. She ate the spoonful of millet porridge in one bite. Delicious. The voice was childish but full of energy, which reassured Ruth. It seemed that Pastor Cans was right. Her daughter was alright. Eat more if it's delicious. There's still plenty left. If it's not enough, Mother will get more. I know, Mother. Luo snatched the spoon from Ruth's hand, indicating she could eat by herself. Ruth smiled with relief. 5-year-old Luo was slowly learning to be independent. She remembered how Luo used to refuse to eat unless fed, and would throw tantrums. After Luo had eaten and drunk her fill, Ruth made sure she was alright before leaving. After all, as the Lady of Del, she had many things to attend to, and finding time to make a simple chestnut porridge was no easy feat. Sitting on the bed, covered with a soft down comforter, little Luo was lost in thought. As her thoughts drifted further, a faint, indistinct noise began to rise. Luo's cute little head tilted, trying to focus, but the sound vanished instantly. Not paying attention, she continued her daydream. It's born! It's born! It's a boy. Luo realized she seemed to have actually heard something, but as soon as she concentrated, she couldn't hear it anymore. She would only vaguely hear it, after a certain amount of time in her daydreaming. Although she didn't know why, her childlike playfulness made her treat it as a game, deliberately keeping her thoughts scattered, and using her remaining attention to listen carefully to the faint sounds. It seemed to come from her mind. It was as if someone had been born. It's a big, chubby little guy, honey, you should rest well. Honey? An old woman? Let's name him Cheninga, like an eagle, free and brave. Cheninga? That's a familiar name. Who is he? Let's go to the hospital to decide on the name in a couple of days. Hospital? That's a strange name, but it sounds familiar. After some time, when Ruth came in again, she saw Luo leaning against the headboard, her head tilted to the side, long strands of drool flowing from her mouth, soaking a puddle of her nightgown on her shoulder. Ruth gently shook her head, then helplessly picked up Luo's small body, gently placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, glanced at the dimly lit window, whispered goodnight, and left. Several days later, Luo was wielding a wooden sword about 50 centimeters long, slashing in the air. Of course, the unsharpened sword looked more like a flat stick. Hey! She shouted in a childish voice, suddenly raising the wooden sword high and slashing down, creating a gust of wind that parted the grass below. She was no longer wearing the nightgown, but a close-fitting white top and a black skirt. However, as training clothes, the sleeves of the top were short, fully exposing her forearms, and the skirt hem only reached her knees, to avoid hindering her small steps. After practicing for an hour or so, Luo Jia's fair forehead was beaded with sweat before she stopped. A burly young man, easily over 6 feet tall, clapped and praised her. "Little Luo, you improved a lot today. I reckon with another 2 months of practice, you'd be ready to enter the first tier." Luo scoffed at her father's praise and immediately ran to the girl beside the young man, throwing herself at her. "Mom, wasn't I amazing?" Ruth covered her mouth and chuckled, praising her repeatedly. She picked up Luo, not minding her sweaty face, and pinched her chubby cheeks, making Luo giggle. As for the injured-looking man, the mother and daughter thought, "Who's that?" Chapter 3. Luo felt she had become very strange lately. Every time she fell asleep, she would have a series of dreams, in which she would always see a little boy named Cheninga, wearing clothes she had never seen before yet were incredibly familiar with. He would start as an infant and slowly grow up, with many people appearing and disappearing around him. However, the most frequent figures were a man and a woman. Luo guessed that the two were Cheninga's parents, and this thought seemed to give her a definite answer. This vague situation improved when she was 8 years old, especially after the little boy grew to 4. What he heard, saw, and felt suddenly became richer, just as an infant's weak memory left only a few deep impressions in the early years, while as a child, he could remember much more. It was a strange world with clean, mud-free roads, cars that sped by faster than horses, and even huge steel birds, which once captivated Luo. Gradually, the similar scenery drew Luo's attention to the boy named Cheninga. Looking at him, Luo felt a sense of self-reflection, but unlike Luo, the boy was naturally reserved, rarely shouting, and always quietly by himself when his parents weren't around. Luo found sitting still boring. Why didn't he practice swordsmanship? It would be so much more interesting. However, the tranquility and peace the boy exuded when alone gave Luo a sense of enjoyment. When Luo saw him in his dreams, he was also alone. Gradually, Luo also began to get used to being alone. Although he was still mostly carefree, he was much more well-behaved than when he was 5. Upon waking, her memories of Cheninga became hazy again, but each time she fell asleep, the previous story would continue, like an automatically playing and pausing video. Although much of the knowledge in her memories became blurred when Luo was awake, the added layer of memory made her much more composed, gradually reassuring her parents that she could be alone. After all, becoming a newly appointed lord wasn't easy. Blinking her crimson eyes, Luo placed a beautiful emerald green bookmark between the pages she had just read. She rubbed her brow wearily, but soon, a cool sensation emanated from her brain, dispelling her fatigue. This strange coolness originated after she recovered from drowning at the age of 5. Initially, it wasn't very effective, but now it significantly reduced her fatigue. Even after staying up all night, she could be lively and energetic the next day, so reading didn't burden her at all. Initially, Luo started reading to confirm that she was indeed Luo. The little boy in her dream seemed to be living faster than her, now 12 years old. These 12 years of memories clashed with Luo's 8-year-old memories. The dazzling world of this other world was far more captivating than her otherwise secluded life. Therefore, each time she woke from her dream, she was somewhat unsure whether she was Luo or Cheninga. However, as she read more, Luo gradually came to enjoy the quiet of reading. The various things described in the books helped her understand more clearly that this was a real world, and that she was the real Luo, not Cheninga from her dreams. For some reason, whenever she wanted to tell her parents, a thought would always stop her, as if telling them would lead to something terrible. Eventually, Luo gave up the idea of telling anyone. 8-year-old Lobi had grown quite a bit in the past 3 years, reaching 1.2 meters tall. Her waist length, snow-white hair was casually tied back with a simple light purple ribbon. Her delicate face still retained a touch of baby fat, but a hint of alluring beauty was already emerging. Wearing a white, predominantly black and red knee-length skirt, she sat on a chair, her straight legs encased in thick white stockings, her little feet adorned with crystal-studded shoes, looking incredibly cute. She resembled a little princess at home, languid yet elegant, adorable with a touch of mischief. That's enough for today. Alice should have finished cooking by now. Her once childish voice had become much clearer, instantly brightening anyone's mood. Closing the book, glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she gently waved her little hand, and the geography of the Karlov Empire emitted a soft glow, flying back to its original position like a little fairy. At 5 years old, besides the somewhat distressing images in her mind, many inexplicable changes occurred. A refreshing coolness that relieved fatigue, the ability to control light objects remotely, and even improvements in memory and physical abilities. However, possessing some of Cheninga's memories, she had read those kinds of online novels, The kind where the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled, or the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, making Luo subconsciously reluctant to reveal anything about herself, or to show off. Weren't those just childish thoughts? Humph! Even though she herself was a child. Her small hand gripped the hilt of the wooden sword. She took a light breath, stepped forward with her right foot, and swung her right hand sharply. A faint red sword aura emanated from the blade of the wooden sword, instantly flying out and striking a scarecrow 100 meters away, neatly slicing it in two. Who? Exhaling, Luo lightly touched the ground with his feet, and leaped to the scarecrow. Seeing the neat cuts, he nodded in satisfaction, hummed a few times triumphantly, and then quickly withdrew his composure. Looks like I'd be able to condense my chi and blood core soon. Then it's time to awaken my soul, and communicate with the spirit of magic. After thinking for a while, Luo decided not to tell his parents. After all, just 2 months ago, he had only just condensed his chi and blood, which had already astonished his father, who said he was almost on par with the top geniuses in the capital. Oh, the nickname Stinky Dad comes from Cheninga's memories. Luo decided to use it as his private nickname for him. Who cares if he's so busy, only seen a few times a month? Let him be Stinky. I should be able to enter the transcendent realm in about a month. Then I go out and check on things. Mother hasn't appeared these past few days. Is she in the study the whole time? Muttering a few words, Luo swung his sword several times, shredding 2 pieces of scarecrow into powder. A gust of wind blew, and the straw dust blended with the grass on the ground. Luo decided to look into the soul summoning and spirit communication techniques later. As for the prerequisite of condensing a chi and blood core, Luo declared that as a genius, who was only 12 years old and almost reached the peak of the 8th level of the mortal realm, it was a piece of cake. Creak! Sneaking open the study door, Luo's cute little head peeked in. He immediately saw Ruth sitting elegantly in a chair, reading documents. Her golden hair shimmered in the soft light. However, the slight sound of the door opening had already given Luo away. Ruth glanced helplessly at the adorable Luo, her pen halting as she prepared to sign. Lil Luo, did you go practice your sword again? Didn't I tell you that as the eldest daughter of Lord Del, you should learn more about noble etiquette? As the eldest daughter of Lord Del, Ruth had always hoped that Luo could support the alliances within the Del territory. After all, she herself had married into the region as the second daughter of the Favors family. Although she and her husband were loving, the marriage undeniably carried a strong element of political alliance. However, after seeing Luo's talent, her husband preferred that Luo become a transcendent being. This caused occasional arguments between the couple, but fortunately, there weren't any major conflicts in other areas. For Luo, this daily routine no longer caused any significant disturbance. Hearing this, Luo didn't hide anything. She pushed open the door, came up behind Ruth, and peeked her head to see what her mother was looking at. With over 15 years of experience from Cheninga, Luo was deeply influenced by the spirit of that other world's country. Equality and gentleness were important parts of her personality, although sometimes her childish mischief still made her playful. She naturally wouldn't participate in any political marriages, nor would she criticize her mother. After all, one's mindset cannot be easily changed. Having received more memories from that other world, Luo preferred a free and unrestrained life. Mother, why has the grain export from the Guard territory decreased? Ruth was already used to her daughter changing the subject, and besides, she was busy dealing with documents and couldn't pay much attention to her. She casually replied, recently, the northern border town of the Guard territory was attacked by orcs, and a large portion of the grain needs to be transported to the front lines. Alright, Luo, go see your brother, I'm a bit busy here. It was common knowledge in all territories within the Karlov Empire that the lordship was inherited by the eldest son, so Luo, as the eldest daughter, was destined not to inherit. Luo didn't have any thoughts about this. 5 years ago, when Luo was 7 years old, her mother gave birth to her younger brother, Lagran Delaran, who was 5.5 years old this year. Because both his parents were quite busy, and Luo was more mature than other children, they didn't get along well. Elon was mostly cared for by the servants, which fostered his domineering personality. However, Elon, look what you done. A scream startled a flock of birds into flight across the nearly 100-acre lord's castle. A pale red sword aura shattered the 2-meter-high, heavy wooden door. However, Elon had already fled through the back door, running, while trembling with fear. Sister is too scary, I'm outta here. More importantly, Luo wouldn't tolerate him. If he were caught, he'd definitely get a spanking, and even his mother couldn't protect him. Looking at the smudged yellow handprints on her favorite nightgown hanging on the clothes rack, Luo felt a surge of anger, her fist hardening. This kid hadn't washed his hands before scratching her clothes again. If she didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't dare call himself a member of the Lagrange family. Looking at Elong, sobbing on the floor, Luo felt much better. She turned to Alice, who seemed hesitant to speak, and said, "Sister Alice, please wash the dress for me. Just leave him be. Don't worry about him, even if Mother comes." "Yes, miss." Of course, if Ruth were to arrive, she would prioritize obeying her mistress's orders. As a maid in the Dell territory, she knew who was in charge of the bread. Chapter 4. In the library, a low-quality light attribute magic core emitted a soft glow, illuminating Luo, who sat quietly on the floor. Her long, snow-white hair appeared wholly under the light, and her crimson eyes were fixed on a book much larger than her face. Her slightly furrowed brows added to her adorable appearance. "Gather all your blood and chi into the blood and chi vortex, then compress it until it can't be compressed any further. There's a chance it will form a solid red blood and chi core. This is the most important foundation for the next stage. If you don't gather enough blood and chi, you won't be able to support the consumption of the transcendent realm. But how much is enough? This lousy book is too vague. Isn't it just like the appropriate amount and a little bit from my past life?" After receiving the novel memories from another world, Luo felt that the dream about Chininga was more like her past life, so she directly referred to it as her past life. She didn't know why she died in her past life, and she didn't have that system or cheat code. Maybe, perhaps, she just died a very ordinary death, and then coincidentally awakened some memories from her past life. Although there weren't any useful memories, her precocious personality often meant she had more time to develop. He casually tossed aside the priceless broken book, sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and used his spiritual power to introspect, watching the vortex of chi and blood in his heart. Pale red chi and blood continuously escaped from the edge of the vortex, entered the bloodstream, and flowed through the blood vessels to the whole body. In the capillaries near the skin, the chi and blood seemed to have eaten something, swelled up a little, and then gathered back to the heart, making the chi and blood vortex more and more solid. Unfortunately, Luo's chi and blood vortex had already filled his heart, and could not grow any larger. "My chi and blood should be plentiful, right? It can't grow any more. This is so troublesome. If only there were that one-click cultivation thing. Deep blue, add points." That's what he said, but deep blue was impossible, and adding points was out of the question. Just as Luo hesitated, a cool sensation came to his mind. This time, it didn't disappear after relieving his fatigue, but quickly spread throughout his body, making him feel as refreshed as if he'd eaten an ice pop on a hot summer day. "What's going on?" Luo was startled. This had never happened before. He tried to control the cool sensation, but it was completely uncontrollable. Soon, his chi and blood began to surge, detaching from his blood and rapidly contracting back to his heart along his blood vessels. The chi and blood vortex shouldn't have been able to hold more chi and blood, but the cool sensation seemed to be assisting, causing the vortex to shrink instead of grow, gradually becoming a round, viscous gaseous ball. As the last bit of chi and blood rushed in, the ball suddenly collapsed towards its center, and a reddish-brown core the size of a soybean appeared in his heart, tinged with a faint golden hue, yet it didn't affect the flow of blood. Truly miraculous. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes, completely unlike the more than an hour, painful, and disastrous descriptions in the book. Even after the core was formed, Luo was still in a dazed state. After a long while, he muttered to himself, sure enough, the book was a lie. Brushing the dust off his backside, Luo felt a cool sensation emanating from the core of chi and blood within his heart. His small hand clenched into a fist, and a sudden burst of sound echoed. More than 10 times stronger than the chi and blood vortex stage. Does everyone else experience such a huge boost? How strong are the transcendent realm and the extraordinary realm then? Slaying dragons would be a piece of cake, right? Recalling the world-destroying cultivators in novels, Luo suddenly felt that extraordinary beings weren't all that great. Oh well, just stay away and avoid trouble. Having inexplicably completed a major stage of cultivation, Luo felt a sense of relief. Had she graduated from this stage? Even though she only practiced swordsmanship for 2 hours a day, and then went to the library to read, that was still cultivation, right? With a wave of her hand, she automatically put the scattered books back in their places. Looking at her slender fingers, white with a rosy tint, her nails pink and flawless, Luo couldn't help but swallow hard. I'm so cute! The thought immediately made Luo's face flush. She quickly shook her head, banishing the narcissistic thought. Influenced by her memories in the dream, she always felt she should be humble and low-key. Those who were too dramatic were mostly villains, and she didn't want to be slapped to death by some protagonist. Stretching and adjusting her top, which had inadvertently revealed her fair waist, Luo decided to go back to her room for a nap and get up for dinner. After all, her mother hadn't had much energy to manage her since she was 7, and the head maid, Anna, was busy dealing with her younger brother, Aaron's stall, and had no time for her. Perfect life. Inside her room, her long, snow-white hair spread across the pillow, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. A smile graced Luo's delicate face. Hee, this is delicious. That's so sweet, she mumbled incoherently, occasionally smacking her lips. Luckily, this was her own bedroom. No one could see her embarrassing state while asleep. Divinity initially fused, talent module loaded, tactical activated, skill module loading, countdown, years. Unnoticed, Luo's entire body emitted a faint golden glow, flickering with her breath, but within 3 seconds, it returned to stillness, as if nothing had happened. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Having been free-range for so long, Luo took small, quick steps, her little leather shoes making only a soft swoosh sound as they rubbed against the grass. Above her white knee-high socks was a white inner layer, and a black outer layer of a knee-length tutu, tied with a red ribbon at the collar, making her look like a delicate and adorable doll. However, what she was about to do was anything but cute. Just now, she had successfully infiltrated the Lord's castle armory, grabbed a short sword, and scaled the wall to slip out of the inner castle. But she hadn't noticed she triggered an alarm. Right now, the servants and maids inside the castle were searching for a thief. Holding a short sword, she was clearly a thief. If she got caught, her mother would definitely take her back and give her a scolding, and she didn't want to be scolded. Why steal the short sword? Because the wooden sword could no longer support her full power. According to an unsigned guide to the mortal realm, the next step, the soul awakening realm, requires a genuine mortal realm magic core. Unlike the tier 1 mortal realm magic cores used for lighting in the library, magic cores above the mortal realm are hundreds of times more precious. The highest grade tier 9 mortal realm core costs only 10 gold coins, but after entering the mortal realm, the price skyrockets to 1,000 gold coins. For a 12-year-old girl, even a lord's daughter wouldn't give it away so easily. She'd have to plead and beg several times. Therefore, Luo, having just reached the peak of the mortal realm, conceived the idea of hunting a newly transformed mortal realm magical beast herself, hoping for an exciting adventure and to see the outside world. It wasn't just her being arrogant. Such boldness for a small person. Clutching what was essentially a long sword to her short sword, Luo excitedly crouched down in the landscaping bushes. Although she was a little bothered by her now dirty skirt, the excitement of her impending sneak out overshadowed that concern. Now all I need to do is climb over the outer fortress wall. Even if the guards discover me, it doesn't matter. In such a short time, they shouldn't even know what's going on. How clever of me. The massive lord's fortress wouldn't be so easily infiltrated. It had a double-layered design, with hidden guards and secret agents disguised as servants lurking in the intricate network of paths and secret doors. The outer fortress wall was over 70 meters high, its slightly inverted triangular design making it impossible for anyone below the 5th rank to climb. Crossbowmen were stationed there on rotation to monitor the area. If a powerful enemy attacked, the inner fortress had a barrier capable of withstanding even the 3rd rank of the extraordinary realm, not to mention the territorial knights, who had been stationed there year-round. Ordinary people simply couldn't break in. Unfortunately. Who was Luo? Having grown up at home since childhood, she knew everyone perfectly well. Her peak mortal realm strength surpassed most of the guards. After obtaining the short sword, she slipped into the outer fortress before anyone in the inner fortress could react. At this time, the outer fortress was calm and peaceful. The occasional servants were still going about their daily routines, and even if they accidentally bumped into her, they wouldn't know that their young lady was planning to climb over the wall and escape. Now! Charge! Watching a maid disappear into the corner, Luo quickly got up, kicked her leg, and darted to the anlin tree 20 meters away. However, Luo preferred to call it the broom tree, because the tree looked like an upside-down broom, flat, and its trunk was covered with lush blue leaves, enough to cover the slender Luo. Looking at the wall over 50 meters high, Luo pondered for a moment, then waved her hand, summoning her short sword behind her. She climbed to the highest branch of the anlin tree, pulled it down, and released it before it reached a 90-degree angle. Thus, a simple launching device was complete. It must be said, with her past life's memories as support, even simple remote control could produce many impressive maneuvers. Luckily, Luo was petite. This leap, combined with the force of her feet, propelled her to a height of 60 meters. Summoning the short sword to her hand, She channeled her inner energy into her hands, and thrust it forward, embedding more than halfway into the solid stone wall. Luo was now hanging precariously on the sword. "Who's there?" A loud shout rang out from behind. Startled, Luo pressed her hands down, sending herself onto the sword. Then, she easily leaped over 10 meters, effortlessly pulling the short sword back into the wall, leaving only a small hole slightly larger than the blade for the hastily arriving guards to stare at. "Quickly report to the lady, the young lady has climbed over the wall." Even in broad daylight, though only catching a glimpse, the first guard recognized his young lady's usual dress. He immediately sent another guard to inform the lady, while he himself ran to the outer gate to notify the guards outside. As for climbing over the wall, jokingly, 70 meters high was far beyond the reach of a lowly mortal like himself. Heaven knows how his young lady managed to climb over. With the thought that hesitation would be futile, Luo landed and, ignoring her numb feet, dashed into the grove behind the Lord's castle. She remembered that this direction was the fastest way to leave the Del territory. A little further north was the well-known falling mountain forest of Dove City. Inside the study, upon hearing the guard's report, Ruth immediately stopped reading the documents in her hand, a flicker of panic crossing her face. But quickly, recalling the recent report of the armory theft, Ruth frowned slightly and ordered, "Stop searching for the thief. Don't worry about Mrs. Affairs, I sent people to protect her secretly. Go about your business." Chapter 5. Dove City, Border Town, Cat Tavern. Luo, wearing a hooded robe, concealed her delicate face in the shadows, slowly sipping her plum juice through a straw. When asked what she was doing, Luo replied, "I'm gathering information." Coincidentally, two bald men sat next to her, one bald like a hard-boiled egg, the other with a thick beard. Let's call them hard-boiled egg and bearded man. Like a typical adventure scene, hard-boiled egg downed his large glass of cheap ale in one gulp, then said mysteriously to bearded man, "Have you heard? The Andes mercenary group was attacked by an unknown magical beast, losing over a dozen members, and even the vice-captain was seriously injured. That was an 8th-tier expert who had condensed a blood vortex." Bearded man took a sip of his drink and countered, "You think there are such powerful magical beasts in the fallen mountain forest?" I haven't heard of that. So, in my opinion, it must have been another mercenary. It's just an excuse they made up after losing face by launching a sneak attack." Egghead scratched his bald head. "What if it really is a magical beast from another mountain range? If another mercenary group had really beaten us up like this, I don't think Andes would have remained so quiet." At this moment, 3 people at another table interjected, "A magical beast has definitely come over, and they say it's comparable to a peak 9-tier iron spine wolf. Where did you get this news?" "I didn't hear it. To be honest, I just went to 5 copper coins in total." Luo tossed down 5 copper coins, pulled his hood down, and left. Although he wasn't sure if a lone iron spine wolf had really come to the fallen mountain forest, Luo's intention was to check the danger level of the fallen mountain forest. Judging from what they said, peak mortal realm strength shouldn't be too dangerous inside. As long as he crossed the depths of the forest, near the southern part of the dark mountains, he should find what he wanted. What Luo didn't notice was that after she left, a tall man stood up on the table near the window, tossed down a silver coin, and also went out. The fallen mountain forest is a small forest covering over 8,000 square kilometers. Logically, it shouldn't have many magical beasts. However, to its north lies the Dark Mountains, a massive mountain range that has hindered the northward advance of the Karlov Empire's army. This mountain range is fraught with danger, with peaks reaching thousands of meters high everywhere. Magical beasts naturally dominate the area. Due to the climate, low-level magical beasts occasionally roam, and many mortal-level magical beasts appear in peripheral forests, like the fallen mountain forest. If it weren't for the frequent mercenary expeditions from the border town, seasonal small beast tides would likely occur. Since leaving the Lord's castle, Luo had been traveling at a leisurely pace, taking half a day to reach this border town on the edge of the empire. Of course, the Del territory, as a newly established territory, is also located near the empire's edge, more than 400 li away. Even with an ordinary carriage, it would only take a day and a night to reach the other side, let alone for Luo, who is nearing the peak of the mortal realm. Dove City is a medium-sized city guarding the frontier, more than 10 times larger than the Del territory. The border town is located about 300 li outside Dove City, so on a clear day, the massive city walls of Dove City can be vaguely seen from the entrance of the border town. And Luo's destination today, the Fallen Forest, is right next to the border town. Following the path spontaneously trodden by mercenaries, for about 300 meters you enter. To the north are the Dark Mountains, and to the east lies the imperial center. According to the geography of the Karlov Empire, the mountains bend about 8,000 li from the capital, then surge northward, giving the entire empire a huge, irregular fan-shaped structure. As for what lies on the other side of the mountains, Luo couldn't find any relevant books. He guessed he'd have to go to a large city. Rubbing his hands together, Luo excitedly removed his hood, letting his waist-length, snow-white hair fall loose. He then casually tied the ends back to avoid hindering his movements. This was the middle layer of the falling mountain forest, practically deserted, without even a trace of a path. Perhaps because he hadn't reached the other side yet, Luo hadn't encountered any magical beasts along the way, and even animals were scarce, only a few rabbits and squirrels. Wearing hunting boots, he wasn't worried about stepping on any insects. As for where the hooded robe and boots came from, he obviously bought them with his allowance from a clothing store. In the border town, these kinds of clothes sold very well, especially robes. Many immature young people liked to buy them. Drawing the short sword hanging at his waist, 12-year-old Luo felt incredibly spirited, raising the sword high, almost saying, "Grant me power." But a little embarrassed, he finally lowered it. Using her sword to push aside the vines hanging in midair, Luo's crimson eyes carefully scanned her surroundings, afraid of missing any trace of the magical beast. However, she didn't notice a tall man standing on a tree branch 100 meters behind her, leaning against it. So, Miss really came to hunt magical beasts? Did she read something that triggered this? Luffy thought of the Lord's wife's mission, and felt a wave of helplessness. Seeing his young mistress's adorable, clumsy walk only made him feel more exhausted. She looked like a complete novice. No food, water. Well, she brought a small water bottle, but it was gone after 3 sips. No insect repellent or snake repellent. She definitely wouldn't have a good night. A tent? She certainly didn't bring anything. Did she think she could go back today? Luo was unaware of the weary night. At that moment, she was squatting beside a strange 7-petaled flower. This flower stood out somewhat from the lush greenery, about a Luo's height, with 7 identical leaves on its stem, each about the size of a palm. The flowers were a vibrant purple, with a faint mist swirling around the petals, as if absorbing something. What puzzled Luo wasn't the flower's appearance. After all, she's seen many stranger things in the Monster Chronicles, like the faceless vampire vine, the demonic flower that produces explosive seeds, and the flute-like, hollow tree that coexists with demon-devouring ants. What struck her was the pale blue frame that appeared before her eyes when she saw this 7-petaled flower. Demonized 7-petaled flower, a rare variant of the 7-petaled flower, capable of slightly absorbing magic power, emitting a strange fragrance to attract insects for pollination, but also potentially attracting magical beasts. This is a panel? It doesn't seem like one. There's no attack or magic power information. Could it be some kind of scouting tool? Luo's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O, and she quickly looked at the tree beside her. Naturally, there was nothing there. Reconnaissance. Nothing happened. Appraisal. Panel. System. Ah, how do I trigger this? Luffy's eyes twitched slightly as he watched his young lady wiggle her hips and squat beside a blade of grass, gesturing wildly and shouting something. She was cute, but why did she look so clueless? Fine, you're cute, you're right. I just watch and not say anything. After trying everything he could see, including the short sword, Luo had to admit that there was no appraisal skill. Only when looking at the demonized 7-petaled flower would an appraisal box appear before his eyes. What a disappointment. Wielding a short sword, Luo severed the 7-leaf flower at the root. This wasn't an act of venting. Absolutely not. The frame didn't disappear. Instead, it underwent a slight modification. Demonized 7-leaf flower, a mutated species that has a low probability of being born from the 7-leaf flower. It can slightly absorb magic power, emit a strange fragrance, and attract insects to help with pollination. However, it also has a certain chance of attracting magical beasts, thus severing its life force. The fragrance will completely dissipate in 3 days. He held it in his hand and smelled it. There was no unusual fragrance. Perhaps humans couldn't smell it, but regardless, this was the first trophy of his forest adventure, and Luo decided to treasure it. In a better mood, Luo skipped and hopped deeper into the forest, while Luffy trailed far behind. As one of the 3 great knights of the Del territory, Urgus Luffy usually only served the Lord and his wife. Breaking through to the first level of the extraordinary realm at only 30 years old meant he was a prodigy even in his time. Therefore, he usually cultivated in his own house, and didn't know much about the Lord's young master and young mistress. He was sent out this time because the strongest knight had to protect the Lord's castle, and the other knight was always by the Lord's side, only he had the time. Luffy wasn't very familiar with Miss Luo, only hearing that she was a little genius, but rarely went out and stayed at home. Besides being very cute, she had no other notable characteristics. However, compared to young Master Elong, her reputation was slightly better, since she hadn't been known to bully servants. In Luffy's eyes, this was just child's play, a spur-of-the-moment decision to go out without any adventure experience, perfectly fitting the description of someone who rarely went out. His strength was unclear, but he assumed she possessed a treasure given to her by the Lord. Based on her running speed, she should be at least at the 7th level of the mortal realm, deserving the title of genius. However, that was all. Not reaching the extraordinary realm, she was still just a mortal. Because Luo had been keeping her short sword at her waist, hidden inside her robe, Luffy hadn't realized his young lady could control objects remotely, otherwise, he would have been terrified and fallen from the tree. Luo was unaware that an older man was following her. Holding the short sword in one hand, and the stem of a 7-petaled flower in the other, she swayed back and forth. Her robe, now damp and discarded, looked like she was on a picnic. As dusk fell, despite the boost from her vital energy, Luo didn't feel tired. However, the monotonous forest scenery was starting to bore her. I walked for so long, and not a single magical beast has appeared. I'm so hungry. Only then did she realize she hadn't brought any food. Luo was now hoping to encounter something, like roasted meat, ideally, something that would fall from the sky, Rustle, rustle. A clump of bushes about 100 meters away suddenly shook violently, making Luo's heart tighten. She suddenly became tense. Just as she was about to raise her sword to strike, she hesitated for a moment, worried it might be a person, and then shouted, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. Lu Fu, standing behind her, almost burst out laughing. How come he hadn't noticed how adorable his young lady was before? After tilting her head and thinking for a while, Luo Xiao waved her hand, and a pale red sword aura burst forth, nearly 20 meters long, carving a deep furrow in the muddy road ahead. Trees and bushes that it encountered neatly fell to either side, and in an instant, the sword struck 100 meters away. After a howl like a wolf, there was silence. Watching Luo run off excitedly, Luffy's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What the hell was that sword energy? Even a first-level transcendent wouldn't be this powerful. What mortal swordsman could cleave a sword 100 meters away? But he refused to believe his young lady was a transcendent. If she were truly a transcendent, why wouldn't she fly? Besides, there wasn't a trace of magic power emanating from her body in that sword strike, only pure blood and chi. Clearly, she was immortal. It must be a weapon effect, right? This must be at the silver level. She truly lives up to her reputation as the young lady of the Lord's family. So extravagant. However, watching Luo disappear into the distance, Luffy didn't dare to be careless and secretly followed. Never mind, he thought, I didn't see anything. The Lord's wife probably already knew. No wonder she felt comfortable letting her come out alone. Chapter 6. His little leather boots trotted over the broken bushes as Luo lightly hopped to the spot where the commotion had occurred. Unfortunately, all that remained was a pool of blood and some gray fur, with streaks of blood extending deeper into the woods. Didn't manage to cut it? What a pity! The blood and fur offered no clues, and Luo lacked experience, so he tried following the trail of blood to see if he could find the escaped creature. He tracked it for about 10 minutes, but eventually saw no trace left. He was moving forward purely by instinct. Night fell quickly, especially in the forest where darkness descended rapidly. Luo ultimately failed to find the unknown animal. His stomach rumbled, a silent testament to his hunger. The temperature gradually dropped, but Luo didn't feel it yet. His seemingly weak body contained abundant vital energy. The cold was nothing to him. Should I start a fire? It'd be difficult to make a fire tonight. Learning from the starving D he's seen in his dream, Luo decided to transform into a spinning top, determined to start a fire by rubbing sticks together, humanity's hope. As it turned out, sometimes it wasn't that he wasn't drilling fast enough, but that there was too much water. The humidity at night was even greater than during the day, and the damp branches simply wouldn't light. Even after Luo ground his drill until it was black, only wisps of smoke appeared. Not even a spark could be seen. What should I do now? It's so dark. Luo looked around nervously. Strange wailing sounds seemed to come from all directions. The moonlight was almost completely blocked by the tall tree canopies. Even at the peak of the mortal realm, he could only see hazy tree shadows. Never having experienced such darkness before, Luo felt a chill run down his spine. If only I could reach the transcendent realm, I could use Fireball. But I came here to advance to the transcendent realm. Is this what they mean by to advance, you must know Fireball, but to learn Fireball, you must first advance? What kind of closed-loop theorem is this? Thinking this, Luo couldn't help but chuckle at himself. His fear lessened considerably. Suddenly, a cool sensation flowed into his mind, gathering in his eyes. Luo subconsciously blinked to counteract the discomfort. Soon, the scene before his eyes became clear, no longer a blurry shadow, but like a forest at dusk. Although not as clear as during the day, it was still visible. I can see it? How amazing! Luo just wanted to give the coolness a thumbs up, but it was on her own body, so giving herself a thumbs up was perfectly normal. In high spirits, Luo didn't linger and just kept walking in the direction she'd been going, since it didn't really matter which way she went. If Luffy knew what she was thinking, his eyelids would definitely twitch. Isn't it common knowledge that hunters are active at night? The forest at night is much more dangerous than during the day. Who would continue to venture out at night? But Luffy was forced to stop, because of the person in front of him. Ouch! That hurts. Having been bitten by something, Luo instinctively shook her hand, only to see 2 red marks on her fair forearm. Oh, the enemy failed to breach her defenses, but it really hurt. Luo grimaced and shook her hand, trying to find the culprit, but the creatures of the forest were not easy to deal with. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, leaving only a sharp, broken tooth on the ground, still drooling. Huh? Is that a snake? How scary. Snake, you're the scary one. I never bitten someone this hard. Rubbing her forearm until it regained its white sheen, Luo continued walking forward at a leisurely pace. According to her estimation, this should be very close to the center of the forest. There should be quite a few magical beasts there, but she didn't know why she hadn't encountered a single one. Suddenly, she seemed to see something out of the corner of her eye, but it flashed by and disappeared. Luo quickly followed, and soon, a light blue frame appeared before her. Looking down at the 7-leaf flower, she thought, okay, 2 frames now. Shaking her head, she placed the 7-leaf flower behind her back and carefully examined the frame. The frame, located at the root of a tree, displayed, Sniffing Rat Mortal Realm, 1st rank. Related to gray rats, skilled at using their noses to detect food and avoid predators. They live in groups, are timid by nature, only daring to travel at night, and are born with a weak magical ability to enhance their sense of smell. They enjoy gnawing on tree roots and have low aggression. Note, it will go berserk when it encounters a plant containing magical power. Its aggression will increase significantly. Is this a magical beast? Luo felt that only something containing magical power could activate this frame, but it had only appeared twice so far. He had never seen it appear before when he saw the lamps at home that used magical cores to emit light. Luo didn't know if that was the case, but seeing 1st level of Mortal Realm, Luo felt invincible. A mere 1st level strength, watch my might. Watch me chop you down. A sword aura slashed out, cutting a 30-meter tall tree, large enough for 2 people to hug, diagonally in half. The fallen tree trunk made a huge sound, making Luo a little worried that the sniffing rat might be crushed into a meat patty. Unfortunately, the sniffing rat seemed to have detected Luo's presence in advance. Luo only saw the frame whoosh, and it ran 2 meters away. Don't run. Another sword aura cleaved 2 large trees in 2, which creaked and groaned as they fell to the ground. The frame seemed motionless, but the display on it changed slightly. Berserk-smelling rat Mortal Realm, 2nd tier. Related to gray rats, skilled at using their noses to sniff out food and avoid predators. They live in groups, are timid by nature, and only dare to venture out at night. They are born with a weak magical ability to enhance their sense of smell and enjoy gnawing on tree roots. Note, upon smelling the exotic fragrance of the demonized 7-leaf flower, they enter a berserk state, gathering smelling rats within a 100-meter radius. Their aggression greatly increased. Before Luo could understand what it meant, a sharp squeak rang out, causing Luo to instinctively cover his ears. Soon, a bustling sound followed, as if countless snakes were lurking beneath the low, withered leaves, sending chills down Luo's spine. A gust of wind swept in, and Luo instinctively slashed. A slight resistance met his sword, and a slightly foul, fishy smell filled his nostrils, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, countless pale blue frames appeared before his eyes, almost filling his vision. A rough count revealed at least 20 of them. Within these semi-transparent blue frames, flickering green lights shone with a faint reddish tinge. Sharp squeaking sounds filled his ears, and something seemed to be running beneath his feet. Stiff hairs grazed his calves through his stockings, making Luo's eyes well up with tears. There seemed to be more movement in the distance. Luo dared not linger any longer, and ran towards the direction where the green light seemed to be least visible. He slashed horizontally a few times, not even checking if he had hit anything, and stumbled several dozen meters away. Luo didn't know how far she had run, but she felt exhausted. Her legs were aching, and her underwear was soaked with sweat. She collapsed onto a withered tree stump, panting heavily. When she looked back, she found that there was nothing behind her. They escaped? But Luo, her mind in turmoil, hadn't considered that a second-tier scent rat, even in its berserk state, couldn't possibly be fast enough to catch a 9th-tier Luo. It would have vanished in seconds. But now, she was just a frail little girl who had secretly run away from home. Running at full speed for so long had exhausted most of her energy. She had never felt so tired. The dim night felt like a monster, trying to swallow her whole, but this place, where even a sliver of starlight could still shine, was like a sanctuary in the darkness, allowing Luo to catch her breath. Looking at herself in the light, her skin wasn't injured, but her dress was torn in countless places, revealing her nascent collarbones and smooth shoulders. Her white stockings were tattered, revealing her snow-white thighs through the tears. One of her boots was loose, the lace snapped in half by a branch somewhere. Her hairband had come off midway, and now her long hair was disheveled, the ends covered in dirt. She looked like a little beggar. Sniffling, Luo felt a lump in her throat. She thought herself so capable, yet a few mice had terrified her. Where did her confidence come from? But then she thought of her past life. A man shouldn't cry. But now she was a girl, so she could cry, right? After a moment's hesitation, Luo wiped her eyes and forced back the tears. Okay, she was too conflicted to even know whether to cry or not, so she decided to just not cry. Looking up at the small, insignificant stars, Luo couldn't help but wonder if the starlight here, like in her past life, was sunlight from afar traveling infinite distances to reach this planet, if the earth beneath her feet was also a round planet. Unable to see the moon, Luo recalled the moon she usually saw, and it seemed not much different from her memories of her past life. Perhaps there were differences, but now, thinking about it, the memories blurred. A hazy image of Chininga appeared before Luo's eyes, only this time, no one else was around, only Chininga sat quietly at the table doing his homework. This was 15-year-old Chininga. He really looked like her. Could it be that they were the same person in this life and the next? Luo was just a child. She didn't understand if this was reincarnation. Perhaps growing up and being separated from her parents was inevitable. Luo didn't resent her father and mother's busyness and neglect. Or rather, the servants coming and going usually made the house seem lively, but only today, alone, did she feel her loneliness. Luo unconsciously sat down on the ground, not minding the wet feeling. I miss my mother a little, and my father. I think about him a little too. As for Iran, forget it. I think about Alice too, and then, I think about Dad and Mom. Who else should I think about? I think about Anna too. Luo felt like she was thinking about many random things, her eyelids gradually becoming heavy. Many people seemed to appear before her eyes, some from this world, some from another, looking so close yet so far away. Who were they? The dim moonlight and starlight mingled, scattering across the withered trees in the forest. Leaning against one of them was a small girl, her long, snow-white hair cascading down her slender figure, her small face rosy, and still slightly chubby. She wore a tattered dress and knee-high white socks, the exposed skin glowing like porcelain. The mud stains didn't make her look disheveled, instead, they made her look like a little angel in distress. Her slightly furrowed brows made one want to smooth them, and a single, crystal tear rolled down her cheek, adding a touch of heartache. This was the first thing Luffy saw after he risked serious injury to defeat his enemies, and followed the scent to this place. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen an angel. Should he raise a daughter too? Chapter 7. Who are you? I am you. Huh? No need to doubt, you are Luo, and also Chininga. You and I are one and the same. If you doubt it, just look at the future. The future. What will it be like? Luo felt her consciousness sinking. Divine fusion complete, module loading complete, memory organization complete, permissions activated. Luo felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, she was Chininga, born, grew up, went to school, had roommates, family. So many things, incredibly real like. He experienced it firsthand until he was 23, when he encountered a voice claiming to be a god. Do you like it? Then, he fell into boundless darkness. Suddenly waking up, Luo found himself lying on his bed in his bedroom, his clothes already changed. I really came to another world. No, he really came to another world. But quickly, the reality of the dream dissipated. Although Chininga's 23 years of memories remained, They were as if veiled, becoming hazy. Luo's memories regained dominance. Only when thinking would he recall everything about Chaningda. Patting his cheeks, Luo was a little curious who had brought him back. He threw back the covers, and just as he was about to get out of bed, he felt incredibly light, as if he only needed to lightly press the bed to fly. And then he really flew. Luo was dumbfounded. Had he slept for a year? If he remembered correctly, flight was one of the hallmarks of superhumans. Carefully keeping his body still, Luo discovered a very serious problem. He didn't feel any so-called magic power. But how could he fly without magic power? Floating in midair, Luo, like a little adult, propped her chin on her hand, not worried about her white cotton panties showing, since no one was in the room anyway. Creak! Little Luo, are you awake? The voice was unmistakably her mother's, startling Luo, who scrambled to explain before her little body plop landed on the soft bed. Little Luo, what are you doing? Seeing Luo's little bottom sticking out, Ruth chuckled and pulled down her skirt, gently patting her bottom to remind her someone was outside. Ah! A soft moan of embarrassment escaped Luo's lips as she felt a slap on the bottom. She quickly sat up, her face slightly flushed. Good morning, mother, she cried, trying to bluff her way out of it. Ruth remained unmoved, her expression turning cold. I haven't even questioned you about taking weapons from the armory without permission, let alone sneaking off to the fallen forest alone. If I hadn't had Nightluff follow you, you would have been eaten by monsters long ago. Luo then remembered that she had apparently been too tired and fallen asleep deep in the forest. Looking back, she felt a chill of fear. Seeing her daughter's pale face, Ruth didn't want to scold her further, hoping this experience would help her grow. Her tone softened. All right, mother won't say any more. Just be more careful in the future, don't be afraid. Gently stroking Luo's soft white hair, Ruth turned to the person outside the door and said calmly, Sir Luffy, I'm sorry you had to see this. Please come in. Luo felt quite comfortable as her mother stroked her head. Hearing this, she curiously peeked her little head out from Ruth's arms. Thump, thump. The man named Luffy was 2 meters tall, looking quite young, probably a little older than her father. His chiseled face gave the impression of a resolute and hard-working character. His short, gray hair was slightly messy, as if hastily styled. He wore a knight's armor primarily in azure and silver white, the armor bulging under his tall, muscular frame. His silver-white steel boots slammed onto the floor, producing a dull thud despite the carpet's noise-dampening effect. Looking at the tall man before her, Luo shrank back uncomfortably. Instinctively, she didn't want to interact with strangers. Seeing the obviously shy Luffy felt a little awkward. He scratched his short hair, recalled the scene he had witnessed, and his face hardened again. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, his voice strong and clear. Luffy, I hereby request to become your knight, Mississippi. Please allow me to follow you. What? Lo looked utterly shocked. Was this guy crazy? He immediately said he'd follow her, and she didn't even know who he was. Mother, I'm going to wash my face. Not daring to look at Luffy, Lo hurriedly ran past him. Seeing Luffy's visibly slump, Ruth's usually calm face revealed shock. Sir Luffy, are you kidding me? It's important to understand that following a family, a lord, or an individual is not the same thing. Luffy previously followed Lord Del, protecting the interests of the Lord's castle, including property, servants, and the Lord's relatives. But now he says he wants to follow Lo, meaning that if Lo doesn't say so, theoretically, he shouldn't need to act for anyone other than Lo. Of course, this doesn't mean it's easier. After all, an individual's wealth and resources are generally difficult to surpass the power of a family or lord. Therefore, following an individual usually occurs when the master has done the knight a favor or the master is extremely powerful, to the point that additional resources are insufficient to entice the knight. Sir Luffy, this is no small matter. Although Lo is indeed the eldest daughter, and quite talented, she won't inherit the Del territory. Besides, Lo is still young, there shouldn't be anything worth following her for, right? Perhaps? Ruth's eyes turned cold at the thought of something unpleasant. Luffy hesitated for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. Oops, explained, Madam, it's not what you think. Miss Lo, though young, is just very cute, like an angel. Seeing Ruth's increasingly dangerous gaze, Luffy broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed hard, and his lips moved rapidly. But she has enormous potential. With more training, I'm confident she will become a future saint-level powerhouse. As he spoke, Luffy even believed it himself, hoping his young lady would work hard and reach the transcendent level before the age of 20. Then, there would be a chance of advancing to the saint level in the future, and he could preserve his innocence. So, what are the future saint-level powerhouses doing now? Luo squinted, carefully examining his bangs in the crystal mirror. He reached out and rubbed them. They seemed a bit long. He asked Alice to trim them. Looking at his crimson eyes, Luo felt a sense of unreality. I feel like I'm just having a dream. But soon, the strange experience of floating brought Luo's attention back. Was I really flying? How do you float? It's common knowledge that those below the transcendent level cannot fly, because without sufficient magical power, it's impossible to lift oneself. Although one's blood and chi can permeate the body when it reaches a stage of fullness, the blood and chi detached from the body cannot be controlled by the body, just like an arrow that cannot bend twice after being released from a bow. If I could fly. Just then, Luo felt her body become light and float upwards. Wait, is this really not turning into a balloon? Fortunately, turning into a balloon was impossible. As Luo's thoughts shifted, her body immediately stopped. A thought crossed her mind, to get closer to the mirror, and her body indeed floated lightly towards it, though the speed seemed a bit too fast. Ah! Stop! 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 Fortunately, she didn't crash into the mirror. At a distance of 0.01 centimeters, Luo stopped, floated backward, and felt as if she naturally knew how to fly. She didn't need extra strength. She could fly in any direction simply by thinking. Luo seemed to have discovered a new toy, floating around the small bathroom, like a fish swimming in water, light and joyful. The good times didn't last long. Playing for too long, Luo was dragged out by Ruth. After all, no one believed that a mortal could spend over an hour washing their face in the bathroom. Luo, landing early, pouted and could only tell herself she could play again later that night. Ruth seemed to have said something to that Uncle Luffy. Oh no, the night, before returning to the bedroom, Ruth hurriedly left. Luo secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. It seemed this matter was over, and he could play happily again. Wait, something's not right. What was I doing in the fallen forest? Leaving aside the stunned Luo, in the council hall, Ruth, Luffy, and another knight from the territory, Langusius Dalton, were sitting around an oval table. Ruth, no longer the approachable woman she was with her daughter, sat at the head of the table, looking at Luffy with a faint air of authority. Knight Luffy, you just said you encountered Lord Ashley's knight last night. Yes, Mrs. Ruth, if we hadn't been stopped halfway, I wouldn't have lost Miss Luo, causing her. Ruth's brows relaxed, and she waved her hand, saying, it's not your fault. If it weren't for Knight Luffy risking his life to kill the enemy, and quickly catch up, little Luo probably wouldn't be alive today. Here, as her mother, I thank you on her behalf. But? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Ruth's eyes. The Ashley territory, and we have always been at peace, with no major conflict of interest and similar strength. The fact that they send a knight to snipe someone means someone must be behind it. The Del territory hasn't been established for long and hasn't made any enemies yet. It must be pressure from my dear sister. Knight Luffy, little Luo is still young, and I won't agree to you following her now. But after she turns 15, if she truly has the strength to enter the transcendent realm as you say, I will not interfere, and will agree to send her to the Imperial Academy. Luffy quickly stood up, his right hand clenching his fist and pounding his chest, he exclaimed, thank you for your generosity. Miss will surely be delighted to know. Ruth remained noncommittal, then turned to Dalton beside her and said, Sir Dalton, the safety of the Lord's castle still depends on you. Dalton, over 150 years old, still looked like a man in his 40s. His extraordinary third-tier strength granted him a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. Therefore, unlike Luffy, he wasn't wary of Ruth's status as the second daughter of the Favos family. Nodding, Dalton replied, Madam Ruth, this old man will, please rest assured. Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, trying to see if he had truly wasted his entire day's efforts. But after concentrating, his previously dark vision suddenly appeared with specks of light. It was as if a gust of wind had blown, and countless specks of light converged from all directions, forming a ball of light about the size of a fist. The ball emitted a soft light, with golden flames dancing upon it, a truly beautiful sight. What is this? Luo stared blankly at everything before him, instinctively glancing around. After the fluorescent light gathered, the surroundings were a hazy, dark blue, as if mist was swirling. He wasn't wearing anything, but he couldn't discern anything, as his body seemed to be composed of pure light. Before Luo could even wonder, the sphere of light suddenly rushed towards him, instantly merging into his body. His body, made of light, suddenly erupted with a surge of energy, pushing aside the distant mist and surging towards the edges Luo couldn't see, forcibly expanding the entire space by an unknown amount. But quickly, The mist gathered again, so Luo only saw a swirling mist in the distance, and had no idea what had happened. At this moment, a strange sense of information appeared in his mind. Is this the Sea of Souls? Was that ball of light just now a spirit of magic? My God! I entered the transcendent realm, but the books say the Sea of Souls should be a pure white space the size of a small house, with a solid soul barrier. The soul awakening realm uses the torrent of blood and chi generated by the shattering of the chi and blood core to break through the soul barrier, and then guides the unique soul power of the transcendent realm magic core to awaken the sleeping soul. Wait, could my body be a soul body? I don't even have a magic core, so even if I break through the soul barrier, I can't awaken the soul. Could it be that I read some erroneous book again? The Sea of Souls is only a part of Luo's body, so it naturally cannot answer Luo's questions. But in any case, entering the transcendent realm improved Luo's mood after not hunting any transcendent realm magical beasts in the forest. As for the movements of the Sea of Souls, Luo said he didn't understand, but he didn't feel anything, so it should be fine. Chapter 8. Relaxing his mind, Luo's vision vanished, replaced by a familiar room and bed. However, things were different. His vision was much clearer, and he heard a faint rustling sound. Turning his head, he saw a panrod leaf swaying gently by the window, a common indoor potted plant. Climbing to the plant, he listened carefully, and could hear something moving in the soil, which Luo immediately disliked, thinking he had the maid throw it away. Pulling back the curtains, he saw a woman with a broken eyebrow hanging clothes on a red-painted roof in the distance. Blinking, he realized it was a residential building in a small town a kilometer from the Lord's castle. His body seemed more sensitive. He could roughly judge the wind direction from the slightest airflow. Opening the window, he was met with a cacophony of sounds. The chopping of scissors, the chopping of meat, the rustling of armor, and even the mixed sounds of farting were clearly audible. Before his ears could break, Luo quickly closed the window. That's terrifying. Luo knew this situation wouldn't last long. After awakening his soul, the accumulated soul power from previous years would experience a burst of energy, greatly enhancing his 5 senses. However, after about 10 minutes, the soul power emanating from his body would subside. Under normal circumstances, a stable soul awakening realm would only experience about a 2-fold increase in the 5 senses. Thinking about his 3 key breakthroughs, all of which were different from others, Luo felt the reliability of the books he had read was highly questionable. This reference seemed useless. Right, I awakened the spirit of magic. Doesn't that mean I can sense magic now? Great. Sitting cross-legged again, Luo closed his eyes and concentrated. Soon, the dark blue Sea of Souls reappeared before him. At the heart of his pure white soul body, he vaguely saw a golden sphere of light, flickering with golden flames. Strands of gold seemed to flow from the heart into his body, but they were too subtle, and the colors were too similar. Luo stared for a while, but didn't notice anything, so he put the matter aside. How do you communicate with the free-floating magic in the air through the spirit of magic? There doesn't seem to be any record of it. Luo's delicate little face wrinkled adorably, as she suddenly remembered the notes she'd secretly seen in the study when she was 7. It seemed to be handwritten by her father, saying that by concentrating one's mind on the spirit of magic in the brain, consciousness could transcend the dimensions of reality and enter a realm of extraordinary vision, allowing one to see magic. Then, using the power of the soul to sense magic attributes that resonated with oneself, one could absorb magic with high affinity. Her father wrote it, so it should be fine, right? Fine, my foot. Isn't the spirit of magic in the head? How did it end up in the heart? Inside? Muttering a silent groan, Luo decided to try anything, focusing his mind on the light sphere in his heart. In an instant, the scene before him changed, countless colorful points of light appearing. Clearly, yellow and blue were the most prevalent, followed by red, green, purple, white, and cyan. Occasionally, some strange colors could be seen, such as white points of light like light bulbs in the darkness, eerie particles that were clearly black but easily distinguishable, and fleeting silver-white points of light. There were also some very rare points of light with ordinary colors, indistinguishable without close inspection, quite wondrous. Is this magic? The yellow is earth attribute? The blue is water attribute? Then the green must be wood attribute. On the windowsill, there was a slightly denser area of green light. Luo guessed it was where the panluo leaf was, but it was probably just an ordinary plant. The magic within the panluo leaf was very similar to the surrounding area. The so-called denser area was just a little bit. Looking into the distance, the marble walls seemed almost transparent, allowing Luo's gaze to wander until she reached the outer walls of the Lord's castle. Only then did Luo reluctantly stop observing. According to her understanding, it was probably still under the influence of the soul power eruption phase. Thinking of this, Luo dared not linger. She reached out and gently touched the yellow light spot beside her. There was no repulsion. So, am I compatible with Earth attributes? The yellow light seemed to detect Luo's touch, flickering slightly before entering his body through his pale fingers. Following an unfathomable path, it surged into the magical spirit within his heart. The instant the yellow light entered his heart, all visible, that is, all Earth attribute magic within the range perceptible to the soul, flowed towards Luo like water merging into the ocean, creating a magnificent vortex-like spectacle within his extraordinary vision. Meanwhile, in the council hall, Luffy and Dalton, who were discussing how to strengthen the security of the Lord's private caravan and the feasibility of expanding his private army, both looked towards the center of the magic vortex. Ruth, not being a transcendent, was confused. "Gentlemen, what happened?" Dalton's usually calm face turned grave. "Luffy, you felt it too, didn't you? The range of this magic vortex is either generated by a blue cobalt weapon, or by a powerhouse at least level 5 of the transcendent realm." Luffy looked surprised. "Mr. Dalton, I felt it too. I only seen such a large vortex when my teacher at the Imperial Academy broke through. But it's a bit strange. Why is the aura so weak?" Dalton, after listening, carefully sensed it, and discovered that although the magic vortex was enormous, it wasn't even at the level of Transcendent Level 1, probably only slightly stronger than the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Before the two could fully sense it, less than 10 seconds later, the vortex disappeared, as if it had never existed. Luo blinked blankly, wondering why all the Earth attribute magic he sensed was gathered at his heart when he hadn't done anything. The yellow dots in his vision disappeared completely in less than 10 seconds, except for new dots that appeared at the edge of his vision, but they were quickly absorbed into the magic spirit at his heart. Looking at the other colored specks of light, Luo licked his lips, curiously reaching out to touch them, and then, "Mr. Dalton, Mrs. Ruth, I go search. But it's only been a short time. It shouldn't be a superhuman. It's probably some kind of rare item that attracts magic. Again? And different types of magic. This is a magic storm?" Like a chain reaction, vortices of water, wind, fire, lightning, and ice appeared one after another, even mixed with some light and dark magic. The merging vortices affected a wider area, spreading from the outer walls of the Lord's castle until they swept across half the town, truly a storm. As the two superhumans closest to this magic storm, Dalton and Ruth were speechless with shock. Even if they wanted to investigate, most conventional detection magic was ineffective in the chaotic storm. Unfortunately, neither of them had any means to investigate without being able to ignore the magic surge. When the concentration of magic in the center became so thick that even mortals could feel it, Ruth had to activate her defensive magic artifact to avoid being crushed onto the table. Dalton and Luffy, on the other hand, raised their nightly protective spells. Fortunately, the storm came and went quickly, disappearing again in less than half a minute, as if a gaping maw at the center had devoured all the magic that had gathered within 1,000 miles. The feeling of emptiness in the surrounding magic made Dalton and Luffy uneasy, but remembering that this was happening on their own territory, they dared not delay. Luffy immediately went to check for any casualties, while Dalton followed the direction of the magic's convergence. Ruth, protected by her defensive magic artifact, was unharmed, but thinking of her daughter, she quickly ran out of the council chamber. The culprit, noticing the emptiness around them, withdrew from their transcendental vision and returned to the Sea of Souls. Luo discovered that the absorbed magic wasn't stored within the spirit of magic, but rather condensed into colorful ribbons that drifted within the Sea of Souls. At this moment, the originally dark blue space became vibrant and colorful, with 10 ribbons of light of different colors gently rotating around the luminous soul, interspersed with many inconspicuous small bands of light, dazzling like a starry sky, making Luo's eyes light up. Even with Cheninga's more than 20 years of experience, she had never seen such a magnificent scene. At this moment, curiosity about magic sprouted in her heart. "I really want to know, what kind of power is this?" Ruth breathed a sigh of relief when she found Luo peacefully asleep against the windowsill. Although Dalton and Luffy had searched for half a month without finding the source, and nothing similar had happened again, Ruth still moved Luo's residence to her study, closer to her office. Here, on the edge of the secret barrier, Luo's safety would be greatly guaranteed. The town had no supernatural beings, and was unaware of what had happened. The guards and servants of the Lord's castle, too close to the eye of the storm, were warned not to divulge any information. Furthermore, the lack of casualties minimized the impact. As the magic in the air spontaneously replenished, life seemed to return to normal, with daily routines bustling about. However, the guard's increasingly frequent training and the knight's frequent appearances revealed undercurrents beneath the calm surface. Time flew by, 3 years later. Miss Luo, have you finished your training for today? Training? What training? This wasn't in my plan, sir, are you mistaken? Luo sat quietly in an armchair made of serene wood, her right hand gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her long, snow-white hair reached her hips, the ends simply tied back as always, adorned with a purple butterfly. Her developing breasts were slightly fuller, and a high-waisted, blue-purple dress accentuated her slender figure, making her look like a princess. A white lace-trimmed round neckline revealed a glimpse of her delicate, jade-like collarbone. Her long legs were together, her bare arms and calves fair yet radiant. 15-year-old Luo had matured considerably. Normally, commoners of this age would be experiencing the stirrings of first love, unconsciously stealing glances at their crushes, or nobles would be sent by their parents to social events, moving among various noble families. However, the girl seemed detached, her serene and refined face gentle and serene. Her left hand held a book with a delicate gold-trimmed cover, her crimson eyes focused intently on its contents, never leaving the book even while speaking to Knight Luffy. Miss Luo. Stop. Uncle, you don't want Mother to know you secretly took Alice away the day before yesterday, do you? Luffy's resolute face flushed red instantly. I only went out with Miss Alice's permission. Wait, how did you know? Of course, Alice told me. She said you're like a block of wood, only good for training and never spending time with her. Really? Hearing this, Luffy didn't seem like a genius superhuman in his 30s at all, revealing a silly grin. I knew Miss Alice didn't dislike me. But if you don't take the initiative, Alice might get closer to Clyde. What? That kid? Looks like the lesson I learned last time wasn't enough. Miss Luo, excuse me, I suddenly remembered I haven't serviced my armor today. He hurriedly left, muttering, double the training today, you're dead meat. Chapter 9. Luo, of course, didn't know if Clyde liked Alice, but the two met frequently. Clyde was only 26, a peak mortal warrior, and Luo had occasionally heard his father mention wanting to train him to be the fourth transcendent in the territory. Beautiful women love heroes. After all, Luffy, that old man, was already 35 or 36, still wanting to eat young grass. Time seemed to stand still in the library. The light emitted by the inferior light magic core remained constant, and the girl was motionless, like a large doll, with only the occasional sound of turning pages indicating that she was real. Who? He gently closed the book, controlling it to return to its original position. It seems the knowledge beyond the extraordinary is very tightly sealed. An entire territory's library doesn't even have a single book on advanced extraordinary abilities. Uncle Luffy and Father are always vague and avoid the topic. Why are they keeping such a tight grip on the secret? Ever since he triggered the magic storm at the age of 12, and witnessed the security within the Lord's castle more than double in just half a month, Luo had never dared to enter the extraordinary's field of vision when anyone was around. However, even without actively absorbing magic, the magic ribbons in Luo's soul sea had increased more than tenfold in thickness a year later. Fortunately, my mother promised that if I could reach the 9th level of the mortal realm before I turned 15, she would send me to the Imperial Academy. They should have a method to advance to the transcendent realm there. Luo had always found it strange. In this vast lord's town, including the border town he visited 3 years ago, there were many people at the high level of the mortal realm, but he only seen 3 transcendent realm individuals from his own family. There was certainly no shortage of geniuses in this world, so why were transcendent realm individuals so rare? Luo never considered himself a peerless genius. At most, his family had a slightly larger collection of books than the average person, his advancement to the mortal realm was slightly faster than the average person, and his sea of souls was a tiny bit stranger than described in the books. At most, he could call himself a minor genius. Even if others weren't particularly bright, surely they could reach the transcendent realm after 30 or 40 years of cultivation. Were they also stuck at a certain level like him? Luo sighed, then quickly dismissed his worries. He was practically a lazy bum. Why think so much? He'd just find out at the academy. Flying effortlessly to the entrance, Luo looked at the darkening sky and realized he'd been there for quite a while. Looks like I need to control myself, he muttered. Next time I try to read 2 fewer pages. He secretly encouraged himself, deciding to learn about magic techniques before going to the academy. He learned the basic skill of swordsmanship since childhood, but later became engrossed in books and hadn't touched any other skills. He heard that Elong had recently been ordered to learn knightly skills from Master Dalton. He'd go see what he could learn. 15 is a watershed age for cultivators. Practicing magical techniques before 15 can cause premature cessation of development. It's said that over 3,000 years ago, a saint-level powerhouse named Kasef Dalius unknowingly practiced magical techniques at the age of 10, causing his overly immature bones to be impacted, ultimately freezing his height at the level of a 12-year-old. After advancing to the saint level, he was secretly called the lowly saint mage. Luo didn't want to be stuck in a childlike form, so she obediently followed Luffy and her father's advice, and didn't prematurely engage in magical techniques. The lower-level martial arts techniques that replaced magical techniques were even less powerful than a casual sword strike from Luo. This was likely because this world possessed far more powerful supernatural forces, and martial arts techniques driven by blood, and she hadn't seen much development, remaining at the level where an ordinary person could kill an adult wild boar. As for combat techniques, which were on par with magical techniques, sorry, you actually want a delicate girl to punch people? Those little fists would be lucky to even break the skin. He casually flicked a freshly plucked leaf, severing a distant branch. Luo thought a mage or healer would suit him better. After all, he didn't believe in gods and couldn't be a divine mage. Nor did he have elven blood, making him unsuitable as a druid. He couldn't very well become a swordsman using a sword technique he learned since elementary school, could he? What was that called, the deadly sword? No, that sounded pretty cool. Thinking wildly, Luo decided to check on Elong and ask Uncle Luffy about the supernatural. He was about to go to the Imperial Academy. It wouldn't be right not to tell him something soon. At that moment, 8-year-old Elong, dressed in neat children's knight armor, was forced to wield a heavy knight's lance with meticulous precision. His trembling arms, though exhausted, held on tightly, lest the arrow embedded beneath his arm pierce him. Seemingly sensing something, Elong shuddered, almost causing the lance to deflect. Luffy, standing nearby, opened one eye, saw that it hadn't hit his arm, and then closed it again. Walking slowly along the path, the refreshing evening breeze ruffled a strand of hair by Luo's ear. Occasionally, a passing maid would see her, pause for a moment before hurriedly bowing and greeting her. Luo could only nod and smile awkwardly in return. So what did I even do out here? Greeting people is such a hassle. Quickening her pace, Luo soon arrived at the training ground. It was a vast area of over 1,600 square meters, paved with large slabs of marble, its edges engraved with strange runes, magic runes. These runes could be used to create a defensive barrier around the training ground by channeling the magic power within the magic core, primarily used during duels, to effectively prevent accidental injury to those outside the arena. However, only Elong and Luffy were currently on the field, so the training hadn't started. Before Luo even reached the training ground, Luffy, sensing her presence, teleported right in front of her. "Young miss, what brings you here?" A rare guest indeed. Luo subtly took a step back, looking at the beaming Luffy, and awkwardly scratched her cheek. I come occasionally. Uncle, are you sure you won't be bothered to keep an eye on Elong?" "What's wrong with that?" "No problem at all. Mississippi young master has been working very hard. This training is nothing." "Working hard," she added. "The training has intensified. Don't think I don't know what you're implying." Luo pretended not to notice, casually replying, "So easy? Double it tomorrow." "No problem." Elong was still relieved that Knight Luffy wasn't there, pressing the tip of his spear against the ground to lighten the load, completely unaware of the hell that awaited him tomorrow. Since she run into Luffy here, Luo decided to ask directly, "Uncle, I heard Elong is practicing knightly skills now." "More or less, but the focus is still on basic training. His physical abilities are good, but still quite a distance from passing." Luo thought to herself. He used to be so mischievous, how could his physical abilities be bad? Coming back to her senses, Luo asked with some confusion, "Uncle, isn't it said that magic skills can't be learned before the age of 15? Aren't knightly skills considered extraordinary skills?" Luffy scratched his head and chuckled. "Miss wants to learn magic skills, right?" Luo blushed, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the ribbon on her skirt. Seeing this, Luffy laughed and didn't dare say anything more, afraid his young lady would get angry. He wasn't even her knight yet. What if she got angry and refused him later? Ahem, the knightly skills that young master practices aren't extraordinary skills, but rather prerequisite skills. They don't involve the manipulation of magic, so they won't affect his body. I see. Then why haven't I heard of prerequisite skills for magic skills and combat skills? Are knightly skills special? While these things shouldn't be told to anyone outside the Knight's Hall and the Church of Light, I trust Miss won't divulge them. Wait, how did this suddenly become a confidential topic? Knightly and church-related skills involve mental power, so they can't rely entirely on magic. Prerequisite skills are for cultivating a suitable temperament. For example, young master's temperament is too restless, making it impossible for him to unleash protective skills. Magic skills and combat skills, however, can be unleashed as long as there is magic power. There's no need for any related training. After a pause, Ruff's expression turned serious. Miss, I know you enjoy reading, have many of your own ideas, and are very talented. However, knowledge related to the extraordinary is usually the reliance of various extraordinary forces to maintain their rule. Ordinary civilians are forbidden from accessing it. Even if you are the daughter of a lord, it's best not to reveal too much about the extraordinary before you decided to join a particular extraordinary force. After listening, Luo roughly understood why the extraordinary was so rare. The monopoly on extraordinary knowledge alone made it inaccessible to most people. Even in her own library, there were fewer than 10 books related to the transcendent realm, and not a single book teaching extraordinary cultivation. How much more so for ordinary families? Some people might break through as easily as drinking water, but without the right path, they could never break through to the extraordinary in their entire lives. Monopoly, what an unpleasant word. Luffy glanced at the displeased Law, saying nothing. He himself had been just as naive, but the Empire's history was so long, why hadn't anyone criticized or even overturned such regulations? Was it really just a lack of strength? Young Master was originally required by the Master to train as a warrior, but he insisted on becoming a knight. The Master then dumped him on me, saying it was to discourage him. But in my opinion, although young Master is extremely mischievous, his persistence in this matter is unexpected. Miss, would you like to? Where is he? Building muscles? Impossible. Even if I were beaten to death, I wouldn't be wielding a sword like a boy, drenched in sweat. After setting this flag, Law took advantage of Luffy's self-talk. I talked to Mother tomorrow about going to the capital. Judging by the time, enrollment starts in 6 months. If we leave now, we should be able to get there in a month, or even 3 months if we go slowly. We can then have some fun in the capital. Speaking of which, what was I planning to do in the first place? I think I forgot about someone. Oh well, it's not important. In the far north, in a region known as the Northern Polar Region by many empires, blizzards raged day and night. Beneath a thick snow layer lay countless hidden fissures. The extreme temperatures of over 100 degrees below zero meant that no life form could withstand it except for a few ice-attribute magical beasts. At this moment, a white streak was flying rapidly through the sky. If one could see it clearly, they would recognize it as a creature resembling an ordinary human. A thick magical shield shattered the snowflakes. After flying for nearly 3 hours, the figure paused, turned to a patch of ice completely free of snow, and without any movement, vanished without a trace. Chapter 10. The next morning, Luo rushed to the study. For years, whenever she was in the Lord's castle, Ruth would always arrive at the study early to handle the most urgent matters. Although cultivating many trusted confidants had allowed Ruth to relax a bit, this habit remained. Watching her workaholic mother meticulously review transactions from friendly territories and medium-sized cities, Luo felt a pang of worry. Her father was rarely in the Lord's castle, and her mother handled most of the affairs related to the territories. Her once youthful face had become quite haggard. She wondered what had kept her mother so busy. Mother, I want to discuss something with you. Oh, it's Luo. What is it? Tell your mother. Putting down the documents in her hand, Ruth noticed Luo standing in front of her. Her eyes, the same color as Ruth's, revealed a hint of nervousness and gentleness. In Ruth's memory, her daughter hadn't contacted her for several years, especially after Knight Luffy said he wanted to follow Luo. She was always following Luo around, and Knight Luffy could handle most things. Luo didn't seem to have any reason to bother her while she was working. She should probably spend more time with her. Should she stay with her daughter? But, thinking of the increasingly frequent clashes between the Empire and neighboring kingdoms, Ruth couldn't help but sigh. If war really broke out, the various lords directly granted fiefdoms by the Empire would have to fight. At that time, her sister would definitely take advantage of her misfortune. The strength of her territory was still not strong enough. Mother, I want to go to the Imperial Academy. Coming back to her senses, looking at Luo Wuxia's face, Ruth stood up, went to her daughter's side, and gently stroked her head. In the blink of an eye, Lil Luo has grown so tall. Back then, you were only as tall as my waist. A flicker of guilt crossed Luo's eyes. While it was true his mother had neglected him, she had shown the necessary protection and concern, yet he had gradually seen her less and less, and hadn't even bothered to properly handle the various formalities she was required to observe. Fine, he absolutely wouldn't do that. Mother. Alright, Luo, I know you don't want to be bound by noble rules. You never attended the social gatherings of other territories. Now that you decided on the path of the extraordinary, then walk it seriously. Perhaps our territory has too few extraordinary powers. Going to the capital to make some friends might be helpful to the territory. Mother, you agree to let me go to the capital? But I haven't said anything yet. Before Luo could finish, Ruth smiled gently. I don't care about your strength. Your personality is different from your brother's, not eccentric or flamboyant. With Knight Luffy by your side, I'm quite at ease. What, Big? Uncle Luffy, is he coming too? Is that all right? No. That's the bottom line. Luo immediately deflated. Okay. Why was she relieved that older man was coming? He's clearly just a guy looking for a younger woman. Amused, Ruth rubbed Luo's cheek and turned to pull a badge from the drawer of her desk, handing it to Luo's small hand. I don't think I told you, but I'm from the Favors family in the capital. This is my family crest. Of course, it's not for you to do anything, but if you really encounter something you can't solve, you can try taking out this badge. Most families and powers will give you face. The badge was about the size of 2 thumbs, seemingly made of silver-white metal, but it felt warm to the touch. The front depicted a staff and a small sword crossed, with 2 intertwined snakes along the edge. This is the Adventurers Guild's emblem? No, something's not right. Ruth showed a hint of surprise. Little Luo, you know about the Adventurers Guild? But you're not entirely right. This isn't the guild's emblem, but it has a deep history. If you're curious, go to the capital and see for yourself. I think you find it rewarding. Yes, Mother. Luo put the badge in her pocket. She wanted to say something, but Ruth beckoned her to sit down. Luo was puzzled but complied. Taking out a comb, Ruth untied the ribbon at the end of Luo's hair, and her long, flowing silver hair instantly cascaded down, concealing Luo's slender figure. I haven't been a good enough mother. Ruth gently combed Luo's long hair, a hint of self-reproach in her eyes. I can't even remember the last time I combed your hair. You went to the capital, and you might only come back once or twice a year. We won't see each other for a long time. Let's not talk about that. Luo's hair is so beautiful, so smooth. I'm even a little envious. Luo pursed her lips, remaining silent. She wasn't used to responding to this kind of tenderness from a family member. She could only sit quietly in the chair, letting her mother's hand run through her hair. After a while, the movement behind her stopped. Ruth took Luo's small hand and led her to a side room in the study. There was a single bed there, which Ruth used to rest. A half-length mirror hung on the wall. Luo stood in front of the mirror and saw her long white hair braided into a thick plait. Slightly ugly. Sorry, Xiao Luo. It's been so long since I braided my hair, I'm a little rusty. It's all right, Mother. Luo pulled her long hair to her chest and gently stroked it. Next time, let your daughter do your hair. After a moment of silence, Ruth asked with some doubt, You can comb hair? Regardless of whether Luo could actually comb hair, the departure day arrived quickly. Of course, it wasn't the day of departure. With Alice's reminder, Luo realized that packing for a trip wasn't just about a few clothes. It involved various foods, provisions, clothing, attendants, medicine for resting in the wild, tents, sleeping bags, stoves, and so on. Considering the considerable journey, 2 large carriages were filled, including her own carriage and spare horses. A total of 3 carriages and 12 fine horses were prepared. Besides Alice and Luffy, the accompanying personnel included 2 coachmen and 5 fifth-tier guards. Isn't this a bit too much stuff? Luo was still hoping for a long adventure. Since that failed adventure when she was 12, she hadn't left the Lord's castle. But if possible, she still wanted to wash away that shameful experience, the dark history of being terrified by rats. However, Ruth pointed out that this wasn't just a trip, but also an outfit to display status. If neighboring territories knew that their young lady couldn't even afford a carriage, they would laugh at her. Therefore, Luo could only purse her lips and remain silent. Wearing a long-sleeved dress mainly in dark and light purple, with a deep red bow tied with a wide ribbon at the neckline, Luo swung the end of her mother's braided pigtail and followed Alice into the carriage. Miss, you must carry this letter of recommendation with you. It has the signatures of 3 extraordinary individuals. You can directly enter the Imperial Academy. Luffy handed Luo a beautifully sealed envelope with 3 golden tulips on it through the carriage window. Uncle, you don't trust my talent? It's just an insurance policy. Of course I trust Mrs. Abilities. Sitting in the fur-lined carriage, Luo waved to Ruth, dressed as a noblewoman, glared fiercely at the smirking Iran, then lowered the curtain, her face somewhat melancholy. Alice, traveling with her, smiled slightly and said, Miss, Are you sure you don't need to say a few more words to Madam? Shaking her head, Luo patted her cheeks, dispelling the melancholy. Sister Alice, it's all right. It's just a short trip. I'll be back on vacation. Hearing this, Alice simply took out the desserts and black tea she had prepared beforehand. Thanks to the carriage's shock-absorbing structure, there wasn't much jolting inside. Miss Sister Alice? Looking at the egg custard drizzled with honey. Alice was about to eat a piece of cake when Luo gave a slightly annoyed snort. I'm not a child anymore. I can eat by myself. Saying this, she picked up a piece of baked cake and popped it into her mouth, her beautiful eyes seeming to say, see, I can eat by myself. Miss looks best like this. Her face flushed. Luo awkwardly shifted her gaze to the black tea. Ugh, mind your own business. Listening to the sound of Luo's carriage gradually disappearing into the distance, Elong finally peeked out from behind his mother's waist, a look of lingering fear on his face. All right, Elong, your sister won't eat you. I'm not afraid of her. With a stubborn retort, Elong watched the departing carriage, a feeling of parting welling up inside him. Next time I come back, I definitely become a real knight, and see how she bullies me. All right, Sir Dalton will temporarily take over Sir Ruff's duties. Don't slack off. The Karlov Empire, with a total area of 12 million square kilometers, is bordered by the Storm Strait to the south, separated from the Orcish territory by the vassal states of the Dwarven Empire to the west, bordered by the Dark Mountains to the north, and adjacent to the Bankai Empire and the Natri Kingdom to the east. It has been unified for at least 30,000 years, and the current ruling royal family is Karlov the 89th. Karlov Atlankanik. It's said that the current emperor has been on the throne for 160 years, and is a super strong expert at the 8th level of the transcendent realm. Amazing! The empire's area stopped expanding more than 3,000 years ago, so after recuperation, most of the empire is currently relatively peaceful. Amazing! According to the latest statistics from 200 years ago, the empire has more than 300 cities of varying sizes. Its directly controlled territories remain between 4,300 and 4,400, and its population is steadily increasing, reaching 580 million. That's not much. Amazing! Luo's forehead furrowed deeply. Sister Alice? Don't you have any other comments besides that? Aw, I'm sorry, miss. I meant that miss is amazing, knowing so many imperial secrets. Is this considered a secret? Isn't it just something casually placed in the library? Alice covered her mouth and smiled, leisurely making Luo a warm cup of red wine. Tea, said Luo. Miss, only you and your wife can enter the Lord's library. 3 extraordinary beings can only go in. Naturally, we have no access. Is that so? No wonder, I never seen anyone else inside. Taking the golden-laid teacup, Luo took a small sip. But you taught me to read? That's different, Luo replied. I was born into a minor noble family, far inferior to the Lord's and Lady Ruth's families. I'm not the eldest daughter or son. My literacy is a result of my parents' enlightened upbringing. How could I dare to aspire to more knowledge? Luo frowned slightly, then thought for a moment, shifting her body somewhat shyly. Then when I return from the capital, I'd tell you the stories there. Okay. Miss is such a kind person. Oh dear. Don't be so loud, it'd be embarrassing. Luff, riding slowly alongside, looked puzzled. What strange noises are coming from inside the carriage? Chapter 11. 3 carriages moved slowly forward in a line. The last 2 were loaded with supplies and daily necessities. 2 guards led the way, and 3 brought up the rear. Luffy followed closely beside the first carriage, where Law was. The wheels crunched crisply over the gravel road. After a smooth journey of more than 3 hours, Law and Alice had fallen asleep from the slight swaying of the carriage. They were reclining comfortably on their opposite seats, the soft cushions making Law's rosy cheek smile contentedly. Just as Luo was dreaming of flying through the air and playing with cloud fairies, she was startled awake by a sudden pause. What happened? Luffy parted the curtains and whispered, It's break time, Mississippi. Would you like to come down for lunch and stretch your legs? Rubbing her eyes groggily, Luo became more awake. Oh, uncle. I go down for a bit then. Remember to save some food for Alice. Of course. Such a lovely lady should be protected by me. Luffy, suddenly invigorated. Startled, Luo was wide awake, muttering, Love-struck people are terrifying. She lightly stepped down from the carriage, glancing around. The carriage had left the clean gravel road and stopped at the edge of a wide, simply repaired dirt road. To the right was a small grove of trees. 2 of the 5 guards had removed their helmets and were gathering dry branches to start a fire, while the remaining 3 remained on guard. The two drivers had also dismounted, and were taking out cooking utensils and food from the last carriage. A noise came from the next carriage. Turning around, she saw the maid Alice had also woken up, yawning as she got down. Seeing the busy group, she quickly joined in the picnic. After drinking several cups of black tea in the car, Luo woke up feeling the urge to urinate. Hesitating for a moment, seeing everyone still busy and assuming they wouldn't finish cooking anytime soon, Luo said goodbye to Luffy and headed into the jungle. After carefully confirming no one was around, Luo somewhat embarrassedly unzipped his underwear and squatted down. I definitely need to learn skills related to barriers in the future. A jolt of relief washed over him. He pulled his underwear back up, then with a quick flick of his wrist, pressed the soil soaked in some kind of liquid deep inside, making sure no odor escaped, even though there wasn't actually any strange smell to begin with. Looking back at the dark jungle, Luo suddenly had a thought. According to the tropes of novels, 9 times out of 10, something unexpected would happen in a place like this, either a monster attack or an enemy ambush. How could that be? Novels are novels, reality is reality. Just then, 5 rapidly moving objects appeared in his perception, as if chasing him, quickly approaching his direction. Luo murmured in disbelief. Perhaps reality is even more absurd than novels. Soon, 5 semi-transparent blue frames flashed before his eyes. Iron Spine Wolf Mortal Realm, 9th rank. Its fragile spine has evolved, and its waist is no longer a weakness. Its fur is hard, easily withstanding the cuts of iron. It lives in packs with a clear division of labor, preferring to hunt small magical beasts and humans. Note, packs of more than 10 usually produce a wolf alpha. Storm Tiger Mortal Realm, 3rd rank. A large magical beast, swift in movement. With the enhancement of wind elemental magic, it is the fastest among magical beasts of its size. It has excellent sense of smell and vision, powerful dynamic perception, and claws as hard as black iron weapons. Note, it is intelligent and easily aroused by strange things. The frame seemed to only provide simple descriptions of the magical beasts. Wait a minute. The main point is, how could there be high-level magical beasts here? Of course, mortal and metamorphic magical beasts, not yet transcendent, aren't considered high-level. However, this is the only road connecting the territory to the capital. Even without the constant flow of people, there are 1 or 2 caravans traveling back and forth daily. The magical beasts in the vicinity have been driven away. It's impossible that a storm tiger just happened to chase 4 iron spine wolves across 1,000 miles, charging straight here from the dark mountains. Logically speaking, my strength should be enough to defeat them. A 1-level difference shouldn't be a problem. But would I be that reckless? Luo Xian appeared at the edge of the jungle with a clear conscience, running towards Luffy's location and shouting, "Uncle! A magical beast is attacking." Even before Luo appeared at the edge of the jungle, Luffy had sensed something running around. He immediately ordered the 3 guards on watch to protect the coachman and Alice, while the 2 guards responsible for starting the fire quickly grabbed their weapons and armor to prepare for battle, even though they hadn't found anything. "Miss, are you alright? Where are the magical beasts?" Luo, hiding behind Luffy, pointed a slender, pale finger into the depths of the jungle. "Uncle, they're in the woods. Can't you sense them?" In Luo's perception, 5 magical beasts were rapidly approaching from a kilometer away, or rather 4, because 1 iron spine wolf had just been instantly killed. However, this also created considerable distance between the storm tiger and the remaining 3 iron spine wolves. Mrs. Perception is amazing. Ryder, you all step back. You can't handle these magical beasts. Yes, Lord Luffy. So you can sense them too, Uncle? Miss, don't tease me. They're just a few magical beasts that haven't broken through to the transcendent level. Oh, is that so? Uncle, I choose you. Go for it. Why do you look so excited, miss? Luffy's forehead creased with exasperation. Why weren't you as energetic during early morning training? Don't let my and Alice's child end up like this. Roar! A violent, foul gust of wind swept through, and 3 enormous iron spine wolves, each over 2 meters tall, charged forward. Unfortunately, they were covered in blood and looked listless. Seemingly only just noticing someone ahead, the lead iron spine wolf let out a low growl and tried to circle around. Before Luo could even see clearly, Luffy drew his great sword from his waist and slashed horizontally. The pale white sword energy materialized, instantly cleaving the 3 iron spine wolves into 6 pieces. Seemingly sparing Luo and Alice, the blood at the cuts was congealed by the high temperature, and they only kicked up a few specks of dust as they fell. Is this the power of a superhuman? Although he wasn't within the superhuman's field of vision, Luo still sensed the changes in the surrounding magic power. A large amount of magic power was being drawn out and instantly condensed onto the great sword in his hand. The sword energy wasn't blood energy or compressed air, but pure magic power materialized to the naked eye. If Luo himself were to do it, he could probably only condense the shape of the sword energy, the kind that wouldn't kill anyone. The next moment, the storm tiger suddenly stepped forward, a gust of wind rushing towards him, but it was blocked by Luffy's simply condensed aura. The storm tiger, over 3 meters tall, was entirely blue-green with black stripes and spots. Pale blue wind stirred on its 4 paws. Probably because it had just killed an iron-spine wolf, its mouth was full of blood, and its fierce eyes concealed the most primal wildness. Roar! A tiger roared through the forest. The extremely intimidating roar, coupled with its ferocious eyes, instantly triggered a fear deeply ingrained in Luo's genes. Having never seen such a ferocious beast before, Luo's mind went blank, his heart pounded, and he felt breathless. From now on, anyone who says they can slide tackle me will fight me. Hearing Luo's rapidly beating heart behind him, Luffy, who had previously seemed indifferent, suddenly became furious. You think you're so great, little tiger? Seeing the group and the wolf carcass, the storm tiger, which had been hesitant to advance, was suddenly terrified and growled repeatedly, retreating incessantly. Its magical beast senses made it feel as if it were facing a formidable enemy, but it was also reluctant to give up such a plentiful prey. Huff, huff. The storm tiger's defiant growls brought Luo back to his senses. Seeing the storm tiger, which only dared to linger at a distance, Luo, despite being at the transcendent realm, was too afraid to move in its presence. Most importantly, so many people were watching. Although everyone's attention was probably focused on the storm tiger, Luo still felt a surge of shame. Miss, step back, I handle this little tiger, it be quick. Uncle, let me do it. Luo stepped forward expressionlessly, an inexplicable air of authority slowly rising from her small body, causing Lufu's heart to tremble inexplicably, as if he were facing a transcendent being far beyond his own level. Miss you this? Alright, I understand, don't be stubborn. Realizing that her embarrassing state might be seen by so many acquaintances, Luo felt her blood rush to her head, her face turning bright red. Didn't she care about her image? Suddenly, her pupils lost their light, her mind went blank as if a string had snapped, as if a tremor was echoing within. Luo had only one thought, get rid of it. Luo was completely enraged. All the negative emotions in his heart were forcibly suppressed. His heart pounded even harder, and the power of his blood and chi, which had been circulating millions of times, surged from its dormancy, only to be locked away within his body by his will. Within his soul, unseen by outsiders, the golden flame above his magical spirit flickered, a wisp of flame merging into his soul. Not only did Luffy feel the inexplicable pressure, but the storm tiger, as Luo's direct opponent, felt most of the pressure directed at it. The overwhelming pressure extinguished the azure winds clinging to its limbs. A voice seemed to whisper in its mind, run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Without looking back, it ran away. Bang! A shallow crater several centimeters deep was left in the ground. Luo leaped between the two in one step, then stood above the storm tiger's head in another. His long braid flew through the air, his crimson eyes now only filled with cold indifference. His small hands clenched into fists, gathering all his blood and chi, even causing his fists to swell slightly. Without any rhyme or reason, the hammer slammed down. The storm tiger didn't even let out a howl before its massive head caved in, creating a deep crater in the ground. Landed beside the storm tiger's corpse, Luo clenched his fist, silent. Visible pale red aura emanated from his slender body. His right hand, from which he had smashed the tiger's head, was dripping with blood, the storm tiger's blood plasma. The entire arena fell silent. The 5 guards stared dumbfounded at the fallen storm tiger and the godlike Luo. Dre's jaw nearly dislocated, they all gasped, meeting Luo's gaze as he turned towards them, and quickly lowered their heads, fearing they too would be killed. Just as Luffy was filled with worry, and about to rush forward to check on the situation, Luo's tearful cry rang out on the simple yet ancient road that had stood for over 1,000 years. It hurts. What? Hearing this, the guards and Luffy, who had been shocked by Luo's strength, relaxed slightly. Luffy burst into laughter. Ha! Miss, the little tiger had so many places to go, and you just had to hit the hardest spot. No wonder it hurts. Alice ran out from the guard's protective circle, feeling a pang of heartache when she saw Luo's red eyes, and the tears about to fall. Lord Luffy, Miss is still a child. How could you laugh at her? Miss. Be good. Don't cry, let's clean her up. Feeling inexplicably rejected, Luffy felt as if he had been struck by an arrow, his entire face darkening. The 5 guards wanted to laugh but dared not, and could only suppress their laughter as they went to clean up the 5 demonic beast corpses. The flames of the magical spirit within Luo flickered for a moment, then returned to calm. Chapter 12. Looking at Alice carefully bandaging her right hand, Luo blushed and warned, "Don't you dare tell Mother about this. Otherwise, I definitely make you pay." "Yes, yes, my dear lady, I promise I won't tell Madam about your crying." "Ouch. You're asking for it." The carriage was filled with cheerful laughter, but Luffy sat alone on a large rock with a bag of wine, taking sips now and then. His heart was far from calm as it appeared. As a transcendent being who had transcended mortals, Luffy knew the vast gap in strength between the transcendent and those below. Whether in the mortal realm or the transcendent realm, from a life perspective, they were all mortals. Iron could cut their skin, and disease could invade their bodies. Even in the 4th stage of the transcendent realm, compared to the mortal realm, the improvement lay more in the soul and the 5 senses. The improvement in other aspects of the body was not significant. Only by breaking through to the transcendent realm, and using magic to transform the body, can one surpass human limits, achieve limitless self-improvement, and truly wield magic. Therefore, even the weakest 1st-tier transcendent being is far beyond the capabilities of the 4th-tier mortal realm. Their abundant life force allows transcendence to retaliate even after a fatal attack. Most importantly, as the source of supernatural power, magic, when used in the same attack method, is more than 10 times stronger than the power derived from human blood and chi. Below the transcendent realm, all are mortals. This refers not only to realm level. But what did Xerxes Ruff see today? A 15-year-old girl unleashing the power to kill a transcendent realm magical beast in a single blow, and in the most direct way, by smashing it head-on. Literally speaking, this power was already infinitely close to the 1st level of the transcendent realm. More importantly, she only used the power of her blood and chi. If she were to break through to the transcendent realm, she clearly slacked off in her training every now and then, and was usually quiet and unassuming, showing no resemblance to a strong person whatsoever. And that oppressive aura that even terrified him. If it hadn't vanished without a trace after killing the storm tiger, he wouldn't have dared to approach rashly. He wasn't unfamiliar with examples of uncontrolled outbursts. Taking a large gulp of strong liquor, Luffy realized how wise it had been to shamelessly cling to his young mistress's side. Even though she called him uncle all the time, showing no respect whatsoever, if he could truly follow the future saint-level master, he'd even call her son. However, she is still a child after all. She needs to grow up properly. "Uncle, I heard you say I'm a child." "Eh? Miss, did Lord Luffy really say that? That's a bit off." "Ah. Miss Alice, I didn't. Please let me explain." The liquor suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. Sitting in the carriage, Luo, who had just finished eating, pinched a translucent, irregularly shaped crystal between 2 fingers. It was roughly oval, pale blue overall, and through the sunlight, one could vaguely see flowing gas inside. Holding it in his hand, it seemed as if a gentle breeze was surrounding it. This was a magic core from the storm tiger. A guard had taken it out, cleaned it, and handed it to Luo. Unlike the luminous magic core in the library, which only showed scattered white crystals, the storm tiger's magic core resembled a true gem. In Luo's perception, besides the fluctuations of magic power, there was a peculiar force within it, a force different from blood and chi, or magic power itself. After careful recollection, Luo realized that the aura of this force was very similar to his soul form in the Sea of Souls. So this is soul power. Too bad I can't use it now. I take this as my second trophy. As for his first trophy from many years ago, it withered after the fragrance disappeared on the 3rd day, and the notification box in his eyes also vanished. So one day, a maid cleaning the room threw it away like a weed. It's a bit of a pity, but this thing should last a long time, no big problem. The little maid Alice opposite her was staring wide-eyed at the 3 dark red stones in her hand, drooling. Several large yellow crystals were inlaid on them, giving them a more substantial feel than ordinary stones. Just now, Luo had found the 3 iron spine wolf magic cores unsightly and given them to Alice. A 9th-tier mortal realm magic core was cheap compared to a transcendent realm core, but it was still worth 10 gold coins, enough for an average family to live on for 2 years. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Alice, who had never held so much wealth before, practically had eyes that looked like money. "Sister Alice, you're drooling. Wipe it off." "Ah. Sorry. I lost my composure." Quickly wiping her mouth, Alice looked at Luo with adoration. "Miss, you're so amazing." Feeling overwhelmed by her intense gaze, Luo turned to look at the scenery outside. Sister Alice, what do you think the Imperial capital is like? The Imperial capital? Alice rubbed her cheek against the magic core in her hand. I don't know. The farthest I ever been is Duff City, and that's incredibly big and prosperous. I think the Imperial capital must be 10 times more beautiful than Duff City. Trying her best, Alice could only imagine it being 10 times the size of Duff City. Any bigger? That couldn't be possible, could it? 10 times. I read in a book that the Imperial capital was built 12,000 years ago and expanded 3 times. Now it's a full 3,500,000 square kilometers, 35 times the size of Duff City. But even from the book, you can't really get a sense of what it's like inside. 35 times is so big. Isn't it much bigger than 10 times? Yes, it's more than 3 times 10 times. That's really big. Time passed amidst the maid's exclamations. After an unknown amount of time, when Luo woke up again, she found the carriage had stopped. There was some noise around her, and Alice was nowhere to be seen. Pulling back the curtain, she saw that it was already dark. Stretching and letting out a cute, lazy sound, Luo happily opened the carriage door and stepped out. For guards and 2 coachmen were gathered around a fire, cooking something. A pleasant aroma wafted from them. Luffy and Alice were talking nearby, seemingly enjoying their conversation. Strange. Where's the other person? Let me think. His name is Nathan. Looking around, he saw him standing by another fire, talking to a group of strangers. Did you run into another caravan? The other caravan had 8 carriages and 20 or 30 people, much larger than Luo's. The dim firelight couldn't obstruct Luo's vision. The 2 camel-like beasts, one large and one small, on the carriages identified them, itinerant merchants from the continent. This was an extremely large merchant alliance, composed of merchants of all sizes. They had no fixed bases or strongholds, constantly traveling between cities and countries, profiting from the sale of various goods. In most cases, they brought convenience and surprises to the areas they passed through, of course, occasionally bringing fright and death. The distinguishing feature of each caravan was the palm-sized personal badge to the right of the caravan emblem. Luo examined it closely. A wooden wheel. Never heard of it. Probably a small, unknown caravan. After all, this wasn't a main route between the Empire and its western neighbors, and besides, that region was mostly inhabited by foreign tribes. Few caravans would be willing to go there. Luffy spotted Luo immediately, and waved for her to come over. Before she could even greet him, a guard named Nathan, seemingly finished with his conversation, rushed over carrying several cloth bags. Judging from his expression, he must have acquired some valuable items. Upon seeing Luo, the young man's joy vanished instantly, and he quickly straightened up. Greetings, miss. His respect was considerably greater than in the morning. Thinking about what she had done at noon, Luo was still a little embarrassed, especially after everyone had seen her cry. She felt ashamed. She wanted to disappear into a crack. Ahem, it's all right, you can go about your business. Yes. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat, Luo went to where Luffy was and sat down next to Alice. Uncle, which caravan was that? She glanced at the caravan. Luffy seemed unconcerned. I've seen them twice. They're a small caravan traveling between Duff City and Seekin Town. I think they're called the Ollie Caravan. They usually sell refined salt and mineral crystals, which are Seekin Town's specialties. Alright, Ryder and the others have finished cooking. Let's go over there. The conditions in the wild were naturally not as good as having a professional cook at home. Although 2 of the chosen guards had cooking experience, Lo wasn't one to be pampered, and Luffy had experienced this quite a bit in his youth, so the group ate with relish. After eating and drinking their fill, Alice seemed a little sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Lo told her to go back to the carriage to rest. He wasn't sleepy himself. He slept almost all day, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't fall asleep. Luffy seemed to be discussing tomorrow's plans with the others, while Lo sat idly by the fire, his crimson eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Luo was lost in thought. In the stillness of the night, the whispers and clamor of the crowd seemed to fade away. His thoughts drifted and expanded. The sounds around him disappeared, leaving only the flame before him, like a graceful woman, captivating with its leaps and bounds. Sparks flew out, then vanished in an instant, leaving only a lingering heat. Strangely beautiful. He subconsciously reached out and caught a ball of flame in his hand, imagining it becoming his own. The flame in his hand shook violently, but ultimately shrank into a small, glowing yellow fireball. Luo's pupils deepened. The fireball extinguished and reignited rapidly in his eyes, repeating hundreds of times in an instant, tinging the ordinary yellow flame with a golden hue. Then, the fireball dissipated, leaving only a strange symbol. Snapping back to reality, Luo blinked her dry eyes, and saw the fireball in her hand. She quickly tossed it into the fire, sending up a cloud of smoke. When did I get a fireball in my hand? Didn't I get burned? Looking at the bandage on her right hand, it was charred black, but clenching her fist, it didn't seem to hurt anymore. Luffy had explained that the injury was caused by a burst of excessive force in a short time, without any specific training, resulting in damage to some of the meridians in her hand. It would probably take about a week to heal. It doesn't seem like it'd take that long. Trying to untie the bandage, her small hand was fair. The previously prominent red veins on the back of her hand had disappeared, replaced by a healthy pale blue, and there was no discomfort or stinging sensation. Throwing the charred bandage into the fire, Luo felt refreshed. Oh well, I feel a little off anyway, so it's just healing faster, no big deal. Miss, catch this. A small, pale yellow pouch was tossed over. Luo caught it precisely, glanced at Luffy who had turned back, and curiously opened the pouch. The pouch was an ordinary cloth bag, containing few items: a compass-like object, a blue, opaque cube, a long, red glowing crystal, and a ballpoint pen. She took them out one by one. She had never seen a ballpoint pen in the territory. Even Ruth used a quill pen. Although this pen was ordinary, seeing it in this world was a pleasant surprise. It must have been bought from a traveling merchant during a previous transaction. The crystal resembled meticulously polished colored glass, elongated and slightly triangular in shape, highly transparent, about a finger's length, with its widest point only the size of a little fingernail. It emitted a reddish fluorescence. I can't sense any magic. It's probably something like fluorite. She held it to her forehead, then took a hair clip from her skirt pocket, fastened the ornament, secured the crystal, and clipped back her left bangs, revealing a patch of her fair forehead. Seems pretty good. I show it to Alice tomorrow. He emptied the bag, taking the last two items into his hand. The blue cube felt like stone, its surface slightly rough, more like unprocessed raw stone than the chip from before. It had a faint magical reaction, and felt cool to the touch. This was probably the mineral crystal, a specialty of Scan Town that Luffy mentioned. It would be quite refreshing to make a pendant in the summer, though it's not really useful to me. Putting the carbon pen and blue crystal back into the bag, Luo carefully examined the last compass. It was called a compass only because it had a needle-like object in the center. A ring of incomprehensible symbols was engraved around the small disc, the surface smooth, without any directional markings. Using it to indicate direction wouldn't even tell you where south was. Could it be a defective product? After fiddling with it for a while, he found the needle was always pointing in a certain direction, but unfortunately, it wasn't in the direction the convoy was traveling. Luo gave up on following the needle to find out. After setting the compass down, Luo looked at the distant starry sky. The sparsely clouded night sky, bathed in moonlight and starlight, revealed a deep blue depth that inexplicably reminded Luo of his own Sea of Souls, which was a similar color. Perhaps, he could find information explaining the unique nature of his body at the academy. Chapter 13. No further words were spoken overnight. After bidding farewell to the traveling merchants of the previous night, the group packed their belongings and continued their journey towards the capital. The journey was always long. After the initial excitement wore off, Luo returned to her usual routine of quietly reading. The morning light shone on the caravan, sunlight streaming through the small windows of the carriages and falling on the girl's serene face. Her fair skin seemed to be bathed in a soft glow, creating a peaceful atmosphere that made one reluctant to make a sound. Luo slightly raised the book she was holding, The Transformation of Ancient Art, to block Alice's burning gaze. Only then did the tension subside. Aside from a few useful books on cultivation, the books in the Lord's castle were mostly entertainment books about art, folk tales, poetry, and picture books. Even religious books were rare. Luo guessed that this was because religions in this world truly possessed extraordinary abilities, so believers were more fervent, while non-believers felt less. Clearly, her father was not religious. To be honest, the feud between the Roy and Smith families 400 years ago was quite exciting, leaving the innocent and kind-hearted scratch that, Luo deeply shocked. When bored, a little gossip is quite enjoyable, a good balance of work and rest. Sister Alice, you've been staring at me these past few days. Is there something on my face? Putting down her book, Luo touched her face, puzzled. Very smooth, nothing wrong, and nothing on her skin. No, I was just admiring how good your skin is, Mississippi. It seems to glow. How come I never noticed before? Really? Maybe I've been spending so much time in the library that Sister Alice didn't notice. Or maybe she's been in the sun a lot lately, making her healthier? I only slept for 4 days, and my hair's a bit messy. Luo clutched her loosened braid, somewhat troubled. If she were to braid it herself, it would just be a haphazard bunch. Since her mother had braided it by hand, Luo hoped it would last a little longer. Hearing this, Alice's bright blue eyes lit up, and she quickly offered to braid her own hair. "Miss, let me fix your hair. You're not thinking about anything strange, are you?" "No, not at all." "Miss, please sit here, I get you a comb." As she spoke, she rummaged through her small bag. Forced into the situation, Luo had no choice but to remove her hair clip and sit between Alice's legs. 15-year-old Lori was a head shorter than Alice, and sitting like sisters. Her silvery white hair was smooth and silky, without a single split or dryness even after many days. A gentle loosening of her hairband caused it to fall freely down Lori's back, a faint, elegant fragrance wafting from it, like a blend of floral scents and natural body odor. Alice, however, remembered never seeing her young mistress use perfume or a sachet. "Mrs. Hair is so beautiful, I'm so envious." Hee hee. Receiving the compliment, Lori gently swayed her legs, letting Alice gently comb her hair. The comb's teeth glided against her scalp, a tingling, comfortable sensation. Lori couldn't help but close her eyes slightly, wondering if she was becoming a little addicted to the feeling. Feeling Lori relax, Alice smiled slightly, humming a light, cheerful tune her mother had taught her. Her young mistress was so adorable, like a cat. If only the Lord and his wife could spend more time with her. Seeing her young mistress all alone in the Lord's castle always broke her heart. The young maid, naturally, didn't have many thoughts. She simply hoped that more people could see her perfect and adorable mistress, so she wouldn't be all alone. She imagined that her mistress would smile more brightly then. A short while later, after combing her hair and skillfully braiding it back into a large plait, Alice declared that the new mistress was back. After resecured the hair clips, Luo looked at herself in the small mirror. She had to admit, Alice's skills were truly excellent. Her braid was almost indistinguishable from her mother's. Her once hip-length hair had become a waist-length braid. While not exactly 9/10 beautiful, it was undeniably adorable. "Sister Alice, you definitely have a long line of people if you become a hairstylist." "A hairstylist?" Alice's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then she smiled and replied, "If that's what you say, miss, then I have to work even harder." Perhaps even young maids have their own worries. Looking at the boiling broth in the pot, Luo gently stroked her chin and turned to Luffy, asking, "Uncle, can you condense water with magic?" Luffy, who was drinking hot soup, was taken aback. "Although I'm not a magician, I can still cast simple water-condensing magic." As he spoke, a palm-sized magic circle flashed between his fingertips, and a ball of colorless, transparent water floated on his fingertip. However, this water condensed from magic contains a relatively high concentration of magic, so it can't be drunk in large quantities. It can only be used for emergencies. "That's it. I've been wondering why we need to bring water. We can easily obtain water with magic. So why does water condensed from water attribute magic still contain a high concentration of magic? Shouldn't it all be converted into clear water?" Luffy downed his hot soup in one gulp, glancing at Luo with some surprise. "The question Miss asked. Is it difficult to answer?" "No. For those who have studied magic, it's basic knowledge." "That simple?" Luo looked utterly disheartened. Was he an idiot? However, for those who haven't been exposed to magic, it's true that they might not understand. "I originally planned to give it to you after you advanced to the transcendent realm, but since you asked, I give it to you early." Luffy pulled a thick leather book from his breastplate, his tone becoming serious. "Even Miss Alice can't see this book. Until you reach the transcendent realm, don't reveal any information inside, or something ominous will happen." "Yes. An ominous sign? A curse? Or just something to scare children?" Thinking this, Luo still said from the bottom of his heart, "I know." Placing the leather-bound book on his lap, Luo scooped out a spoonful of thick soup full of meat slices. Rice is the most important thing in the world." Having eaten and drunk his fill, Luo returned to the carriage alone, took out Luffy's book, its cover thick, taking up a quarter of the book's total thickness, without a title or any signature. How suspicious, a worthless book. Opening the cover, there was no table of contents. The first page featured 10 differently colored figures arranged in a circle. Based on the colors and shapes, Luo deduced that these were the 10 main magical attributes: wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, metal, ice, wood, light, and darkness. The pages were yellowed, much thicker than ordinary paper, indicating it was quite old. Turning to the second page, I found a description of magic. I adjusted my posture slightly to keep the midday sun from being too glaring, prepared some black tea and desserts, and enjoyed a midday nap. Sunshine, sweets, and reading, pure bliss. Magic is a supernatural force widely present in nature, said to originate from the fall of a god millions of years ago. The book doesn't explain what a god's fall is. Since magic is omnipresent, it naturally exists within living beings, including humans. From birth, humans possess a considerable concentration of magic. As they grow and cultivate, this magic spontaneously gathers in their blood, forming a special power, commonly known as blood and chi. However, as a natural product, the human body has a limit to the amount of magic it can contain. Excessive magic can twist mortals into demonic beasts. I see. A significant portion of demonic beasts are ordinary creatures twisted by magic. Could this be why demonic beasts display warnings? I'm skeptical. Forbidden dissemination of knowledge about magic? Otherwise something will happen. What are those two words? Looking at the large, bright red words at the bottom of the page, Luo Xiao frowned slightly. She recalled the words and realized that the two symbols before happened were indeed unfamiliar, completely unlike any characters in her usual vocabulary, more like random scribbles. Was it erased? Who could be so wicked? Frustrated, Luo turned to the next page, trying to reassure herself that she couldn't exactly find the culprit and beat them up. The book, which looked quite thick, only had about 100 pages after removing the cover. The largest section described the characteristics of various attributes, such as lightness corresponding to wind, growth to wood, flow to water, and so on. Wind also has the meaning of flow, right? Why isn't flow corresponding to wind? Scratching her head, Luo suppressed this question and turned to the section on light, her slender white fingertips tracing the lines, exclusively for the Church of Light. Those who touch it without the watchful eye of the God of Light will bear the consequences. Suddenly remembering something, Luo murmured, "No way, I remember having." She quickly immersed herself in her soul's sea, looking at the 10 magical streaks surrounding her soul. After comparing them several times, she was absolutely certain that the one emitting a bright white light was light attribute magic. The clown is actually myself? Returning to the book, Luo narrowed her eyes and said in a mature tone, "This book is not to be trusted." She quickly flipped to the only page describing darkness, which contained only 2 sentences, ultimate corruption. Unable to exist in the world. The great villain is actually me. Anyway, Luo didn't believe it. Could there be such a cute villain? As long as she didn't use dark attribute magic, who would know? She shifted her body, trying to find a more comfortable position, when she saw Alice opening the carriage door. Their eyes met, a little awkward. Luo quickly straightened her posture. She still had some image to maintain in public. "Miss, Lord Luffy said the departure might be delayed this afternoon, and he sent me to inform you." Closing the thick book, Luo asked, somewhat puzzled, "Has something happened? I heard we're traveling through the night, trying to reach Seekin Town before sunset tomorrow. We need to rest a bit more now, so the guards won't be exhausted. Finally, we're almost in town. I can finally take a bath." Having not bathed for days, Luo felt uncomfortable all over. "Yes, I haven't dared to change my clothes here." It was clear that little Alice also wanted a bath. Chapter 14. After traveling through the night, the group finally arrived at Seekin Town the following evening. Besides the road Luo had taken, 3 other paths extending from other cities converged in front of the town. Similar to the border town, Seekin Town also had its own walls and gates, and for some reason, the walls were considerably higher than those of the border town near the falling mountain forest. That's strange. There shouldn't be any danger here, right? Why are the city walls so high? Luffy explained to Luo. They were raised about 10 years ago. About 20 years ago, a high-quality magic crystal was unearthed here, attracting a transcendent-level gold-eating beast from the depths of the dark mountains. The town was mostly destroyed. Luckily, a passing high-level transcendent killed the beast. After that, to prevent similar incidents, the city walls were raised and thickened, and a 3rd-level transcendent expert is stationed here year-round. However, Luffy clearly didn't believe the story, shrugging, "But the dark mountains are 1,500 miles away. If the gold-eating beast could really smell a magic crystal that far away, our town would have been attacked countless times already. Just take this with a grain of salt." 2 guards stood before the gate, and a dozen or so convoys were lined up for inspection. Next to them was a huge banner with the words "All convoys must undergo inspection before entering the town," written in black paint, faded with age. Before long, it was Luo's turn. With all the paperwork in order, They were quickly allowed to proceed. Upon entering Seacon town, the air was thick with the smell of stone dust, somewhat like the abrasive smell of saltpeter. The streets were bustling with people. What caught Luo's attention most was a group of people dressed in coarse brown and white linen clothes, carrying large baskets piled high with stones of various colors. Are they miners? More or less. They call themselves miners, selling high-quality ores to customers. Some they dig themselves, others they buy from others, a combination of miners and merchants. Perhaps drawn by the carriage's splendor, several miners approached, carrying exquisite gemstones. Not daring to get too close, one of them, standing a few meters away, exclaimed loudly, "Sir, please look at this exquisite emerald. I guarantee its luster is the best in Seacon town." Another, seeing his limelight stolen, quickly shouted, "Sir, emeralds are common here. I have a stable source of high-quality ore crystals. They can be used to make necklaces, bracelets, and headbands. You won't be disappointed. His mineral crystals are so beautifully crafted they're practically gemstones. Sir, look at mine. This is a very rare black crystal, and it even contains magic. Go away." He has the nerve to say something with a concentration that instruments can't even detect. Don't believe him, sir. My crystals are of much higher quality. The argument escalated, almost turning into a fight. Luffy's eyes turned cold, and he stomped his foot. A powerful aura swept across the street, chilling the surrounding pedestrians and miners to the bone. They quickly retreated several meters, and two even ran away in terror. Seeing this, the remaining salesmen lowered their heads and left, heading to the newly arrived caravans to try their luck. There were plenty of customers. There was no need to gamble with their lives. Only a young boy with short brown hair remained in place. A guard stepped forward and coldly questioned, "What are you still doing here?" The boy's face was pale, but he still didn't leave. He forced a voice and said, "Sir, please give me a chance. I promise you get something good. Are you deaf? If you don't leave, let him come over here." A cool voice came from inside the carriage, making the boy's face light up. Seeing this, Luffy didn't stop him. Although most people coming to sell or were individuals with no real power and nothing of value, it was fine for the young lady to see for herself. It wasn't that Luo found him stubborn under pressure. Luo had never been comfortable in crowded places, even with the curtains drawn. It was just that she was somewhat interested in the local specialties and professions. She hadn't wanted to speak during the earlier commotion, but now that only this young man remained, Luo dared to muster the courage to ask. Pulling back a corner of the curtain, she peeked at the boy. Luo noticed he was wearing cotton clothes, unlike most people. Although they were faded from washing, they were still visibly clean, which made Luo feel a sense of goodwill towards him. At least he looked cleaner than the older man. Someone. Achoo. Does that feel like someone's cursing me? But even if Luo asked, she didn't know, so the little maid volunteered, "Young man, come up to the carriage and tell my mistress. I hope what you say is true, otherwise I'd be very confused." Hearing Alice's gentle voice, the young man snapped out of his daze from the fleeting glimpse, his face flushing slightly. "My lady, I will definitely not disappoint you." Amidst the envious glances of passers-by, the young man stood on the steps beside the coachman. Such a magnificent carriage must belong to nobles. If he could close a deal, becoming rich overnight wouldn't be a problem. Clearing his throat, the young man carefully selected two small pieces of ore from the basket on his back and handed them to the coachman, who then passed them to Alice. "My lady, the transparent crystal was mined from the deepest layer of the crystal cave. It has no impurities whatsoever. In my years of experience as a miner, it's an extremely rare shining spirit level. Miss asked you to tell us about the grading of crystals. We're new here, and don't know much about the area." "It's my pleasure. Crystal is one of the most important mineral products of Seacon town, the other being mineral crystallization. Based on the crystal's color, purity, size, presence of cracks, inclusions, etc., it's generally divided into 6 grades: fragmented crystal, mixed crystal, ordinary, inclusions, slightly flawed, flawless, and the shining spirit grade, which is above flawless." "Are you talking nonsense? That's 7 grades already." "Sir, although there are 7 grades, the shining spirit grade is extremely rare, only appearing once every 100 years. Therefore, it's usually not included in the general grading but is a separate, additional grade." "Alright then, how much is this one?" 450 gold coins." "How much?" 400 gold coins." "Sir, I can't go any lower." Luo waved his hand to calm Alice down, and the water. She knew a little about crystal. Clear crystal, or white crystal, was the most common and widespread color in another world. But in this world, due to the influence of magic, crystal mines absorb magic from the air when they are formed, usually displaying the color corresponding to that magic. Therefore, white crystal is relatively rare. As for why ordinary crystals only have one color instead of being multicolored, Luo said, I'm not a mineral expert. How would I know the reason? Crystals that absorb light magic emit a faint white light, while those that absorb ice magic appear a very pale blue. These are the two types of crystals closest to colorless crystals. However, the one in her hand did not have the characteristics of either of these. Upon sensing it, a magical void had suddenly appeared where the crystal was located. This meant that there was not a trace of magic in this crystal. You must know that magic is everywhere. You can even sense the presence of magic on the road surface where a carriage has traveled, or that blocks magic. First time seeing one like this. It looks just like glass, and I can't see what's so special about it. If it were really that valuable, wouldn't he have sold it already? Could it be man-made? Putting down the crystal, Luo felt that spending 400 gold coins on a slightly unusual piece of glass was pure madness. He picked up another fist-sized or somewhat similar to the blue cube Luffy had given him, but it was a nearly spherical, red, polyhedral, not transparent, and noticeably warm to the touch. Miss said she wanted you to introduce another item. Hearing this, the boy's eyes darkened. This usually meant he wasn't interested in the first item. However, he quickly perked up and introduced his second item. I didn't dig this one up myself. A friend who was leaving town gave it to me before parting. He only said it could continuously generate heat, possibly related to extraordinary items. If you need it, sir, just give me 20 gold coins. The price difference is huge. Secretly criticizing the strange price gap, Luo looked at the stone sphere. She was also curious why this thing could continuously radiate heat. Judging from the description and the boy's appearance, it shouldn't be radiation or anything like that. Perhaps it contained fire attribute magic crystals? Thinking this, Luo suddenly felt the excitement of opening a blind box. She released her senses, penetrating deep into the stone sphere. The surface of the stone sphere, apart from being slightly hotter, had the same magic concentration as ordinary stones. However, as her senses penetrated, the resistance increased dramatically, and Luo found it increasingly difficult. I refuse to believe it's just a mere stone. Her competitive spirit inexplicably surged, and Luo pushed her perception to its limit, focusing it in one direction. What Luo didn't know was that at the moment she fully concentrated, a wisp of golden flame appeared in her pupils, and her perception seemed to have pierced through something, becoming completely unobstructed. Within the thick stone shell lay a thumb-sized, transparent red crystal core. The intense heat caused a stinging sensation in Luo's senses, prompting him to quickly withdraw his perception. He then realized he was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Alice, watching him anxiously, visibly relaxed upon seeing him regain his senses. After a moment's thought, Luo instructed Alice to give the boy 30 gold coins. This item held a special value for Luo, undoubtedly connected to the extraordinary. The extra 10 gold coins were compensation for the boy. The 30 gold coins, along with the first crystal, were delivered to the boy. Although he hadn't sold the most valuable item, the sale of the second or crystal was enough to make him ecstatic, not to mention the extra large sum of gold coins, enough for equipment maintenance for the next 2 years. He thanked them profusely before leaving amidst envious glances from passers-by. Due to the boy's delay, the caravan found an available in a little later. They instructed the innkeeper to take care of the horses, and left one person to watch over the valuables before entering the inn. The first floor of the hotel was the dining hall. Luffy led the way, and the moment he pushed open the door, his massive, imposing figure silenced the entire hall for a moment. When sound resumed, it was much quieter. Seeing the sensible group, Luffy moved aside with satisfaction, revealing Luo behind him, his face contorted with exasperation. Did this guy not know how to write a villain? Look, that little girl over there, so pretty. Immediately, a sharp-eyed guest spotted Luo standing in front of the group. Her beautiful long white hair was braided into a thick plait, a pale purple dress covering her slightly full chest, adorned with a deep red ribbon, and long sleeves that revealed only her slender, white hands. Below, a deep purple knee-length skirt revealed her slender legs encased in thick white stockings, and she wore dark brown short leather boots. A pair of crimson eyes revealed a hint of naivety, and a light red hair clip adorned her bangs, revealing half of her forehead, adding to her cuteness. Her adorable and innocent appearance attracted the attention of many boys. I never seen anyone so beautiful. Bro, I think I have someone I like. Buddy, I think we both changed. I only glanced at her, and my bread suddenly lost its flavor. Is this the legendary angel? I'm going to immediately convert to the Church of Light. Nonsense, that's clearly an elf. Druids above, thank you for letting me see such a beautiful world. Be careful, she looks like a young lady from a high-ranking noble family, not someone to mess with. Is that a transcendent powerhouse next to her? Even with my 8th tier strength, I feel incredibly weak. The guests in the hall were buzzing with discussion, but due to the guards and Luffy's image, most people only glanced at her before quickly turning away. Luo regretted not bringing a long rope. She could only silently convince herself that everyone in front of her was just a bunch of ordinary cabbages. She sat stiffly in an empty chair at a table, her mind blank, only able to sit still instinctively. Thank goodness, she was a socially awkward person. Even greeting unfamiliar servants at home was embarrassing. Here, a group of strangers kept glancing at her, making her afraid to move. A guard booked 4 rooms at the inn and requested dinner. When dinner arrived, Luo barely tasted anything, ate a few bites, and then excused himself to go back to his room. As the door closed, a collective sigh of regret echoed in the lobby. Sigh. Back in his and Alice's room, Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted his cheeks, and told himself to cheer up. Whether it was something he gradually developed from childhood or the influence of memories from another world, as he grew older, Luo became increasingly uncomfortable in front of strangers, let alone speaking to them. Even with acquaintances, he felt incredibly awkward. Only with his family, Alice as his personal maid, and Luffy, who had been like a father figure to him for many years, could Luo completely relax and be at ease. Sigh. Should I change this personality of mine? But how? Chapter 15. The hotel provided showers, so after Alice finished bathing, Luo couldn't resist washing herself too. Although there was no odor, it seems girls are just naturally inclined to bathe. In the bathroom, Luo slowly took off her long dress. Even though she hadn't done any dirty or strenuous work, it was still quite dusty from not having changed it for so many days. Wrapping a long towel around her neck, Luo looked at the bathtub on the floor with satisfaction. This hotel is nice, it even has this. 5 stars. After filling the tub with hot water, Luo carefully stepped into it, letting her body slowly sink in. The warm water covered her shoulders, making her groan comfortably. She felt all 10 toes stretching out as much as possible. There couldn't be anything better in the world. The bathroom was steamy. Luo squinted like a kitten, leaning against the edge of the tub, immersed in the hot water. She felt like her body was melting. Luo's consciousness gradually blurred. She wanted to fall asleep. But she didn't actually fall asleep. Luo worried that if she soaked for too long, Alice would burst in, adding another embarrassing story to her past. Constantly threatening her wasn't a solution either. Splash! The fierce girl emerges from the bath. Shamelessly striking what she thought was a cool pose, Luo's blood surged, washing away the water and feeling refreshed. Since she rarely had a bed, Luo chose to wear a slightly thicker white nightgown. Yawning, Luo, her long hair flowing, plopped onto the large bed in the room. Alice, on the other side, was carefully tidying up the laundry. They would be staying in town for 2 days to replenish supplies, so the little maid needed to wash and hang the clothes tonight. Luo scanned the room with her senses, finding no signs of peeping or surveillance. So Luo boldly crawled to the head of the bed. The soft mattress was stuffed with cotton, and lying on it made her feel sleepy. After telling Alice to go to sleep early after finishing her work, the girl couldn't wait to lie down and drift off to sleep. Luo was awakened by a heavy feeling in the morning. Opening her eyes, she found Alice asleep on top of her body slumped diagonally across the bed. What an ugly sleeping posture. Gently lifting Alice's body, Luo crawled out from under her and carefully placed her back on the bed. She opened the window. It was just dawn, the soft morning light promising a good day, though the smell of minerals here somewhat marred this beauty. After washing up, she changed into a blue Barbie doll-style pleated dress, secured her hair clip, and put on the badge her mother had given her. Since Alice was still asleep, she simply tied her long hair up. After tidying herself up, she felt it was mostly okay. There was no full-length mirror, so a rough appearance was sufficient. If only I knew water mirror, but alas, I can't. After hearing Luffy's talk about magic techniques, Luo abandoned any thought of practicing them beforehand. Water mirror and fireball were both branches of magic techniques. Back then, he even thought of using fireball for lighting. That's just ignorance. He wanted to have breakfast, but going alone seemed too risky. Since he wasn't hungry, Luo decided to finish the book Luffy had given him. Last time, he'd been interrupted by Alice and hadn't continued. He flipped through it, reaching the last section. After describing the characteristics of various attributes, the last few pages didn't contain much text. Essentials of magic manipulation. First, ensure abundant soul power. Second, pay attention to magic conversion efficiency. Third, be wary of residual magic. Fourth, oh, there's no fourth. Is it the factor of residual magic? This tone sounds like some kind of common sense that beginners must be aware of. No wonder the old man said it's the foundation of learning magic. Although he didn't understand why he needed to be wary, he still memorized it. The next section was filled with incomprehensible symbols, and several patterns composed of these symbols. The writing was neat and tidy, and just looking at them gave one a sense of mental stimulation. Luo guessed they were some kind of incantation. Why is that old man so unreliable? I can't understand this stuff. Do I have to learn a new language? No wonder there are so few superhumans. They can't even learn the simplest magical techniques. After flipping through a couple of pages, Luo suddenly saw a familiar symbol, but she was certain she hadn't seen it before. It was a symbol that made her feel irritated just looking at it, like a jumble of small circles and rough strokes in a doodle. Her fingertips subconsciously tried to draw the symbol, and her mental state flickered slightly, but nothing happened after she finished. Okay, she knew it wouldn't be that simple. Undeterred, Luo reviewed the symbols on the last few pages, making sure she memorized them. Closing the book, Luo had originally planned to ask Luffy about some parts she didn't understand, such as the symbols and the special nature of the light and darkness attributes, but such beautiful weather, let's go out and play first. Definitely not procrastination. After rummaging around for a while, she finally found a coat with a hood. Although wearing a coat in this season and temperature was a bit strange, it was just a temporary measure. She could just buy a robe. Gathering her experience funds, Luo pulled the hood up and hurried downstairs. Perhaps because it was still early, there were only 2 or 3 customers having breakfast on the first floor. Luo walked quickly, and no one noticed her. The sunlight was a bit warmer than at dawn, but still retained the coolness of the night. Many people were already out on the streets, especially those selling breakfast and running shops, who had opened early. Luo looked around curiously, and came to what looked like a restaurant, where several miners were already eating. Having never eaten breakfast out before, Luo had almost always had it prepared by her family's cook. Soon, a waiter approached and, seeing Luo's silence, knew she was a new customer. Esteemed guest, our shop offers bread, salad, ham, sausage, scrambled eggs, and various fruits and vegetables, all made and sold fresh daily. We also provide milk, juice, and beer. What would you like, sir? If you're unsure, we have several set meals available. Something non-spicy is fine, and a glass of milk, please. Okay, dining alone, is that right? Then, we take your order of our most popular Vitality set meal. The food arrived quickly, and soon a full plate was presented. 2 slices of fried bread, spread with a creamy white sauce, topped with several slices of bacon, a croissant, a medium-sized sausage, 2 poached eggs, a glass of warm milk, and several slices of red fruit, resembling both tomatoes and strawberries. The portion was average, but enough for Luo. He forked a piece and took a bite. Delicious. Impossible. It was just like the most ordinary roadside breakfasts he remembered. Not bad, but a far cry from what a private chef could make. Okay, I shouldn't have had any expectations. After half an hour of eating, Luo patted his still flat stomach and couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. 20 copper coins in total. So cheap, that's good. He looked around and realized he didn't have any copper coins, so he could only take out a silver coin. Taking back the 80 copper coins and change, Luo decided to go to the clothing store to buy 2 sets of clothes to cover his figure. Shortly after Luo left, 2 thin men exchanged a glance, left the exact amount of money, and silently departed. Generally, towns and cities frequented by adventurers have 2 types of clothing stores, one offering everyday clothes, and the other selling thick clothing and certain items for outdoor adventures. Most can be identified by their names. For example, this store, Adventurer's Clothing, displayed a vest made of animal hides and vines. Upon entering, the goods were mostly simple, lacking the elaborate decorations of everyday clothing. Comfort wasn't a primary concern. Perhaps due to the abundance of minerals in the area, many garments had lightweight yet sturdy stone slabs embedded in easily worn areas. After browsing, Luo found her target. She picked out a brownish-yellow hooded robe that reached her calves. She tugged at it. It was made of cotton and linen, and the quality was quite good. When Luo went outside, she was already wearing the robe. Unless you saw her face directly, no one would guess that this short, goblin-like adventurer was actually a cute little girl. A moment later, a thin man standing guard in a small alley opposite the shop scratched his head in confusion and said to the man a head taller beside him, "Brother, where's the fat sheep from before? Strange, I saw her walk into the shop. Did she go out through the back door? Brother, what about us? You squat here. I go check the back door. If you find her, tell me immediately. But before the man could get up, a sharp, stabbing sensation came from behind, and a heavy pressure pressed down on his shoulder, startling him. He quickly said, "Sir, let me go. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. We leave right away." The other man remained unmoved. The tip of his knife pierced his skin slightly. Just as the man was considering whether to kneel down and beg for mercy, he finally spoke. "Why were you following her?" His voice was hoarse and strange, clearly disguised. Several thoughts raced through their minds in an instant, but the eldest brother ultimately decided to tell the truth to avoid angering the other men and having him pierced through their backs. We just saw her spending lavishly in the shop. My brother saw at least 10 gold coins in her bag, and he got greedy. Sir, please spare us this time." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain shot through his neck, a powerful surge of energy flooded his body, and the two men collapsed to the ground. "Just two petty thieves. We didn't find that thing. You two stick close to her, and retrieve it before that superhuman meets her." "Yes, sir." A short while later, the two men slowly regained consciousness, only to find they were still alive. They scrambled to their feet in a panic and ran away, terrified that the other man would come back and stab them through the heart. Luo was unaware of what had just happened. Wandering around, he arrived at a market-like place. It was already broad daylight, and most people who had work were up. A wide street was lined with stalls of varying sizes on both sides. After a moment's thought, Luo decided to buy some gems to take back to his mother. He realized he hadn't given her a proper gift in a long time. The noisy shouts and haggling filled the air, but with his divine artifact hood up, Luo felt no emotion, even a little excited. Most stalls sold ores and gems, while a few sold various strange machines. Squatting in front of a machine stall, the rough machine was covered in blackened grease, resembling a steel drill and filter. It seemed somewhat out of place in this world dominated by supernatural power. However, in his perception, it only resembled industrial machinery from another world on the outside, with symbols similar to those in thick books engraved inside, suggesting it was powered by magic or a magic core. Luo wasn't a miner, so he just looked around curiously and left. The numerous stalls set up by mining merchants and miners on both sides of the street broadened Luo's horizons. Various colors and shapes of rough stones, as well as polished and dazzling gems, filled his eyes, making even the sunlight seem colorless. So many kinds. What should I buy? This is. On the stall in front of him was a blue cube, similar to the one Luffy had given him, only smaller and less regular in shape. Pointing to the stone, Luo asked softly, "What is this?" People dressed in all sorts of clothes were on the street, especially adventurers, so Luo wearing a long robe was quite common here. The stall owner. She was surprised that this adventurer, as tall as a goblin, had such a pleasant voice. "Good eye, sir? This is blue jade, a superior mineral crystal that crystallized from blue jade just 2 days ago." Is this jade? Miss, is this your first time encountering mineral crystals? Perhaps because Luo was the only customer looking, the stall owner explained with interest. Mineral crystals are generally products of minerals crystallizing in a high concentration of magic. You adventurers should understand, right? It's that. Materialization of magic. Yes, mineral crystallization is when earth attribute magic comes into contact with a special crystalline ore, and the magic of the ore reacts. Stones formed by natural solidification vary in shape and color depending on the type of mineral crystal formed. The higher the concentration of magic power, the purer the crystals, and the more residual magic power they contain. For example, this piece of blue square jade in my hand crystallized from blue square stone containing water attribute magic power. It doesn't retain much earth attribute magic power, so its quality isn't very good. However, blue square jade itself is rare, so customers who want to buy it will have to pay 20 silver coins. Oh. Luo's eyes darted around halfway through his sentence. What was all this about? Did miners need extensive theoretical knowledge? Watching Luo walk away, the stall owner's lips curled into a smirk. He pulled out a tattered booklet from under his stall, the cover of which vaguely read on the formation of magic crystals. This book is really good. It's worth the 3 silver coins I spent on it. Materializing magic power, naturally solidifying, only outsiders with those brains would believe that. Next time, I explain this using ley lines and magic tributaries. As he spoke, a green fist-sized, four-sided prism was taken out, awaiting its destined owner. Chapter 16. After Luo walked away and came to his senses, He was already holding 3 mineral crystals of different colors, including the blue jade. Going back would be too much trouble. Forget it, Sai. From then on, Luo became more cautious, observing but not asking, listening but not speaking. Trying to trick me again? No way. Gradually, Luo also learned that 90% of the town's income relied on mining. To date, there were over 300 mines here. The most famous, with the most miners, and also the most dangerous, was the Crystal Cavern. The surface open-pit mine area alone exceeded 10 square kilometers, reaching a depth of over 500 meters. Deeper still, there were dozens of tunnels connecting to natural caves. It was said that not long ago, miners were attacked by underground monsters at a depth of 4,000 meters. This reminded Luo of the boy. He seemed to have mentioned finding the glass deep within the Crystal Cavern. Could there be a connection? However, Luo and her group were only in this town to purchase supplies. What happened here was none of her business. After wandering around for about an hour, having covered less than half the street, Luo worried that Luffy and the others would be anxious if they didn't see her when they woke up. She decided to head back first. They still had almost a day to spare, so there was no rush. Esteemed guest, I have some good stuff here. Would you like to take a look? A man dressed entirely in black, wearing a high-brimmed hat, appeared before her, only his chin visible. His mysterious demeanor immediately reminded Luo of a film collector from some era in another world. They have that kind of thing here too? Why don't you find someone else? I'm not interested. Esteemed guest, there's no need to refuse so quickly. Let me explain what it is before you decide. Well, tell me then. Thank you for your generosity. The man in black glanced around slightly and said softly, It's too crowded here. Let's go somewhere less crowded. Then forget it, I'm in a hurry. Speechless, she glanced at the mysterious man in black. The whole street was bustling with people. Going to a less crowded place would definitely waste a lot of time. She'd rather spend that time exploring. Luo lifted her foot to leave, but the man in black reached out to grab her. Seeing this, Luo shifted her feet slightly, instantly retreating several meters. What do you mean by this? Not low level. Activate. Backup plan. A low shout rang out, and 5 ordinary-looking people instantly appeared. 4 were disguised as travelers, and 1 was disguised as a nearby stall owner. Their blood boiled, indicating they possessed strength at the 7th or 8th rank. The leader, a man in black, had even broken through the mortal realm and entered the transcendent realm. Before anyone nearby could react, the 6 men charged forward. Luo only managed to raise his hand to block the black-clad man's claw attack before being struck in the waist by the enemy disguised as a stall owner. He slammed into the opposite stall, scattering or across the ground. Only then did screams erupt. Passers-by scattered, and the nearest stall owners abandoned their stalls, hastily grabbing their most valuable items and fleeing. The sudden punch to the waist made Luo's face, hidden under his hood, contort in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before he could even stand up, the black-clad man lunged forward, attempting to strike first. You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? A powerful surge of energy erupted suddenly. Her small hand, swift as lightning, burst from the dilapidated stall, forcefully seizing the black-clad man's wrist. To his astonishment, Luo rose and raised her head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Her emotionless pupils seemed to stare at a corpse. With a violent flick of her arm, the black-clad man was blasted like a rag doll into the street, crashing into the boulders and creating a shallow crater. The remaining 5 people immediately stopped, staring at Luo's small figure, but dared not make a move. Cough, cough. Didn't expect to fail. The man in black coughed violently twice, spitting out a pool of dark red blood. He tried to get up with his right hand, but found it was broken. Struggling to his feet with his other hand, he shouted to the 5 people who surrounded Luo but dared not attack. Mission failed. You run. I hold her off. Big brother, we're not leaving. So what if she's a slightly higher rank? A guy who can be knocked down by Flying Eagle's punch can't possibly be above the extraordinary level. We can definitely take her down together. I told you. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He stepped in front of the man who was speaking, and with a terrified look in his eyes, kicked him into the stall behind him, sending him flying and sending a pile of rubble flying. Retreat. Her strength far exceeds our expectations. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to linger either. They didn't even dare to rescue the person who had been kicked away. They immediately split up and fled. Luo didn't know if she could catch up with everyone, but she wouldn't let go of the person who had punched her. Her waist was still throbbing. She kicked up an unknown green gem, grabbed it in her hand, and threw it at the stall owner. The small gem, like an arrow, accurately struck the man's thigh, piercing through it. His thigh was severely injured, and the man fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The entire attack took less than half a minute. Of the 6 attackers, 1 lay unconscious on the ground, another had a broken leg, and even the strongest was rendered incapacitated with a single blow. A gust of wind blew down Luo's hood, revealing her utterly calm eyes. Her powerful aura caused those still on the street to overlook her delicate features, remembering only the ruthlessness and strength of her attack. Make way! The sheriff is enforcing the law. Hearing this, Luo instinctively panicked, quickly pulling her hood back up. She leaped from the rooftop to another street, while the black-clad man on the ground struggled and stumbled away. It must be said, the sheriff of Seacon Town arrived quickly, but unfortunately, the battle ended too soon. They could only deal with the aftermath. She ran quickly towards the inn, having to ask passers-by for directions twice because she didn't know the way. Only when she reached her room did Luo breathe a sigh of relief. Taking off her robe, Luo felt her heart pounding, a wave of fear washing over her. This was the first time in her life she'd been attacked. Although she fought back in anger, the traumatic experience took a long time to calm her down. I hope I didn't kill anyone. What if I get caught? It's not my fault, I was just acting in self-defense. Even if someone dies, it's not my fault. Yeah, that's it, it's not my fault, it's all those people's fault. Constantly telling herself it was self-defense, Luo gradually calmed down from her anxiety. Only then did she realize that Alice was no longer in her room. She hadn't seen anyone, including Luffy, when she passed through the lobby. Had they gone out? Opening the window, she could see the convoy. The convoy and the people guarding it were still there, meaning Luffy had just gone shopping or something. Luo had completely calmed down by now. Thinking it over carefully, he realized he didn't know them at all, and had only been here one night. So who would want to capture him? A robber passing by? An assassin who had been following him? Or perhaps someone who was attracted to him by his looks? His mind raced wildly for a while, but he couldn't form a coherent logic. Frustrated, Luo scratched his head and finally decided to give up. Anyway, he wasn't going out, and with Uncle Luffy protecting him, who was he afraid of? Inside a manor in Scan Town, the guards at the gate saw the staggering man in black and quickly went to help him up. Lord Canias, are you all right? Never mind that. Take me to the Patriarch. Tell him the plan failed. A short while later, a tall man entered the main hall where Canias was, and sat in the. From the high seat, a deep and authoritative voice asked, Canias, what happened to the plan's failure? Forcing himself to stay focused, Canias knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, we didn't get the item. That girl's strength was beyond our expectations. Fighting her? No, it was a one-sided crushing defeat for me. Facing her, I felt the pressure of facing a superhuman. A superhuman? I understand. Whatever your reason for feeling this way, I will treat her as a superhuman. Go and recover. I will have the Grand Elder handle it. That item is too important to us. We cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, Patriarch. After the others in the main hall left, the Patriarch, seated high on his throne, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, no one can stop me from controlling this gem, not even a nobleman. Many people are ambitious, but not Luo. Right now, she's angrily, righteously, and dramatically recounting the morning's events to Luffy, who has just returned. After a long pause, Luffy asks blankly, you mean, while you were shopping, you encountered a dozen assassins dressed in black who killed everyone around you and then chased after you, but you remained fearless and fought them all off with all your might, one punch each, and even helped the sheriff capture them? Something like that. You think I believe that? Glancing at Luo's dirty dress, Luffy suspects she's made up a story she's too embarrassed to tell. Because of what happened 20 years ago, the security in Seacon Town is extremely strong. Moreover, it's rich in gemstones and jade. If security weren't strong, it would be in chaos long ago. A dozen assassins killing people in the street? Are there any stupid assassins out there? Even the young lady isn't well known in the territory, who would be so foolish as to send assassins. Ahem, there might be some discrepancies, but that's roughly it. Regardless of the truth, since the young lady has said so. Luffy's face turned cold. Young lady, you stay here? I take some men to investigate. Let's see who's so bold as to dare touch the Lord's daughter. Ahem, it's several people. Towns without a lord are usually ruled by a mayor. Generally, a lord's town has a half-rank higher status than an ordinary town, because it's directly granted territory by the empire. Ordinary mayors are appointed by the mayor of the city to which they belong. There's a class difference between the two. However, Due to the special nature of Seacon Town, Luffy couldn't directly search it. He could only take the two of them to the mayor's mansion first. Upon hearing of Luffy's arrival, the mayor quickly declined the requests of other visitors, and had Luffy and his entourage invited in. As a neighboring town, the mayor naturally knew general information about the Del territory, such as the genius superhuman in his 30s before him. This man had served the Del territory since the age of 20, breaking through from the mortal realm to the superhuman realm in 5 years, and was probably about to break through to the second level of superhuman. Lord Luffy, this way please. I long admired your reputation, and seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. Mayor Dukai, enough with the pleasantries. I come today with something to ask you. Although Luffy's status was lower than the Lord's, his superhuman realm was enough to keep the mayor, who was only at the mortal realm, from speaking out. The mayor's mansion wasn't without superhumans, but as long as he didn't make a move, they wouldn't bother venting their anger for a mere mayor. Please speak, my lord. I tell you everything I know. That's for the best. You know the lord's daughter, right? She was attacked this morning. Your sheriff should have news by now. Do I need to remind you what to do? What? Chapter 17. Dukai was stunned. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could very well trigger a conflict between the Del territory and the town's mayoralty. Even if the mayoralty wasn't afraid of the territory, he, the town mayor who had been relegated to the sidelines, would definitely lose his position, and in the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his head. Have Kefir report everything that happened this morning to me. A servant, upon receiving the order, hurried out to find Kefir. Seeing this, Ruff's expression softened slightly. He punched his left chest with his right fist, and gave a knightly salute. My apologies. Not at all, sir. Please wait a moment. If it happened this morning, there should be news by now. A short while later, a young man reeking of alcohol entered the mayoralty. His face bore a striking resemblance to Dukai, and he seemed a little tipsy from drinking. Father, you called me? What's the matter so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, Luffy looked at the mayor with a half-smile. Dukai could only awkwardly smile along, and quickly whispered to the young man, Kefir, immediately report to the officials what the sheriff handled this morning. Kefir then noticed that his father was standing stiffly next to a tall man in knight's armor, with 2 guards in azure armor behind him. Immediately, the smell of alcohol dissipated, and he stammered, Yes, father, mayor. This morning, the sheriff handled 3 matters. At 3 a.m., he arrested a civilian who stole mining tools. Around 7 a.m., a fight broke out in Market Number 3, and the sheriff quelled the subsequent disturbances. At 10:30 a.m., a tourist forcibly entered the mine and has been apprehended. Tell me more about the second matter. What happened in the fight? Kefir hesitated slightly before immediately answering Rufu's question. Yes, sir. Around 7:30, several people reported a fight at Market 3. But by the time the security team arrived at the scene as quickly as possible, everyone except one unconscious man and one man with a crippled leg had disappeared. Fortunately, the fight ended quickly, and no innocent people were injured. According to witnesses, 6 men fought with a little girl. Kefir, don't talk nonsense in front of a transcendent being. Mayor, yes, that's what everyone who saw it said. I didn't believe it when I first heard it. Alright, Dukai, let him continue. It's unbelievable, but that little girl defeated those men in just a few moves. Some say the leader, a man in black, was suspected to be at the transcendent realm, but he was defeated in just 1 move. Perhaps even he himself didn't quite believe it, Kefir continued. The sound subsided, but a glance at Luffy and the 2 guards behind him revealed that they weren't angry or questioning. Instead, they seemed completely unconcerned, even displaying a look of adoration on the guards' faces. Wait, didn't they find this unreasonable? Defeating a Transcendent Realm cultivator in 1 move, that would require at least a Transcendent Realm cultivator, right? He could explain it with a Transcendent Realm beastman, but a human girl being a Transcendent Realm cultivator? He simply couldn't believe it. Kefir felt something was amiss. Perhaps the fight was an act, or maybe the girl possessed some powerful artifact, or perhaps everyone had collectively misjudged the situation. Seeing Kefir remain silent, Luffy frowned slightly. Did those 2 find anything? Sir, the unconscious man has woken up. After investigation, we found he infiltrated the town disguised as a tourist. We couldn't uncover his true identity. He's very stubborn and hasn't uttered a single word. Moreover, his injuries are severe, and our men can't use torture. However, Kefir smiled ingratiatingly. The other one only broke his thigh bone. Under our interrogation, he revealed some information, saying he attacked because he was looking for something on that little girl. Unfortunately, we still couldn't uncover the organization behind her. Don't worry, sir, it won't be long before he obediently tells you everything. Ruff looked Kefir up and down, stroking his chin with an air of importance. Young man, you're quite good. A little less alcohol would be even better. Find the person behind this as soon as possible. Thank you, sir. Leave it to me and my brothers. As for that girl, don't worry about her. Just find out who they are. Send the results to the Cyrillin, someone will meet you there. As Luffy and the others left, the atmosphere in the hall eased. Kefir wiped the sweat from his brow and asked his father, puzzled, Father, who are they? Just do your job. The mayor's mansion can afford to offend them, but the two of us can't, understand? Understood. Dukai's expression softened slightly. Go. You did well today. Those officials seem to be in a good mood. Yes, father. Kefir turned to leave, but Dukai's voice came from behind. From now on, don't use the title mayor in front of outsiders. You may have your flaws, but I've seen your abilities. Understood, father. Kefir's steps seemed lighter as he left. Leaving the mayor's mansion, Ryder, who was following behind, asked softly, Lord Luffy, are their words trustworthy? They have no reason to deceive us. Ryder and Buyer, you two go to market number 3 and investigate. I need to go back to the inn. Luo had already showered and changed into a clean white dress. Her old one, torn in several places, had been thrown away. Thinking back, Luo realized she should have distanced herself or become more alert when she first sensed something was wrong, instead of foolishly waiting to be punched before retaliating. What if she got punched in the face next time? Could she be disfigured? Remember, strike first, strike first. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Luo twisted away from Alice's embrace. Don't overthink it, just combing her hair. Opening the door, she saw Luffy. Curious, Luo asked, did you finish so quickly? No, still gathering intelligence, but contacting acquaintances. He asked a few questions. After a moment thought, Luffy spoke again. Miss, did you go out before this morning? No, I stayed in my room. Uncle, you know I don't like crowded places. That should make sense. What makes sense? Uncle, don't play riddles. I was thinking, given our itinerary, there's no reason for them to attack you. The only possibility is that you were in contact with that person yesterday afternoon. I didn't think much of it then, but now that I think about it, it's too suspicious for an ordinary boy to carry a crystal worth hundreds of gold coins. I have reason to suspect that those people are after that shining crystal. But I didn't buy it. Anyway, I need to go prepare. Miss, you and Miss Alice should be careful. Don't worry, I protect Alice. After Luffy left, Alice angrily hugged Luo's head. Miss, those people attacked before even finding the right person. It's outrageous. Alright, Alice, they're weak anyway. If I hadn't been ambushed, I wouldn't be a speck of dust. Is that so? Miss is indeed very capable. Alice's comedic timing is perfect. Reporting, sir. The prison has been broken into. Dukai, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea, coughed violently twice, and was furious. Where are the guards? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? Please calm down, sir. The guards were all knocked down with a single blow. They couldn't stop them at all. Standing up, Dukai paced a few steps with his hands behind his back, then asked the person who had come, who was kidnapped? It was the prison from the 3rd market this morning. 2 people arrested for the city brawl. After a moment's thought, Dukai smiled slightly and said calmly, go down and call Kefir here. A short while later, Kefir entered the hall, puzzled, and saw his father sitting in a chair, drinking tea with a beaming expression. Father, you seem so happy. Something good must have happened? Ahem, I talk about that later. Go to the Zillerin now, and tell those gentlemen that the people we were looking for have appeared. Although puzzled, Kefir agreed and hurried to the inn to tell the guards, who had been asked by Luffy to wait there. Noon arrived quickly. Luo wanted to find some books to read, but couldn't just leave, so he could only reread the book Luffy had given him, looking for any hidden information. Just after Luo finished reading it for the 3rd time, Luffy and his group finally returned and told Luo some news. The attackers were likely the Lofia Merchant Guild, one of the 4 major gem merchant guilds in Seekin Town. Who are they? Uncle, did you find evidence? No, but the Lofia Merchant Guild has grown rapidly in recent years. A few years ago, there were only 3 major merchant guilds here. And since its rise, the other guilds' headquarters have been attacked by mysterious forces more than once. It's hard not to suspect it. That's too casual. What if they wrongly accuse an innocent person? The truth, of course, isn't so casual. The so-called shining spirit level crystal is nothing more than a toy to such a powerful force. How could they disrupt the surface balance for a single crystal? Unless, of course, that crystal involves a deeper reason, such as the crystal cavern. And coincidentally, Luffy has learned some recent information about the deepest part of the crystal cavern. However, Luffy clearly has no intention of going into detail. Luffy is still young, there's no need to spend too much time on this. Once he becomes strong, these strategies are insignificant. When the guard relayed the news of the prison break to Luffy, he didn't feel anything was wrong. That's how the script should go, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to set off as planned. Uncle, I go take a look too. Well, things beyond the plan always seem to happen. Luffy looked troubled. Miss, the prison is filthy. It's not appropriate for you to go there. What if you go too? What will happen to Miss Alice? You can't let her go to such a stinky place, can you? Ah? I understand. Uncle, please come back quickly. Alright, the unexpected event is over, plan as scheduled. Inside the mayor's mansion, besides Mayor Dukai and Sheriff Captain Kefir, there were two other people sitting. One was tall and slender, wearing a fitted long-sleeved suit, looking to be in his 30s. The other was burly and strong, wearing a short jacket and leather armor. His powerful arms were even thicker than Kefir's, who was standing next to him. Most importantly, both of them exuded an aura of transcendence, making Dukai and Kefir tremble and dare not move. As Luffy arrived, the collision of the three extraordinary realm auras caused the tables and chairs in the hall to creak. Dukai and his companion dared not breathe, puzzled as to why two extraordinary realm experts from the town mayor's mansion were here, seemingly waiting for Luffy. After a moment, the auras suddenly subsided. The three exchanged glances and laughed. The burly man laughed heartily. You're quite something, kid. I thought your cultivation would lag behind after becoming a Lord's Knight. Luffy smiled wryly, and casually sat down on a chair. Second brother, don't laugh at me. It's precisely because my cultivation isn't high enough that I asked you for help. The tall, slender man beside him spoke gently, taking a sip of tea. I heard you were escorting your young lady to the capital. You were attacked while you were here today? His smile vanished, and Luffy said in a deep voice. That's right. According to my investigation, it seems my young lady accidentally came into contact with something they wanted, and was mistakenly accused of taking it. I know Seekin Town fairly well. The only ones with the power to mobilize Transcendent Realm and high-level Mortal Realm cultivators are the town mayor's mansion and the 4 major merchant guilds. But this kind of behavior is something only the Lofia Merchant Guild would do. The tall, slender man raised his eyelids, his tone unmoved. I trust your intelligence, but that merchant guild is very powerful. Their Transcendent Realm level overshadows the other 3. If it weren't for the town mayor's mansion's covert support, Seekin Town would have already become theirs. Is your young lady ready? Don't worry, I secretly contacted the other 3 major merchant guilds' Transcendent Realm experts. I didn't want to get involved in this conflict, but since my young lady has crossed the line, I have no choice. Ha ha ha. I had my eye on that FIA merchant guild for a long time. I have to watch the show. Second brother, calm down. You're over 50. If you were more composed, you would have already broken through to the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm. Oh, big brother, you know my personality, hee hee. Dukai and the other man continued. Trembling, they could only tell themselves they hadn't heard anything, too afraid to move. Judging by the time, it should be time. Delaying too long won't do them any good. Ha ha, third brother, that old would never expect you to know us. Just then, the main hall door opened, and a servant from the town hall knelt tremblingly, saying, My lords, there are people from the Lofia Merchant Guild outside the town hall requesting an audience. The tall, slender man glanced indifferently at Dukai, who immediately shouted to the servant, Let them in. Then he continued to bow his head in silence. He just wanted to be a wooden puppet now. Today's events were too terrifying. This wasn't part of his plan. Chapter 18. A hearty laugh came from outside the door. Before the man even arrived, his voice preceded his entrance. I heard that the renowned Knight Ruff of the Dell territory has come to town. I was so busy that I couldn't greet him immediately. I sincerely apologize. The newcomer appeared polite, wearing a monocle, and followed by an elderly man in a gray robe. However, upon entering and seeing the 3 people sitting there, his expression clearly froze. What are you doing here? Ha ha ha. Look at that. I love seeing this brat make that face. Upon hearing this, the newcomer's expression darkened. The tall, slender man beside the burly man seemed deaf, only staring at the tea in front of him. Temperament? Quite good. So that's why there's that stench. It's the mayor's lackey, Pete. Why aren't you staying in your doghouse? Have you finally decided to side with the merchant guild? You're talking nonsense. Pete glared, taking a step forward. His chest, thicker than two people side by side, resembled a wall, his muscles bulging, his aura overwhelming. You shit-eating thing, I wouldn't even take you as my grandson. Pete, don't go too far. Hell, Lofia, come and bite me if you dare. You? Lofia wanted to smash Pete's head with a punch, but Roxy beside him was not to be trifled with. Weighing the difference in strength between them, Lofia decided to swallow his anger. After all, he was just there to buy time. He should have succeeded by now. Do you think your plan is perfect? You deliberately broke me out of prison to lure me here, so your men could go to my young lady's place. Luffy's eyes were as fierce as a monster's, staring intently at Lofia, as if he were about to pounce on her at any moment. Startled, Lofia immediately denied it. What plan? I don't understand what you're talking about. I just came to chat. Luffy stood up, his knight armor clicking with his movements. I never like trouble, so when trouble comes knocking, I deal with it as quickly as possible. For example, those people you sent, I think they should be back in the underworld by now. That's impossible. Lofia panicked slightly. No, you're just bluffing me, but since you know, I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm going to have that magic crystal. Now it was Luffy's turn to be confused. A magic crystal? What magic crystal? Wasn't it the giant crystal mine newly discovered in the cave? However, Luffy quickly put that out of his mind. What did it matter what kind of crystal it was? As long as the people were dealt with, nothing else mattered. In an instant, his extraordinary first-tier aura surged forth, pushing Dukai and Kefir to the side door. This was no longer a place for them. Humph, I don't want to fight you. A mere first-tier transcendent, you're no match for me. Then, what about with us? This was the first time Roxy had spoken since Lofia entered. Instantly, the auras of second-tier and fourth-tier transcendent beings erupted, their powerful pressure crushing everything in the hall to dust. This signaled the start of the battle. The once three-story Cyril Hotel was now a ruin. The guests who had stayed there suffered such a great loss, yet dared not utter a word, for the 5 violent auras emanating from the sky. You three, don't stop us, or we kill you all too. An old man stood in midair, his muscular physique accentuated by dark green armor, which shimmered with green light and exuded an aura of power. He was currently shouting angrily at the 3 men opposite him. Do you 3 major merchant guilds really want to be our enemies? A young man in a magnificent noble robe scoffed, drawing his slender sword and raising it level with the old man. Surprisingly, despite his youthful appearance, the man's hair was a fading gray. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop with the nonsense. Everyone knows your despicable ways. We wanted to wipe you out for a long time. This town can't tolerate you. A bald man, bare-chested and wielding twin hammers with unidentified red markings on his body, struck the hammers with a dull, resounding clang. One blow would likely be unbearable. Stop talking nonsense, and make sure they don't get away. The last man, a handsome middle-aged man dressed as a cowboy, drew 2 short daggers from his waist and charged forward. A white, chilling aura quickly enveloped the daggers, leaving a white trail in the air. Damn it! You want to die? Fine. Thunderstorm, you hold off the other 2, I take care of that old guy first. The armored old man vanished instantly, and then a flower bud half a person's height suddenly appeared in midair 100 meters away. It quickly grew and bloomed, and the old man was on the flower's core, a tall, emerald green staff already in his hand. He muttered a phrase, and the staff emitted 2 beams of light that landed on the bald giant and the handsome man. However, the fastest was the handsome man who attacked first. With a slash of his short dagger, the light condensed into ice, falling into the ruins of the inn. Then, without pausing, he thrust towards Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, a woman with long purple hair, smiled seductively at the handsome man who suddenly appeared. With a flick of her finger, purple lightning erupted from her fingertip, transforming into a long whip that bound the enemy. Alan, you're so hot-tempered, let me calm you down. The bald, burly man tried to dodge the light, but couldn't avoid it in time and was struck directly. Soon, thick vines sprouted from the point of impact, binding his hammers and arms tightly to his body. The young man in the tuxedo tried to help, but was blocked by Thunderstorm's lightning whip. As expected of the cunning and treacherous gray fox, but don't forget, there are more than 3 of us. Miss Luo, please make your move quickly. What? A sharp iron bar shot out from behind, piercing the old man's body if he hadn't been on guard. However, this also caused a lapse in concentration. allowing the burly man to struggle violently. The vine snapped inch by inch, and fiery red magic erupted, clinging to his body and twin hammers. Old man, die. The fight between the 5 superhumans affected an area hundreds of meters around the inn, with aftershocks frequently landing on the ground, creating craters. Those nearby wished they had 4 legs, fearing they might be caught in the blast and be instantly killed. Lola, holding Alice's hand, hid in a large tree 500 meters away. Around them were 2 coachmen and 5 guards, who were working together to fend off the stones and branches that kept flying at them. To be honest, she was still in a daze. How did 2 highly skilled people suddenly appear in the inn to try to capture her? Then 3 people suddenly broke through the ceiling from upstairs to block the 2. Then, 5 people broke into the inn, and the guests fled in panic. Next, there was a collision of extraordinary auras that caused the entire inn to collapse. Finally, the fight suddenly broke out. Upon hearing the words of the young man in the formal attire, although Luo didn't know who they were or why they were saving her, the fact that they knew her meant they recognized her, and that the 2 men had tried to capture her. Without hesitation, she grabbed something from the ground and threw it. The battle in the sky was gradually tilting in favor of the 3 merchant guilds. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 from the Lofia Merchant Guild would ultimately be defeated. However, the reality is that unexpected events are normal. The old man in midair couldn't dodge in time, and was struck down by the young man in the formal attire, his staff cleaved in 2. He was slammed to the ground. The young man's rapier shone brightly, and with a short incantation, the light was gathered into the sword, as if all its power was concentrated within it. The young man in the formal attire charged forward, his rapier like a star, pointing directly at the old man. Meanwhile, Lei Bao was being overwhelmed by the burly man and the handsome cowboy, unable to defend himself and unable to stop them. With a soft swoosh, a barely perceptible wisp of sword energy erupted from the rapier, slicing a gap over 10 meters long and of unknown depth where the old man stood. Just as Luo and the others thought they had finally dealt with one, the young man in the formal attire frowned. He could sense that the sword strike hadn't hit, had it been dodged. Suddenly, a dizzying smell filled the air. As the young man, sword in hand, wondered, dozens of slender, bluish-green vines burst forth from the 3 of them, piercing flesh and rapidly growing into a dense thicket. The young man tried to sever them with his sword, but his body swayed, and he suddenly plummeted into the air. The cowboy followed suit. Only the burly man, engulfed in flames, managed to burn the vines away and escape unscathed. The old man was nowhere to be seen. Now, the sky was filled with 2 evenly matched opponents, and the battle suddenly became unclear. Alice, as a personal maid, possessed considerable strength and cultivation talent, but she wasn't a genius. Currently, she was only at the 5th level of the mortal realm, roughly equivalent to the guards. The coachman, needless to say, was just an ordinary person. He couldn't even withstand a casual aftershock. Therefore, taking advantage of the temporary stabilization of the battle, Luo instructed the others to evacuate to a more distant location. As for herself, she wanted to observe more battles between extraordinary beings. She had never seen someone in the extraordinary realm go all out before. The town sheriff had already arrived, but facing extraordinary beings, going in would be suicide. He could only evacuate the crowd. Currently, besides Luo, there were only 4 or 5 cultivators near the battleground with peak mortal realm or transcendent realm cultivation levels. Eric, why don't we stop here? I admit defeat. The mission has failed anyway. Thunderstorm's once graceful body was now charred in many places, bearing several deep knife wounds. These wounds were imbued with special magic, rendering her self-healing abilities ineffective, thus weakening her by more than half. Eric, on the other hand, was tough and resilient. Even after being hit multiple times by Thunderstorm, his remaining strength was still greater. If the fight continued, Thunderstorm feared she wouldn't even be able to escape. Humph. No way. Don't think I don't know what your merchant guild is up to. If you really want to fight, I'm happy to oblige. However, whether those 2 will survive is uncertain. That old man's wood magic will continuously drain their life force, especially Sir Mirar. He doesn't have much time left, does he? In a little while, he might be dead. Eric glared angrily at Thunderstorm, but decided to save the 2 first. After all, the Lofia Merchant Guild would cease to exist after today. Thunderstorm was just a guest, so his death didn't matter. But those 2 were from the 3 major merchant guilds. Losing even one would be a painful loss. Landing on the ground, Eric used his hand as a blade, imbuing it with fire magic, quickly severing and burning the thin vines binding the 2. Thunderstorm didn't leave immediately, but retreated several hundred meters, watching Eric's actions from afar, lost in thought. Although it was a bit of a shame that the fight couldn't continue, the various unique combat effects of the superhumans were still a feast for Luo's eyes. The air was filled with chaotic magical energy. Probing into it felt like being swept into a washing machine. This was the first time Luo had known that magic could have such a violent form. 3 more figures appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Luo realized it was Luffy and 3 others. However, it was obvious that one of them was being dangled in midair by the other 2, whom he didn't recognize. All of them had tattered clothes, clearly indicating they had just finished a fierce battle. Thunderstorm also saw the newcomers, seemed to smile with satisfaction, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 19. Soon, Luffy and the others landed on the ground, and Eric had also dealt with the thin vines binding the 2 on the ground, but perhaps because of the delay, the 2 were still unconscious. As soon as they landed, Luffy couldn't wait to ask Eric, "How is my young lady?" It's no wonder he was anxious. 2 of the 3 were unconscious, there wasn't a single enemy in sight, and most importantly, his young lady was nowhere to be seen. Had something gone wrong? However, Luffy's worries didn't last long. Lo came running over from the side, looking at the others with curiosity. With familiar faces around, she felt she could be a little bolder. "Uncle, don't worry about me, Alice and the others are safe." These words cut off Luffy's question. After a moment's hesitation, Law asked again, "Do you know these 3 people, Uncle? They seem to have come to rescue us." To the others, a super cute little girl timidly asking them questions made their physical injuries seem painless. The bald man named Eric grinned, forcing a kind smile. "Little girl, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Like you said, we're all your uncle's friends. We're here to drive away bad guys." But his hairless, muscular face bore no resemblance to kindness whatsoever. Law subconsciously stepped back, pretending not to see the injured look on his face, and looked at the middle-aged man in beggar clothes next to Luffy. As for the other large, fat man, his smell was too strong, so they didn't dare get too close. "Pete, don't hate me. You guys, why don't you change your clothes?" That's right, eldest brother, second brother, and the 3 of you, with your clothes in such tatters, how can you stand in front of a girl like Miss?" As they spoke, they didn't seem to notice that their armor was also mostly torn, with the inner soft armor showing in many places. "So you think you're so good with words, huh? Come on, let's practice. I suppress my strength to level 1. Cough cough, big brother, I was just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." Ha ha ha. The empty street echoed with hearty laughter, the post-battle exhaustion seemingly easing somewhat. Except for Lofia, whose movements were restricted by the 2. The group arrived at the mayor's mansion. Eric carried the 2 unconscious figures, 1 in each arm. Half an hour later, the 2 slowly awoke, though Marare's hair seemed to have turned even whiter. The hall had been rearranged, and apart from a very faint smell of blood, it was no different from before. The 7 people, plus Lofia, stood in the hall, while the others were settled in other rooms within the mayor's mansion. Luffy kicked Lofia to the ground, then released the silence, allowing her to speak. Lofia glared at the group around her, wanting nothing more than to tear them all to pieces. Unfortunately, she was now devoid of magic, her limbs crippled, and her soul sealed by the magic of the 3 men. She could only vent her hatred with her eyes. "Miss, this is the person who ordered the attack on you, Lofia. My lady has questions for you, so answer them honestly. Pa, do whatever you want with me. What kind of person sends a little girl to humiliate me? I didn't even consider you an opponent." Lofia's face was covered in blood, her composure and elegance were completely gone. Luffy wanted to kick her, but Lofia stopped him. She glanced at Luffy indifferently. After half an hour of thought, she roughly understood what had happened. She settled the score with him later. Lightly stepping in her cream-colored platform heels, Lofia knelt down in front of her. Her crimson pupils were calm and still, yet Lofia felt a strange pressure. She was just a little girl. Luo's voice was clear and cold, like a mountain spring dripping onto a blue stone, adding a touch of sweetness to its sound. "To be honest, we don't know each other, and have never had any contact. I find it hard to understand why a successful businessman like you would do such a thing. What do you know? As long as I have that thing, the strength of a mid-level extraordinary being is within my grasp." Lofia's emotions were extremely agitated. Even though she couldn't get up, she struggled and twisted her body desperately. "Then the entire Seekin town will be mine. What are the 3 major merchant guilds? What is the town mayor's mansion? There only needs to be one Lofia merchant guild here. It's all your fault, yes, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you..." "Excuse me, although I somewhat guessed what you were going to say, It has nothing to do with me. I just want to know, why can't you trade properly? This? Lofia was choked by the sudden question then. His face contorted with rage. What do you know? That's a magic crystal. A 7th-tier magic crystal, you know? You couldn't afford it even if you sold my entire merchant guild. You're just a mortal. You don't even know what a magic crystal is. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. No one paid any attention to the seemingly deranged Lofia. The moment they heard 7th-tier magic crystal, the breathing in the hall became heavy. Luffy stepped behind Lofia, blocking their path. You're not planning to make a move, are you? Roxy and Pete exchanged a smile, and stood behind Lofia as well. Don't you think too little of me? The members of the 3 major merchant guilds gave a wry smile. Mirar plopped down in a chair, showing none of the composure of the former president of the Wagnergo Merchant Guild. We may be envious, but we're not going to act impulsively. High-tier magic crystals are rare, but they're also a hot potato. I don't want what happened 20 years ago to happen here again. Eric and the cowboy nodded repeatedly, and the atmosphere eased. Are magic crystals very precious? Luo genuinely didn't know, but she could ask, so she did. Ruff turned around and answered for her. Low-grade magic crystals aren't considered precious. Their price might not even match that of a magic core of the same grade. However, mid to high-grade magic crystals have much purer magic power than magic cores. A 7th-grade magic crystal is equivalent to 2 extraordinary 7th-grade magic cores, which is a great help to those below the 6th level of the extraordinary realm. At auctions, it can fetch at least 50 million gold coins. But miss, do you really have the 7th-grade magic crystal you mentioned? After thinking for a moment, Luo took out the red sphere from her small handbag. This was the second piece of, or that the boy had sold that day. In Luo's perception, there was an extremely hot aura inside. After thinking it over, only this thing matched the description of a high-grade magic crystal. I'm not sure if this is. Yes, that's it. Give it back. If you hadn't taken it, I wouldn't be in this situation. It's all your fault. It's all. A silence Lofia again. Luffy looked suspiciously at the stone ball in Lofia's hand. Under his soul power scan, the stone ball, apart from being slightly warm on the surface, had magic power far inferior to even the lowest grade 1st-tier magic crystal, like an ordinary stone. Was Lofia hallucinating? Miss, may I take a look at it? Look, there is indeed something very hot inside this stone. He had wanted to ask last night, but he was too sleepy and forgot when he fell asleep. Clumsily catching the stone ball that was thrown to him, Luffy couldn't help but complain, Miss, this is a stone worth 10 merchant guilds. What if it breaks if it falls on the ground? Holding it in his hand, the warmth piqued Luffy's curiosity. He gradually released his soul power, seeping into the stone sphere. However, as his soul power increased, Luffy became increasingly surprised. Beneath the surface of this outer shell lay a layer of stone with a dramatically increased density. Even with his 1st-tier transcendent soul power, he couldn't penetrate more than 3 centimeters. No wonder his cursory scan hadn't detected anything unusual. He handed the stone sphere to Roxy. Only he and Lofia were mid-tier transcendents here. Whether they could see inside depended on him. Luffy was also puzzled. How did his young lady know about the core? Surely her transcendent realm spiritual power couldn't be stronger than a 1st-tier transcendent soul power? Roxy, as expected of a 4th-tier transcendent expert, with a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, completely saw through the stone sphere. With a squeeze, the sphere neatly split in 2, revealing a red magic crystal the size of a pigeon's egg at its center. It was a regular pentagonal polyhedron, radiating intense heat, instantly raising the temperature in the hall by several degrees. The 3 members of the Merchant Guild couldn't help but swallow hard. This magical power was unmistakably the aura of a high-level magic crystal. Lofia on the ground struggled desperately. It was his. Unfortunately, the magic crystal was tossed lightly, flashing a pale blue light in midair before landing precisely in Lofia's hand. The temperature in the hall stopped rising. Lofia looked at the magic crystal in her hand. 3 intersecting blue runes appeared on it, like a lock, locking the heat and magic power inside. She sensed that the originally released massive amount of magic power had been confined to a small stream, slowly absorbed by her body. This uncle is a good person after all. Lofia on the ground. A good person. This fire magic crystal has been sealed with ice magic power. Wearing it will benefit your body. If you have a fire affinity, you can also use this magic crystal to assist in cultivation in the future. Unfortunately, it's been a while, and some of the magic power has been lost. A slight loss was unavoidable. She wasn't a prophet. She was content to have gotten something for a low price. Recalling her learned etiquette, Luo lightly lifted her skirt, slightly bent her knees, and nodded in greeting, saying, La Grandelle Luo thanks you. That guy Luffy definitely didn't introduce me. My name is Roxy, Balza Roxy. Oh then thank you, Uncle Roxy. Uncle. Rox's eyes twitched slightly. Even though he looked to be in his 30s, his 4th-tier transcendental status granted him a long lifespan. He's over 200 years old. Why does being called uncle make him feel a generation younger than Luffy? Uncle Roxy? Fine, who can blame him for being so adorable? It's nothing, no need to worry about it. How Luffy handles Lofia isn't his concern. After being dragged away by the mayor's men, the Lofia Merchant Guild was divided up by the 3 major merchant guilds and the mayor's mansion. Since the Lofia Merchant Guild attacked Luffy first, and Luffy played a crucial role, Luffy and his group also obtained a portion of the guild's collection and assets. Most of the collection consisted of mineral-related items, which were useless to Luffy. So, aside from taking some gold coins, the rest was left for Luffy to dispose of. After a quick tidying up, Luo went alone to the spacious warehouse. This was a storage warehouse for the Lofia Merchant Guild's collection. Scanning the area, he found about a dozen items, half of which were exquisite gemstones and crystal ornaments, along with several giant pieces of raw ore. Suddenly, Luo's expression froze. On the shelf displaying the gemstones, a flawless, colorless crystal sat quietly. He walked over and gently picked it up. The familiar shape and magical energy pocket. It must have been bought. What the truth was, Luo didn't know, nor would he think about it. After carefully storing the shining spirit-grade crystal, Luo picked out 2 more sets of jewelry. The raw ore was too large to process immediately. He had to sell it to other merchant guilds later. He came to a corner where several wooden crates, seemingly miscellaneous items, were casually placed. The crates were covered in dust, looking like they'd been there for a long time. He used his mind to open one of the crates. The top layer was a stack of documents. With a thought, the documents flew up and landed in his hand. They concerned transactions between the Lofia Merchant Guild and the Lord of Aloy City. The most recent date, judging from the timeline, was 3 years ago. Aloy City seems to be on our itinerary. Could it be such a coincidence? The common plot in novels is the small fry gets followed by the big one, and Luo certainly didn't want to run into that himself. He flipped through all the documents. Besides the usual information on funds and equipment, the most frequently mentioned item was anti-magic stone. Clearly, it was something extraordinary. Okay. I didn't see anything. That's a wrap. Shattering the documents, Luo opened all the remaining wooden crates. Inside were only white crystals, similar to the colorless crystal Luo held in his hand, but these white crystals seemed to contain a layer of white mist. Around the crystals, magic was repelled, creating a peculiar vacuum layer. Silently closing the lids, Luo's eyes were glazed over, as if he couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Chapter 20. Reopening a box, Luo controlled a crystal the size of an egg, suspending it in midair. She tried to touch it. It was icy cold to the touch. A magical vacuum layer around the crystal seemed to spread along her body. Soon, Luo could no longer sense the magic in the air. The magic that had been slowly flowing into the spirit of magic had also disappeared. This thin magical vacuum layer truly blocked the flow of magic. She quickly moved her hand away. The vacuum layer vanished from her body, and the familiar magic could be sensed again. Only then did Luo feel relieved. Before, when she couldn't sense the magic in the air, she had felt an inexplicable unease, like breathing dry air rapidly, hoping for a wisp of moisture, a feeling of utter discomfort. This made Luo realize that these things had an extraordinary effect on superhumans. What are all these anti-magic stones for? Luo didn't know what they were used for, but without something else, she couldn't take them with her. I should find out if there are any spatial rings. With her head drooping, Luo felt utterly exhausted. After all, she was just passing through the town. Why are so many things happening? Let me tell you, it's because you're weak. A strange, hoarse voice came from behind her without any warning. The air suddenly thickened, and a broken flower bud rapidly grew from behind Luo. The long-lost Grand Elder of the Lofia Merchant Guild emerged from the blooming flower. Even though he looked injured and weak, his peak superhuman aura still made Luo stagger. Who is it? It's him. What's he doing here? Just as that kid said, far stronger than the 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. Too bad, he hasn't reached the Transcendent Realm, he's still just a mortal. I take the magic crystal. Without a staff, the old man immediately unleashed 3 thick vines from the ground, intending to bind Luo. He hated Luo to the core. If she hadn't interfered with his vine magic's binding power initially, he wouldn't have needed to fight so desperately. Everything was thanks to this little girl. He'd be doing himself a disservice if he didn't thoroughly torment her. The sudden attack, coupled with the suppression of his transcendent realm aura, left Luo no time to turn and defend against the vines. But just as the vines were about to bind him, Luo had a flash of inspiration, controlling the anti-magic stone in front of him to strike the vines. Sure enough, the wood attribute magic on the vines was quickly severed. Without the support of wood attribute magic, the vines were just ordinary plants. Luo easily pulled them apart into several pieces. With a quick leap, Luo darted to the other side of the warehouse, only then noticing that the old man's armor was gone, his face was withered, and his body had shrunk considerably. Confused as to why the long-vanished old man had reappeared, Luo, already seething with anger from the repeated attacks, snapped, "Want the magic crystals? Let's see what you can do." With a thought, the chest behind him instantly flipped open, hundreds of anti-magic stones soaring into the air, shooting towards the old man in astonishment. How is this possible? How can you move objects from a distance without the sole power of a third-tier transcendent? However, the old man, as expected of a veteran transcendent, reacted swiftly despite his shock, instantly conjuring a tattered shield. The anti-magic stones, of unknown material, struck it without leaving a dent. So you actually discovered the effect of the anti-magic stone. But I already knew its function. How could I let you have your way? Little brat, you're still too green. Despite his advanced age, the old man possessed incredible strength. He charged forward, shield in hand. Seeing this, Luo controlled the anti-magic stones to circle behind the old man, but the shield suddenly vibrated, and the air around the old man violently shook. The anti-magic stone struck it, falling uncontrollably. How could he fight like this? Seeing the old man about to reach him, Luo stopped firing the anti-magic stones, simply filling the warehouse with them to prevent the old man from using magic. With a light leap, Luo soared into the air amidst the old man's bewildered, confused, and shocked expression. Who are you? Luo remained silent. She didn't want to reveal her ability to fly, she needed to at least break through to the transcendent realm. With the cover of her transcendent identity, no one would suspect her if she flew freely. So, her only option now was to eliminate this old man. But the problem was, she couldn't break through his defenses. Even though Luo was confident in her strength, she didn't think she could break through that vibrating air wall. It seemed to be caused by a different kind of transcendent power than magic. So how could she destroy that shield? Just as Luo was at her wit's end, she noticed the old man's face visibly paling. Had his injuries relapsed, or was the shield draining his power? But this was an opportunity. To avoid revealing her intentions to the old man, Luo concentrated her inner energy, using her fingers as swords to unleash several pale red sword energies. Naturally, the sword energies were shredded before they even touched the shield. You're not at the transcendent realm, yet you can fly in a magic-suppressing area. It seems you're hiding a great secret. However, these secrets will soon be mine. Luo remained silent, only repeatedly unleashing his sword energy. The shattered sword energy transformed back into vital energy, emanating a faint red hue before dissipating into the air. The old man scoffed, "This is a shield that can withstand a first-tier transcendent magic skill. You could attack it all day and still not break it. Can you shut your stinking mouth? Little brat, try and make me shut up, but as this old man sees it, you're not capable. Surrender obediently, lest you regret it." Humph. The old man was incessantly babbling. Luo didn't want to talk to him. Amidst the continuous sword energy, the old man's face paled noticeably, as if he had sensed something. His tone became more urgent. "Little brat, how about we make a deal? You don't need such high-grade magic crystals for now anyway. I trade you third-tier magic crystals worth 50% more. How about a trade?" Seeing that Luo still didn't speak, the old man's tone became even more exasperated. I said, "Little brat, I only want to trade because I don't want to destroy these magic-suppressing stones. If you force me any further, don't blame me for being impolite." Luo paused, then asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid the commotion here will attract other people? Superhumans are very sensitive to fluctuations in magic power, aren't they? Well, little brat, you don't want others to know you can fly, do you? As long as it's not someone from your territory who comes first, others will definitely be interested in you. Then there will be many people coveting you. Besides, if I want to run away, no one in this town can stop me." Suddenly, the old man coughed violently, his face turning pale, and the chaotic air wall around him gradually thinned. "Damn it, what a scheme, little brat. You think you can wear me down so easily?" Although he said this, the old man's aura was clearly weakening rapidly. Only the air barrier was barely holding on to prevent the sword energy from penetrating. Luo stared intently at the old man, not daring to breathe, her mind highly focused. If he showed the slightest weakness, she would strike him with lightning speed without hesitation. As blood spilled from the old man's mouth, a deafening explosion rang out, the surrounding magic-suppressing stones were shattered, and the air barrier vanished instantly. Now! Hundreds of anti-magic stones, their sharp edges pointed at the old man, shot towards him at speeds beyond human reaction time. Simultaneously, a dense, deep red aura condensed at his fingertips, transforming into a blood-red sword shadow that pierced forth. Hundreds of attacks arrived simultaneously, seemingly poised to shred him in an instant. Heh heh. So, little brat, you're still too green. The old man's voice came from the center of the sudden attack, showing no sign of urgency. With a crisp crack, the shield shattered, but an air wall twice as thick as before instantly appeared. The anti-magic stones only penetrated halfway before becoming immobile. Dozens of vines burst forth from the ground beneath Luo's feet. Even if Luo could control the anti-magic stones to cut off the flow of magic power, he couldn't sever so many vines at once. Moreover, in his attempt to kill with a single blow, Luo had launched all the anti-magic stones around him, now trapped within the air wall and unable to be pulled out. His body was tightly bound by vines, and he slammed into the ground. The powerful impact made it impossible for Luo to concentrate on controlling the weapon. The magic-suppressing stone, which had lost its power, disappeared with a flick of the old man's hand. Magic power surged around him again, and a verdant spear appeared in the old man's hand. Do you know what everyone calls me? Controlling the vines, the old man, covered in wounds, and with a face so thin it resembled bones, moved Luo to his side. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Everyone likes to call me Gray Fox. Luo felt dizzy, the voice echoed in her ears. She tried to struggle, but the vines binding her were incredibly strong, and she couldn't break free. Gray Fox? Game time is over, little brat. Die in peace. What a waste of that pretty face. The scene before her seemed to freeze. Luo watched as the spear was slowly raised, and then slowly thrust towards her chest. Am I going to die? There wasn't a trace of panic in my heart, as if fear hadn't even had time to form. So sudden, but it seems I really can't escape. Am I really going to die? What should I do? Should I still struggle? Forget it, I can't struggle anyway. But I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die. I still want to see more of this world. I still want to go to the capital. I still want to bring a gift for my mother. I can't die here. My brain started working again, all my memories flooding back in an instant. Various clues and possibilities were quickly listed, then quickly eliminated. There must be something that can break this deadlock. Suddenly, a crystal appeared in my mind. Break. My drowsy head cleared, and I concentrated all my energy. The crystal, like a drop of water, shot out from my small satchel, passing through layers of vines, striking the tip of the spear, shattering it inch by inch like the hardest wheat on. Golden flames ignited in Luo's eyes. The shining crystal, which had circled and finally landed in Luo's hand, exploded with a sonic boom, shattering the spear, piercing the air wall, and smashing the astonished face to pieces. Luo's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The flames in her eyes faded, leaving her mind a complete blank. Not daring to gamble on whether there was more danger, she forced herself to her feet and pried the now powerless crystal off the wall. She could vaguely see green vines collapsing and dissipating within the wall. Luo didn't have the energy to investigate further. She went to the dead old man. He lay stiffly on the ground, much thinner than when she first saw him, almost skin and bones. His shattered head splattered red and white across the ground. Luo wanted to manipulate the old man's clothes to see if anything was hidden inside, but a sharp pain shot through her brain, forcing her to give up. Before leaving, she noticed a jade-green ring on his hand. Thinking it was at least a trophy, she pulled it off and clutched it in her hand. Staggering along, Luo didn't even know how she got back to the hotel. The moment she saw Alice, everything went black, and she collapsed. Chapter 21. Opening her eyes, Luo found herself in an unfamiliar room. Judging from the decor, it was probably a room in the mayor's mansion. Just as she tried to get up, a sharp pain shot through the depths of her head. What happened? Am I injured again? But quickly, a cool sensation spread from between her eyebrows, easing the pain. This cool sensation hadn't appeared in a long time. As Luo grew older, almost nothing could tire her anymore. Her drowsiness in the carriage was just boredom. So, it's probably just mental fatigue? Her clothes had been changed again into a white dress with a lace collar. This seemed to be her third outfit today. Alice was sleeping on the table, dried tear tracks still visible on her face. She must have been most worried about her then. Her hair was loose. Luo reached out to touch the hair clip on her forehead, but found her hand tightly clutching something. Opening her hand, she saw it was the ring. Alice hadn't removed it. She was probably holding it too tightly. It was a jade-green ring, about 2 sizes larger than Luo's finger, roughly a centimeter wide, set with a silver-white oval gemstone. It looked much like an ordinary ring. It's a bit too big, but it's still a trophy. She held the ring up to her finger, trying to slip it onto her middle finger, but unexpectedly, the ring quickly shrank until it fit perfectly on her middle finger. Huh? She had only wanted to satisfy her curiosity. How did the ring get on? Releasing her senses and touching the ring, a spherical space, about half the size of a room, suddenly appeared before her, containing some other things. Could this be the legendary spatial ring? This truly lives up to its name as spoils of war. The space contained quite a few items. Besides some clothes and miscellaneous belongings, there was a pile of magic crystals of varying grades, mostly wood attribute. Luo couldn't determine their grade, but their aura was far lower than the fire magic crystals he carried. There were also a few thin books and 2 weapons. To Luo's surprise, there was a pile of anti-magic stones from the warehouse in a corner. They had been taken. This is what you call looting for riches. However, these things were far too meager for a superhuman. He probably used up a lot during the previous battle. Otherwise, if he had fought a fully powered superhuman to the death, Luo definitely wouldn't have made it out of the warehouse. He counted them. There were 287 intact anti-magic stones in the ring, 38 partially broken, and some completely shattered ones that should still be in the warehouse. He wondered if Luffy and the others had checked them. The anti-magic stone, being only as hard as ordinary crystal, barely shattered after the old man activated the air wall, though it broke quite a bit when it initially struck the shield. Using his mind, he took out a book. As a wisp of magic from his sea of souls flowed into his ring, the book appeared in his hand. Truly an essential piece of equipment for home and travel, so convenient. Luo exclaimed cutely, but she was no longer the child she once was. Calm down. She looked around and found her things on the bedside table, including the thick book and hair clip, and her handbag was also there. She casually beckoned it to the bed, and emptied the contents of the handbag. The handbag was something Luo had specifically brought for convenience in carrying small items. It wasn't large, and inside, besides some gold coins, a compass, the fire magic crystal, a comb, a mirror, and other miscellaneous items, were 2 sets of jewelry and crystals she had taken from the warehouse. He tried to put the jewelry and gold coins inside, and the things on the bed vanished in a flash. His senses probed inside, and the items were perfectly intact. I don't know why, but it just feels a little off. Perhaps the method of use was the same as he imagined? Picking up the crystal, Luo's expression was complicated. In the end, he was actually saved by this thing. Thank you for not minding my dislike of it being like glass. This colorless, transparent crystal had incredibly high hardness. Even though its effect was similar to an anti-magic stone, it didn't leave a single white mark or crack when it hit the wall at high speed. Luo decided to name it the Armstrong Cyclone Armstrong Supersonic Missile. Too long. Bringing his wandering thoughts back, Luo decided to just call it the anti-magic crystal, since it's similar to an anti-magic stone anyway. He put everything on the bed into his ring. It was a pity he didn't have this before, otherwise the mineral crystals he'd been ripped off at that stall wouldn't have been buried under the ruins. Luo tried to remove the ring, and it came off easily like a normal ring. But as soon as it left her finger, it reverted to its original state. Looks like it doesn't automatically recognize its owner. I better be careful it doesn't get stolen. Luo planned to buy a red string to wear around her neck and hide it inside her clothes. That way, she shouldn't be a target of unwanted attention. Trying to get out of bed, Luo found she felt fine. She simply walked barefoot to the window. It was completely dark. Luo estimated she'd been unconscious for at least 3 hours. Subconsciously letting out a soft moan, Alice slowly woke up, rubbing her numb arm. Suddenly remembering that her mistress was still unconscious, she quickly looked at the bed, only to find it empty. Miss? She jumped up and hurried out the door, only to bump into someone at the entrance. Ah! Alice lost her balance and fell to the ground, instinctively apologizing to the person she bumped into. I'm sorry, are you alright? A hand reached out, and a familiar, gentle voice whispered in her ear, Sister Alice, I'm alright, are you alright? Does it hurt? Sitting on the ground, she looked closely. Who else could it be but her mistress, frantically searching for her? Wha, miss? Tears streamed down her face. Alice had never been so afraid of losing her mistress. She hugged the soft little body in front of her, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her mistress. Alice felt so relieved that her mistress was all right. "Hey! Sister Alice, why are you crying?" Luo, holding a box of long loaves of bread, was about to help Alice up when she was suddenly hugged tightly around the waist. Luo was startled for a moment, but after feeling the tears soaking her waist, she smiled gently, wrapping her arm around Alice's head, pulling her closer. "Sister Alice, I'm sorry, I made you worry." "What? I'm so glad you're all right." Mississippi Alice was so worried. All right, I'm fine now. If you cry here, lots of people will see." Luo patted Alice's head, comforting her like an adult soothing a child. Who was the adult here, really? After a while, Alice reluctantly stood up, her pretty face flushed. I was just worried about you, miss." Luo wiped away her tears, holding her hand. "I know, Sister Alice has always been with me since I was little, just like a real sister." Hee, Miss is the best." Alice's face lit up with a cute smile again, and Luo's mood brightened considerably. "I heard from Uncle that you took care of me, and didn't even eat dinner, so I bought this especially for you. Wow, Miss can even shop. That's amazing. I say, this is a bit much." Inside the hall, Luffy drank glass after glass of wine, completely unconcerned about the spilled drinks on his chest. Pete and Roxy sat beside him, looking worried. Pete couldn't hold back any longer, and downed a glass of strong liquor. "Hey Lou, calm down, this was an accident. Nobody expected that old guy to survive his life sacrifice, and hide so well. But this was my plan, it was inherently risky. Not considering that is entirely my responsibility. Augustine is known for his cunning and escapism among superhumans. To be able to outmaneuver him to the point of losing all his life-saving trump cards is already quite impressive. Big brother, second brother, have you ever had a daughter? In my heart, Miss is like half a daughter to me." Lou took a swig of his liquor. The husband leaned back in his chair. "When she was 12, I was ordered to protect her secretly. That was the first time we met. She ran away from home. I thought she was naughty and mischievous, not like a girl at all. But she was really cute, like a little angel. On the way, I thought, she's so cute, I won't criticize her." Recalling that time, little Luo was wearing a long robe. It was obvious at a glance that she was a child, but she felt that she had disguised herself well. She ran into the forest blankly. If she hadn't secretly disposed of a lot of trash, she would have been watched long ago. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly smiled again. He couldn't understand the young lady's strength. She was only 12, yet possessed strength that he hadn't had at 20. Even if he didn't intervene, she would be alright, wouldn't she? You don't know, she was completely dazed back then, rushing into the fallen forest unprepared, even talking to the weeds. "Luffy, achoo! Who's talking to me?" However, I was stopped halfway by that damned Ashley Knight. When I found her again, she was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, like a broken-winged angel. From that moment on, I swore in my heart that I would protect her. His expression turned serious, a murderous aura emanating from Luffy. "Therefore, anyone who harms the young lady will be dealt with without mercy." Roxy smiled. "In that case, shouldn't you be more shrewd? How can you protect little Loki if you're just wallowing in despair here?" I understand that much. "Thank you, big brother and second brother. Drink. Wine. Cheers." "Drink cheers." As they drank, Roxy suddenly remembered something, and a broken crystal appeared in her hand. "Speaking of which, I'm very curious how little Luo killed Augustine. In the Empire's 10,000-year history, there has never been an example of a mortal defeating a transcendent being, especially in that way." Ruff stopped drinking, then downed his drink. "I don't know, but Miss is a genius. Although she herself may not realize it, don't underestimate her just because she's young, she's already at the peak of the transcendent realm." "What?" Even Roxy, who usually kept a straight face, was shocked. A 15-year-old transcendent realm cultivator, and at the 4th stage. This meant she was very likely to break through to the transcendent realm soon. This was even more unbelievable than a mortal defeating a transcendent being. At least the latter had precedence. This news must not be leaked. If little Luo really succeeds, she will be the first human under 20 years old to become a transcendent being. Ruff naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, so Roxy mostly told Pete, worried that Pete's loud voice might accidentally let it slip. "Big brother, you're making me uneasy. I promise I forget about it after tonight." Roxy tossed the shards of crystal in his hand, no longer trying to fool Pete. They'd known each other for so many years. They practically knew each other inside and out. "Let's not talk about that. Look at this. I found it in the warehouse." This is a magic suppressing stone? How could there be a magic suppressing stone here? Chapter 22. Pete stood up excitedly. Big brother, isn't this thing controlled by the Empire? How could it appear in this small place? When I first saw it, I wasn't sure either. This thing should have been completely banned from private ownership by the Empire more than 400 years ago. Possessing it is a serious crime. But I found at least a dozen broken anti-magic stones on the ground. Where did the Lofia Merchant Guild get such a large quantity? Only Luffy had never heard of this thing, and asked doubtfully, "You're making it sound so serious, but I never heard of anti-magic stones before. I didn't find this thing in the warehouse either." Rox's expression was solemn. "Third brother, it's normal that you don't know. This thing is not produced in the western region at all." I didn't want to say anything, so I picked up the fragments on the ground beforehand, but I suspect that little Lofia may have come into contact with or even possessed this thing, in order to. Just in case, I should tell you. Do you know the Roy family from 400 years ago? I think I heard of them somewhere. That powerful family that was suddenly wiped out. But you know I'm not really interested in these things. That's right. That incident caused a huge uproar throughout the country back then, and it's still talked about today. Although the official reason they were wiped out was because they angered a powerful noble in the capital, the locals know that it was actually because the Roy family discovered a magic-resistant stone mine. You know that Pete and I came here through the capital, but I can tell you that our hometown is near the Roy family. Luffy looked confused. Does this have anything to do with the prohibition against possessing magic-resistant stones? Try touching it, and you understand. Taking the thumb-sized, broken magic-resistant stone, Luffy's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? I think with your intelligence, you can understand the importance of these things to the Empire. I suspect that Xiao Luo used these anti-magic stones to defeat Augustine. Sister Alice, this is for you. Luo took out a pair of earrings from her spatial ring and handed them to Alice. Miss, this is for me? This is too precious. Just take it. You're my only family member, like a sister. But what about Madam? Miss, why don't you give these to Madam? She'd be very happy. I'm sure I have some for Mother too. Sister Alice, put them on quickly, let me see the effect. Forced to accept the earrings, Alice had no choice but to comply, hanging them on her earlobes. The teardrop-shaped blue gems hanging below complemented Alice's azure eyes. Luo hugged her small chest with satisfaction. My judgment was right. It suits Alice perfectly. Alice clearly liked it too, her pretty face slightly flushed. Miss is so kind to me. Time passed quickly as they chatted. Because so much had happened that day, Alice went to bed early. Luo sat at her desk, her silver hair falling loose, like a princess secretly staying up late. She held 3 thin books from her ring, probably less than 10 pages each. The titles were written on the covers, the font slightly different from common language, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly Vine Magic, Wooden Net, and Shaping. Vine Magic was immediately obvious. Luo had seen the old man release vines more than once, and had even experienced being bound herself. Opening Wooden Net, the first page contained a brief introduction in common language. Set up a network of wood attribute magic, allowing the body to move freely within it. A magical skill? I don't think I ever seen him use it. Could it be that skill that makes flowers suddenly sprout in midair? Luo flicked a small tuft of hair, continuing to flip through the pages. Beginners should use it with incantations, followed by a section of unfamiliar runes, but some were the same as those in Luffy's thick book, which further convinced Luo that she absolutely had to learn this damned runebook. The next few pages contained illustrations of magic flowing through the body, but Luo dared not attempt them lightly. She didn't understand any of this. It would be better to wait until after she went to the academy and study for a while before trying. Another book, Shaping, described methods for transforming internal magic to form desired weapons or items. While their hardness couldn't compare to meticulously forged weapons, their convenience and versatility were their strengths. I really want to try it. Judging from Luo's intuition, this must be a divine skill. How about I give it a try? It didn't say I had to be exactly 15, right? How could that be possible, right? Luo asked himself, Luffy's warning still fresh in his mind, but he was only 2 months shy of 15, so it didn't seem like a big difference. Some say cats have the strongest curiosity, others say roe deer have the strongest curiosity, but when a human's curiosity rises, it's stronger than a cat and a roe deer combined, not to mention this is just a fantasy construct that only exists in dreams. Luo easily convinced himself, it's settled in. Let me see. Guiding the magic power of the Sea of Souls out of the body, using soul power to wrap and fix it into shape, constructing a magic circuit, then increasing the magic concentration, solidifying the magic power, and activating the magic power properties. Let me think. The first step shouldn't be difficult. Does this soul power need to be released outside the body? Solidifying the magic power? How to solidify it? Solidify it when exposed to wind. Holy crap! What kind of otherworldly advanced math problem is this? Never mind, let's try it. After a while, Luo opened her eyes, her gaze blank. It was absurd. Dying at the very first step of guiding magic power out of her body was like knowing addition, but not multiplication. Asking her to calculate the sum of multiple identical numbers was impossible. With only a few, she could add them one by one, but with a large number, she couldn't keep up. Luo was exactly like that. Her soul sea was vast and boundless. The most cumbersome method of releasing magic power through the soul barrier was simply not feasible. But clearly, the superhumans in that battle released their magic power instantly, so there must be a faster method. Forget it, time to sleep. Because they needed to buy new luggage and supplies, and deal with the things in the warehouse, Luo and her group had to stay for 2 more days. After what happened that day, Luo obediently stayed in the mayor's mansion for those 2 days, taking the opportunity to ask Luffy and the others some questions she had, such as about light and dark attributes, what the runes recorded in the books represented, how to quickly release one's own magic power, etc. These were all questions Luo had accumulated. Won't this cause public outrage? Even after hearing Russ's explanation, Luo still found it somewhat unbelievable. It was said that those with an affinity for light were blessed by the God of Light before birth, guiding them to join the Church of Light in the future. Those outside the Church of Light, who used light attribute magic, were considered heretics. What was this? Premature brainwashing? Magic monopoly? Actually, all light magic originates directly from the God of Light. Only through a bond of faith can one learn light magic. Those who aren't members of the Light Church have no access to the God of Light. Even if you have an affinity for light magic, you can't use it. This is a consensus among the supernatural, and all the major powers teach it. That's easy. Why don't I just ask an instructor who studied light magic? Miss, I advise you not to do that. It's not that no one has done it before, but forcibly learning light magic will incur divine punishment from the God of Light. If I can't use magic, other magical techniques will do, right? I'm sorry, but light magic includes both combat skills and magical techniques. 90% of skills involving light magic power are considered magic, so everyone simply calls all light-related skills light magic. Luffy gave him a look that said, "You're dreaming," which annoyed Luo. But the God of Light was even more annoyed. No matter how you looked at it, it was he who had created these inexplicable rules. Uncle, does the God of Light really exist? Or is he just some pope in disguise? Gods do exist. For example, the Knight's Hall, to which I belong, still receives divine pronouncements from its main hall. There's the God of Light of the Church of Light, the God of War of the Temple of War, the God of Magic of the Mage Tower, the Elf God of the Elf race, the Dragon God of the Dragon race, and also the dwarves, vampires, orcs, and so on. Most races and professions have their own gods. You learn all this in the academy, so I won't go into detail. Luo's eager eyes widened. These things weren't mentioned in the territory's archives, and Luo had hardly heard of any religions or gods around him. The only person he had any contact with was the priest of the Church of Light. Uncle, why do I feel like no one mentions their gods? The Empire itself is the location of the Knight's Hall headquarters. Most extraordinary beings are knights, and knights don't talk about gods all the time. Apart from the Church of Light having some roots here, other churches rarely come here. If you ever leave the Empire and go to the Bankai Empire across the border, you might witness the various gods vying for your faith. Uncle, you been there too? No, I didn't have that ability back then. Luffy smiled wryly. That place is too far away for me, although my current strength is enough to traverse the Empire, but since I've chosen to be a knight of the territory, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Perhaps one day in the future, Miss will agree to let me be your knight, and I will lead the Empire with her. Uncle, do you think I can get through this easily? Probably. TCH. Roxy disappeared. Luffy said he had to leave, so Luo had to abandon the idea of saying goodbye. She still thought the uncle was a nice person, but it was time for her group to set off. If they delayed any longer on the road, they might not even have time to sightsee in the capital. The wheels turned again, and the newly purchased carriage slowly moved towards the next stop. Pete and people from the 3 major merchant guilds came to see them off, including the town mayor. Although they were probably there to see Luffy off, Luo didn't feel anything. She wasn't good at farewells and conversations anyway, so she would just quietly read in the carriage. The next town seems to be called Talabia. I hope nothing happens. Chapter 23. A carriage embroidered with a 7-leaf lily pattern sped along the road, the trees on either side rushing past. Kasian, however, wasn't satisfied with the speed, whipping the horse to try and make it run even faster. You can't escape. Leave Sefer behind. A powerful punch struck, breaking the carriage wheel in two. Kasian was thrown several meters away, but he didn't have time to check his injuries. He rushed to the carriage that had been thrown to the side of the road, only to find the little girl inside unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief. But the enemy wouldn't give him time to catch his breath. Several rapid footsteps sounded, and a faint red aura surged from his back. Kasian didn't have time to think. He scooped the little girl into his arms and rolled on the ground, but was still struck in the back by a flash of light. A sharp pain shot through him, and Kasian's face contorted. Knowing he couldn't escape, Kasian looked at the little girl in his arms, and silently made a decision. You must escape. If you remember today in the future, avenge us. Secretly crushing a badge, Kaze unleashed his full power, plunging into the forest, pursued relentlessly by those around him. Luffy finally relented to Lo's insistence and agreed to teach her the most basic magic circuits, but on the condition that she couldn't release them, only construct them within her Sea of Souls. At midday, by the roadside, the convoy rested here. Lo asked for a small stool and sat under the shade of a tree, seemingly gazing absently at the distant birds and clouds, but actually immersed in her own Sea of Souls. Looking at the galaxy surrounding her, Lo attempted to control a portion of Earth attribute magic with her soul power. Because Earth's characteristics are weight and stability, a wisp of yellow magic flowed into her soul's hand. Lo recalled the Earth rune Luffy had shown her, and tried to transform it into a peculiar rune. Magic was composed of countless points of light. Following Luo's will, this wisp of magic gradually formed the outline of a rune. The yellow points of light were arranged in a specific, orderly pattern, and then, in the instant they were in the correct position, they merged into a complete symbol. Earth. Of course, not the common Earth, but a rune representing Earth, or rather, the magic circuit that constructs Earth. Those runes that Luo couldn't understand could be considered a kind of writing, but their primary function was their magic circuitry. Each rune represented a circuit. These runes came from the research and deductions of various extraordinary individuals over nearly 10 million years, as well as portions passed down from divine oracles. There are now over 100,000, and as for whether there are any undiscovered ones, Luffy admitted he didn't know. There are many types of magic circuits. There are universal circuits applicable to various magical attributes, and there are also exclusive circuits specific to a particular attribute, such as the Earth circuit being constructed now. A few seconds later, Luo looked at the slightly floating Earth character before him. Its internal structure had completely changed. It was no longer a loose collection of light points. Even with the observational power of his soul, he couldn't see any gaps. However, he sensed that magic power was flowing along the runes, explaining why it was called a circuit. So this is the foundation of magic techniques? He opened his palm, and the Earth character, like a well-behaved child, slowly landed on his hand. Feeling the ceaseless flow of magic power on it, he suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, like a superconductor. Next is wind. Wind, ice, wood, and water elements are largely similar, differing only in the difficulty of controlling magic power and the shape of the runes. However, an unexpected incident occurred when constructing the fire character. Just thinking about the fire rune caused a violent tremor within Luo's Sea of Souls. The fiery red river of magic detached from its original position, transforming into a stream of light that landed before Luo. A phantom golden rune appeared on his chest, gradually solidifying as fire attribute magic gathered, eventually transforming into a red fire rune edged with gold. What is this? Can't my Sea of Souls just function normally? When Luo regained his senses, the rune appeared before him, and the surrounding magic had lost its fire attribute. This? My fireball spell is gone? He quickly sensed it. Thankfully, although all the fire magic had transformed into the rune before him, Luo could still control the magic within, converting it back into magic light points. His control over magic had even increased significantly. Perhaps it's a good thing? He condensed a rune for each of the remaining attributes, and this time there were no problems. Luo withdrew from his Sea of Souls. Why does the fire attribute change like that? Do I have a fire affinity? What fire affinity? Luffy walked over with a bowl of water, casually tossing Luo a notebook. Luo caught it and voiced her question. When I was trying to construct a fire magic circuit just now, all the fire magic turned into runes. I'm wondering if it's because my fire affinity is high. Does it happen with other attributes too? Luo shook her head. No, only with fire. Luffy didn't seem to care, taking a sip of water. This isn't uncommon. It usually happens when you don't have enough magic power, causing even the most basic circuit to require all your magic power. That's a sign of insufficient magic affinity. However, since you can construct the basic circuits for other attributes normally, it means your magic affinity for those other attributes has at least met the minimum requirements. Is that so? Luo vaguely sensed something was amiss, but it seemed to be the truth. This is a notebook I compiled about advancing to the transcendent level. You can refer to it when you advance. Opening the notebook, Luo saw it filled with various precautions for advancing to the transcendent level. He was a little puzzled. Uncle, didn't you say that you can't casually tell people below the transcendent level about things? Won't the Knights Hall arrest you for doing this? Don't worry, it's just some precautions, not specific methods. It's only for reference. That puts my mind at ease. I'd be really worried if you got arrested. The man smiled. Then I must thank you for your concern, miss. No, it's not that. I'm torn about whether to tell the law enforcement officers that you forced this on me. Miss, that's so unloving. Sister Alice, that old man is trying to take advantage of me. No. Miss, I was wrong. Please don't do that. In the end, Luo didn't say anything bad about Luffy to Alice. The convoy set off again. Luo and Alice sat in the carriage, watching her skillfully boil water on the small coal stove, brew black tea, and then take out the specialty snacks she bought in Seekin Town. She couldn't help but sigh. Sister Alice, how will I drink red tea without you in the capital? Alice picked up a green pastry, resembling a mung bean cake, and fed it to Luo, a hint of loneliness on her face. There's nothing I can do about it. I heard that the Imperial Academy doesn't allow servants or family members, and I couldn't get in. I can only see you again when Miss goes home for vacation. Luo ate the pastry in one bite and mumbled a comforting message to Alice. Don't worry, I always write to Sister Alice. Miss, your voice sounds so strange. Luo gulped down a mouthful of hot black tea, swallowed the pastry in her mouth, and let out a long sigh. What's strange about it? It's not strange now. By the way, miss, shall I braid your hair into 2 braids? Your hair is so thick and long, a full braid would be a bit too thick. Luo didn't understand these things, so she simply let her do as she pleased. Taking the hairpin off her forehead, Luo glanced at the half-broken red crystal in her hand. It was damaged in that battle. Holding it in her hand, she then skillfully, not really, sat between Alice's legs. Report? Something's wrong ahead. A guard suddenly shouted, followed by Luffy's voice from outside the carriage. I know. You and Ryder go help. Yes, sir. Lo, ignoring her half-braided hair, poked her head out and asked, Uncle, what's happening up ahead? Nathan went to scout ahead and found a robbery about 2 kilometers ahead, probably a group of vagrants. Lo was puzzled. This was the main road between 2 towns. How could there be robbers? Shouldn't they have been wiped out by the respective town mayor's offices long ago? I don't know either. Anyway, let's go check it out. The driver spurred the horses to speed up, and by the time Alice finished combing the other half of her hair, they could already see the 3 groups facing off. At the front were Nathan and Ryder, holding long spears and pointing them at a group of ragged people, about 10 in number, carrying simple weapons. Next to them was a carriage with an old man and a young man sitting inside, and 4 people who looked like adventurers protecting the carriage. Upon seeing the caravan and several guards arrive, both groups became visibly tense, while Ryder and Nathan relaxed and quickly returned to the caravan. My lord, when we arrived, those 4 were fighting with the bandits. Although they were stronger, the other side outnumbered them, and was at a disadvantage. They only stopped after seeing us. Luffy rode forward a few steps, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. Those who don't want to die scatter. Lo looked over. The 4 adventurers and the people in the carriage were clearly tempted, slowly moving towards Talabia. The bandits hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't stop them, presumably knowing Luffy was not to be trifled with. Seeing the carriage disappear into the distance, they cautiously retreated into the forest. Lo didn't intend to deal with them. Judging from their appearance, the bandits were mostly weak, ordinary people struggling to make ends meet. Suddenly, a small figure at the back of the crowd caught Luo's attention. It was a child, about 1.2 meters tall, dressed in relatively intact clothes, with long, dirty, bright green hair that indicated she was a girl. She was trailing behind the crowd, seemingly unfamiliar with the retreat, lagging far behind. Uncle, could you make them stop? Luffy, puzzled, complied. Hey, you in front, stop. My young lady has something to say. The bandits paused, several of them about to run, But Luffy's imposing presence intimidated them, and they dared not move again, fearing a slap to their death. An elderly man, seemingly the leader, mustered his courage and asked, "Extraordinary sir, is there anything I can do for you?" "No need to serve me. Just follow my young lady's instructions." Hearing Luffy's sycophantic words, Luo's forehead was covered in black lines. "Ugh, I'm the villain again." Chapter 24. A pair of slender, fair legs emerged from the carriage. Wearing a pale blue, double-layered, square-necked baby doll dress, an incredibly cute girl appeared outside. Her long, silver-white hair was tied into thick, shoulder-length braided pigtails, and long bangs obscured her fair forehead. Most striking were her bright, crimson eyes, which made the bandits feel ashamed of their own wretched state, as if they shouldn't be there, lest they defile those eyes. The leader of the bandits dared not look Luo directly in the eye and asked in a low voice, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Luo glanced at him. He was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair and a long beard, wearing a mismatched cotton overcoat and tight pants, but he looked better than the others, at least not as ragged. Calling this group bandits was an understatement. They were more like a group of refugees. Strangely, this place was close to two small towns. Even if they crawled, they could reach one of them in 7 days, and survival wouldn't be a problem. Reaching the little girl, Luo looked into her emerald green eyes. The little girl seemed completely unafraid, staring back at Luo with wide eyes. Seeing Luo remain silent, the old man cautiously spoke again. "We found this child 2 days ago. I felt sorry for her. She can't even speak, so I took her in." Hearing this, Luo turned slightly to look at the old man. "Why are you here?" "Miss, you may not know, but there's been a riot in Talabia town. Many people have been forced to flee. We were forced to gather here to make a living." The old man's face was filled with bitterness, and the people behind him turned away to hide their sorrow. Several women even sobbed softly. Luo didn't know if this was acting or genuine, but her purpose wasn't with them, and she had no interest in dealing with them. Her kindness was always reserved for when it wouldn't cause her trouble. Looking at the little girl again, Luo softly said, "Go to Seekin Town. Survive first." These words were for the little girl, and also for the refugees behind her. What they did was none of Luo's concern. She then left a gold coin in the girl's hand. A lot, but little for a group of people, just enough to eat in Seekin Town for a few days. "Let's go!" Luo returned to the car, not taking the girl with her. The girl gave her a strange feeling. Although disheveled, there was an air of nobility in her features, like her mother's aristocratic bearing. "Never mind, we're leaving anyway. If we happen to run into each other again, we can ask." Luffy didn't press further. It was a minor matter, best left to the young lady's decision. As the caravan passed the refugees, Luo's eyes met those emerald green eyes again, and there seemed to be a hint of affection in them. The curtain fell, and the eyes disappeared. "What a lovely child, miss." "I suppose so." Luo quickly put the matter out of her mind. It was just a chance encounter on the road, something that had happened more than once in the past 2 days. Only today was slightly different. "Miss, if there really is a riot in Talabia town, we better take a detour. That way, we might have to hunt for the next few days." "That's settled then. I haven't tried hunting yet." Luo was eager to try. What are the 3 essential elements of adventure? The wild, combat, and barbecue. As the caravan approached Talabia, the number of refugees increased. Sometimes, they would encounter 2 or 3 groups of people in a single morning. Most refugees simply begged passing caravans for food, but some were vicious robbers and murderers. Occasionally, they could see mangled corpses and wrecked vehicles on the road, and a faint smell of blood permeated the air. The riot seemed real. To avoid any unexpected incidents, the caravan stopped stopping at noon and only rested at night. The guards were now rotated between Luffy and 5 bodyguards. 3 days later, the buildings of Talabia could be seen in the distance. Unlike the towns of Seekin and the border towns, Talabia had no city walls. The outermost layer consisted of sparsely scattered low houses, but the closer they got to the town center, the more numerous and prosperous the buildings became. But the town was now a ruin, most of the houses destroyed, and the air thick with chaotic magical energy, indicating a recent war between superhumans of considerable rank. The convoy followed a winding road several kilometers from the town, observing the ruins from afar. Luo realized how vulnerable mortals were to superhumans. On an ordinary day, they could lose everything in the crossfire of a fight between 2 superhumans. Weakness is the original sin. "Hey, uncle, does this kind of thing happen often?" "Not often, I say." Luffy, riding his horse, his armor badly damaged in Seekin Town, was only wearing a black and gold inner armor and a newly bought leather armor. His voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Most battles between superhumans deliberately avoid mortals. Various towns and cities are also monitored by superhumans belonging to the Empire. Ordinary superhumans don't dare to be too reckless, but the destruction of towns and cities has happened quite often in the Empire's history. Many times, it only takes half an hour for a town to be destroyed, and the Empire's superhumans don't even have time to stop it. That's a heavy topic. But Luo knew he couldn't change anything. As long as there was an absolute disparity in strength, this kind of thing would inevitably happen, unless one day in the future, magic disappeared, and everyone was on the same level, like in another world. Perhaps, then, the world could achieve relative peace. Miss, our rations are almost gone. We have to go hunting. Luo rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and realized the sun was already high in the sky. Alice was sleeping soundly. Luo noticed that Alice had become increasingly lazy lately. Should he train her a little? Uncle, I'm going too. Jumping off the carriage, Ryder, Basil, and Nathan guarded the carriage, while the remaining 2 guards followed Luffy and Luo to hunt. The caravan stopped on a forest path, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. This was usually a route used by hunters and adventurers, so if they ventured a little deeper, they wouldn't lack wild animals. Seeing a guard with a bow and arrow, Luo's hands itched to try. Seeing the guard's hesitant expression, she took a black iron bow and a quiver from another carriage and tried to sling them over her back like the guards. However, the overly long straps made the quiver dangle below her buttocks, looking rather awkward. Comparing herself to the guards, Luo felt a little embarrassed. With their guidance, she finally managed to get a decent look. With the quiver slung across her back and a longbow at her side, Luo felt she now looked rather dashing. Leading the way, Luo wanted to raise her arms and shout, "Brothers, charge!" But she wasn't thick-skinned enough. She could only cough lightly, feigning the demureness of a young lady, and stepped out of the forest path first. Behind her, Luffy and the 2 guards wanted to laugh but couldn't, their faces turning red with suppressed laughter. Recalling his failed first adventure, Luo decided he should be braver and calmer this time. He shouldn't act like a mere transcendent realm cultivator. A few wild beasts would be a piece of cake. A dozen minutes later, with his heightened senses, Luo spotted a rabbit hiding in a thicket about 500 to 600 meters ahead. The rabbit was cautiously munching on grass, its red eyes constantly scanning its surroundings even while eating. Luo stopped, mimicking his memory, holding the bow in his left hand, his middle and ring fingers holding the arrow, knocking it on the bowstring. He felt it didn't require much force, and the bow was fully drawn. Aiming by feel, he gently released the arrow, which whistled through the air and struck the rabbit, about 80 meters away on the ground. Luo felt his ears burning slightly, especially feeling the gazes of the 3 people behind him, which made his face flush. Ahem, miss, this bow. Well, you need to get used to it before you can use it. I know, this is just a demonstration. Reluctantly drawing another arrow, Luo took a deep breath, locked onto the rabbit with her senses, and then recalled the feeling of the arrow being shot, simulating its trajectory in her mind. Luo exhaled softly, and released her grip between 2 fingers. Whoosh! The powerful force pierced through a tree in the middle, grazing the rabbit's foot, and embedding itself in the ground. Startled, the rabbit took off running, making Luo stomp her feet in anger. This damn bow. It can't even hit the target. The 2 guards kept their eyes down, not daring to speak. Their young lady was in a fit of rage. If they spoke now, they might be mistaken for the rabbit practicing archery. Who could they tell? Only Luffy saw it clearly. If it hadn't been deflected by the tree, the arrow would have hit the rabbit perfectly. The second arrow was already this good. While it's supported by skill, perhaps Miss also has a natural talent for archery. Taking a bow and arrow from a guard, Luffy reminded Luo, "You can try imbuing the arrow with your blood energy. It'd be easier to aim that way." With that, he drew the bow, knocked the arrow, aimed, and released the string in one fluid motion. The arrow, wreathed in deep red blood energy, shot out at a speed imperceptible to senses, instantly pinning the gray wolf 800 meters away to the ground. Wow, uncle, you actually have this skill. I thought you only knew how to charge with your lance. Miss, I'm starting to wonder if you think all knights only know how to charge. Isn't that right? After Luffy's instruction, Luo was able to hit her prey with decent skill. This astonished the 2 guards, making them wonder if all their years of archery training had been for nothing. But then, they remembered it was Miss, and it all made sense. Whoosh! An arrow pinned a rabbit to a tree, the force causing the arrow's fletching to shake violently. Luo was about to retrieve his prize when a familiar blue panel appeared before his eyes. Bada be worker be mortal realm, rank 8. A small, social magical beast that feeds on nectar and migrates in search of it. Note 1. Follows the queen bee. If attacked, the queen bee enters a berserk state. Note 2. In berserk state, it uses scent and magical energy to mark enemies. Note 3. The nectar it consumes is regurgitated by the queen bee. Bada be worker be mortal realm, rank 9. Bada be worker be transcendent realm, rank 1. Bada be queen bee transcendent realm, rank 1. A medium-sized magical beast that feeds on nectar and leads its swarm in migration in search of it, docile in nature. Note 1. Before migrating, to ensure their own safety, they will ensure that the number of bees in the colony is greater than 100. Note 2. The nectar they eat will ferment in their stomachs, undergoing unpredictable changes under its magical influence. Chapter 25. Upon closer inspection, the swarm zoomed in on the badar bees, a dense, dark cloud. Each badar bee ranged in size from a grape to a fist, their bodies covered in menacing spikes, each with a finger-length stinger at the end of its abdomen, truly armed to the teeth. And this wasn't just for show. The stingers could easily pierce the flesh of a higher-level magical beast, and the stingers contained potent venom. Even ordinary low-level superhumans dared not provoke them. In the center of this dark cloud, the human-sized badar bee queen flapped her enormous, thin wings. Unlike the worker bees, the queen had no stingers. Her body was smooth, like an enlarged version of a wasp, and surprisingly, she possessed a certain beauty. According to Luo's observation, the swarm was about a kilometer away, flying towards them in an abnormal manner. Along the way, several worker bees, untouched by nectar, would swarm and kill any animals that couldn't escape. Even when passing flowers, they chose to ignore them, completely contrary to the normally docile nature of badar bees. "Miss, what's wrong? Why are you standing there like that?" "Hey, uncle, if there were a whole swarm of badar bees, could you beat them?" Luffy, carrying several prey on his back, chuckled, thinking Luo was joking. "If we really encountered one, I'd better find myself a coffin first, lest I get eaten by wild beasts in the forest." "Then uncle, you can prepare your coffin in advance. There's a swarm of badar bees flying towards us a kilometer ahead." "Miss, are you kidding me? I can't even detect them from that distance." "You see, magical beasts usually know how to hide themselves. Even if you can sense them a kilometer away, if you can't detect them, you won't sense them even if they're right in front of you. Badar bees have a special swarm concealment skill." Luffy estimated he could only sense them within 200 meters. For the young lady, who isn't even at the transcendent level, to sense them from a kilometer away is just too illogical. Luo had no evidence at the moment, but if he delayed any longer, he might have to prepare his own coffin. "Uncle, let's go back. I'm worried about Alice and the others." "Alright, this much prey is enough for the rest of the journey." Luo put his bow and arrows and a few rabbits into his ring and returned to the city lightly equipped. Luffy, though envious, had no choice but to carry his prey. He didn't have one, and he only hunted medium-sized prey like gray wolves. A typical spatial ring only had less than 10 cubic meters of space, not enough to hold much. "When I have money, I definitely buy a spatial ring." Running back, Luo casually asked, "Is this spatial ring very valuable?" "Uncle, you must have easily earned tens of thousands of gold coins from hunting a few extraordinary magical beasts. That ring starts at 100,000 gold coins. I don't need it since I'm always in the Lord's fortress. I don't even have enough money for cultivation. Why would I spend so much on a spatial ring?" "Uncle, you're so poor. Once you reach the extraordinary realm, you find that your little savings won't even last a month." While chatting, Luo occasionally glanced back. The swarm didn't seem to change its direction because of their deviated path. They must just happen to be moving in the same direction as the swarm, which somewhat eased Luo's worries. Thinking about it carefully, the swarm of bees seemed to be passing right by Talabia town. Could their destination be the town? Wouldn't the town's residents be in great danger? The town has tens of thousands of people, and it's even guarded by superhumans. Why am I worrying? Thinking this way, Luo realized he was overthinking it. He was just an ordinary person who struggled to even fight a first-tier superhuman. He couldn't possibly manage it all. "Hey, old man, if a swarm of badar bees flew towards Talabia, what would you do?" Luffy, carrying 2 wolves and a wild deer, followed behind. Hearing this, he scratched his head. "Miss, why are you asking such a strange question today? But I still help within my ability. This is a natural disaster. It wouldn't feel right to ignore it." "Then, uncle, do you think I should help?" "Shouldn't you ask yourself that, miss? I just feel the town should handle it itself, but ignoring it doesn't seem right." Luo felt she was being influenced by another memory, but that world was clearly also indifferent. Clearly, not interfering was the easiest approach. Miss, you're overthinking it again. You don't need to stop the swarm, just reminding them is helpful. As long as you feel at ease, that's all that matters. He suddenly stopped, and if Luffy hadn't braked sharply, he would have bumped into her. Miss? Uncle, you're right. Instead of constantly worrying, it's better to put your mind at ease. Otherwise, thinking about this all day will be very unpleasant. Oh! Did I say that? Luffy was taken aback. No, miss, what are you planning to do? Uncle, you two go back first. I'll be right back. Miss, you're not actually thinking there are bada bees, are you? However, Lo had already run towards Talabia town. Seeing this, Luffy sensed something was wrong. Normally, the young lady wouldn't act so impulsively alone. He handed the prey on his back to the two men, telling them to go back and keep watch, while he ran in the direction they said there was a swarm. Inside the dilapidated town hall, Kane was pouring a vial of potion into his mouth. Although the residual alien magic from the battle prevented his wounds from healing quickly, the alchemical potion could expel the alien magic from his body more quickly, allowing him to prepare more thoroughly. Kane ripped off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular upper body, and asked Venus beside him, "How much time do we have?" Venus wiped her knight's long sword, her thin red lips parting slightly. At most 1 day. Aloy City will send new superhumans. We need to take care of the queen bee within a day. What a nuisance. We only killed a few mortals, and those idiots were courting death. They wasted so much of our time. Ignoring Kane's grumbling, Venus calmly stood up and gazed into the distance. The queen bee will definitely bring a large number of worker bees this time for revenge. If we're not careful, we could all die here. I know. If it weren't for those good-for-nothings, that old man in the mayor's mansion wouldn't have been able to hurt me, and he even let a brat kill Sefri. Take it away. With the boost from her vital energy, Luo flew almost close to the ground through the gaps in the trees, emerging from the forest in less than a minute and reaching the main road. It was about a day's journey from here to Talabia. Luo didn't know how long it would take to reach the town, but as long as she encountered someone along the way and relayed the news, she felt less burdened. Perhaps due to the escalating riots, there were no vehicles or pedestrians on the road, and the refugees had either fled or hidden themselves. The rest, of course, had died. Seeing no one around, Luo slightly lifted her shoes off the ground, and with a thought, quickly ascended to a height of several thousand meters. This was the first time Luo had reached such a high place. The road became extremely narrow, and the edges of the seemingly endless forest gradually emerged in the distance. Birds flew below, white clouds surrounded her, the sun shone brightly above, and what she saw was an endless expanse where blue and green met. Luo felt incredibly fortunate to be alive in this world. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to witness such beauty. The wind tousled the girl's long hair, ruffling her bangs and brushing against her skin, bringing a slight coolness. Her long dress fluttered, making her appear like a dancing fairy. It was a pity no one could see this beautiful sight. Silently savoring the awe and beauty of the world, Luo composed herself. With a surge of energy, she dispelled the moisture she had absorbed. Choosing her direction, her slender body pierced the air, flying along the main road towards Talabia. Because she didn't want to miss any living people, Luo didn't fly too fast. About 15 minutes later, she spotted a red figure rapidly moving towards the town. Judging by the speed, it didn't seem to be a low-level cultivator. Out of curiosity, Luo passed the figure and landed about 1,000 meters ahead, the furthest distance Luo could sense. Landing in the woods, Luo took out her newly bought dark gray robe from her ring. She was about to go out and wait for him, but then thought better of it and took out 2 masks, a pink pig mask and a bronze smiling face mask. She bought them in Seekin town. She'd seen them by chance at a stall before leaving the town. Now that she had a robe and a hood, how could she be without a mask? Luo was torn between the cute pink pig mask and the cool bronze smiling face mask. I'm so cute, I should choose the cute one. Brud Luna, the third daughter of the current patriarch of the Brud family in Aloy City, is the second-year head of the magic department at the Imperial Capital Academy. She is a 4th-level transcendent, specializing in fire magic, 85 years old, 156 centimeters tall, weight unknown, beautiful, unmarried, and seeking a blind date. Those interested should go to the faculty dormitory building of the Magic Academy at the Imperial Capital Academy. Damn it! That man was practically smitten with me. Why did they suddenly assign me this task? I see who's getting in my way. She stormed off, not flying, you ask? Luna wasn't satisfied until she beat up some idiots. After giving a good beating to a guy who tried to rob her because of her short stature, Luna continued running along the main road. There are superhumans causing trouble. Shouldn't the city lord's people handle that? Why did they send me? Just because I stabbed his idiot son with a staff? I'm furious. Her overflowing resentment sent a chill down the spines of 3 men who had intended to rob her, who quickly moved away. Suddenly, a small, gray-robed figure caught Luna's attention. She could feel the figure's gaze fixed on her. Waiting for me on purpose? I see who dares to be so bold. Chapter 26. Lua watched the rapidly approaching target, only then realizing it was a girl, about half a head taller than him, with long, fiery red curly hair and a red and black cloak. From the air, she looked like a burst of flame. A little uneasy welled up inside him. What should he say? Should he tell her, "Excuse me, could you please stop? I have important news for you"? Would that make him look like a fool? Or could he ask her to pass on a message to Talabia Town? Or tell her, "I'm a hunter from nearby, and dangerous magical beasts are about to attack Talabia Town from the forest"? Staring at the approaching girl, Lua's thoughts raced. He couldn't think of a natural, normal way to speak. After all, coming all this way just to ask a passerby for a message seemed odd. Should he just run away? How embarrassing. "Hey, you suspicious person over there, why are you staring at me?" Before Lua could finish his thought, the girl quickly approached, her brows slightly furrowed. Her face was full of impatience. "I'm talking to you. What are you staring at me for? You got your eye on me, haven't you? Oh, and you're wearing a cute little pig mask. Quite unique taste, huh? Too bad you're a bit short. But if you were cuter, I might consider it." Swoosh. As she spoke, her eyes lit up, as if she spotted prey. Startled, Lua involuntarily took 3 steps back. Nothing. I didn't. What? Just a little girl. What a disappointment. The girl looked utterly uninterested and turned to leave. Lua hesitated for a moment, worried that if she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't find another one. Finally, she mustered her courage and said, "Could you spare a moment? I have something to say." Don't you know my time is precious?" Actually, it's not precious at all. But Lua, of course, didn't know that. He quickly finished speaking. "There's a swarm of badar bees attacking in the forest about 50 kilometers ahead. I see you're heading to Talabia Town. Please inform them. That's all, bye-bye." He finished speaking in one breath, and just as Lua was about to slip away, the girl flashed before him, her face almost touching Lua's mask. "Little girl, I'm a little curious. With the speed of badar bees, how did you manage to outrun them?" This... Lua was momentarily speechless. Her question reminded him that according to the description in the Monster Chronicles, the speed of an adult badar bee should be comparable to that of a superhuman flying. Unless he could prove he was a superhuman, there was no way to explain how he could run so far. The distance was faster than the swarm of bees. A miscalculation. "Fine, I remember this. I'm in a hurry, I'll let you go for now." Just as Lua was pondering who would let whom go, the girl soared into the air, transforming into a fiery red meteor. A commanding voice echoed from afar, "I memorized your aura. Next time we meet, don't wear that lousy mask. It doesn't block my senses, and it's a waste of that pretty face. I will endure it." He must have forgotten to check the almanac today, otherwise, how could he possibly run into a girl who turned out to be a superhuman? Realizing he wasted considerable time, and to avoid worrying Luffy and the others, Lua flew in the opposite direction from Talabia Town. Without his original purpose, Lua flew thousands of meters in the air. His earlier frustration had lessened considerably. Gazing at the forest below, he could clearly see several roads dividing it, connecting the towns and cities in the 4 cardinal directions. The temperature at high altitudes was very low, and with the added moisture, it became icy cold. Lua silently circulated his chi and blood, causing it to rise slightly on his body, forming a thin protective shield that insulated him from the cold and resisted wind resistance. He continuously increased his speed until the rate of chi and blood rising could no longer keep up with his graceful movement, then he stopped accelerating. His robe, unprotected, fluttered in the wind, making Lua a little worried that it might disintegrate if he went any faster. He returned to the vicinity of the caravan faster than he had gone. With a touch of reluctance, Lua landed outside the woods, carefully stored his robe and mask, and then, relying on his memory, headed towards the caravan's encampment. "At least I did something good, I should celebrate." Soon, Lua found the caravan, but it wasn't in the original location, it had moved several hundred meters forward. The swarm must have passed. Lua scanned the area, but didn't see the control panel appear. Seeing Lua's return, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy told the others to continue dissecting the prey, then came to Luo's side, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, "Miss, how did you find it beforehand?" "After you left, I went to investigate and found that there really was a swarm of bees migrating not far away." "Humph. I have no reason to lie to you." With a haughty flick of her hair, Luo nimbly walked to Alice's side. Watching the guards dissect the prey, Luffy didn't wait for Luo's reply, stroking his chin. "Miss seems to be in a much better mood." Ryder was skinning a rabbit with a knife. Although the bloody sight was a bit gruesome, having seen so many refugee corpses on the road, and with a wash of information from another world's network, Luo watched with great interest, completely opposite to Alice beside her, who was covering her eyes and peeking through her fingers. There were 2 wolves, 3 rabbits, a wild deer, and several pheasants, enough to eat in a short time. So Ryder, a former cook, skinned, gutted, and cleaned the meat, then built another fire. He sliced the excess meat, skewered it on forks, and let the smoke from the fire dry it. There were plenty of wild vegetables. A few picked along the way would be enough. Lo was thankful they were in a forest. In the desert, they wouldn't even have any vegetables to eat. Lo wanted to try barbecuing, but Ryder told her that without the right seasoning, it would be terrible. Coincidentally, they had only bought ingredients for stewing. If she wanted to try, they would buy some in Aloy. Lo could only understand. After eating and drinking their fill, the caravan had to delay their departure until evening because they still needed to process the smoked meat. The town of Talabia was 5 days' journey from Aloy, so the journey was destined to be anything but easy. A small leather boot stepped on Kane's charred head. Luna's staff slammed heavily into the ground, its red light slowly fading, for there were no more enemies. Venus's eyes were glazed, devoid of any will to resist. Just as they awaited the arrival of the queen bee, this strange girl descended from the sky, arrogantly demanding who had done this. Kane, unable to contain himself, threatened to chop her skull open. And then? Nothing. With just 2 spells, Kane was charred to a crisp. Luna went to help, only to have her knight's sword shattered by a single kick. This was a supernatural weapon of the azure steel grade, which had served her in countless battles, only showing a few small nicks. Yet now, it was broken by a tiny foot. That's it done. Wait, what about that bee again? Since we're already here, let's go check it out. If she's lying to me, hee hee. Luna casually channeled a stream of fire magic into the dazed woman's body, sealing her magical spirit. Then she flew back the way she came, not caring what the woman had done or how to deal with her. About 10 minutes later, Luna's senses detected a complex and immense aura approaching the town. She was right. What a fine little girl. Looks like she's going to the capital. Hopefully, I see her at the academy. Heavenly fire, burn. The last few words were spoken in runes. As soon as she finished speaking, accompanied by the surging fire magic on her staff, a fiery red aura descended from the sky above the swarm, like an inverted volcano, spewing forth flames that precisely ignited the worker bees, reducing them to ashes. Huh? A queen bee? Not bad. Flying to the lonely, bewildered queen bee, Luna ruthlessly plunged her slender hand into its abdomen, pulling out a golden, soft sphere. Without even glancing at the remaining magic core and corpse, Luna returned to the town with the sphere. Even though she didn't want to linger, she waited for the city lord's enforcement team to clean up the mess. Arriving at a relatively well-preserved house in the town hall, Luna took out a 3-meter-long table from her ring, on which dozens of strange instruments and potions were piled. Hopefully that little girl won't be too surprised, hee hee. Aloy City, with a history of over 5,000 years, is the 3rd largest city in the empire, with hundreds of thousands of tourists visiting daily, and a permanent population exceeding 10 million. After leaving the side road and returning to the main road, Luo and his group merged back into the crowd. The closer they got to Aloy City, the more pedestrians there were. By the time Luo could see the city walls, the main road was wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side. The superhumans were no longer an endless expanse. Every now and then, their auras would emanate from the sky. Superhuman pressure also emanated from large merchant guilds or magnificent caravans. Compared to them, Luo and his group seemed quite ordinary. After a 2-hour carriage ride, the city walls of Aloy gradually revealed their imposing grandeur. Reaching a height of 300 meters, the walls were constructed from 5 layers of different materials. 10 people could walk side by side atop them. The parapets and bunkers indicated that their original purpose was for warfare. Even after more than 5,000 years, the walls remained remarkably well preserved. It was said that in times of war, the internal barriers and magic could be reactivated, transforming the entire city into a war machine. Even Luo, let alone Alice, stared wide-eyed at the seemingly superhumanly magnificent walls. Their length and width stretched as far as the eye could see. Near the city gates, a high-level anti-flight barrier was in place, and the area was bustling with people. This is only the third largest city. What about the second and the capital? What would they be like then? Miss, it's so tall. Much taller than the castle. Yes, it truly lives up to its reputation as a big city. Miss, my neck is sore from looking at it. So many people. More people than the entire town. Hearing their continuous exclamations, Luffy couldn't help but move a little further away. He couldn't stand the way others looked at them. He hadn't been this excited when he first saw Aloy City, had he? Chapter 27. But good moods usually don't last long, because there's always someone who's oblivious to the situation who interfere. A small place is a small place, making a fuss over nothing. A disdainful voice came from outside the car. Luo turned her head, and saw a thin man in a dark blue fitted long-sleeved coat being surrounded by 4 guards. Although he didn't speak to them, it was clear to everyone that he was mocking Luo and her companion for making a scene. Damn it! Miss, how could that man talk like that? Alice couldn't stand it. They hadn't bothered him, so why did he have to talk to them like that? She glanced at the man and the guard, noticing the highest-ranking one was only at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Losing interest immediately, she thought they wouldn't even be worth a punch. Forget it, let's not let him ruin our mood. Let's see if there are any bookstores after we enter the city. Miss, you're going to bookstores again? I was thinking of taking you to see clothing and accessory stores. The clothes in big cities are definitely more beautiful, little. Before Alice could finish, the man casually interrupted, only ignorant people. You care about such trivial matters, wouldn't you say, Dara? The guard beside him seemed used to it, replying helplessly, Lord Kokoro, you're right. So noisy, uncle, can I leave it to you? Of course, the young lady's orders must be obeyed. Luffy's face twisted into a grimace as he strode towards the thin man. He long disliked this guy, he had no strength whatsoever, and Luffy knew exactly what he was thinking. Kokoro saw a tall figure approaching, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He quickly said, Don't do anything rash. Fighting is prohibited here. The 4 guards, weapons drawn, became alert. Even though they disapproved of Kokoro's actions, they were hired and had to show their loyalty. Luffy, unconcerned, walked straight in front of Kokoro. This attracted a crowd of onlookers. Since they had to wait in line to enter the city anyway, they might as well watch the drama unfold. Looking down at the man, Luffy grinned menacingly. I heard you're from a big city? Humph, I am a noble citizen of Aloy City. How could someone as unsophisticated as you know that? Luffy's smile was forced, but his eyes grew even colder. Didn't your master tell you that the dignity of superhumans and lords is inviolable? His great sword was drawn with a clang, the tip pointed at the man, his aura exploding, but directed solely at him. Next time you say another word to the lady, I make you my friend in the arena. Fun, fun! Aye. Upon hearing the arena, Kokoro's legs trembled. He wanted to say something harsh, but seeing Luffy's sincere eyes, he finally lowered his head and slunk away. Many passers-by couldn't help but laugh. Most of the people here came from other towns, and were naturally unhappy with what the man had said. Alice watched Luffy return, a little worried. Will the night be alright? Someone living in such a big city must be someone important. He'd be fine. Although the uncle is usually gentle, he's shrewd. That's good. The incident quickly passed. About an hour later, Luo and his group finally entered the city. As a megacity with a permanent population of 10 million, Aloy City covers an area of 50,000 square kilometers. It is divided into 3 layers, with a total of 45 areas, each governed by a different deputy city lord. The city lord's mansion at the very center is governed by the city lord himself. The massive population and long history have attracted more than 100,000 extraordinary individuals to gather here. Its vast influence extends to thousands of surrounding towns, and small and medium-sized cities. It is said that saint-level powerhouses are also hidden in this city. Ah, miss, are there even saint-level beings here? It's said. Those powerful beings can live for thousands of years. Even if you've seen them, ordinary people would have died dozens of generations ago. It's already quite an achievement for them to leave behind legends. That's true. Miss, you really? Stop. Let's find a place to stay first. Cutting Alice's words out of his mouth, Luo searched and found the lord's insignia in the territory, handing it to Luffy. They were currently in the outer layer, mostly shops and commoners' residences, while the middle layer was where superhumans and nobles lived. The Dell territory was, after all, a lord's territory, so owning a small house in the middle layer was normal. The outer layer was the largest, with 90% of the population residing there. Although it wasn't overcrowded, the carriage still had to be extra careful on the roads. It took the group more than 2 hours to reach the gates of the middle layer. After the mid-level guards verified the authenticity of the badges, the horses carried Luo and the others slowly to a 3-story building. It wasn't large, only about 200 square meters, but even in this prime location, it had cost several 100,000 gold coins. Whether any connections had been used, Luo didn't know. "Young miss, welcome." Greeting them was an old servant, who must have received news from his mother and was waiting there. The house was spotless, giving a feeling of returning home. After a simple lunch and reserving a room at the back of the second floor, Luo waved her hand, handing Alice to Luffy, and went off to stroll around. Luffy wanted a guard to guide her, but it seemed he was the only one who had been to Aloy City before, and the old servant was too old to keep up quickly. He thought that his young lady wouldn't get lost, so he let her be. Perhaps because most people here are of high status, few speak loudly. Combined with a much lower population density, the middle level is far quieter than the outer level. Walking down the street, you occasionally see strange locals cleaning and maintaining things along the roadside, something Luo has never seen before, and it piques his curiosity. This is the first time this lady has seen a Hijikata puppet. A slightly magnetic male voice came from behind. Luo looked around to make sure no one was responding, then turned around to see a smiling young man. Luo pointed to herself in confusion. "Are you talking to me?" The man bowed slightly, his posture elegant. "Of course, beautiful lady I am." But when he stood up and looked at the girl again, he found she was already just a small figure with her back to him. "Beautiful lady, please wait a moment, allow me to introduce myself." Hearing the distant call behind her, Luo walked faster. Who was this guy? So strange. There weren't many people on the street, only the occasional carriage slowly passing by. Rows of houses lined both sides. This was the middle-level 31st district, mostly residential. After walking for about half an hour, the houses gradually thinned out, revealing a large plaza. The crowd also increased. Luo mingled with the throng. In the center of the plaza was a fountain, surrounded by neatly arranged shops of all kinds, even a coffee shop and a flower shop. Is this a commercial area? It seems there's more than just this square, because along the road, the area further ahead is also a high-traffic area. After carefully looking at the surrounding shops, Luo's gaze fell on the weapon shop, because she thought of that short sword from a long time ago. Although she was criticized afterward, it was indeed very useful. For chopping trees. A sign outside read Pygmy Weapon Shop. Stepping inside, the space was about 200 square meters, the walls adorned with various weapons, mostly swords, knives, hammers, and axes. 7 or 8 people were browsing, and the faint clanging of metal could be heard from the back, suggesting weapon forging. Luo didn't disturb them, discreetly examining the hanging short and long swords. Comparing them, the short sword seemed a bit short. Oh, he grown taller. But the long sword seemed far too long, almost reaching his neck when upright. That sword seemed about the same length. However, several well-dressed young men blocked the way. If he went over, he'd definitely have to make way. Judging from their noble appearance, Luo decided to skip it and look at the other weapons. Turning around, he immediately saw a large face staring directly at him, bigger than 3 times his own face, with a thick white beard and bushy eyebrows, exuding an imposing aura. Wow! A scream drew everyone's attention in the weapon shop. Only the clanging of metal continued. The owner of the large-faced man looked helpless, clapped his hands, and called out to the customers, "Everyone, it's all right." A little customer was just startled. The surrounding people chuckled good-naturedly and continued with their business, unconcerned about being disturbed. Luo then realized that this face actually had a body, but its proportions were unusual. It was about her height, but incredibly robust, and its head seemed 3 times larger, yet it looked perfectly proportioned on its thick neck. A dwarf? That's right, I'm the shopkeeper. The dwarf shopkeeper gave a hearty smile. Sorry, little girl, did I frighten you? Luo glanced at the shopkeeper and found that although he looked fierce, he wasn't particularly frightening. No, it's just that the shopkeeper suddenly appeared behind me, which startled me a little. I'm so sorry to have disturbed everyone. It's all right. Many human children are seeing dwarves for the first time. The shopkeeper was surprisingly easy to talk to, like a kind old grandfather. However, dwarves' appearances make it hard to tell their age. Only their white beards suggested they were old men. Cute little girl, I noticed you've been looking around the shop for quite a while without buying anything. Is there no weapon you need? No, it's just that the swords here aren't quite right for my height. Hearing Luo's shy, soft reply, the dwarf shopkeeper smiled kindly. Little girl, be generous. I'm not going to eat you. Let me see. That sword is about right. As he spoke, he patted the shoulders of several noble children, gesturing for them to move aside, and then took a sword from the wall. Luo realized it was the very sword she had been eyeing the longest, the one she had wanted to take but was too embarrassed to approach. Shopkeeper, I've been running this shop for so long, I have a good eye for people. Here. Luo blankly took the long sword the shopkeeper offered. It was about a meter long, with a bronze hilt topped with a red magic core. The blade was pale red, 3 fingers wide, and about 80 centimeters long. The blade had a distinct curve, and the center of gravity was forward, clearly indicating it was better suited for slashing. This sword is one of my early creations, forged from volcanic copper and warm iron. A small amount of mithril was added to the blade, giving it excellent thermal and magical conductivity. Its hardness and toughness are also quite good. To make it more suitable for fire magic, a second-tier extraordinary fire serpent magic core was inlaid in the hilt. Unfortunately, the temperature was a bit too high during forging, and some of the warm iron evaporated. It was originally planned to be the normal length, but as you can see, it's shorter. The shopkeeper seemed to be telling Luo, or perhaps talking to himself, recounting the sword story. Luo looked at the dwarf shopkeeper, lost in his memories, and asked curiously, Shopkeeper, according to you, this sword should be of quite high quality, right? Why has it been sitting here for so long? I think, little girl, look at that. It took me a while to bring you this sword, but for most people who come here to buy weapons, it's too short as a long sword and too long as a short sword. With so many gold coins, wouldn't it be better to buy a more suitable one? After explaining, the shopkeeper continued, however, the biggest problem is that the tempered iron isn't warm enough. When using fire magic, the hilt's temperature will be much higher than intended, so the sword's performance won't be fully utilized. It's normal that no one buys it. Luo's heart skipped a beat. Was this shopkeeper a seemingly kind person hiding a secret? Trying to swindle her money? Seeing the wariness on Luo's face, the shopkeeper laughed. I have no reason to cheat you out of your gold coins. Besides, this is forged to the standards of a Qinggong grade weapon. Can you afford it, young lady? Qinggong grade? Chapter 28. Azure Steel grade? Luo was somewhat confused. She had always thought weapons were all similar. It turned out there were different grades. The young lady seems quite interested. I can tell you about it now if you have time. Thinking for a moment, and realizing it was still early for dinner, Luo nodded and followed the shopkeeper to a rest area inside the shop. Strangely enough, as soon as she entered, the sounds outside disappeared, yet she could still clearly see what was happening outside. Was it a barrier? The rest area wasn't large, containing a few chairs and a table, and was quite clean, indicating it was a frequent customer. This shopkeeper, does he often chat with customers? Please take a seat, come, have some tea. No need to trouble the shopkeeper, I can do it myself. She felt flattered. Pouring herself a glass of ale, the shopkeeper smiled and said, Don't be so reserved. I just noticed you're young, and it's the first time I met you, so I was a little curious. Is this your first time in this district? That's right, the shopkeeper guessed correctly. Look at my memory. Let me introduce myself, I'm from this pygmy weapon shop. Shopkeeper, Yodel Tarshan Stonehammer, you can just call me Stonehammer or shopkeeper. Luo quickly replied, Then I call you shopkeeper, my name is Lagrange del Luo, from the Del territory on the edge of the empire. A polite little girl, I like that, unlike those kids in the noble district, always wearing a sour face, ha ha. Luo scratched her cheek awkwardly, not daring to answer that casually, shopkeeper, about weapon levels. Oh dear, sorry, I said too much, I punished myself with a drink. She then downed a large glass of ale. Shopkeeper, I think you just want a drink. Gulp. The little girl's sword is Azure Steel grade. You? Right, you haven't advanced to the transcendent level yet, have you? Give me the sword. Luo handed it over, curiously watching what he was going to do. Stonehammer held the long sword, channeling magic into it. The blade instantly turned red, surging with intense heat. A wave of heat was clearly felt, but it was quickly repelled by the shopkeeper's magic. Azure Steel grade weapons, when enhanced by magic, will produce an azure halo. Looking closely, Luo discovered that beneath the flames, there was indeed a faint azure glow, especially near the hilt, where the glow was more pronounced due to the thinner flames. This is a special change caused by the fluctuations in the magic circuits engraved on the weapon, resulting from the interaction between magic and the free magic in the air. Although the materials and engraved circuits of the azure steel grade weapons are different, due to the amplification factor and the magic decay rate being under certain conditions. Stonehammer was speaking when he saw Luo's eyes starting to dart around, and he awkwardly touched his gray hair. Sorry, I accidentally revealed too much. The weapon's grade is based on the strength of the amplified magic, but under normal circumstances, you can also roughly judge it based on the aura produced by the injected magic. Black iron, azure steel, silver, gold, blue cobalt, and ruby, these 6 grades can be distinguished so easily. Blinking, Luo felt that she understood this time. What about after ruby grade? Removing the magic, Stonehammer stroked the long sword and asked Luo, little girl, why do you think there are more beyond that? I just think that since there are saint grade and god grade weapons, there should also be saint grade and divine grade weapons, right? Is ruby grade a divine grade weapon? Haha, you're the first person to think that way, but unfortunately not. Above ruby, there are indeed emerald and diamond grades, and above that are sacred artifacts and divine artifacts. However, a mere aura can no longer distinguish those above ruby, because weapons of that level can perfectly conceal magical fluctuations. Stonehammer went on to explain the commonalities and choices regarding weapons and armor. For example, generally, a level 1 transcendent can wield a black iron grade weapon, but only level 2 transcendent has enough magic and soul power to fully activate its power. Similarly, diamond grade weapons are used by level 8 to 9 transcendent. Forcing the use of a higher level weapon could lead to magic depletion and the collapse of one's sea of souls, unless you're just using it as a woodcutter's axe. Is there a weapon that can be used by people of different ranks? Like, the more magic power infused, the greater the power, so we wouldn't have to keep changing weapons. Hearing Luo Tianjin's idea, Shichui laughed. That's a great idea. Do you think I should forge one like you suggested? Maybe it caused an earthquake in the forging world. Really? I was just mentioning it casually. Wait, shopkeeper, haven't you already tried it? After drinking another glass of ale, Shichui stopped teasing her. Indeed, a long time ago, forgers proposed the theory of graded magic circuits. However, you're not a superhuman, so you might not know. The higher the level of a superhuman, the greater the concentration of magic power within their body, and the more qualitatively enhanced their soul power becomes. The magic circuits of high-level weapons not only require a large instantaneous output of magic power, but also must ensure that they are not assimilated by high-quality magic power. In short, if we were to design different levels of circuits as you say, the fusion of materials alone would be a problem. Historically, there have been weapons that span 4 usage ranks, but the forging cost of those was less than the cost of buying 3 weapons of different levels. So that's how it is. Simply put, materials that are too low grade are easily damaged by high-quality magic, while materials that are too high grade cannot have their circuits activated by low-quality magic. Designing a weapon that can be used across multiple grades means that circuits need to be engraved on various materials separately, and they cannot interfere with each other. Aside from the difficulty of forging, you can only use a portion of the circuits on this weapon, the other portion is unusable. A superhuman cannot simultaneously possess magic of vastly different qualities. I learned something new. Luo felt her trip was worthwhile. This knowledge should only belong to blacksmiths. Although it might not be useful to her, understanding it was satisfying. Shopkeeper, I like eager learners. This is a basic forging book, recording common forging techniques and basic forging characteristic circuits. You can take a look if you're interested. This is too much trouble, I can't accept this. Alright, it's just a basic forging book. Are you perhaps looking down on forging techniques? Stonehammer's eyes widened, startling Luo, who quickly took the thick book from his hands, her face brightening again. This shopkeeper's even good at scaring people. After drinking another glass of ale, Stonehammer glanced at the clock on the wall and said apologetically, Sorry, young lady, I've taken up quite a bit of your time. I also need to go back and deal with my weapons. Luo quickly stood up and downed her long cold tea in one gulp. I'm the one who's taken up quite a bit of your time. Thank you so much for your explanation. Ha! You can come visit me more often when you have time. I'm so bored every day. Oh, and you can take this flame blaze. Consider it a gift for Dell's daughter. Eh? Shopkeeper, you know my father? Before Luo Duo could ask, Stonehammer waved his hand and replied casually, Just a fleeting encounter. I just thought you were a cute girl, it has nothing to do with him. But this is too valuable. A second-tier magic core would cost at least 10,000 gold coins, selling her would probably buy it. Then come and keep this old man company a little longer. Seeing that Stonehammer was determined not to take it back, Luo tightened her grip on the sword, unsure how to return it, and could only thank him. Then I use this sword for now, if the shopkeeper wants it back. Stonehammer glared at her, looking like he was about to explode. It's just a failed product, just keep it. Luo swallowed the rest of her words, a cute smile appearing on her face. From today onwards, she too possessed a supernatural weapon. After saying goodbye, Luo slung the sword and its scabbard over her back. The scabbard had a side opening, making it easy to draw the sword from behind. However, carrying a sword and a thick book while wearing a dress looked a little odd, but with people coming and going on the street, Luo didn't dare to openly put it in her ring. I didn't expect to chat for over an hour. The shopkeeper is such a talkative old man, just like the old ladies and gentlemen at the village entrance. She couldn't help but compare them for a moment, seemingly no difference. But the shopkeeper is probably a good person, right? Luo, wearing a long dress, was already cute, but now carrying a sword and holding a book, everyone on the street was drawn to her. Luo felt instantly exposed to the blazing sun, and could only lower her head and walk quickly away, trying to minimize her presence. So many people are looking. Don't look at me. Can't you look at that girl? Wait, girl, why are you looking this way too? How embarrassing. Muttering to herself, Luo suddenly felt a shadow in front of her and instinctively dodged to the side. Clang. Ouch. That hurts. Luo couldn't help but crouch down, clutching her forehead. She dodged too suddenly, and hadn't noticed the pillar beside her. Rubbing her forehead, she felt a sting, though the skin wasn't broken. Feeling the growing number of stares around her, Luo felt like crying. What was going on? She quickly got up and scurried to the other side of the plaza. Her face and ears were burning hot. They must be bright red. How embarrassing. In the distance, a petite girl's eyes twitched slightly. She looked at the pillar with a large dent, and the bewildered Shichiguchi puppet beside it, then at the girl clutching her face, unsure where to go. Is this the little girl from that day? She seems a bit clumsy. Sighing, Luna knew it wasn't certain if she could get into the Imperial Academy, so there was no need to meet. Otherwise, it might be awkward for both of them. Luna turned and entered the pygmy weapon shop, only to find the dwarf shopkeeper wasn't in the display area. She checked the rest area but didn't find him either, except for the iconic large wine glass still on the table. A guest has arrived? This guest was naturally not the ordinary customer buying weapons in the exhibition area. Luna glanced around and, not seeing Stonehammer, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Old man Stonehammer, I'm here to order the weapon I commissioned." Several people initially thought Luna was too loud and wanted to argue, but after seeing the speaker's face, they were so frightened that they pretended not to see anything, wishing their handsome faces would become plain, covered in pockmarks, to be safe. What was this witch doing in Aloy City? Little girl Luna? Sorry, the staff you ordered is finished and coming right away. Stonehammer's loud voice came from the side room. Soon, Stonehammer came out carrying a staff over 2 meters long, with a sharp base and a dark red, 5-pointed magic crystal floating on top. Seriously, are you sure you don't want to change your requirements? Having forged for over 300 years, Stonehammer had never seen a staff like this before. It looked big, and it was indeed heavy. One blow from the staff could crack open the skull of a superhuman. Luna took the staff, weighed it in one hand, and said with satisfaction, "Old man, you don't understand magicians. How can someone who only knows magic be called a true magician? Here's the rest of the gold coins. Next time, I have my students forged here." "No thanks, I'm afraid I can't handle it. It's only because I have a good temper that I'm afraid I have to go. Other dwarven weapon shops would be lucky not to kick you out." Luna put her staff into her ring, and was about to leave, when she turned back curiously and asked, "Old man, were there any customers just now?" "No, I just ran into a friend's daughter, a very cute little girl, and we chatted for a bit." "Is that so? Then see you when you have time." Luna didn't think much of it, and turned to leave. "I should go back to the capital, otherwise I'd be late for school preparations." After Luna left, the group of men breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the witch's target wasn't them. Chapter 29. Only after Luo felt the gazes on her lesson did she dare to stop and look around. She found herself on an unfamiliar street, the street sign reading 30th District. Mosage Street. Am I in a different area? She quickly recalled the route. Her memory was excellent. This wasn't a commercial street or a residential area, but there were quite a few people, especially a group gathered in an open space not far ahead, watching something and occasionally cheering. Nobles and extraordinary individuals also gathered to watch a play. However, she needed to disguise her attire. It was too conspicuous. This wasn't an adventurer's town. Almost no one dressed so strangely. She secretly slipped into a small alley, checked that no one was around, and then stored her sword and book in her ring. When she emerged, she was back to her innocent and adorable self. Seizing an opportunity, Luo used her small frame to weave through the crowd. The air was thick with a faint odor of sweat and perfume, making Luo feel quite uncomfortable. However, she quickly squeezed into the innermost circle. The people around her were initially quite. He had some reservations, but upon seeing that it was a very cute little girl, he quietly moved aside to give her a better view. It's normal for cute girls to have some privileges. In the circle of people, two people stood side by side, a burly, imposing man and an ordinary-looking woman. They stood outside a square platform more than 3 meters wide, each wearing a strange glove that looked like a combination of steel and machinery, with a cyberpunk style. Between them was a small table about half a person's height, with a large round plate on it containing 2 dice with many faces. Luo counted them carefully. There should be 10 faces, each a different color. What's going on? Luo asked curiously in a low voice, but everyone around her seemed to be nervously waiting for something, and no one answered her. The muscular man took a step forward, his right hand, gloved with mechanical gloves, opened. A thin piece of iron in his palm lit up with complex runes. Simultaneously, a magic circle with a magnification of several times appeared above the platform. After the magic circle formed, a red and yellow golem gradually materialized on the platform, about 30 centimeters tall, with 2 hands and 2 feet. Its right hand was a huge battle axe, and its left hand was a shield half the size of its body. A mecha? The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw the golem appear, seemingly quite famous here. Paul's battle axe is still as imposing as ever. I bet he win. I bet that woman will be defeated in 3 minutes. But I think if Paul doesn't get a favorable position, he might get counterkilled. You might not know, but that seemingly ordinary woman won 3 games in a row yesterday. Battle axe. Battle axe. Okay, a bunch of starstruck adults. The woman's expression remained unchanged. As her magic circle took shape, a small, emerald green golem materialized, slightly smaller than the battle axe, with translucent wings on its back. Even without vibration, it floated in midair, its slender form suggesting remarkable agility. Is this really not a mecha battle? Click. The dice on the small table began to spin on their own. After a dozen seconds, they stopped, revealing a yellow and a green face-up. Instantly, the platform shape changed, transforming into a low-lying meadow. Paul's battle axe stood on the grass, its feet sinking slightly. It's the sandy grasslands. This is bad for Paul. His puppet is too heavy, it'd be difficult for him to move. He'd become a sitting duck. The crowd erupted in another uproar, but Paul's confidence remained undiminished. A red light flashed in the eyes of both puppets, and the battle axe struck first, large feet materializing on its base as it leaped into the air, its axe aimed at the woman's puppet, but the attack was nimbly dodged. Missing its initial strike, the battle axe didn't continue its assault. It used its left hand as a shield to protect its upper body. The next moment, the woman's puppet swung 2 green spears from its hands, piercing the shield, but they only managed to pierce the spearheads before becoming stuck. The fight lasted about 10 minutes. It wasn't that one puppet was damaged beyond repair, but rather that the woman's puppet ran out of magic first and was forced to surrender. Although the event was brief, the various skills and magical techniques used by the puppets still broadened Luo's horizons. The very existence of the puppets was impactful. As the magic circle swept across the platform, everything returned to normal, but the victor received praise, while the loser left dejectedly. Luo wanted to watch a few more matches, but she remembered her purpose for coming out. This colossal structure must possess a unique culture and many books. Luo loved reading, so she wanted to see if there were any special books. Squeezing out of the crowd again, Luo glanced back at the cheers. It seemed similar here to the outer world. Nobles and extraordinary individuals had abandoned their pretenses and returned to their primal nature. Whether this was good or bad, Luo couldn't say. Bookstore, bookstore, where are you? Humming a little improvised tune, Luo looked around the streets, trying to find her target. Unfortunately, she had been clearly told upon entering the city that a massive, interconnected barrier blocked her senses. Otherwise, a sweep of her senses would have revealed everything clearly. How come there aren't any signs in such a big city? What are newcomers supposed to do? As she walked, she caught a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. It's that girl who can use mechs. No wait, She can use puppets. The woman looked a little lost. Her gloves were missing. She wondered if she'd put them in her spatial ring. Curiosity made Luo want to follow, but then she thought, she already wasted enough time, and if she played around a bit longer, she might not even make it for dinner. She could only regretfully miss her chance. Beautiful lady, do you need the help of fate? A light, ethereal voice came from behind her, like a deity high above, looking down upon all living beings, asking her a question. Strangely, even hearing the voice suddenly, Luo felt neither startled nor excited. It was as if someone she knew best was chatting with her. Turning around, she saw a girl with a blue-purple veil covering her head, wearing a star-moon robe that completely concealed her figure. Despite the strange attire, no one around her reacted, as if it were perfectly normal. How come you? A moment of confusion washed over her, but she quickly regained her senses. Strange, did I not sleep well? Rubbing her hair, Luo looked at the girl before her, sensing something was missing, but quickly became alert. Who are you? You're unaffected? The girl's tone was surprised, but she quickly regained her light, holy voice. Ahem, fate above. I see you teetering on the edge of confusion and detours, so I prayed to the gods to glimpse the river of fate. The gods looked down upon you, and because of their mercy for you. Don't go. The girl, slightly out of breath, followed. Luo frowned, not wanting to talk to this girl whose face was completely obscured, but the girl continued talking to herself. For your confusion, may destiny guide you, may. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. What do you want by following me? Wait for me, let me catch my breath, huff huff. Seeing the girl panting heavily, Luo stopped and kindly asked, do you need some water? Yes, thank you. But I don't have any water with me, I can't give you any. But you can go to the tavern up ahead, I think that can solve your problem. The girl paused for a moment, as if confirming whether Luo was joking. Seeing Luo's serious expression, the girl straightened up, coughed twice, seemingly feeling a bit dry in her throat, and a miniature magic circle appeared at her fingertips. Luo saw it clearly. This was the water magic Luffy had demonstrated. A ball of water floated in the girl's hand, then a corner of her veil was lifted, revealing a pointed chin and rosy lips. With a slurp, she put the ball of water into her mouth. Hey! This water isn't good to drink. It's alright, this little bit of residual magic won't affect you. Well, okay, whatever you like. So please tell me, what exactly do you want? The girl finally stopped with her nonsensical lines, and went straight to the point. This fortune teller offers services for finding people, asking for directions, finding lost items, and consulting. Tell me what you need to ask, and I answer it for you. Completely unprepared for this turn of events, Luo was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a while, Luo decided it was best to ask for directions. She felt comfortable asking someone who had offered to help. To be honest, I was actually looking for a nearby bookstore or library, but it's my first time here, so I've been searching for ages without success. No problem. Let me see. The girl seemed like a completely different person. Her sacred and ethereal aura had vanished. She casually pulled out a crystal ball, looking every bit like a shrewd little merchant. What kind of books are you looking for? You mean? I think about it. Books about the history of this city and biographies. If possible, I like to see books about magic circuits and professions, the more detailed the better. Books about magic circuits can't be borrowed or bought by non-supernatural beings, but profession-specific books are fine. Found them. History books and biographies can be found at the Audra bookstore in the middle of Karu 3rd Street or at the Caesar Grin Library in District 29. However, I recommend the Audra bookstore. It's about 50,000 meters from District 29, and it'd take you half a day to go there and back. For profession-specific books, you can go further down this road and ask a man named Ed Lia at a place called Lia Academy. The elderly person is buying, but be aware he's a bit hard of hearing. If he doesn't respond, call out a few more times. The directions were detailed, and they even thoughtfully gave instructions. How could such a kind person exist in this world? Wow, thank you so much. You immediately cleared up my confusion. You're welcome. May fate guide you. May fate guide you too? Haha, that's the prayer of us fortune tellers, almost like a knight's I swear in the name of my heart, you don't need to say it. Really? But thank you anyway, I thought you were a bad person just now. Waving, Luo planned to go find Ed Lia first. Wait! What is it? A flattering 5 gold coins, no credit. A minute later, Luo walked down the street with a bitter face. There are no truly good people in this world, just people who covet a few gold coins in their pockets. Chapter 30. It must be said that the cunning young merchant's divination did have some basis in reality. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a place with a sign that read Leah's Academy appeared ahead. It was a large courtyard with a dozen or so teenagers practicing with wooden knight swords. Kindergarten? It should be elementary school. An old man lay swaying slightly in a chaise longue in front of the courtyard gate, his eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. However, as Luo approached, the old man seemed to know Luo's arrival without even opening his eyes. Basic knight skills, 30 silver coins, complete guide to literacy, 3 silver coins, complete guide to job classification, 1 gold coin, detailed guide to chi and blood advancement, 3 gold coins, battle chi and blood advancement, 30 gold coins. These prices are exorbitant. And that familiar pricing. Grandpa, aren't you hard of hearing? Could I have a copy of complete guide to job classification? And another copy of battle chi and blood advancement? Luo was curious about the latter book because she hadn't heard of the concept of battle chi. It was expensive, but if it was worth it, she didn't mind. The old man remained unmoved, simply extending a hand, seemingly to ask for payment. He pretended to reach into his skirt pocket, but actually took out 31 gold coins from his ring. Luo reluctantly handed them over. The old man flipped his hand, and the gold coins vanished, replaced by 2 neat, thick books that still smelled faintly of ink. These are definitely mass-produced. They're so expensive. She inwardly complained, knowing she might have been ripped off, but being unfamiliar with the area, she didn't know what a reasonable price was. Wait a minute, could it be that the unscrupulous merchant and this old man are in cahoots? Does that mean the bookstore is also ripping people off? Thinking about it, Luo found it increasingly plausible and gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Then let's go back. I go to that library tomorrow. I wonder if they let me borrow something for 6 months. As dusk settled and the streetlights illuminated the roadside, Luo returned to Area 31. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her attention. It was the woman from the afternoon's Mecca. No, puppet showdown. But now she was talking to a long-haired purple-haired girl and seemed quite excited. As she drew closer, she could faintly hear their conversation, so we shouldn't use wings. Put the levitation array in the fairy's core, it'd make levitation much more stable. I lost because of my magic limit. If I add a magic array to the core, I won't have enough magic to unleash offensive spells. How about changing the shaping spell to gravity magic? Attach it to the fairy, and use aerial advantage to crush opponents. Fairies are too light. If it were an earth attribute puppet, this suggestion would be okay. Whose fault is that? Would attribute fairies insist on using offensive skills instead of binding skills? I can't improve that. That's called innovation. Do you understand? You don't understand. The two then started arguing. Luo listened for a while, but finding no useful information, she turned and headed home. However, this technology called puppets had piqued her interest. In-depth research would definitely greatly help her learning magic skills and magic circuits. But I haven't heard of this technology in other towns. Miss, you said you encountered a small magical puppet, and people use it in battle? Luffy wiped his sweat, sheathed his knight sword at his waist, thought for a moment, and confirmed that he had never heard of such an activity. However, Hijikata puppets have existed for a long time, at least several hundred years. Puppet studies are one of the most popular research areas in alchemy now. The kind of puppets you mentioned, Miss, are probably the ones that have been promoted in recent years. Is that so? I wonder if I encounter them at the academy. It sounds quite interesting. As he spoke, Luffy took out the flaming sword from his ring. There's one more thing. I'm at a place called Pygmy. I ran into a dwarf shopkeeper at the weapon shop. He said his name was Yorl Tarshan Stonehammer and gave me a sword, saying he knew my father. Uncle, do you remember him? How would I know anything about my father? Luffy smiled wryly. He's rarely in the Lord's Keep. You've seen him more often than I have since he kidnapped me. Uncle, so you were kidnapped by him. Tell me, how did you end up as a knight of the territory? Lo's eyes sparkled, practically screaming curiosity. Uncle, tell me, was my father a handsome, charming man back then? Luffy blushed slightly, a rare occurrence. Let your father tell you that. I can only say that he was a genius at the academy, practically my senior. After a long struggle, Luffy remained unmoved, leaving Lo puffing up her cheeks as she went back to her room to complain to Alice. After the little commotion, Luo took out the 2 books he had bought for a huge sum of 31 gold coins. Often, Luo didn't read books simply to learn something. Reading quietly by himself gave him a sense of relaxation and pleasure. The job classifications are so detailed. I thought humans only had warriors, summoners, knights, mages, healers, and priests. Oh right, that shady merchant mentioned she was some kind of fortune teller? That's a very rare profession. And Luffy mentioned alchemists, which are divided into 4 categories: potions, items, puppets, and machines. It's like choosing a major in university. Should I study mage or healer? Damage dealing classes are always very popular, but healing classes also have very attractive job prospects, and mystical classes seem quite sought after too. I'm so conflicted. Wait a minute, healers should ideally have some medical knowledge, right? Isn't it enough to just use a healing spell? Luo touched his conscience, realizing he hadn't learned anything about medicine. It seems too late to learn now, isn't it? Mages have even more classifications, with over a dozen major categories alone, including elemental, barrier, melee, support, illusion, soul, and magical armor, not to mention the more detailed subcategories within each. However, mages aren't popular in the Karlov Empire. Most are still traditional 8 elemental mages. The Mage Sanctuary is a true flourishing of diverse schools of thought, with hundreds of magical styles even more intense than religious conflicts. The prevalence of the Imperial Knight profession isn't necessarily a good thing. But expecting her to spend every day training and fighting in the training grounds was out of the question. Her mind sank into her sea of souls, which was now somewhat different from before. 100 or so different magical runes floated scattered within, constructed by Luo during her spare time from the magical runes in her memory. Fire attribute runes were the most unique, with fire-related runes such as blazing, and sun surrounding the golden red character for fire. Some runes related to multiple attributes lean more towards a particular attribute, like flow being closer to water, and float closer to wind. Many more runes weren't related to any of the 10 attributes, belonging to general runes, such as spear, attack, and spherical. Each rune seemed to have its own place, and Luo wondered what would happen if one day all the space here were filled with runes. Choose a fire mage? Luo vaguely sensed a positive change in her fire magic, but having witnessed the ever-changing abilities of wood magic, she was also tempted. This made it difficult to choose, causing her distress. Little Luo didn't understand that only children make choices, only adults want it all. The complete guide to occupational classifications not only described the classifications of various professions, but also provided detailed advantages, disadvantages, and training requirements. Otherwise, Luo would have wanted to go back and beat up that old man. Is this the dilemma of college entrance exam takers choosing a major? Fine, let's listen. Let's follow Luffy's advice. I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up. Wait. Don't give up yet. Lying on the bed, Luo suddenly had a thought. Since humans have so many professions, are there many professions for other races as well? She got up and reopened the book, flipping through it from back to front. Soon, the words elf professions appeared before Luo's eyes. She had always envied the elves' golden hair, because it was the same as her mother's. For some reason, perhaps due to that god, her hair had been snow white since birth. If it weren't for her eyes being the same as her mother's, one would really suspect. Was she switched at birth? Just as she suspected, besides the major categories like druids, archers, forest elf mages, and rangers, the elven race also had different subcategories with varying focuses. If every race was recorded in such detail, then the price of 1 gold coin would be incredibly reasonable. Did I misunderstand that old man? It seems the only bad guy is that unscrupulous merchant. He charges 5 gold coins just for asking for directions. Time passed, and apart from the occasional person moving around in the houses, no one disturbed Luo's reading. Spending the afternoon among the crowd was undoubtedly the best time for therapy. Tomorrow, I have the energy to go shopping too. Central District, City Lord's Mansion. Inside the massive training ground, a giant over 3 meters tall wielded a heavy sword, its sharp sword energy carving deep marks into the specially crafted blue steel bricks. Despite its immense strength, its movements were ethereal and unpredictable, as if 3 giants were simultaneously engaged in combat. A moment later, the giant stopped, only steam rising from its body. With a series of crackling sounds, the giant transformed into a handsome man, about 1.8 meters tall. At the edge of the training ground, a majestic man clad in armor strode in. My lord, the culprit who destroyed Talabia town has confessed. The city lord sheathed his heavy sword, put his hands behind his back, and gestured for his subordinates to continue. Their organization is also searching for Sefer, and they confirmed that Sefer appeared in Talabia, but was stolen by the local mayor's men in the chaos. They lost all leads. The city lord, his face radiating authority despite his lack of anger, calmly said, Search all the towns within 100 miles. He won't have gone far. Yes. I do it right away. After a long silence, the city lord looked at the full moon above, reached out, and clenched his fist in the air. Saint rank soon. Chapter 31. In the early morning, the girl was still lying on the bed, the blanket casually draped over her delicate body. Her nightgown, which should have covered her slender, white legs, was pulled up almost entirely, revealing her smooth, fair thighs. Her delicate and lovely face radiated contentment and comfort. It's morning, huh? Stretching, Luo naturally sat up, her long, disheveled hair covering her half-baked shoulders. Looking at the sky, she saw it was overcast, and her mood immediately soured. Why is it going to rain? I'm so tired. Rainy days decrease mood by 1, increase laziness by 1, and increase drowsiness by 1. Suddenly I'm so sleepy, time to sleep. I fall asleep instantly, I'm the god of sleep. Knock knock knock. Miss, breakfast is ready. Is there any sound? Oh well, I didn't hear it. Miss, are you sleeping in again? Your mistress isn't in her room. Alice, please look for another room. Knock knock knock. Alice's gentle but firm voice persisted from outside the door. Miss, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in. Click. The door opened, and Luo quickly buried her head under the covers, pretending not to see her. The girl, oblivious to the danger, didn't notice a pair of wicked hands reaching for her bouncy little bottom. Smack. Ah! Alice, my sister? I'm tickling you. Stop it, giggle. I get up, it tickles so much, have mercy. A few minutes later, a neatly dressed Luo, still flushed, walked out of the room, followed by a refreshed Alice. The little maid was thinking to herself, so this is how fun it is to bully the young lady? It seems like some strange attribute is about to awaken. Luo turned and delivered a swift chop to Alice's neck. Alice. Sister. Sister. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. Don't blame me for getting physical next time. Miss, I was wrong, sob sob. Silently wiping away the 2 tears that welled up. Well, it seems I'm destined to be bullied by my mistress. While eating breakfast, a sudden downpour began. Although there was an umbrella and his chi and blood could withstand the rain, for some reason, he just wanted to lie down. Perhaps this was humanity's defeat. Hey uncle, why don't the nobles let their descendants learn magic runes early? If they don't use magic to construct things, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? They can use magic skills faster when advancing to the transcendent realm. I don't believe those monopolistic rules set by the transcendents are effective against the great nobles. The nobles had at least one transcendent at some point. They were the rulemakers themselves. Luo didn't believe they wouldn't secretly give their descendants special training. Lying on the old-fashioned chair, Luo's 2 little feet dangled in the air, gently rocking the chair with his mind. This chair was addictive once you tried it. Another old-fashioned chair was set up next to him. The chair, with Luffy's large frame clad only in a black vest, creaked under his weight. Luo Ting wanted to exclaim, Uncle, can you hear the chair screaming? Magic runes are written by humans. Even the magic concise guide I gave you, miss, was imprinted with magic. If I were to draw it by hand, you couldn't build it by comparison. Even the slightest difference would cause the circuits to collapse. So that book has a name. Miss, is that the important point? The important point is that if mortals who haven't absorbed magic learn it, it's very likely that, like when you built the fire rune, their magic power was insufficient, forcibly absorbing all the fire magic power. But they only have a small amount of magic power stored in their blood and chi. Losing all their blood and chi would be a minor problem. Loth rocked the old chair, then suddenly remembered something. Miss, last time you said that except for the fire rune, the other runes were fine. I'm a little curious, how many complete runes did you create? Oh, 10 I guess. The fire rune was actually created, but the fire magic power is gone. Loth said casually. She was only concerned about the abnormality of the fire magic power. The others seemed normal. Loth listened, somewhat regretfully. 10? That's a bit few. 10? Loth suddenly realized, jumping up, his face full of disbelief. Miss, if I remember correctly, I only taught you 10 basic attribute runes, right? That's right. Loth tilted her head. Wind, fire, water, earth, wood, thunder, ice, gold, light, darkness. It's only been less than 10 days, Uncle. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course, Loth hadn't forgotten. Because she remembered, she was horrified. Humans' magical adaptability was only at a medium level, unlike dragons and fairies, who were born with a high affinity for all magical elements. Although humans could also sense all magical elements, they usually only had a high affinity for 1 or 2, and those capable of constructing magical runes generally did not exceed 5, let alone light and darkness. The former was alright, belonging to the Church of Light, so at least it could be explained, but the latter would absolutely never appear in humans. Miss, tell the truth, are you a magical beast in human form? This question was inexplicable. Luo Zhen wanted to throw a chair at her. Was she saying she was ugly? Miss, do you remember the description of dark magic? Yes, I remember, extreme erosion, unfit for existence. It sounded quite impressive, but honestly, I didn't really understand it. The girl shrugged, indicating that she didn't understand what it meant either. Luffy pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The room fell silent, save for the soft rocking of Luo's chair. The gentle rain outside brought a refreshing coolness, easing his anxieties. Never mind, Luffy thought, reclining back in his chair, rocking gently. His mind seemed to have traversed over 100 years. Miss, just don't use light or dark attributes anymore. At the academy, choose the attribute with the highest affinity, and 1 over 90. Don't overthink it. That's life, just accept it. Hey, old man, you seem to be on the verge of enlightenment, Luo thought, scratching his head uncertainly after comparing his affinity with the attribute. It seems, when absorbing magic. What's the difference? No outstanding attributes? That's a bit of a shame. But to determine the specific affinity, we need to use the Academy's sensing magic crystal. The affinity might be quite high anyway, so don't be discouraged. After comforting the girl, Luffy suddenly had a bold guess, but quickly dismissed it. How could that be? Even if the young lady is special, such a thing couldn't happen. Splash, splash. The heavy rain lasted for 2 days. For the old servant's health, a fire was lit in the fireplace in the hall to dispel the dampness and bring some warmth. Luo occupied one of the only 2 old chairs in the room, opening a book and reading quietly. The old servant stood meticulously beside her, offering her water and food. Only after Luo repeatedly said she didn't need anything did he go to tidy the room. Alice was doing something in the kitchen. Lately, she'd been talking to him, and the old man much less. It seemed the old man's love life was far from over. As for Luffy, he was currently training in the rain. Well, not exactly in the rain though, as a layer of magical energy, like an eggshell, protected him from the rain. Luo was reading Battle Chi and Blood Chi Advancement, a book she bought at a high price. She knew about combat techniques, but what they were, and how they differed from magical techniques were. When she saw Battle Chi, she wondered if it might be related to combat techniques. As everyone knows, the power of Blood Chi is a special force extracted from the natural combination of trace amounts of magical energy and blood, further refined through training. After advancing to the transcendent level, and switching to using magical energy, the growth of Blood Chi becomes extremely slow. Therefore, some felt that abandoning this power was a waste, and attempted to use the supernatural properties of magical energy to forcibly push Blood Chi beyond the limits of the human body. This is how Battle Chi was born. Unfortunately, Battle Chi started too late. Compared to the mature magical technique system, its corresponding combat techniques, besides offering a greater advantage in physical attributes, didn't offer much else. Therefore, aside from warriors or knights who might study some of them, other professions rarely encountered them. It seems that because it directly and deeply modifies the blood, the impact on the body will be greater. It's not recommended to be exposed to it before the age of 18, otherwise it may lead to abnormal bone growth. Another promising future, but alas, why can't I grow up faster? However, the methods of compressing and purifying chi and blood inside seemed somewhat useful to Luo. They could enhance the strengthening effect of chi and blood on the body. Simply put, it could make one more resilient. Strands of pale red chi and blood appeared on her fair little hands, exposed to the air, rapidly evaporating, hence its name, like gaseous blood. As spiritual energy was injected, the blood and chi were gradually compressed, ceasing to evaporate and turning red, eventually becoming an exceptionally vibrant drop of blood. However, after Luo released the pressure of his spiritual energy, the drop of blood suddenly exploded, dissipating into a cloud of mist. I can only gradually allow the blood and chi to adapt. He slowly applied a layer of spiritual energy into his body, compressing the blood and chi by 1/10, then allowing his body to adapt to the stronger blood and chi, enabling it to generate itself. He then strengthened his spiritual energy, repeating this process until finally all the blood and chi in his body condensed into a state of pure blood. Luo wasn't sure how useful it would ultimately be, nor had he heard other knights mention it. However, with some ample time before academy registration, he treated it as a pastime. This rain has been going on for so long. I decided, if it doesn't stop, I brave the rain tomorrow. And indeed, it didn't stop the next day. "Miss, are you sure you don't need to bring an umbrella?" "I should bring one, otherwise it'd attract attention." Taking the small white umbrella with lace trim from Alice, the girl, like a general going to her death, was about to brave the rain of arrows to reach a destination inaccessible to ordinary people. Gurgle, gurgle. A carriage slowly drove past Luo, seemingly mocking the girl for walking in the rain. So why don't I take a ride in a carriage? Because the complete guide to occupations was unexpectedly useful, Luo decided to check out the bookstore recommended by that shady merchant. Karu 3rd Street is adjacent to Mosage Street, only a 10-minute walk away. The rain wasn't heavy, but there were few pedestrians. After all, most nobles didn't need to worry about the trivialities of life, and the extraordinary individuals decided whether to go out based on their mood and the importance of the situation, and rainy weather was clearly not good weather for most people. Raindrops pattered crisply on the umbrella, blending with the surrounding patter of rain to create a pleasant symphony. The girl, umbrella in hand, walked unhurriedly through the rain. Occasionally, passing noblemen would try to catch a glimpse of the girl's face beneath the umbrella, or perhaps offer a casual invitation, but their vision was blurred by the rain. By the time they realized what was happening, she was already gone. This must be it. Closing her umbrella and shaking off the raindrops, Luo looked at the small, burdened shop before her, a sense of joy rising within her. It seemed to be a vibrant bookstore. Ding dong. Welcome to Audra Bookstore. Chapter 32. Welcome to Audra Bookstore. How may I help you? A sweet voice greeted him as he entered, but Luo didn't see anyone. Looking closer, he noticed a small green fairy puppet floating in the air. Seemingly noticing Luo's gaze, the fairy puppet gave a maid salute and spoke again. "If you need anything, please call Fairy 135. Fairy 135 will be at your service." Curious, Luo observed the fairy puppet, who called herself 135. She was about the same size and shape as a real fairy, but only about the size of a palm. However, her emerald green wooden carving and red eyes inlaid with magic crystals indicated that she was indeed a puppet. What amazing technology! Nothing amazing, just a regular artificial soul with a trigger circuit. It's only good as a toy. A weak voice came from inside the bookstore, as if someone had stayed up all night and was barely managing to speak. Luo glanced at the fairy dolls floating nimbly in the air, then went inside. The bookstore was overflowing with books. The densely packed shelves barely allowed one person to pass at a time. For a bookstore, the customer experience was terrible. Moreover, a quick glance revealed that the books were arranged haphazardly, as if they had been randomly shoved in after a new purchase. This made Luo quite curious about the bookstore owner. It seemed running the store was just a hobby. The owner of the voice wasn't far away. Soon, Luo saw a purple-haired girl casually sitting on the floor, fiddling with doll parts. She seemed vaguely familiar. Where had she seen her before? "If you need any books, ask number 135. Don't bother me. You were the one who spoke first." However, seeing she was busy, Luo wisely refrained from disturbing her. She found Fairy 135 floating in midair and tried asking, "Do you know any biographies of legendary figures from Aloy City?" Fairy 135's tiny red eyes flashed with a red light. Fairy 135 is extracting key information searching. 32 books matching the description have been found. Please follow Fairy 135. With that, Fairy 135 flew ahead of Luo, guiding her. Seeing this, Luo's curiosity grew even stronger, and she quickly followed. After flying for a while, they arrived at the deepest bookshelf. Fairy 135 landed on a book. Luo reached out to take it, and Fairy 135 flew up and waited beside her. Such high intelligence. The book in his hand was the biography of Aloy, which, judging from the title, seemed to be the biography of the first city lord. "May I open it and take a look?" Number 135 replied, "Please feel free, sir." What a casual bookstore. He flipped through the first few pages of the prologue, which described how a minor nobleman gained military merit through war, gradually rising to the rank of a high nobleman, and finally becoming the city's ruler, second only to the emperor. It was indeed the biography of Aloy's first city lord, and it should also include some of the empire's history. His scholarly manners prevented him from flipping through it much. Since he was there to read, buying it and then reading it was only right. "Please take me to the next book." Perhaps because this was a world where supernatural beings were prevalent, books of historical figures' biographies weren't very popular, and they were all placed on the deepest shelves. After selecting a few biographies that interested him, Luo, carrying a pile of books, wanted to find the counter, but after thinking for a moment, It seemed the bookstore didn't even have those kinds of books. Excuse me, how do I pay? Upon hearing this, number 135 gestured for Luo to follow it. They arrived at the purple-haired girl's side. 3 silver coins in total. Cash or credit? Credit is possible, but I pay in cash. The girl seemed engrossed in manipulating her puppet and didn't react. Luo could only take out 3 silver coins, place them aside, and leave the bookstore with his book. A strange bookstore, a strange shopkeeper, and a strange fairy, number 135. Is this how big cities are? Finding a secluded spot to store the book, things went surprisingly smoothly. Luo considered visiting Caesar's library, but according to the shady merchant's description, it would take several hours, far too far without a carriage. The uncle said he set off once the weather cleared up. This rain has been falling for 2 days now, and I don't know when it will end. Fate above, I see you lingering on the edge of confusion and detours, so I pray to the gods to glimpse the river of destiny. The gods look down upon you, and in their mercy, they bring guidance to your confusion. May all beings no longer step into the fog of delusion. Please tell me your confusion, pay a small price, and the gods will tell you what you want to know. A familiar voice reached my ears. Across the street, a girl wearing a wide, star and moon robe and a blue-purple veil was. The girl was speaking to a young woman holding an umbrella. The woman seemed to listen devoutly, her other hand covering a pendant on her chest, her head slightly bowed. After the girl finished her strange lines, the woman hurriedly asked, "No matter the cost, I just want to know if my husband is having an affair." Hearing this, the girl gently cupped her hands, and raindrops were mysteriously repelled above her head. A huge crystal ball suddenly floated in her palm, emitting a hazy white light. Countless images flashed within the crystal ball. God has heard your plea. For only 100 gold coins, offer them to my God, and you will know all the answers. I give it to you. 100 gold coins, right? There are 100 gold coins in this card. Please tell me if he's been having an affair with another woman. After the young woman pulled out a white card, the image on the crystal ball froze, showing a man with his arm around a woman's shoulder. The girl said with a hint of regret, "May fate guide you. God has told you everything you desire. Your husband has had 18 trysts with your neighbor's wife." The young woman seemed lost in thought, walking past the girl step by step, muttering impossible. Luo watched all of this. How to put it? It felt a bit like proselytizing, but it just so happened that this shrewd merchant was actually quite capable. That pretty and lovely lady, don't doubt it, it's worth every penny. 5 gold coins, you find it's worth it. Even from a distance, the voice of the girl who called herself a fortune teller could still be heard clearly. Hearing this, Luo felt annoyed. 5 gold coins? It was more like 5 silver coins. Humph. If I had known it would be so expensive, I wouldn't have asked you. The girl chuckled and extended an invitation. Fate has brought us together. Would you like to sit down at the dessert shop together? Hearing about desserts, Luo's mouth watered uncontrollably. However, she wouldn't forget this woman's shrewd nature. Humph. No way. You're definitely trying to rip me off with my gold coins again. I heard that Meow Meow Dessert Shop has a milk ice cream made with monster milk, with incredibly rich layers and a smooth texture. After today, you might have to go to the capital to get it. Aye. Damn it. Is this woman so good at tempting people? She's never even tried milk ice cream made with monster milk. What to do? She really wants a bite. She really wants some. My treat. Okay. I go. Oops, I blurted it out in a moment of impulse. Can I take it back now? In the end, I'm sitting in the dessert shop anyway. Luo looked at the huge glass of milk ice on the table. Finely crushed ice and pale blue monster milkshake mixed at the bottom, topped with sweet, pale yellow cream cheese, and garnished with alternating spirals of red strawberry jam and blue papa jam. A sprinkle of fragrant dried fruit crumbs adorned the top. It was practically a work of art. She tried scooping up a spoonful and putting it in her mouth. Instantly the milky aroma filled her mouth, sweet and mellow, with a unique, lingering fragrance. The slight sweet and sour taste from the 2 kinds of jams didn't overpower the milky flavor. Instead, it enriched the texture. A few bits of dried fruit not only made the milk ice more fragrant, but also eliminated any cloying sweetness. Luo swore she had never eaten such a delicious dessert. Sister Alice, I'm sorry, I might have to betray you. Why? Simply put, it's just too delicious. Filled with gratitude, Luo finished the entire large cup of milk ice, her stomach feeling slightly fuller. Thank you so much for treating me to such delicious desserts. A swindler? How could such a nice girl be a swindler? The girl still kept her veil covering her head, only revealing a sliver of her chin, but everyone in the shop seemed oblivious. Hearing this, the girl smiled slightly. Consider this a transaction. A transaction? This guy really is a swindler. Can I spit out the milk ice? I suddenly don't want it anymore. Seeing Luo's alarmed expression, the girl gently shook her head. My name is Helena Caravaggio, Luo. You don't need to worry about this transaction. It's meaningless now. No need to worry. Wait, how do you know my name? Caravaggio took a sip of coffee and replied elegantly, because I'm a fortune teller. Damn it! She actually fooled me. But I don't like the word transaction. It always feels like I've been sold. Get out of the Karlov Empire, you riddle tellers. Hearing this, Caravaggio leaned forward, crossing his hands under his chin. Then let me put it more accurately, I want to be friends with you. Ha, you just think I'm cute. Who knows if you're some kind of perverted cross-dresser underneath? I don't know what kind of person you are. What if you're a bad guy? Caravaggio wasn't angry, he smiled slightly. You know what? I can see everyone's fate. Even a powerful figure like a city lord can foresee parts of their predetermined destiny. Only your fate is uncertain. Luo tapped the empty cup lightly with her spoon, non-committal. Everyone's fate is uncertain. Doesn't your every move affect others' fates? Perhaps, but have you heard of the principle of the oneness of fate? The oneness of fate? Before Luo could press further, Caravaggio stood up and left, her slender white fingers gently waving at Luo behind her. My friend, don't worry, fate will guide us to meet again. A white card landed in Luo's hand, and by the time Luo caught it, she had vanished. Fine, for the sake of the milk ice cream she bought me, I reluctantly acknowledge you as a friend. The white card was something like a bank card, called a gold coin card, but Luo had never used it. The Imperial Alliance Merchant Guild, which issued these, only had branches in cities across the empires, and its use required the recipient to also possess such a card. In a place like a lord's castle, there was no need to use it. The white gold coin card displayed 100 in platinum lettering in the upper right corner. It must be the one the young woman had given him. Can I pay with this? Sir, our shop accepts gold coin card transactions. The cute shop assistant pulled a black card from her pocket. The two cards met, emitting a faint glow, and then she returned the white card to Luo. We welcome your next visit. The number on the card changed to 1. Well, thankfully, it wasn't me who came to eat, but why is my heart still bleeding? Leaving the dessert shop, Luo didn't see the fortune teller. From their 2 meetings, Caravaggio had given Luo a multifaceted impression: holy, casual, profit-driven, generous, mysterious, elegant, confident, as unpredictable as true destiny itself. A strange fortune teller. Chapter 33. The rain stopped, quite suddenly. Folding away his newly opened umbrella, Luo saw it was still early and decided to visit the dwarf shopkeeper. He felt he should express his gratitude for the expensive sword the shopkeeper had given him, and besides, he probably wouldn't be back in this city for another 6 months. It would be impolite not to visit him for so long. Thinking the shopkeeper might enjoy drinking, Luo decided to buy a few bottles. Fortunately, there were quite a few taverns around. After all, nobles and adventurers alike enjoyed drinking. Under the pretext of buying wine for an elder, Luo spent 10 gold coins to purchase several bottles of good wine recommended by a female tavern manager. She didn't know what kind of wine it was, but after she mentioned it was for an elder at the Transcendent Realm, the manager immediately recommended it. It was quite strong and expensive. It must be good wine. The pygmy weapon shop still had a few scattered customers looking at weapons, but the group had changed. Several girls in their early 20s hesitated between short daggers and staves. Unlike the others she encountered, these girls wore simple clothes instead of formal attire, yet they clearly possessed a youthful innocence. They gave off a kind of innocent naivete unique to college students. Probably academy students too. Without paying much attention, Luo quickly found Stonehammer, who was introducing weapons to someone dressed as an adventurer. Perhaps noticing the peering girl, Stonehammer briefly explained the weapons to the adventurer, and then walked over with a smile. Young lady, what brings you here to see me today? I had some time, so I came over. The shop manager looked like a man over 100 years old. Luo felt a little uncomfortable standing next to him, and unconsciously tried to be more respectful. Relax, come over here, it's less crowded. In the rest area, Luo placed the bottles of wine she was carrying on the table. This is a small thank you gift. I'm sorry, I really didn't know the different types of wine, so I just picked a few randomly. Haha, you're so thoughtful, little girl. I love this kind of thing. Taking out 2 wine glasses, Stonehammer remembered the girl didn't drink, so he switched to a teacup. Speaking of which, Although I don't like those noble-style black teas and wines, every year some little ones give me some black tea. Let me see, little girl, do you know how to brew it? Shopkeeper, I can. Although it certainly wouldn't taste as good as Alice's, Luo wasn't there specifically to drink tea. Stonehammer flicked a small fireball, lighting the small stove, and then poured a stream of water into the teapot, placing it on the stove. Try this spring water, I think it tastes better for brewing tea. Although the shopkeeper claimed to only like drinking wine, she seemed to know a little about brewing tea. Her actions were fluid and efficient. Luo didn't even need to lift a finger, and the tea was almost ready. Has the shopkeeper been here for a long time? Before the water boiled, Luo casually started a conversation. Although the shopkeeper looked old, he was definitely not an ordinary person. You couldn't tell his age just by looking at him. Skillfully opening a bottle of pale yellow wine, pouring it into a glass, and taking a gentle sniff, Stonehammer couldn't help but sigh. About 500 years. I wasn't a superhuman back then. I left the dwarf empire alone to make a living here. After I advanced to superhuman, I opened a weapon shop here. At first, quite a few people came to order weapons, but since I stopped forging weapons so easily 200 years ago, this place has become deserted. The shopkeeper seems to have a story to tell. The water quickly boiled under the fireball spell. Following Alice's usual method of brewing tea, Luo poured in the black tea leaves that Stonehammer had taken out. After waiting for the water to boil again for 3 minutes, the simplest black tea would be ready. Young lady, are you planning to go to the Imperial Capital Academy? Yes, how did you know, shopkeeper? This is the only way from the western region to the Imperial Capital. You arrived quite early. In about a month, there will be many more young people here. After taking a sip of wine, Stonehammer couldn't help but exclaim, but young lady, this is the first time I've seen someone so young. Are you going to the academy to advance to the transcendent realm? No. Luo was about to deny it, when she suddenly remembered Luffy's warning to her before leaving Seekin Town. Never tell anyone your true strength. It's nothing special. I'm still a long way from becoming extraordinary. Shopkeeper, can't you see my strength? This was actually something that puzzled Luo quite a bit. Uncle Luffy had been with her for over 3 years, but he had shown great surprise when she killed the storm tiger. Luo thought Luffy had always known her strength. Shopkeeper, I have no interest in probing other people's strength, but the young lady does give me a misty feeling. However, as far as I know, there are several common items that can achieve this effect. For example, there's something called a mist orb, which can make one's aura appear as if shrouded in mist, making it impossible for others to discern one's strength. No wonder no one cares about this matter. There are probably plenty of people hiding their strength, right? It's just that I don't seem to have encountered anyone weaker than myself who I can't see through. If you use it often, it shouldn't be expensive, right? Yes, not expensive, but not many people use it. After all, concealment and hiding breath are more powerful. Stonehammer didn't think much about why Luo was asking these questions. He had lived long enough to have even mellowed the dwarf's volatile temper. He just wanted to have a simple chat with a friend's child. Little girl, the tea is ready. I didn't notice. The water in the kettle boiled. Luo placed it on a stand to cool slightly before pouring it into a teacup. The steaming tea was cherry red, emitting a delicate and fragrant aroma. It smells wonderful. I'm glad you like it, little girl. If you like it, I give you this tea. It's a waste for me to keep it. Before Luo could refuse, Stonehammer stuffed a jar of tea leaves into Luo's hand. The fragrant aroma indicated that this was no ordinary tea. Alright then, thank you for the tea, shopkeeper. Sipping her black tea and chatting casually with shopkeeper Shirchue, Luo's face gradually softened, her usual adorable smile returning from time to time, as if some change was quietly taking place deep within her. Reporting, sir, there's no trace of Safri in Putuan Town either. Continue. Yes, sir. The next town is Seekin Town. There was a recent commercial war there, during which the Lofia Merchant Guild was destroyed, but things have stabilized again, so it won't affect the search. The Lofia Merchant Guild? Wasn't that a pawn left behind by the city lord a few years ago? But so be it. Prioritize searching for Safri. Remember, don't overlook checking any little girls around 10 years old. Yes. When Luo returned to the small house, the guards were packing their luggage. After entrusting the tea leaves given to him by the shopkeeper to Alice for safekeeping, Luo, under Alice's envious gaze, described in detail the taste of the super premium milk-shaved ice worth 98 gold coins and 99 silver coins. Miss, I will definitely make such delicious milk-shaved ice too. Although I know you're very competitive, Alice, there's no need to force it. the caravan departed in the afternoon, and Luo also ended his short life. His short rest in bed. Leaving Aloy City, the flow of people didn't decrease much, because they were traveling on the main road connecting Aloy City and the interior of the Empire. The ground had been deliberately leveled and reinforced by a superhuman using Earth attribute magic, so the carriage traveled without any bumps. The surrounding area was bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, and occasionally a black dot could be seen rapidly passing high in the sky. Those were flying magical beasts driven by powerful beings. Forests still appeared on both sides, but the wide roads, large enough for 5 carriages to travel abreast, made the forest's boundaries seem even more distant, as if they were still in the city. Unlike the side they had come from, the other side, closer to the Empire's center, was dotted with many small towns. The outlines of these towns could be seen in the distance almost every half-day or a day of travel, a testament to their prosperity. Aloy City was near the Empire's edge, which is why it was built as a war city. At that time, Aloy City was still on the Empire's periphery. It could be said that the existence of this city made the Empire's western expansion much easier. They didn't stop for long along the way, only stopping in small towns every 2 days to replenish supplies. As they moved further away from Aloy City, the roads branched out, gradually dividing the main road into smaller paths, and the number of people traveling decreased. For most ordinary people, their entire lives consisted of living in their own town and a few surrounding towns. Only extraordinary individuals and caravans frequently travel between the various regions of the Empire. In her spare time, Luo, bored, indulged in reading her newly acquired book. Her inner energy was constantly compressing her blood and chi, and after 10 days, she could spontaneously generate 30% of that compressed blood and chi. It felt quite easy, so Luo gifted the highly paid book, Combat Techniques and Blood and Chi Advancement, to Luffy, hoping he could learn from it. Luffy, however, looked at her with a look of utter disbelief, as if she were an idiot. She couldn't treat her young lady like that. He gave her a helpless, childlike gaze. "Miss, the knightly technique I use isn't a combat technique. This level of improvement is useless for a knight, and this method is slow and somewhat dangerous. No respectable person would use it. So this progress is slow?" She thought half a month would be considered fast. Luo felt she should respect reality more and change the stereotype of novels where training takes months or years. Like constructing magic runes, it only takes a few seconds. The rest is just the collection process, not difficult at all. The world of magic is truly extraordinary. "Miss, what are you saying?" "Nothing, Sister Alice. I was just thinking that extraordinary beings must have many, many skills. I need to learn more so I can surpass them." "Study hard, miss. You're amazing." So, on the first day after making up her mind, morning, reading while continuing to refine her chi and blood, afternoon, studying the precautions for advancing to the extraordinary level. The second day, morning, reading, afternoon, drinking tea and eating dessert. The third day, morning, sleeping, afternoon, reading for a while, and then sleeping. The fourth day, morning, daydreaming, afternoon, reading the biography of Aloy and focusing on his romantic history. The fifth day, morning, sleeping, afternoon, drinking tea. The sixth day. "Miss, didn't you say you were going to study?" "Reading is studying," Luo said, engrossed in reading The Legend of Hydra. Chapter 34. Half a month later, Luo and her group arrived in Yicheng. Yicheng was a small city. Arriving here meant that the journey to the capital was only halfway there. I definitely learned the magic skill to summon a bed as soon as possible. Sleeping in the carriage for over half a month, even with soft cushions, was far less comfortable than a bed, leaving Luo looking rather unwell for the latter half of the journey. "Miss, if you work hard, you can buy a 50 square meter spatial ring, and then you can summon a bed anytime." Hearing Luffy's suggestion, Luo thought it made a lot of sense. "Uncle, how much would that cost?" "Not much, about 1,000,000 gold coins. If nothing unexpected happens, it should only take 10 years to save up, without eating, drinking, or buying cultivation supplies." "I take back what I just said. Learning to summon a bed is much easier." The caravan would stop in Yicheng for a day, meaning Luo could go out again. Even though she wasn't naturally inclined to crowds, after being cooped up for over half a month, she wanted to get some fresh air. Wing City is small, roughly the size of 3 small towns, even smaller than some towns we encountered before. The reason it exists as a city is because a medium-sized swampy forest lies to its north. The complex environment and excessively high magical energy concentration have led to an overabundance of magical beasts. To defend against and guard against the occasional appearance of these beasts, a defensive city was built here. Wing City's walls are higher on the north side, and lower around the perimeter. The city is teeming with soldiers and adventurers, but relatively few civilians, and those who remain are generally fierce. Our group witnessed 3 sudden fights breaking out just as we entered the city. Wing City Sheriff quickly quelled the chaos. The city's inhabitants, unfazed by the disturbances, showed no fear or panic. Some adventurers even displayed expressions of regret. Won't it be dangerous here? Alice's worries weren't unfounded. The adventurers here were generally at least at the 7th or 8th level of the mortal realm, with many even reaching the transcendent realm, a significant increase compared to the border towns they visited. Aside from Luo and Luffy, the others were simply not strong enough. Luo stroked Alice's soft hair, gently comforting her. I stay right next to Alice. The city wasn't chaotic, but it was very disorganized. Many adventurers simply set up their various materials at makeshift stalls, and the sheriffs and soldiers didn't seem to care. The noise was even louder than the outer perimeter of Aloy City. As they quickly entered the inner city of Wing City, the pervasive stench of blood and grime finally subsided. There were many taverns along the way, but relatively few inns and residences. Luo guessed this was because most people here were accustomed to a 3-tiered lifestyle of adventure, selling, and tavern ownership. They found an inn with available seats and checked in amidst the innkeeper's menacing face. That shopkeeper looked so fierce. I don't think he's afraid of the night at all. Maybe he just looks fierce. He might actually be very kind. Alice, don't be afraid. As she spoke, Luo thought she saw the shopkeeper's eyes twitch slightly. Was it just her imagination? Time quickly passed to afternoon. Adventurers, some laden with spoils and others battered and bruised, returned to the city with expressions of joy or sorrow, creating a stark contrast. Luo, bored because she had promised to stay by Alice's side, was idly fiddling with her hair by the window, watching the adventurers come and go. When she saw familiar materials, she would try to compare them to the monsters in the Monster Chronicle. Whether she was accurate or not, no one told her the answer, and it didn't matter. Her long hair had been untied, covering her entire back like a cloak. Perhaps influenced by Chininga's memories, she now seemed to really like her hair color, especially the golden hue. Suddenly, several adventurers looked up, their gazes meeting Luo's. Instantly, the girl's striking beauty and rare white hair and red eyes captivated the men, making them unable to move. Their undisguised desire and possessiveness made Luo extremely uncomfortable. Snap! The window slammed shut, out of sight, out of mind. When it reopened, a bronze mask appeared on the window, causing the men, who had been cursing because of the girl's departure, to go from displeasure to excitement, then to astonishment. Wait, what's this, miss? What do you mean? I advise you to obediently hand over the mask. Sizzle! A stream of red energy pierced the floor tile beneath the man's feet, abruptly interrupting his words. Swallowing hard, the men, sensing the lingering aura on the tile, fled without looking back. So, others can't directly see my strength after all. Wearing the mask, Luo seemed to blend into the small city. Even those who saw her only glanced at her briefly, until she sensed a conspicuous crimson horn in the backpack of a passing adventurer. Recalling it, she realized it must be the pointed horn from the top of a crimson-horned earth dragon's head. Would a transcendent realm earth dragon appear in this place? That person only seemed to be at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Did they encounter a situation where 2 sides were fighting? Miss, let's go have dinner. Coming. She instantly forgot about that person. A freeloader, a superior being, outside the Adventurers Guild, the man who had just carried the Earth Dragon's horn cautiously looked around, only relaxing slightly after making sure no one was paying attention to him. Although he was confident the indigo dye he applied would mask most of the horn's aura, he feared there might be superhumans among them. With their soul power, this little trick wouldn't work. Entering the guild, he found it even noisier than outside, filled with adventurous drinkers. Carefully pushing through the crowd, he reached an empty quest exchange window, took out the palm-length, curved horn, and whispered, "Quest number A001, please confirm." The clerk at the window seemed half asleep, casually taking the crimson horn. A 001? A001? The clerk instantly snapped to attention, wanting to say something, but seeing the man's expression, he took a deep breath, pretending it was just a normal quest exchange, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. "Adventurer, we need to confirm the accuracy of the items before handing over the quest. Is that alright? Please do it as soon as possible. This is the rule, especially for quests with earlier numbers. The checks are more rigorous." The man couldn't force the staff. After a while, just as the man was about to kick his leg, the staff finally appeared with a card and badge. "Dear adventurer, it has been confirmed that although you brought back the horn of a juvenile red-horned earth dragon, the client accepted it. This is your quest fee, and given that you completed an A-rank quest, you have been promoted from C+ to B+ rank adventurer. Despite his best efforts to suppress his excitement, the man couldn't hide it. He quickly accepted the card and badge, and hurriedly left the Adventurers Guild. In the center of the swamp forest, an unusually dry spot stood out starkly against the surrounding swamp. Boom! As the enormous figure landed, the temperature instantly rose by several degrees. Ferocious dark red spikes protruded from its thick scales. A gentle sweep of its thick tail snapped trees within a radius of several meters in half. The massive dragon head rose, sensing over a dozen lingering auras, including the one it cared about most, which had vanished. A sudden unease gripped the behemoth. Its fiery red serpentine eyes scanned the area, finding a pile of mangled flesh on the ground. Through its bloodline connection, it confirmed that this was its child. Instantly, the crimson-horned earth dragon's eyes turned bloodshot, its rage erupting. Its powerful aura, at the 6th level of the extraordinary realm, swept across most of the swamp forest, terrifying the lower-level magical beasts into fleeing in terror. Roar! Who on earth cruelly murdered my child? Luo, who was eating dinner, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine from the north, goosebumps rising all over her body. What was that? Luffy asked, puzzled. Miss, what's wrong? I don't know, I just suddenly felt a strange palpitation, but it's gone now. Are you alright? I'm fine now. I guess I'm just not used to it here. I'll be fine tomorrow. Wing City was much quieter that night. Instead of the magic crystal lamps of Aloy City, magic core lamps were used. Although the energy source was different, they were still much more efficient than the kerosene lamps used in ordinary towns. In the middle of the night, except for a few patrolling sheriffs, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a series of urgent sirens blared throughout the city. After a sharp blast, a commanding male voice announced, "A beast tide is approaching. Civilians and adventurers below the 5th rank of the mortal realm must not leave their homes. I, in the name of the city lord of Winged City, now summon all the people of the city to jointly resist the beast tide." Luo, who was fast asleep, was also awakened by the deafening sound. Before he was fully awake, he felt as if the entire city had come alive. He quickly got out of bed and looked out the window. He saw the city lights rapidly illuminate, the scattered lights quickly transforming into a sea of lights, bright even in the night. Above, a huge pale yellow curtain of light was gradually closing in, its range seemingly enough to encompass the entire city. The sleeping adventurers and soldiers were initially somewhat bewildered, but they quickly gathered their equipment and rushed to the city walls. Experienced as ever, it seemed this wasn't the first time a beast tide had occurred. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from midair. The city-level barrier, just one gap away from closing, was jammed shut by a giant claw. Intense flames erupted from the crack's edge, and shattered magical runes crumbled and dissipated. Soon, several figures radiating powerful auras flew out from the center of Winged City. More than 10 times stronger than Luffy, they unleashed attacks at the giant claw, only to send sparks flying. The attacks even affected the barrier, causing the claw to tear the opening open further. Dozens of flying magical beasts surged in through the widened breach, keeping the superhumans busy. In the distance, continuous explosions and shouts echoed. The barrier could be seen radiating light from the city walls, and even more runes crumbled. Finally, a figure burst forth from the highest point of the city lord's mansion, cleaving a deep gash in the giant claw. With an angry roar, the claw withdrew from the barrier, allowing it to close and stabilize considerably. Red-horned Earth Dragon, we always kept to ourselves. Why have you launched this beast tide attack today? Roar! Cunning humans, you killed my child, and now you dare to argue? Today, I annihilate your winged city. Boom! A crimson beam of light struck the barrier, causing it to shake violently once more. You're courting death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A figure burst through the barrier. Flashes of light could be seen high in the sky, indicating a terrifying battle had taken place. Miss, you and Miss Alice must quickly seek refuge. As a transcendent being of the Empire, I must go to their aid. Ruff's hurried voice brought Luo back to her senses. The events of the past few minutes had left Luo somewhat bewildered. How could it have suddenly exploded like that? Chapter 35. Looking at Luffy, now fully armored and wielding his knight's sword, Luo couldn't help but ask, but didn't the city lord say that everyone below the 5th rank should help? We're travelers from elsewhere. Every city has its regulations. Travelers below the extraordinary level generally don't need to participate in the battle. Miss, hurry up and get ready, I go check the situation. Alice also woke up, but she clearly hadn't figured out what was happening, just clutching her blanket and looking around blankly. Miss, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Luo looked out the window at the houses billowing with thick smoke. It was caused by the magical techniques released by several flying magical beasts that had breached the extraordinary defenses. Turning to Alice, she said, "Let's go. Uncle had to leave on business. I have to protect you." Quickly dressing, Luo led Alice to the guards and coachmen still in the inn's room. Although they were guards, they clearly had no experience with beast hordes attacking cities, and were at a loss, so they simply dressed and waited in the room. Not only them, but most of the innkeepers were in the same boat. Those unaware of the situation rushed out of their rooms and gathered on the first floor, hoping for reliable information. Only a few experienced travelers or locals, having weathered the beast tide, skillfully found their way into the underground cave the moment the city lord's voice rang out. "Guests, please don't worry. Please follow our staff to the underground cave for refuge. Wing City has mature experience in dealing with beast tides, so please don't be overly concerned." Soon, several butlers and maids reassured the crowd and led them to safety. Everyone knew that those present were weak. If they didn't hurry into the cave, a single spell would kill them. Therefore, even the few high-ranking individuals dared not linger. Explosions and shouts, mixed with screams, echoed outside, sending shivers down the spines of ordinary people who hadn't yet entered the cave. For most, it was an utterly senseless catastrophe. Fortunately, the cave was large enough to hold everyone. Luo and Alice were surrounded inside by 5 guards. Listening to the faint sounds and noticeable tremors from the ground, Alice fearfully clung to Luo's soft waist. Thinking of her own superior strength, Luo felt obligated to comfort Alice. Even though Alice was also somewhat frightened, she remained calm. "Sister Alice, it's all right. The monsters definitely can't reach us here. The city is protected by a barrier." Alice responded, then said with some self-reproach, "I'm sorry, miss. I'm so useless. I need you to take care of me." "All right. Sister Alice is in charge of my daily life. Without Sister Alice, I wouldn't be able to eat delicious desserts, I wouldn't be able to style my hair, and I sleep in. Sister Alice is very useful." "What? Miss, you're so kind." After an unknown amount of time, the commotion outside completely ceased. A few more words and noises arose from the crowd. After a while, a staff member came to inform them that the beast tide had ended, the barrier had been lifted, and the extraordinary beings could be seen returning one after another. However, it was said that the city lord and the earth dragon were still fighting, and the specific situation was unclear since the city lord hadn't returned yet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even those who had experienced beast tides wouldn't take it lightly just because they had experienced it many times. After all, quite a few civilians had died in beast tides. With almost every time a dozen or so civilians died because they couldn't take refuge in time or for other reasons. Emerging from the cave, dawn was breaking. Several plumes of smoke rose in the distance, the ground covered in dust and rubble. Faint cries of agony drifted from afar. Adventurers and soldiers helped each other, their faces showing relief at the ordeal, yet also a hidden joy. Luo didn't understand the local rules and couldn't comprehend their expressions, but now there was a crucial matter: finding Luffy. After instructing a few guards to protect Alice and search the ground thoroughly for Luffy's whereabouts, Luo leaped lightly to the highest point of the inn, peering into the distance, hoping to spot him among the occasional superhumans. Luo had no objection to Luffy's assistance to Wing City in resisting the beast tide. Although there were other superhumans here, according to Luo's perception, only about 10 had appeared. At most, there were only about 20 superhumans in the entire Wing City. One more superhuman would end the beast tide faster, which was a good thing for them. In any case, Luo didn't think the group of people at the highest level of the 8th rank of the mortal realm posed any threat to them. The fully unleashed perception attracted the attention of several superhumans, but the city was in chaos, and since no ill intent was being expressed, they merely issued a warning and paid it no further attention. Having been warned, Luo could only speed up her search. Soon, at the very edge of her perception range, a blood-soaked ruff hurriedly flew towards her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd not far away. Luo instinctively looked over and saw the houses shake, the ground collapse, creating a large crater. A dozen people, unable to escape, fell in, but quickly rose again, flung up, landing on the ground and rooftops, splattering blood like rag dolls. A several-meter-tall eagle-like magical beast leaped out of the crater, but more than half of its feathers were missing, and various cuts, burns, and corrosion marks indicated that it had been through considerable fighting. Steel-feathered eagle first-tier transcendent realm. Solitary, its steel feathers easily withstand attacks from first-tier transcendent realm individuals. Extremely fast, It can easily surpass second-tier transcendent realm individuals with the aid of wind attribute magic skills. When severely injured, its strength is reduced to less than 1/10. Note 1. Can efficiently use food to heal its injuries. Note 2. Can consume life force to significantly increase its flight speed. The steel-feathered eagle flapped its wings, turning several civilians around the crater into a bloody mist. Its yellow-red eyes scanned the area before fixing its gaze on Luo. In its perception, that little one was the strongest human in the area, someone it could defeat. Now severely injured, eating her would restore a significant amount of strength, allowing it to escape. A powerful suction force emanated from its beak, pulling the approaching adventurers into its belly. The steel-feathered eagle flapped its wings and flew rapidly towards Luo. Seeing the steel-feathered eagle flying straight towards her, Luo was stunned. Why was it targeting her? Without time to think, she leaped towards Luffy's direction. The steel-feathered eagle's aura wasn't particularly strong, but that was relative to superhumans. Its sheer size alone meant it could kill everyone in the inn with a single charge. Seeing the human flee, the steel-feathered eagle flapped its 5-meter-long wings, soaring into the air and accelerating towards him. It knew there was a powerful human nearby, and if it wasn't fast enough, it would surely suffer the same fate as the previous magical beasts, being torn to pieces. Screech! With a cry, the steel-feathered eagle closed the distance to within 5 meters in just a few seconds. This distance was enough for it to reach out with its claws. Its over-meter-long claws, carrying the force to pierce steel, lashed out at the girl. Sensing the intense danger approaching from behind, Luo instinctively dodged to the side, barely avoiding the sharp claws. But the steel-feathered eagle flicked its wings, its talons carving long, deep trenches in the houses below, and with a swift movement, it drifted past Luo. Losing her balance, Luo crashed directly into the steel-feathered eagle. From afar, Luffy saw Luo being chased. Seeing the steel-feathered eagle intercept his young lady, Luffy's eyes widened in fury. His magic surged violently, increasing his already maximum speed even further. Beast! If you dare harm her even a hair, I will pluck your feathers and tear your bones apart. Just 10 more seconds, miss. Hold on a little longer. Suddenly crashing into the steel-hard feathers, Luo felt half her face go numb, but the sense of crisis still lingered in her heart. She dared not relax, immediately releasing the suppression of her blood and chi with her mental power. Crimson blood and chi surged from her body, and a pale red flame sword appeared in her hand. Her blood and chi surged wildly into it, making the entire sword radiate a sharp sword aura. Swoosh! The azure steel-grade flaming sword easily pierced the steel-feathered eagle's abdomen. Before Luo could adjust her posture, the eagle, in pain, tensed its muscles, made a sharp turn, and soared into the sky, dodging the cross-shaped sword beam unleashed by Luffy. Miss! Let go! Hearing this, Luo quickly released her grip on the sword hilt, but the steel-feathered eagle reacted with lightning speed, its claws grabbing the falling girl. The force of its grip caused her bones to crack, and she felt excruciating pain she had never experienced before. Luo could only desperately try to stay upright and avoid being crushed. The difference between the transcendent realm and the mortal realm was simply too great, not to mention that the human body was weaker than most magical beasts. Get out of my way! A white sword beam, filled with rage, flew up from below, slashing fiercely at the base of the claws. At the same time, a circular magic circle half the width of a person appeared in the sky, and 3 pale blue ice shards, as thick as an arm and over a meter long, shot out, instantly forming a pincer attack. The steel-feathered eagle's massive body had no way to dodge. Seeing this, a layer of cyan light appeared, enveloping itself in Luo. The hastily released magic technique failed to stop Luffy's hateful attack, but it successfully weakened its power. The sword energy failed to completely sever the claws, and the ice shards only penetrated halfway before stopping. A flash of blue light streaked across the sky, and the steel-feathered eagle's flight speed increased once more. It was fighting for its life, no longer caring about killing the captured human first. Its priority was escape, dealing with the human later. With a nimble turn, the steel-feathered eagle flew towards the forest outside the city. Several higher-level superhumans noticed the commotion and quickly gave chase. Lust swallowed the blood in his mouth and forced to charge, but the steel-feathered eagle was a natural flyer. After unleashing a series of support magic spells, even the third-tier superhumans couldn't keep up. Watching the steel-feathered eagle fly further and further away, Luffy was filled with regret. If he had returned any faster, this wouldn't have happened. But regret was useless now. He had to find a way to save his young lady, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Since his own strength alone wasn't enough, he would have to borrow power. Luffy turned around, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Esteemed seniors, my young lady is a member of the Favors family. Whoever can rescue her safely, I swear in the name of the Knight's Hall, I will reward them handsomely." His voice, amplified by magic, spread throughout the city. Some low-level adventurers were unaware of this family located in the capital, but most of the extraordinary individuals' eyes lit up upon hearing it. Those who hadn't yet set off immediately took to the air, while those already in pursuit increased their speed considerably. This was a member of that family. Even a small reward would surely elevate their status. Chapter 36. Although the wind shield blocked the airflow, the powerful acceleration and the steel-feathered eagle's sharp turn made Luo suffer terribly. His brain felt like it was being shaken to its core. The magical beast didn't care about his comfort. It would have loved for Luo to be shaken to death in midair. As the steel-feathered eagle's flight stabilized, Luo finally caught her breath. The stinging pain all over her body was unbearable, but it also fueled her anger. Of all the people, why was she the only one targeted? "Let go!" Clinging to its claws, Luo's blood boiled. She strained with all her might to create a small opening. The steel-feathered eagle hadn't expected this little creature, whose aura was much weaker than its own, to be so strong. Plus, its own claws had been severed in half, rendering it powerless, yet it was actually slowly being pried open. Rage. The steel-feathered eagle increased the force of its claws, but could only hold on. However, this was a minor matter for it. It had already sent several powerful humans slowly approaching behind it, beings it couldn't resist. Helpless, the steel-feathered eagle made a slight turn and flew towards the nearby swamp forest. It had originally intended to take them back to the distant mountains to heal their wounds, but it estimated they would be killed before it even reached them. However, the swamp forest was also fraught with danger for magical beasts. The steel-feathered eagle had to carefully select its landing spot. Suddenly, its magical power stagnated, and its speed plummeted. Its magical skills could clearly continue for a while, so why did they suddenly fail? Seeing that she couldn't escape in a short time and her energy was rapidly depleting, Luo knew that if she continued the stalemate, she would definitely lose. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, trying not to think about the terrifying consequences. Luo then remembered that she still had anti-magic stones. She quickly summoned 20 anti-magic stones, and placed them around the steel-feathered eagle's body. As expected, the steel-feathered eagle's speed immediately decreased, and it could only fly using its wings, which gave Luo a chance to escape. Blood and she gathered in his arms and thighs, and with a powerful thrust of all four limbs, he flung the claws away. Taking advantage of the opening, Luo shrank back, accelerating his descent from beneath the claws. He attempted to control the flaming sword remotely. Finding that the initial tightness from the taut muscles was gone, the steel-feathered eagle likely lacked the energy to deal with it. Whoosh! A spray of blood followed as Luo plummeted downwards, flaming sword in hand. The steel-feathered eagle wanted to give chase, but without its acceleration magic, the humans behind it were rapidly closing in. It could only let out a fierce cry and fly towards the inner edge of the forest, hoping to use other magical beasts to escape its enemies. A sharp-eyed superhuman spotted the falling figure and quietly changed direction, giving chase. At this moment, only a little over a minute had passed since the flying magical beast's sudden attack, killing and abducting the girl. The people in the city were once again in turmoil, fearing another magical beast might emerge from some underground cave. Watching the magical beast depart, Luo, taking advantage of the lingering darkness, accelerated her descent into the forest below. The morning light illuminated the girl's blood-stained face, revealing a poignant beauty as she vanished into the forest like a streak of light. Several extraordinary individuals, who witnessed Luo fall into the forest, exchanged glances and stopped. Something was wrong. Her descent was too fast. They couldn't keep up. Flying over the forest in broad daylight was suicidal. Their lives were at stake. Besides, a little girl falling into this area would be dead in seconds. They should just go back. The swamp forest was over 30,000 meters from Wing City. It was filled with swamps and miasma, and most importantly, the concentration of magic power was more than 10 times higher than in the air. Those below the extraordinary level would develop inexplicable illnesses after staying there for 10 days or so. Therefore, adventurers generally limited their exploration of this area to 5 days or less. As soon as he landed in the treetops, several gusts of wind swept in. Before Luo could react, his flaming sword flashed and slashed, feeling as if it were cutting into flesh and bone. Flying a distance to observe, he saw several bright green snakes. Judging by their vibrant green color and triangular heads, they were likely highly venomous. Feeling the aches and pains spreading throughout his body, along with a strange stinging sensation on his skin, Luo had a bad feeling. Coupled with the foul stench and muddy smell he inhaled, Luo simply channeled his vital energy to his body, forming a thin red film. Only then did the stench disappear, but the pricking sensation remained. Thankfully, his vital energy had been refined, preventing it from evaporating as quickly as before. However, based on the remaining amount and the rate of consumption, without food and water, he could only last a day at most before being completely depleted. Landing on a thick branch, killing the moss and lurking insects beneath his feet, Luo looked down into the grass. Beneath the dark forest lay a layer of green grass, seemingly normal at first glance. But Luo's eyes, peering through the grass, clearly saw black mud beneath. Several thick, long tentacles, disguised as withered grass, lay motionless, seemingly waiting for their prey to fall into the swamp. Swamp Octopus Mortal Realm 3. A social magical beast, fond of ambush, slow-moving, but bursting with terrifying speed when prey approaches. An expert swimmer, capable of rapid movement in swamps. Highly venomous. Note, extremely strong regenerative ability, Swamp Python Mortal Realm 1. With Viper Frog Transcendent Rank 1. Before him was a dense array of panels, obscuring most of his vision. For the first time, Luo truly realized that magical beasts could indeed exist in swarms. However, the stacked panels were also a big problem. It would be great if they could be opened at will. Just as I was thinking this, the panels in front of me disappeared instantly, and my field of vision suddenly opened up. Did I not notice this before? But having this ability makes things much safer in the forest. It would be great if it could reveal things other than magical beasts. No descriptions of poisonous snakes or insects appeared. Okay, I was overthinking it. But since it can automatically discern information about various magical beasts, let's call it search. It would be great if it had an appraisal skill later. Luo didn't know how deep into the swamp forest he was, but there was no doubt he had to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, let alone how difficult it was here, even survival would be a problem. Activating her senses to their maximum, Luo discovered a force suppressing her perception, reducing her range from 1,000 meters to just over 900 meters, a full 10% reduction. Suddenly, she sensed over a dozen magical beasts focusing their attention on her, including some at the 7th or 8th level of the mortal realm. They seemed to have noticed her spying and quickly withdrew their senses. The magical beasts here are too perceptive. I can't unleash my mental power anymore. Trouble is just piling up. She hadn't paid attention to which way was closer to the city when she descended, but Luo dared not ascend into the air, because opening search would reveal a dense array of descriptions on the treetops. Flying Dove Mortal Realm, 2nd stage. Socially residing, preferring to nest in the treetops. They lack magical skills, but their bodies are as hard as iron, easily piercing the bodies of those at the first level of the transcendent realm. They possess keen senses and a strong territorial awareness. Once they detect any creature in the air, they swarm towards it. Note 1. Bodily fluids contain mild toxins and will continue to accumulate in the body. Note 2. They rest collectively at dusk and dawn. At this moment, even without using their senses, one can see the small figures hopping around, not to mention their cawing sounds. These doves have gradually awakened, opening their eyes that flash red light. They don't need to hide, because these palm-sized creatures are the strongest overlords of this area, carefully landing in the middle of a tree trunk, making sure no doves noticed her, and memorizing the positions of the surrounding magical beasts. Luo deactivated search and randomly chose a tree with sparser branches, flying towards it. She wondered how Uncle and Alice were doing. Even with her worries, Luo had to force herself to find a way out. The doves in the treetops emitted unpleasant cawing, causing her constant irritation. She really wanted to bandage all those birds' beaks, but unfortunately, she was no match for them, and could only endure it. Passing by an invisible phantom lizard, Luo thought she hadn't disturbed it, but unexpectedly, a tongue shot out with a whoosh. If she hadn't dodged quickly, it wouldn't have just had a piece of her skirt corroded. Before it could attack again, Luo sliced it in half with a sword aura. The fluctuations of blood energy and the scent of humans gradually awakened the nearby creatures. Looking at the various magical beasts slowly approaching and lurking around, Luo dared not linger, trying her best to suppress the fluctuations of blood energy, and flew towards the chosen direction. If she had a concealment spell or a stealth spell, she wouldn't be in such a passive position. She really didn't know how those adventurers survived here. Luo guessed there must be plants that could mask scent, but she didn't recognize them or know where to find them. The forest wasn't just inhabited by magical beasts, but also by countless poisonous insects and creatures. Luo's sweet human scent deeply attracted them. Worst of all, Luo couldn't detect them in advance using search. Each poisonous creature's ability to hide was unparalleled. Without extensive wilderness experience, they would be impossible to spot. This was precisely what Luo lacked most. Dodging a venomous snake's slingshot, Luo swiftly decapitated it with her sword. Looking at the snake's body still writhing wildly in the grass, she knew that in just a few seconds, it would be devoured by the various creatures lurking in the swamp. The snake sank and disappeared, but Luo was used to it. After witnessing similar scenes dozens of times, she no longer felt the initial chill. This was Luo's third hour wandering the forest. The stinging sensation on her skin seemed to be slowly intensifying. Luo wasn't sure if it was because she was closer to the center, or because she had been there too long. She hadn't learned much about this man-eating forest beforehand. After all, it was only a medium-sized forest, something that could be easily destroyed by a vast empire. There was no need for everyone to know about it. Faint magical fluctuations came from afar. Luo cautiously approached and discovered two extraordinary second-tier magical beasts locked in fierce combat. Corpse Ape second-tier transcendent, a mutant whose body has absorbed the miasma of the swamp, possessing some dark attributes. Parts of its body have been replaced by skeletons. Its heart and head remain intact, and it is surrounded by deadly poisonous gas. Note, it is a mortal enemy of its own kind, the Vidra ape. Water-scale crocodile second-tier transcendent, solitary, possessing hard scales, and a single horn powerful enough to pierce a third-tier transcendent. Skilled in water attribute magic, it lives year-round in the swamp, allowing its magic to become infused with potent poison. Note, once bitten, it will unleash a death roll. The intense magical fluctuations and oppressive aura scared away all the surrounding creatures. Luo could only observe from afar, not daring to use her senses to observe. What if they discovered her and stopped fighting and started chasing her? Finding a protruding boulder, Luo carefully dried it with her blood and chi. After flying for so long, the scenery hadn't changed at all, and she had to keep her nerves on edge at all times, leaving the girl feeling mentally exhausted. Fortunately, she was still within the influence range of the two magical beasts, and the surrounding magical beasts and poisonous creatures had temporarily subsided, allowing her to rest for a while. The sky seemed to be brightening slightly, but in the pitch-black depths of the forest, it didn't make much of a difference. Luo could only estimate the passage of time. She had no idea how much time had actually gone by. Several hours passed before the two magical beasts stopped fighting. According to the information from Search, neither beast was seriously injured or dead. Luo guessed they were just fighting over territory or food. Thinking of food, Luo suddenly felt incredibly hungry. She licked her chapped lips. Where could she find food? Since last night, she hadn't drunk a drop of water or eaten a single grain of rice. With her mind relaxed, the hunger pangs immediately struck. After flying around the area where the two magical beasts had fought for several tens of minutes, a tree caught her attention. In the great green forest, the tree bore a dozen or so bright red fruits, their sweet aroma seemingly wafting from afar. Activating Search, there were no magical beasts in or around the tree. However, to avoid any poisonous creatures, Luo approached cautiously, not daring to fly too fast. Arriving at the tree, Luo scanned it several times with her senses, confirming there were no living creatures on it, which puzzled her. Such obvious fruit, don't any insects or anything come to eat it? But the sweet scent lingering in her nostrils made her stomach rumble, and she couldn't resist. I lick it and see. If it's poisonous, I won't collapse immediately. Just one lick. Her eyes fixed only on the red fruit, Luo didn't consider why she could still smell the sweetness even under the cover of her vital energy. She flew to the fruit, about to lick it, when her remaining rationality told her to find a safe place. She quickly picked all the fruit and stored them in her ring. The fragrance in her nostrils vanished instantly, leaving Luo with a sense of loss. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the surrounding environment became slightly hot, which was unbelievable in the swamp. Moreover, the number of magical beasts and poisonous creatures that could be observed had decreased significantly. Luo was overjoyed. Could they be almost outside? She accelerated forward, and as the trees on both sides rushed past, the air became increasingly dry. Even the air felt dry inside her nose. Luo had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Was this really the way out? The grassland gradually disappeared, revealing a swamp, but it quickly turned into dry ground. Landing on the somewhat warm ground, the girl stopped in her tracks. This place is too strange. I'd better be careful. The environment was completely exposed, devoid of any magical beasts or creatures. Luo manipulated the rubble and dust on the ground, gathering them into a pile and tossing it a distance away. He then removed the aura covering his body, confirming there was indeed no foul odor, before sitting down. He took out the red fruit from his ring, And instantly, an incredibly rich fragrance filled his nostrils, more than 100 times stronger than before. Help, I can't resist, it smells so good. He took a big bite of the fruit. The flesh was crisp and delicious, filling his mouth with an unimaginable sweetness. After finishing one fruit in a few bites, Luo wasn't full and quickly ate the remaining 4 fruits before finally feeling satisfied. Hiccup. It's good that it doesn't have a pit. If I come across these fruits again, I bring some back for Alice and Luffy. Standing up, Luo felt a wave of dizziness and quickly used his sword to brace himself before falling. Strange. Why are there 2 swords in front of me? 3 now, and my fingers are. Thump. Soon, a soft snoring sound came from the girl, adding an eerie touch to this desolate and gloomy place. Chapter 37. Wing City gradually returned to calm. Damaged houses were being repaired by skilled workers, and broken barriers were being fixed by extraordinary individuals proficient in barrier techniques. As for the dead, they could no longer be resurrected, but life had to go on. The common people could only suppress their grief, trying to deceive themselves into returning to their daily routines. A steady stream of adventurers carrying their packs entered the Adventurers Guild, and another stream of adventurers emerged from it lightly equipped, their joy palpable. Old son, how many beasts did you kill in this beast tide? Not many, about 30 points. If that guy Pulley hadn't stolen a long-eared bat, I could have gotten 40 points. It's him again! I heard he got over 130 points, and is treating others to drinks at the Cat's Tavern. Damn it, he uses our points to exchange for gold coins, and then treats others to drinks. Let's go too! This beast tide seems to have a lot more monsters from the depths of the swamp. I see a lot of people are poisoned. That's right, supposedly it's that 6-legged monster from the swamp forest. It was caused by the crimson-horned earth dragon. I wonder if the city lord can defeat it. Of course he can. City Lord Kraj is the most powerful city lord of Wing City in hundreds of years. How many gold coins did you exchange? Lend me some. Don't you have your own? I only have 300 gold coins. Not enough for me to buy materials to advance to the mortal transformation realm. Sigh, who knows when the next beast tide will be? It's rare to find a city lord's mansion that offers gold coins for killing magical beasts. It's good enough that it's here. By the way, are you thinking of going to the Cat's Tavern to buy some wine again? No. Don't talk nonsense. I don't buy wine to drink every day. The main hall of the city lord's mansion. A heavy atmosphere filled the hall. 23 extraordinary individuals sat in the hall. An old man at the head looked at the empty main seat and asked in a deep voice, "The city lord has been missing for 2 whole days. This has never happened before during beast tides. Someone spotted the city lord appearing in the sky above the center of the forest a day ago. Who among you will go to the center of the swamp forest to investigate?" Immediately, a burly man draped in animal skin stood up. "The city lord has been incredibly kind to me. I, Taizhan, must be the first to go find the city lord. I have to assist with the repair work on the city wall. I might not have time to go. I was injured by a second-tier steel-feathered eagle earlier, so I won't join in." More than a dozen people responded, but only 2 second-tier extraordinary individuals. Those who volunteered to go along scoffed at Taishan, who stood there like a miniature giant, a bunch of cowards. Several who refused immediately became angry. "We have important business to attend to. What will happen to the city if we all go? Are you all barrier masters? The city lord has been so kind to you. A bunch of cowardly weaklings. Taishan, don't spout nonsense." The old man gently tapped the armrest, and the hall returned to silence. Taishan's still contemptuous gaze seemed to say, "You cowards? Try and bite me. Stop arguing. Besides Taishan, Monde, and Frith, is anyone else going?" After a long silence, just as the old man was about to slam his fist on the table, a booming voice rang out from outside. "I join too. Is that all right?" Everyone instinctively looked over and saw a burly man, over 6 feet tall, wearing knight's armor, and with a knight's sword slung across his back, walk in. Immediately someone asked, "I haven't seen you in the city lord's mansion. Who are you?" "My name is Urgus Ruff, just a guard." The old man's eyes were half open, and after thinking for a moment, he said calmly, "Sir Ruff, I won't ask about your purpose, but our primary goal will be to find the city lord." "I understand, but I have one condition. If we find the person I'm looking for, I will prioritize escorting her out of the city. I will not interfere in anything else." "Agreed." Ignoring the whispers of a few people about merely a first-tier strength, and he dares to negotiate, Ruff walked straight to Iron Mountain, gave a knight's salute, and stood aside without moving. Taizhan grinned, taking a liking to the young superhuman. He then said to the old man, "Vice City Lord, since no one else is coming, let's set off. Good luck, Tyzon." Balzacray looked at the completely lifeless crimson-horned earth dragon, took a deep breath, and used his remaining magic power to temporarily close the horrific tear in its abdomen. He shakily stood up, leaning on his broken knight's great sword. He hadn't expected the earth dragon to suddenly become so enraged during the fight. Even the death of his child hadn't made it so furious. It seemed to regard him as its mortal enemy. In the end, it even self-destructed its magic core to deliver a fatal blow. Although he had risked damaging his magic spirit to force a charge at the crucial moment, deflecting the crimson horn from its heart, he was still severely injured. In the heart of this forest surrounded by magical beasts, even as a 6th-tier superhuman, his chances of escaping with this broken body were extremely slim. The crimson-horned earth dragon, having lost its magic core, was worth at least a third less, but still worth 3 million gold coins. However, Cray didn't even glance at it, or rather, he no longer had the energy to process the materials for dismantling the dragon. Besides, the lingering aura emanating from its corpse could still intimidate the surrounding magical beasts. Crack, crack. Stepping on the cracked ground, Cray looked at the scorched and broken land, a sense of desolation rising in his heart. He had been the Lord of Wing City for over 400 years, enacting decrees for exchanging gold coins for killing magical beasts, and establishing various benefits for adventurers, gradually strengthening Wing City's ability to combat beast tides. However, the problem of beast tides remained unresolved, especially after this earth dragon settled here over a decade ago. The scale of the beast tides seemed to be expanding. I wonder if I'd be lucky enough to survive and see the day the beast tides are completely resolved. Just as he was about to return to stabilize his injuries, he noticed something lying on the ground in the distance. Through the heat, he could vaguely make out a person. Did someone find his place? Remembering his duties as the city lord, Cray forced his heavily injured body to approach the figure. There lay a young girl on the ground, dressed in a tattered white dress stained with blood and mud. Her long snow-white hair, though scattered across the ground, remained spotless. She was slender, appearing to be a 14 or 15-year-old child, something I never seen before. A meter-long sword, of the Qinggang grade, was shallowly embedded in the ground. Where did this noblewoman come from? How can there be a child here? Krager, confident in his eyesight, knew this little girl was indeed a child. She lacked the magical aura characteristic of superhumans. He crouched down and squeezed her wrist. Her bone age was very young, undoubtedly a child. Could it be that the magical beasts outside have been almost completely wiped out in the past 2 days? He himself didn't believe it. Hoo-hoo. A soft snore sounded, and Krager was startled to realize that the little one was actually sleeping. He knew that he and the crimson-horned earth dragon had fought a fierce battle, causing the ground to collapse more than once. How could she sleep with such a commotion? Wait, why weren't there any signs of magical corruption on her body? He caught a faint, pleasant, sweet scent, seemingly emanating from the girl, which slightly improved Krager's mood. After thinking for a moment, he realized she was still a person, and leaving her unattended wasn't a good idea. Anyway, let's move to a safer place first. After placing the little girl on his shoulder on a relatively flat spot, Krager struggled to sit down against the earth dragon's corpse. Although the bleeding had stopped, the strange magical energy surrounding the wound wasn't so easily dispelled, and the magical spirit had shattered, reducing his magical energy absorption rate significantly. He could only heal slowly through rest. The good news, however, was that his injuries were under control, meaning he might very well make it out alive. A pleasant scent lingered in his nose, a lingering fragrance from carrying the little girl. Am I getting old? Do girls these days wear perfumes with this scent? Krager looked at the girl lying on the ground and realized how unexpectedly beautiful she was. Although her face was stained with dirt, it was clear she was more beautiful than any girl he had ever met in his life. A delicate fragrance emanated from her breath, and her nostrils twitched slightly. She was incredibly cute. Perhaps only a true goddess could compare? Cray thought to himself. If he were 500 years younger, perhaps he would still have the courage to pursue such a beautiful girl. Now, having such a lovely daughter would be even better. It's a pity that when he was young, he pursued power and didn't care for any women. Now that he's older, he's lost that interest. I hope that Roxy doesn't follow in my footsteps. I wonder how he's doing. Luo felt himself entering a strange but warm world. Everything around him was red. The sky was pale red, the grass was blood red, the sun was bright red, and even in midair, many crimson flames floated. Strangely, these flames only felt warm to the touch, not scalding. Looking down at himself, he was wearing a long, fiery red dress he'd never seen before, with faint dark red flame patterns on it. His bare feet felt itchy and warm on the grass. Where am I? The endless expanse of red was novel at first, but it would become tiresome after a while. His senses seemed useless here, so Luo decided to look for an exit or something else. Stepping on the soft, warm grass, Luo had the illusion of walking on some kind of creature. She focused on one direction and walked forward. There were no landmarks, so she didn't feel tired, and the scenery remained unchanged. Time seemed to stand still. Eventually Luo almost forgot why she was walking. She was just mechanically moving forward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a cool sensation suddenly came to her head, bringing her back to her senses. Shaking her head, Lu noticed an unusually bright red drop of blood in front of her. The surrounding air distorted slightly, as if it were being scorched. What is this? Reaching out to touch it, she found it slightly hotter than the surrounding flames. Seeing no danger, Luo cupped it in her palm. The bright red drop of blood, like a glass bead, rolled gently in her hand. It's quite pretty though. Ah! It's so hot! The blood droplet's temperature rose rapidly, and it quickly softened and melted. Just as Luo was about to shake it off, the blood droplet dissolved into a drop of blood that seeped into her palm, causing a burning sensation that quickly spread throughout her body. What's going on? No, I'm so hot! Her body felt like it had drunk molten lava, turning into a ball of flame, radiating intense heat. She couldn't help but kneel on the ground, feeling as if she were melting. She craved water, wanted to soak in it. She had never yearned for water so much. But soon, golden flame surged from Luo's heart, relieving the burning sensation within her. At the same time, golden lines subtly appeared on her long dress, adding to her majesty. The surrounding flames converged on her like a tide, swirling around the girl, making her appear like a fiery queen, commanding all the flames. Chapter 38. Cray had already found it strange enough that the red-horned earth dragon would fight so desperately for no apparent reason, but to find a child who hadn't even reached the transcendent level in the central region, where even a transcendent level 3 cultivator could barely move, was odd enough. Okay, that could be explained by a concealment device or the presence of a powerful companion, but what was with the heat emanating from this child melting the ground? Using some of his restored magic, he isolated the girl from the melting ground. The girl's strange behavior was clearly caused by the heat waves she was emitting. Once her body returned to normal, direct contact with the lava would surely result in severe injury, if not death. However, at over 600 years old, Cray had never heard of anything producing such an illogical phenomenon. Could it be that I'm really getting old? Are girls these days all this powerful? The sweet aroma around him grew stronger since the abnormally high temperature appeared, making Cray strangely tempted to eat the girl. Does this smell have hallucinogenic effects? He sealed his sense of smell, and the urge subsided. Slightly worried that this would attract magical beasts, Crayer had to brace himself and spread his soul perception across the dry land to guard against any disturbance. However, his worst fears came true. Soon, roars echoed from afar, and several auras appeared from all directions. 3 transcendent level 3, 1 transcendent level 4, and now another level 4. They really think highly of me. Crayer withdrew his perception to a range of 100 meters to avoid alerting them. He knew they wouldn't attack anytime soon. The magical beasts here were naturally much more cautious, and would only probe until they confirmed the earth dragon was dead. About half an hour later, the heat emanating from the girl gradually subsided, and the scent dissipated. Cray breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more magical beasts were coming. Just a dozen minutes ago, 2 third-tier and 1 fourth-tier beast had arrived. He could still run, but if another fourth-tier beast came, he wouldn't be able to escape. As for fighting to the death here, he wasn't stupid. He completely severed the earth dragon's red horn, cut open its belly to extract its heart, and collected some of the flesh and scales, placing some into his spatial ring. He couldn't take the rest with him. It would be a boon to these magical beasts. However, the remaining scent would help them escape, so it wasn't a complete waste. The girl's scent had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint fragrance. Cray manipulated his magic to fix the girl behind him. With a surge of magic, he applied 3 layers of disguise to both of them: sensory shielding, magic isolation, and visual deception. He also activated his dash and stillness walking skills. Feeling that his magic power had decreased again, Cray knew he couldn't delay any longer. He transformed into a blurry shadow and sped towards the weakest third-tier extraordinary magical beast. There were no flocks of doves in this area, but taking to the air was still forbidden, or they would become easy targets for numerous magical beasts. Skimming past a water-scale crocodile lurking in the swamp, Krager flew to a thick tree. There, he found a huge hollow dug out by some unknown creature. He casually sliced the venomous python inside in two and tossed it out, placing the girl inside. Turning around, he set up a simple barrier at the entrance and leaned against the hollow wall to rest. This should be close to the outer edge of the forest. The magical beasts here were generally around the first level of the transcendent realm. Maintaining the magical barrier around the girl to prevent her from being poisoned by the miasma, Krager took out a dozen low-level magic crystals from his ring, crushed them, and absorbed the dissipated magic into his body, replenishing his depleted magical energy. Humph. A groan interrupted Kray's closed eye rest. A cross-shaped slash sliced the lunging forest monkey into 4 pieces, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Rough, slightly panting, leaned against a tree, watching the collapsed giant tree in the distance. Iron Mountain had just been fighting a swamp octopus when he accidentally broke the tree, enraging the forest monkey colony living there. Unable to attack the fighting creature, they vented their anger on themselves, the low-level superhumans. That should be all. I need to rejoin them quickly. This was very close to the middle level. First-level superhuman beasts were starting to appear frequently, posing a significant danger to him. He couldn't die before finding Miss. After the prolonged burning sensation subsided, a warm feeling washed over him. Luo felt an inexplicable change within him, as if a single thought could summon flames. Standing on the soft grass, Luo looked at the leaping flames swirling around her. She gently clenched her small hand, and all the flames instantly gathered in her palm, transforming into a golden flame. Staring at the flame in her palm, a strong impulse surged within her. Instinctively, the girl opened her mouth slightly and absorbed the flame. There was no discomfort. Instead, a memory appeared. The authority to command all fire? A fragmented elemental divine authority? Although she had never heard of it, Luo understood that she seemed to have obtained something extraordinary. Was it due to those fruits? But a voice within her seemed to answer that it wasn't. It was more like something she had always possessed, only activated. She didn't understand. Looking around, only the red sky, the bright sun, and the grass remained. Not a single flame remained. She knew it was time for her to leave. With a single step, the girl's figure vanished abruptly. As her consciousness gradually returned, Luo felt as if she had been in a dream, a warm, almost scorching dream, but her body remained warm, as if telling her it wasn't a dream. Subconsciously letting out a cute whimper, Luo opened her eyes to see a disheveled, wounded young man staring at her with an unreadable gaze. With her mind blank, Luo's body moved first, a sword aura of flames instantly forming, slicing past Kraj with her emotionless gaze, as Kraj's eyes grew increasingly shocked. Wait! I saved you! The sword aura abruptly stopped, then dissipated. A spark of life returned to the girl's eyes, and she asked somewhat confusedly, "What saved me?" "It was me." "I saved me?" "Yes, cough cough, no, it was me who saved you." Luo finally came to her senses, finding herself no longer on the dry ground, but in a damp tree hollow. She checked herself. Nothing was missing, except for her flaming sword. Huh? Where's my sword? That was a gift from the old shopkeeper, and importantly, it was a blue steel grade sword, incredibly expensive. Krager, amused by the girl looking around, took out the sword. "I got it for you, it's not lost." It was just a blue steel grade sword, completely useless to him. Luo quickly caught the sword that was thrown to her, letting out a sigh of relief. This was a sword she could only buy by selling herself. It was practically another version of herself. "Thank you, uncle." Luo thanked him sincerely. Although this man was a bit of a mess, a bit young, and a bit strange, he seemed like a good person. Why did I feel a strange sense of malice? Suppressing the strange thought, Kray waved his hand to indicate he didn't care, then asked seriously, "You're not a superhuman. How do you use magic?" "That's definitely not the effect of an item." "Magic?" Luo tilted her head cutely, looking at the young man before her, suddenly remembering that she might have actually used fire magic when she first woke up. "Huh? This isn't scientific. No, this isn't superhuman." Focusing her senses, Luo discovered that fire magic had become unusually active in her perception. With just a thought, a fireball gathered in her hand. Looking at the fireball in her hand, Luo felt a sense of familiarity for some reason. What if I said I don't know either? Do you know what's going on? Are girls these days all so cute that they can get away with anything? Let's leave here first. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a city lord. I won't interfere in your affairs. Oh. It seems he doesn't know either. Wait, Lord of Wing City? Yes, my name is Balza Kray, the current Lord of Wing City. And you, little one? That means he's incredibly powerful. I almost killed him just now. Won't he be angry? My name is Lagran Del Lo. Thank you so much for your help. Why is this kid so easily startled? Shaking his head, Craig gestured to Lo that he didn't need to use honorifics. I just call you Little Lo. I'm seriously injured right now, and can't break through the blockade of the flying doves, so we can only leave this place through the forest. Seeing his silence, Lo asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just that the middle swamp is troublesome. You can't fly, so moving through the trees will be much slower. Although he carried her on his back while she was unconscious, sleeping, she's awake now, so he couldn't very well say, I carry you on my back and fly over. I think I can fly now. Seeing Craig's incredulous gaze, Luo quickly explained, it seems like just after I learned to use magic, I discovered I could fly. Although that wasn't actually the case. Fine, anyway, this child inexplicably appeared in the red-horned earth dragon's territory, inexplicably emanated high temperatures, and emitted a sweet scent that attracted magical beasts, and inexplicably could use magic power. Now that I can fly inexplicably doesn't seem to be a problem. Just to be safe, Krager couldn't help but ask Little Luo, you're not a demonized plant, are you? Lord, I still have parents and an identity. Does she really look that inhuman? She's so cute. Two figures flew swiftly through the forest. Krager was speechless at how the girl was so skilled at flying after only learning. He simply released his aura, scaring away the magical beasts that were drooling at the sight of humans. Little Luo, you said you entered the city during the beast tide and were captured by a flying magical beast? Yeah, I almost thought I was going to die. Luckily, Uncle injured it. By the way, I still need to find Uncle. That's really unfortunate. Beast tides happen about once every year or two, and you just happened to run into one. Since you're looking for someone, let's hurry up. Wing City is on the other side. We have to go around. A flash of blue light appeared on her body, and Luo found herself moving even faster. It must be some kind of acceleration magic technique. Chapter 39. Taishan ordered everyone to rest where they were. The nearby magical beasts had been eliminated, so they didn't need to be completely on edge. Although Taishan's strength was significantly higher than that of the area, he had two main concerns. Firstly, he needed to look after 3 low-level superhumans. Secondly, the magical beasts here weren't fixed, and he needed to be wary of roaming high-level magical beasts that might appear at any time, conserving his strength to fight them. Although Mand and Frith were second-tier superhumans, they had little experience surviving in swampy forests. Therefore, facing the endless stream of magical beasts and poisonous creatures, they often needed to expend more magical energy to kill them. Without Taishan leading the team, it might take them twice as long to break through the outer layer. Team leader Taizan, how much longer until we reach the central region? Looking at Luffy's grave expression, Taizan knew he was anxious, but such emotions were poisonous in the forest. He feigned nonchalance, saying, at this pace, a day will suffice. Can't we go any faster? I'm even more anxious than you, but there's nothing I can do if we're not strong enough. If he had 5th or 6th tier strength, Taizan could lead the 3 of them straight through. Gazing into the dark, gloomy depths of the swamp, Luffy wondered if his persistence was even worthwhile. The night his young lady was captured, although he had tried his best to send people to search, eyewitnesses confirmed she had fallen into the central region. Ordinary adventurers couldn't enter, and low-level superhumans were powerless. Several 3rd tier and above experts had shown interest, but a day had passed with no news. He couldn't wait any longer, and could only pin his hopes on the city lord's mansion. He happened to overhear them sending people to search the central region when he arrived, so he applied to go along. Let's go! Don't rely too much on your senses. Use eagle-eye skills, and your physical instincts more. We're almost at the middle level, and I don't want any of you to suffer any losses. At their considerable speed, it took them over 2 hours to fly, circling most of the way to the swamp forest leading to Wing City. From here on, there will be more traces of adventurers. Little Luo, I suggest you don't reveal your ability to fly. After all, since ancient times, it's an ironclad rule that only extraordinary individuals can fly, but I can sense that you're not yet an extraordinary individual. Landing on a tree branch, Luo nodded to indicate she understood. Although she couldn't guarantee that the city lord wouldn't tell anyone, at least for now, he seemed like a good person. It would be troublesome if they encountered other bad people. The surrounding trees were still large and towering, but the swamp on the ground was no longer continuous. It was divided into patches by wetlands, a clear difference from the previous environment. Leaping through the forest wasn't a pleasant experience, especially with the wet moss and water-soaked branches, making Luo's boots feel like they were soaked through. As they hurried along, Cray suddenly stopped. Luo followed, stopping as well, and asked in confusion, "Lord City Lord, what happened?" "There's a fight ahead, probably by adventurers." "Can't you tell who they are?" "The magic is too chaotic. I can't sense anything." "Let's go check it out." "I'm worried it might be people from the City Lord's mansion." Luo remained silent. She couldn't decide this herself, but following a strong person was obviously safer. Several minutes later, Luo also sensed violent fluctuations in the magic ahead. A few dozen seconds later, she faintly heard the sounds of fighting and the roars of magical beasts. "Man, watch out!" A furious shout rang out, and Luo noticed that Cray's speed had suddenly increased several times over. Could it be someone he knew? Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Cray, Luo activated Search. A dozen display panels immediately appeared before him. After excluding other magical beasts, there were 6 panels ahead. Crack-Tooth Bear Level 4 Transcendent Solitary, fond of honey, constantly wandering in search of honey. Easily angered and irritable, slow-moving, not skilled in magic, but possesses terrifying physical strength and tough fur. Suggestion: ranged attack, but avoid the Crack-Tooth Bear's seismic waves. Note 1. Bear Ball can neutralize most toxins. Note 2. High poison resistance, not easily afflicted by negative status effects. Human Level 2 Transcendent Knight. Human Level 2 Transcendent Knight severely injured and near death. Human Level 4 Transcendent Warrior Balza Cray Level 6 Transcendent Knight. Knight. Winged City Lord, severely injured? What's with that last guy, Cray? Could he be the monster? Wait, there are 3 others labeled Human, Knight, and Warrior. Has this strange skill evolved? Before Luo could think any further, the last panel clearly displayed Urgus Ruff Level 1 Extraordinary. Knight. A territory knight from the Del territory, a genius who achieved extraordinary status at the age of 30. Seriously injured. Uncle? How did he get himself seriously injured? Cursing the guy for being so careless, Luo quickly flew towards the fighting location, silently praying he was alright. Iron Mountain watched as the Crack-Tooth Bear's arm-length claws swept towards Man, trying to stop it, but was trapped by the earthen wall the Crack-Tooth Bear created. He roared in grief and anger, "Get out of the way!" Man gave a bitter smile, but was powerless to help. He was already severely injured, and when he dodged the Crack-Tooth Bear, he was grazed, and now he couldn't even move his fingers. He resignedly closed his eyes. "Lord, if the underworld truly exists, I repay you in my next life." Unexpectedly, the expected excruciating pain didn't occur. He cautiously opened his eyes, only to find the Crack-Tooth Bear had vanished. Confused, he heard Taizan shout excitedly, "Lord!" "What? The Lord has arrived?" Man felt a surge of strength return, and he forced himself to sit up. He saw the Crack-Tooth Bear hundreds of meters away, its head severed from its body, and before the corpse stood the Lord he had been searching for. "Are you all right?" Even though he was covered in wounds, Cray's lordly authority remained undiminished, and the concern in his words brought tears to the eyes of Taizan and the others. "Lord City Lord, it's good you're all right." "Yes, Lord City Lord, you disappeared for 2 days, we thought." Several grown men chattered amongst themselves, tears streaming down their faces. This gave Cray a headache. They were all men, and he wasn't dead yet. Not far away, Luffy, leaning against a tree, watched this scene, feeling a pang of envy, but mostly worry. "Miss, where are you?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Who's there?" Iron Mountain, as expected of a 4th-tier expert, quickly spotted Luo approaching rapidly. He was about to stop him when Cray stopped him. "It's someone I know. It's all right." Soon, a figure leaped onto a tree branch, staring blankly at Luffy leaning against the tree. "Uncle?" Luffy was covered in blood, mud, and weeds, with a long gash on his face. He wondered if it would disfigure him. What a fool. He seemed to hear a very familiar uncle in his ear. Luffy couldn't believe it, and quickly looked down, only to find his young mistress, whom he had been searching for 2 days, standing gracefully in a tree. "Miss? Miss?" Looking at her, Luffy suddenly burst into laughter. His tense nerves seemed to snap. All the worry, anxiety, and panic of the past 2 days vanished. "Ha ha! Ouch!" A branch struck Luffy squarely on the head, interrupting his laughter. Touching his bewildered head, Luffy saw that his young mistress's previously slightly red eyes were now filled with murderous intent. His heart skipped a beat, and he realized that there were more than just the 2 of them. Several outsiders from the City Lord's mansion were also present. His young mistress was easily embarrassed in front of outsiders. "Oh no!" "Cough cough, miss, are you alright?" With a light step, Luo landed on Luffy. Beside her, Long hair cascaded down her back, appearing both holy and otherworldly in the dark, filthy swamp. Humph. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's you, uncle, who's alright, isn't he? I see you're all scarred. Haha, scars are a man's badge of honor. It's nothing. Sister Alice probably won't like it, will she? Huh? Really? Wait, you should be able to recover by now, right? Cough cough, probably. The four people not far away watched the two bickering, revealing knowing smiles. They didn't disturb them, finding a drier spot to sit cross-legged. They were also eager to know what had happened in the past 2 days. A short while later, Luawei, her eyes red-rimmed, brought Luffy to the four of them, pointing at Cray and saying, I was able to get out of there thanks in large part to the lord of the city's help. Looking at the young man sitting cross-legged, Luffy knelt on one knee and solemnly said, I will never forget the kindness of the city lord. If there is anything I need, as long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I am willing to do my best. Cray sized up Luffy. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he was young and a promising talent. Then he looked at Luo. Well, people really can't be compared. But it's true that a master will always have his servant. Both were quite excellent and very upright. He liked dealing with people like this. Don't worry about it. Since you are tourists visiting my winged city, protecting your safety is my duty. After introducing themselves, Cray stood up. It's getting late. Let's go back first. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid something might happen to Wing City. Yes. After a quick packing, the group headed out of the forest. However, to accommodate a certain unable to fly, their pace slowed considerably. Fortunately, with Cray's help, the magical beasts along the way dared not approach. Young master, the red-horned earth dragon's horn you requested has arrived. Put it there, get out. The young man, who was adding a drop of fluorescent purple potion to the eerie green powder in the crucible, impatiently shooed the butler away. As the potion was added, the eerie green powder instantly ignited, releasing yellow smoke. He channeled his inner energy into his hand, gathering all the smoke in his palm before placing it into a clear glass bottle. The boy straightened up, and through the dim light, he could vaguely see a gloomy gaze beneath long bangs. He went to the doorway, picked up the red horn the butler had placed down, and, sensing the fresh, rich earth dragon blood within, couldn't help but grin. What a good thing. You little bastard, you better get ready to be my fodder. Cough cough. Swallowing the bloody taste he coughed up, the boy knew his time was running out. He had to hurry. Bahat, relay my orders. Gather the remaining materials as quickly as possible. Although his voice wasn't loud, Bahat, far away in the garden, heard him clearly and calmly replied, Yes, young master. Chapter 40. When Lua returned to the inn, it was already afternoon. After a brief word of comfort to Alice, the girl rushed into the bathroom. She could endure being in the forest, but returning covered in filth and tattered clothes drew disgusted looks from passers-by. How could she tolerate that? After filling the tub with hot water and tearing off her clothes, the girl eagerly immersed herself in the bath. After wandering in the damp, cold forest for most of the day, soaking in the warm water felt incredibly comfortable. She quickly scrubbed away the grime, revealing her snow-white skin once more. Then, Luo filled another tub with hot water and soaked in it, quietly savoring the beauty of life. Finally alive. Next time, I absolutely mustn't let anything happen again. It's so much better at home. Going out is a nightmare. Damn it, if it weren't for that darn supernatural monopoly, I wouldn't need to go to that damned academy. Muttering to herself, Lua recalled her unusual transformation. With a slight thought, a ball of flame materialized before her eyes. As her thought shifted, the flame condensed into a fireball, then a rocket, and finally a sea of fire. Intrigued, the girl, soaking in the bathtub, controlled the flame, transforming it into various shapes. A snake, a crocodile, a tree, a house, an octopus. Finally, the flame transformed into a wounded steel-feathered eagle. Staring at it for a while, Luo murmured, I wonder where those anti-magic stones are. I hope someone didn't pick them up. Then, another ball of flame condensed into the shape of a blazing sword. Humph, die. With a single strike, it cleaved the steel-feathered eagle in two. The two flames disintegrated, merged, and then coalesced back into their own form. Looking at her figurine-like reflection, Luo's frustration dissipated somewhat. The flame she conjured seemed to have no temperature whatsoever. Even in the steamy bathroom, there was no sensation of the air being heated. Trying to raise the temperature, the water on her hands instantly evaporated, leaving her delicate hands dry, yet without a trace of burn. It was as if she herself were the most intense flame. I wonder if others are immune to flames. Wouldn't I be fire immune? Hee hee. She played with the flames for a while longer, until the water began to cool slightly, before reluctantly leaving the tub. If only she could take a bath anytime. She definitely wanted to learn a magic spell to summon a bathtub someday. Flames surged from her body, the water instantly evaporating. Luo put on her pajamas and lay on the bed. Alice was already fast asleep. She had been worried these past 2 days, barely sleeping. After Luo returned, she quickly couldn't stay awake any longer. Looking at Alice's pale face, Luo channeled her inner energy into her fingers and gently massaged her dark circles, hoping she wouldn't look so bad when she woke up. Alice Mortal Realm Tier 5. A maid in the Del territory, Lagran Del Lo's personal maid. Kind-hearted, excellent at housework and caregiving, she is centered on her mistress and harbors curiosity about Urgus Ruff, seemingly hiding a secret. Except for the last sentence about hiding a secret, everything else is largely as Luo knew. So, even humans can identify people? The more familiar they are with someone, the more detailed their information becomes? Could it be that this is based on my knowledge? Recalling, it seems that all the magical beasts detected by this skill are ones she has seen in various magical beast introduction books, including the Book of Monsters, 10 volumes of common magical beasts on the continent, a list of mutant magical beasts, the complete encyclopedia of mutated plants, new era annual update, etc. Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't be able to identify monsters I never seen before? Most of the books he read only covered creatures native to the Kaflo Empire. If he were to travel abroad in the future, he might have to be careful. However, since he could identify even a 6th-tier transcendent, there shouldn't be any limitations on his cultivation level. Although there were limitations, the functions of identification and location were sufficient, there was no need to be too greedy. So what changes have occurred in my body? His mind sank into the sea of his soul. From a godlike perspective, the mist in the dark blue space had dispersed considerably, increasing the visible area by almost double. Tiny golden flames danced on the original golden edges of the fire rune, and other runes were also covered in tiny golden flames. They looked like flames, but in his perception, they had nothing to do with fire attribute magic. Luo was certain that the disappearance of his fire attribute magic wasn't due to insufficient magic power, but rather caused by that golden-edged rune. Otherwise, he couldn't explain his incredibly skillful, almost instinctive, control over fire magic. Will the basic runes of other attributes also become like fire runes? Then all magic power would become basic runes, and the Sea of Souls would be a sea of runes. Just thinking about it is amazing. However, I also feel a little reluctant to part with such a beautiful galaxy of magic. 9 enormous streams of magic power formed a massive vortex, slowly rotating around the soul body. Whether viewed from God's perspective or the soul body's perspective, it was breathtaking, a masterpiece of nature. Though it was a tiny thing hidden deep within the soul, it was a magnificent galaxy containing incredible power. Back in the real world, although many questions remain, the extraordinary is called extraordinary precisely because it transcends the ordinary and surpasses mortals. Anyway, it's a good thing. Let's go get some food first. Strangely, she felt no hunger, probably related to the fruits she'd eaten. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen any similar fruits on her way here, but Luo still decided to have dinner. 2 days without food had made her mouth so bland she'd forgotten what food tasted like. She changed into a light purple long-sleeved lantern skirt that reached mid-thigh, put on long white stockings, and then draped a pure white round-neck cloak over it to cover her thighs. Finally, she slipped on thick soled leather ankle boots and ran downstairs. In the lobby, quite a few travelers were already eating, but it was obvious that none of the faces from 2 days ago remained. They were all new tourists. She ordered herself a stew of potatoes and meat and a vegetable salad. The food arrived quickly. Eating the ordinary meal and observing the everyday life around her, Luo felt a pang of emotion. So many people yearn for the life of adventurers, always thinking it's a thrilling and exciting existence, but after experiencing it, they realize it's just a facade masking cruelty. Miss, may I have dinner with you? Daily life may be mundane, but beneath the surface lies a warm and comforting existence. Feeling bored is because one only focuses on the passion of adventure and neglects the people who care about them. I'm asking you a question. This is Lord Pulley, the leader of the Pulley Adventurers Guild. Don't be ungrateful. Food may be simple, but without it, we cannot survive. The same is true of daily life. Though it may lack excitement, it is the most important part of our lives. Don't be so ungrateful. You're just a little pretty. Don't frighten this beautiful lady. I come with the utmost sincerity. Ah! I'm so sorry, Captain Pri. Look at him, how understanding our Captain Pri is. There's no man in the entire Winged City more affectionate than him. Okay, I take back my earlier sentimentality. He's just a boring guy who's constantly buzzing around you like flies, thinking he's alluring. Beautiful lady, I am Ralph Pre, captain of the Pre-Adventurers Guild. I sincerely hope you do me the honor of getting to know me. A dinner knife was planted in front of the outstretched hand, causing it to pause and then retract. Pre's eyes darkened. He said nothing, simply leading the three of them out of the hall. Luo stood up expressionlessly and went to the counter to pay. The menacing shopkeeper was half reclining in the inner chair, feigning sleep. He slightly opened his eyes, watched Luo pay, and suddenly said, Puri is a petty, vindictive person. Be careful. Luo, who was about to return to her room, paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly. The shopkeeper is indeed a good person. The shopkeeper stiffened, then waved his hand nonchalantly, and continued to half recline, feigning sleep, though his breathing became slightly irregular. The next morning, when Luo woke up, she found Alice staring at her with bright blue eyes, and a pleasant smile on her lips. Miss, you're awake. Sitting up, Luo rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled to Alice, What time is it? It's already 7 o'clock. Miss, let's go have breakfast. Okay. Why does it feel like my life consists only of eating? It must be my imagination. Luo thought to herself as she chewed on a croissant. Soon, Luffy and the others came down. The scars on Luffy's face had faded considerably. They were likely still imbued with the strange magical power of the monster. Once removed, he would be completely healed. Ilcius Luffy's second tier transcendent. He even advanced. But he had been stuck at the first tier for over 3 years, and considering what had happened in the past few days, an advancement wasn't surprising. Luffy, being a resilient knight, saw that Luo was as adorable as ever, and didn't say anything more excited. He simply sat down on her other side, and ordered breakfast. Having spent quite a bit of time here, after some preparations in the morning, the convoy would continue its journey around 10 o'clock. Before this, Luffy planned to visit the city lord's mansion to express his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Luo felt he should also do something. He rummaged through his ring, but it didn't seem to hold much. A bunch of low-level magic crystals, presumably too low-ranking for the city lord, a sealed 7th-tier fire attribute magic crystal for future cultivation, some basic extraordinary books, a compass, gifting something he didn't even understand would be embarrassing, a magic blocking crystal, but this was probably the boy's last possession. And besides being hard, it didn't seem to have much use in isolating magic, a bunch of magic blocking stones, about 200 left. Would he take some as a bonus, and some miscellaneous jewelry? Oh, and that Storm Tiger's magic core, a useless trophy. I take that magic crystal as a thank you gift. Although it was precious, it didn't seem to have much use besides being an accelerator. Speaking of which, what other uses did magic crystals have? Chapter 41. Sister Alice, we'd be right back. Come back soon. Okay. Wing City returned to its usual bustling state, everything in perfect order. Commoners went about their daily work, adventurers came and went, selling materials, soldiers guarded the city walls, vigilant against external threats, and sheriffs patrolled the city, arresting anyone found causing disturbance. Looking closely at Wing City's management, it's quite meticulous despite its seemingly rough exterior. Mrs. Wright. It seems there's a reason this city was able to withstand the beast tide at such a low cost. The weather was nice today, and the two strolled leisurely towards the city lord's mansion. Luo looked around, noting that he hadn't had a chance to properly explore the streets since arriving quite late the other day. Today, although the smell was indeed strong, it had a unique charm compared to ordinary town markets. They bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorn along the way, one for himself and the other for himself, because Luffy thought it was for children and refused to share. Go check it out, Pulley's at Cat's Tavern again. What's so interesting? That scoundrel Pulley goes there to drink every day, spending money he stole from us. No, I heard this time those 2 brothers teamed up with the others Pulley bullied and stormed into Cat's Tavern to corner him. Such a good opportunity, are you sure you don't want to go? What? Such a good thing? Quick! Let's see if we can kick him a couple of times in the chaos. As the 2 men dragged each other away, several people on the street seemed tempted and followed in 2s and 3s. It's not surprising he's so annoying. Miss, do you know that Pulley? Taking a bite off half a candied hawthorn skewer, Luo puffed out her cheeks and said, I know him. He's such an annoying guy. Miss actually dislikes someone that much? Swallowing her food, Luo rolled her eyes at Luff. Even I have people I really dislike. Then it seems we should go and see him. Someone Miss dislikes can't be a good person. Never mind, Alice will be unhappy if we don't go back for too long. Alright, miss, it's your decision. The City Lord's mansion is usually unguarded to allow anyone with a request to enter at any time. As for those causing trouble here, the City Lord's mansion, which gathers 90% of the city's superhumans, is no weak force. There were only 3 elderly people at the transcendent level in the hall, between the first and third realms, clerical staff with no hope of advancing to superhuman status. They had worked here for many years, responsible for handling problems that the sheriffs and soldiers couldn't solve, and notifying the superhumans of the City Lord's mansion of major events. Inside the hall, 3 middle-aged men and women dressed as adventurers were confronting a group of 5 adventurers. An elderly man in red robes was taking notes, another in blue robes was searching through a pile of documents, and a third in green robes was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. As Luo and Luffy arrived, the green-robed elder opened his eyes. Seeing an extremely cute little girl followed by a man whose aura was clearly that of a superhuman, he knew they were looking for a high-ranking official from the City Lord's mansion. He immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Please wait a moment, sir. I will immediately inform the affairs manager. Please also inform the City Lord that Luo and Luffy have come to visit. This, according to the usual procedure, the affairs department is notified first, then the deputy chief steward, the chief steward, and finally the deputy city lord and the city lord. Although the visitor seemed harmless, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. In any case, he reported first. Please wait a moment. The old man still chose to report to the affairs department first. He couldn't just have the city lord receive anyone who came, otherwise, the city lord wouldn't get any rest. As the green-robed old man left, the 2 groups in the hall fell silent. They could tell that these 2 were no ordinary beings. Didn't they see how even a transcendent realm elder had to be treated with utmost respect? They must be extraordinary beings. Biting into the last skewer of candied hawthorns, Luo felt it was somewhat impolite to eat in such a formal setting. So, thinking he could finish it quickly before the city lord arrived, he stuffed all the syrup-coated hawthorns into his mouth in a few bites, his cheeks bulging wide. Chewing. Chewing. The quiet hall was filled only with the soft sound of chewing, making the girl's face slightly embarrassed. She wanted to chew faster, but with too many papa fruits stuffed in her mouth, after finally managing to chew and swallow one, the remaining few seemed to be separated by a spatial barrier, impossible to bite through. Her white teeth could only futilely scrape off the outer layer of syrup. Chew chew. The mature young woman, who was whispering with her teammates, couldn't help but turn around and glance back, her eyes meeting Luo's. Luo's bulging mouth unconsciously slowed down. Chew, chew. The old man writing notes trembled his quill pen and silently took out a new sheet of paper. The old man in the blue robe was sorting through the documents he had read, and his beard was twitching, probably because it was itchy. With a soft but clearly audible glug, Luo's mouth was empty of another papa fruit. The young woman stiffly turned around, as if she hadn't seen anything, but her twitching back seemed to say everything. Luo felt a slight heat on his face, and with force, he crushed the crisp papa fruit into crumbs, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it. Gulp. The air seemed to grow heavier. Luffy stood behind, lost in thought, his expression blank in the corner of his eye. Perhaps he wasn't mocking him. 10 minutes later, when the old man writing the notes was unsure of what he was writing, and the old man reviewing the documents was flipping through the same record for the 3rd time, and the 2 adventure teams were already exchanging glances, several footsteps echoed from the inner hall. Everyone seemed to come alive again. The red-robed elder coughed twice and asked, "Do any of you still have unresolved issues?" No, we reached a settlement." Yes, thank you for your help." Both groups nodded hurriedly, indicating that the other was their friend or relative. Before the important figures in the inner hall appeared, they exchanged greetings and hurriedly left the city lord's mansion. Luo was stunned. Were those people really that close? Cray emerged from the inner hall and smiled upon seeing the 2 in the main hall. "Little Luo, Night Rough, if Friss hadn't overheard in the office that 2 people were looking for me, I might not have known you were here." The elder following Cray and Friss broke out in a cold sweat. Although it wasn't his fault, personal relationships were beyond the bounds of propriety. If the city lord dismissed him because of this, what recourse did he have? However, Cray, respected by so many, naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. After inviting the 2 to the inner hall, he instructed the 3 to continue as before. Luffy seemed to recall something pleasant, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, making Cray, who occasionally turned back to introduce the city lord's mansion to them, wonder, was looking at the city lord's mansion really that enjoyable? They arrived at a luxurious room clearly intended as a reception area. The 2 sat opposite Cray and Friss. Friss, ever observant, brewed red tea and poured it for all 3, behaving like a servant despite being a second-tier transcendent. Lord, we come to thank you for your help in the swamp forest. This is just a small token of our gratitude. Luffy's strange smile vanished, and he solemnly thanked Cray. Upon hearing this, Luo took out the gift Luffy had prepared from his ring. To Krager, it was just an ordinary gift, and he didn't care how valuable it was. He carefully accepted it, and put it in his ring. I know you won't be at ease if I don't accept it, but this is enough to express my gratitude once. Don't blame me for being unhappy if you're so polite again. Krager took a sip of tea and noticed Luo's cute, slightly furrowed brow. He chuckled and asked little Luo, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Aw, no, it's just that I also had a gift I wanted to give to the city lord to express my gratitude. Would giving it directly be seen as a public slap in the face to the city lord? Haha, since it's from little Luo. How could I not accept it? Putting aside their acquaintance in the swamp forest, he still held a very high opinion of Luo. Not only was her strength far beyond her peers, but she was also gentle, straightforward, and sincere. More importantly, she was adorable and well-behaved. Who wouldn't like an innocent and beautiful girl? Luo's eyebrows relaxed again. She took out the fire magic crystal from her ring, thought for a moment, and then took out 30 low-grade magic crystals and 10 anti-magic stones. She mainly felt that taking out just one magic crystal was too stingy, so she took out more to make a good impression. Only after taking them out did she realize that she hadn't prepared any gift boxes, and compared to Luffy's well-packaged thank you gift, it seemed a bit meager. I think this is all I can offer. The girl's slightly dejected expression made Cray smile kindly, thinking to himself, what a good child. No matter how ordinary this gift is, I happily accept it. He was completely oblivious to the stunned look on Luffy's face behind the girl. No, miss, that's a 7th-tier magic crystal. It could easily give me 10 attacks from a 6th-tier transcendent. It's good that little Luo has the intention, even if it's just a 1st-tier magic crystal. Cray had been deceived by the faint magic power emanating from the crystal, only realizing its incredibly high purity after holding it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a high-tier magic crystal that had been deliberately sealed. Little Luo, how can you just take out something so precious? Take it back? Luo scratched her head, nonchalantly replying, because I don't have anything else. Well, anyway, I bought this magic crystal for 30 gold coins. 30. He was speechless. Could such a windfall really happen? I am the Lord of Wing City, I must remain calm. A mere high-grade magic crystal is something I can afford, This aura. Cray hadn't noticed it at first, but after calming down, he belatedly realized that the 3 strands of magic used for the seal were very familiar. Little Luo, do you know who placed this seal? An uncle named Roxy, a friend of Luffy. Cray thought it was too much of a coincidence and asked uncertainly, is his name really Roxy, and not Roxy? Luffy chimed in, my friend's name is indeed Roxy, Balza Roxy. Is he from the eastern region? This time it was Luffy's turn to be surprised. Lord, how did you know? Do you two know each other? Ha ha, Luffy, my name is Balza Krager, what do you say? Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be, Lord, that you are Roxy's older brother? He then shook his head in denial. That's not right. I never heard my brother mention having an older brother. Krager picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, somewhat apologetically saying, actually, it's my fault. I left home very early because of some things that happened years ago. Roxy wasn't even born then, so he didn't have a deep impression of me. Plus, we had some conflicts later, so our relationship faded. Years ago, I heard he made a name for himself in the western border region. I wonder if you know where he is now, Brother Luffy. The address has changed to brother so quickly. Luffy silently sipped his tea, but his ears were already perked up. Lord City Lord, I dare not accept such an honor. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I genuinely don't know where he is now. After a moment's recollection, Luffy said uncertainly, he discovered something forbidden in Seekin Town. By the way, if you're his brother, Lord City Lord, you should also know about the anti-magic stone, right? Anti-magic stone? 2 exclamations rang out. Cray and Lo exchanged a glance, then looked at Luffy, both seeing the question in each other's eyes. How do you know about that thing? Only Frisk looked bewildered. What were they talking about? Frisk, you may leave now. Yes, Lord City Lord. Even though he didn't understand what they were talking about, he keenly sensed that this was not something he should meddle in. After Frisk left, Cray set up a simple barrier. His highest level barrier spell. Little Luo, how do you know about the anti-magic stones? Yes, miss, how do you know? We shouldn't have told you anything about it, right? Luffy also looked incredulous. Although Roxy had speculated that Miss had used the anti-magic stones to defeat Augustine, that name wasn't known to everyone. Blinking her large, red eyes, Luo replied seriously, "It was written on some papers, but at the time I thought it was troublesome, so I destroyed all the documents and traces, only keeping the anti-magic stones." "Kept them?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise. "Miss, you have anti-magic stones?" Pointing to the 10 anti-magic stones on the table, Luo felt a little strange. She had taken them out so long ago. If they knew them, why were they surprised now? She thought these things were everywhere. "These, all of them." Chapter 42. These are they all? Luffy had never seen a complete anti-magic stone, and didn't know what it looked like, while Krager knew more. Looking at the 10 crystals inside, each containing a hazy white substance and slightly different from the other low-grade magic crystals on the table, Krager released magic power, trying to grab them. However, the magic power automatically dispersed upon contact with the crystals, making it impossible to grasp them. With a thought, he released his soul power. Under the influence of his materialized soul power, the crystals flew into Krager's hand. The peculiar repulsive nature of the magic power he sensed made Krager even more certain that these were the fleeting anti-magic stones. "Little Luo, tell me quickly, do you have any more of these anti-magic stones?" Krager's voice lost its composure. Only those involved knew what this thing had caused at the time. Luo was startled by his outburst and weakly replied, "I think there are a few more, about 200. 200? Krager's voice rose an octave, making Luffy wonder if the city lord was too excited. "I wasn't this excited when I heard about my brother earlier. Actually, there were originally about 400, but a lot were damaged during the fight with a superhuman." Luo added softly, making Krager's magic almost uncontrollable. 400? "Lord, don't get too excited, calm down." Luffy was afraid he might accidentally tear down the entire Lord's mansion in his excitement. Krager took several deep breaths to calm himself down, coughed lightly, and tried to appear more amiable. Although it did look a little awkward for a handsome young man in his 20s to have a kind and benevolent expression. "Sorry, Xiao Luo, I was a little excited just now." "No, it's nothing, just a little scary." Looking at the frightened girl, Krager felt a little embarrassed and could only explain, "The anti-magic stone is the Empire's highest level controlled item. It was sealed off more than 400 years ago when it was first discovered. It's absolutely impossible for it to be leaked out." After a pause, Krager decided to explain the dangers to her, lest she accidentally encounter a knowledgeable superhuman and die without even knowing how. But before that, Krager casually asked, "Xiao Luo, are all the anti-magic stones here? The ones that broke at the beginning aren't here." "Miss, Lord City Lord, those have already been collected by Brother Roxy." Krager's heart jumped into her throat. He breathed a sigh of relief. His heart couldn't handle such frequent stimulation. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Uncle Luo took those. I was worried someone else would find out. But I used 20 when I broke free from that steel-feathered eagle 2 days ago, and now I don't know where they went." "What?" Forgetting his most cherished teacup falling onto the table, Krager abruptly stood up and asked, "Little Luo, are you sure about 20? "Yes, if it weren't for so many, there wouldn't have been enough to completely isolate the flow of magic throughout that steel-feathered eagle. Does anyone else know about this?" "No, no one else," Luffy added at the opportune moment. "But quite a few people chased that steel-feathered eagle back then. Whether they caught it in the end is uncertain." Krager suddenly slammed his hands on the table, pondered for a moment, then picked up the fire magic crystal and the remaining 9 anti-magic stones. "This magic crystal is useful to me, but at my age, it's only good for replenishing magic power. It's a waste. You should keep it to aid your cultivation and maximize its effectiveness. Besides, these 3 seals were designed for you, so I won't take what's yours. And these anti-magic stones, keep them safe, and don't let anyone else know." Controlling the fire magic crystal and the 9 anti-magic stones to fly in front of Luo, Krager continued quickly, "I take this last one. I must resolve this matter first. Please forgive my poor hospitality today. We talk more another time." With that, he vanished, leaving the 2 bewildered men staring at each other. Why was the city lord in such a rush today? Leaving the city lord's mansion, Luo held up the magic crystal, watching it glow fiery red in the sunlight. "I feel like I didn't do anything, but I caused the city lord a lot of trouble." Lu Fu remained silent. Although he knew the anti-magic stone had special properties and great effects, he didn't understand the hidden history behind it. He could only conclude that perhaps this was the city lord's consideration. They hadn't stayed long in the city lord's mansion. It was only around 9 o'clock more than enough time to go back. They were on their way. "Brother, you're running away too?" A slightly familiar voice came from behind, followed by another somewhat familiar voice. "Of course. I wonder which guy kicked that bastard's manhood to pieces. With his brother's temper, he'd definitely come after us. If we don't run now, he'd find us. Great minds think alike. By the way, I stomped 3 times, how about you?" "Hee hee, 5 times. Brother, you're better than me, haha." 2 men strolled past them, their conversation fading into the distance. Clutching the magic crystal in his hand, Luo thought the weather was quite nice and skipped towards the inn. Luffy followed behind, seemingly walking slowly, but actually staying close by. "Why is Miss suddenly so happy?" Inside the Cat's Tavern, the menacing innkeeper sat imposingly in the central armchair, unmoved by the groaning pulley on the ground. Opposite him, a panting middle-aged man knelt on one knee, snarling, "Malushi, do you really want to oppose me?" Malushi glanced indifferently at his defeated opponent, unconcerned. "You? Humph. Let's go! You can protect those mortals behind us for a while, but can you protect them forever?" Several men carried the groaning pulley away with the middle-aged man. The dozen or so adventurers behind Malushi cheered, shouting things like, "Lord Malushi is amazing. And with Lord Malushi here, let's see how he dares." But Marush suddenly stood up and left the tavern without looking back, leaving only a faint sentence, "Don't misunderstand, you're not worth my time." The remaining people looked at each other, then quickly began whispering among themselves, only the murmurs turning to things like, "If it weren't for his strength, and he's just an innkeeper." Cray didn't appear until Luo and his group set off, but as the wheels drove along the main road, a dozen or so superhumans could be seen taking off and flying towards the swamp forest. Life seemed to have returned to normal for everyone. The carriage moved slowly, with Ryder, Bazel, and 3 others forming a 3-in-2 formation to escort the convoy. 2 coachmen, one driving the young lady's carriage, and the other controlling the carriage carrying supplies, accompanied by Luffy on horseback. Alice skillfully brewed black tea inside the carriage, and fed her mistress the purchased snacks. As for Luo, he was, as always, quietly reading a book. But something seemed different. Luffy no longer sipped strong liquor during his breaks, but instead meditated with his eyes closed. Alice no longer slept in, she got up early every day to practice a set of sword techniques. The brewed black tea had a subtle fragrance, a gift from Stonehammer. Perhaps it was a positive change. Luo was looking at the key points for advancing to the transcendent rank that Luffy had given him. It didn't explain how to advance to the transcendent rank, but it contained some very useful introductions and key points. For example, the most crucial aspect of advancing to the transcendent realm lies in merging the spirit of magic with the brain, transforming it from a phantom constructed purely of soul power into a semi-phantom, semi-real transcendent organ. The goal is to allow the physical body to withstand the erosion of magic, preventing irreversible damage or even transformation into a demonic beast, as is common for mortals when excessive magic concentration leads to such a state. Judging from the description above, it should also be related to Transcendent's ability to directly unleash magical techniques. However, a problem arises. Her spirit of magic is located in the heart of her soul body. Moving it directly to the brain would essentially mean growing a heart in the brain. What a Cthulhu twist. While the key to advancing to the Transcendent realm is described, it makes no mention of how the soul body manifests in the brain, how it merges, or how a transcendent organ is born. The only note on the first page is, failure to advance will result in irreversible brain death. You must confirm your success repeatedly. This seems to be a reminder Luffy gave himself before his advancement, deliberately highlighted in red ink. No wonder the number of extraordinary individuals, and those in the transcendent realm has plummeted. Although Winged City, with a population of around 100,000, has over 20 extraordinary individuals, seemingly a ratio of 2 extraordinary individuals per 10,000, that's the accumulation of hundreds of years, and over a dozen generations of mortals, only 20 extraordinary individuals have been born. With nearly 600 million permanent residents in the entire empire, how many extraordinary individuals can be born in a single generation? Time flowed slowly, and the road continued its journey. That day, the convoy stopped by the roadside. Ruff's voice rang out, "Miss, Lake Galega is ahead. Should we stop for a while?" Peeking out, Alice's long, snow-white hair, braided into princess braids, swayed like ribbons in the cool land breeze, adding to her sweetness. Luo gazed at the azure sky beyond the road. The boundless Lake Galega, like a vast ocean, abruptly appeared at the edge of the forest, as if a green map had been severed in half and laid into a blue section. Only at the far end of her gaze could she see the green shoreline, the forest on the other side. What a wonderful place! Uncle, let's stay here for a while. Chapter 43. In the distant northern polar regions, thick snow conceals the vast majority of the truth, claiming over 99% of lives. But on the outer edge of this polar region, a small kingdom has stood for generations. Its people rely on a small number of polar creatures for sustenance, struggling to survive in this nearly isolated land. Though their lives are hard, they endure like the unyielding ice beneath the snowfield, generation after generation. Inside the palace built of ice bricks, a short king with a grayish-white mustache sits on his throne, listening to reports from several equally short ministers. A slightly taller soldier rushes in, kneeling on both knees. Your Majesty, a very, very large pit has appeared in the snowfield, filled with countless fish. The ministers exchange bewildered glances. The king strokes his grayish-white mustache. You say there's a huge pit in the snowfield, filled with countless fish? How big is the pit? How many fish? The soldier looks up excitedly and quickly replies. The king exclaimed in disbelief, very, very large. Larger than Snow Kingdom. Many, many more than the Snow people. The king was overjoyed and immediately ordered his ministers to send people to retrieve the fish. The ministers were also delighted, as this meant no one would starve to death during the sunset season. Her fair, bare feet were caressed by the cool lake water. The fine sand beneath her feet felt like a massage. Lua wore a pale purple long-sleeved lantern dress, without a cloak to conceal her fair calves and upper thighs, which shimmered in the sunlight. Watching the waves surge, the fatigue of her journey vanished completely. Miss, there are seashells here. Alice, in the distance, lifted her skirt, revealing her smooth, delicate legs and rosy feet. She rolled up her sleeves, making her look youthful and beautiful, and ran towards them, clutching a palm-sized, unidentified seashell. Luffy sat on a large rock at the edge of the road, but his frequent glances at Alice showed that his mind was not on alert. The 5 guards and coachmen were able to rest, but naturally, they dared not openly stare. They simply circled the caravan, keeping an eye on the lake to prevent any passing thieves or robbers. Many tourists and travelers came and went along the roadside and lakeshore. Near the city of Galaga, with its beautiful scenery and pleasant climate, it was a favorite relaxation spot for many nobles. Many shapely women wore swimsuits, exposing large expanses of their fair skin, attracting numerous single men who boldly expressed their affections. Given Alice and Lua's attire and appearance, many men naturally wanted to approach them. However, after experiencing a sudden chill and a pricking sensation, they knew that Rose was protected by a powerful figure and could only leave awkwardly. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a strand of hair by the girl's ear. Lua smoothed her hair and called back to Alice, Sister Alice, you find some seashells. I go catch some fish. Let's have a feast of lake delicacies for lunch. Shouting this out on the beach amid so many tourists made the girl blush slightly. It was a bit too embarrassing. Miss, be careful. I will. With a reply, Lua's blood surged to her feet, and she walked lightly towards the center of the lake. Once one reaches the 9th level of the mortal realm, with abundant blood and energy, walking on water is not difficult. Seeing this, many tourists dared not approach her casually. Such strength at such a young age. She must be the son of some great noble family. Lua treaded on the waves, her feet covered in crimson blood, which, as it rose, steadily supported the girl on the water's surface. Ripples followed her every step. Luffy extended his senses, constantly monitoring Lua's movements to ensure her safety. Small fish in the lake followed the ripples, occasionally surfacing to breathe, creating more small circles, but they were too small for Lua to notice, letting them escape. The lake was vast, easily 10 times the size of Gallagher. As she walked, Lua began to run, her pale feet splashing across the surface, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Within minutes, she was beyond Luffy's perception range. The young knight, in his 30s, sighed helplessly and flew towards his young lady. A dozen minutes later, the lake shore had become a thick line, obscuring the people and objects on it. Only Luffy remained, floating in midair at a respectful distance. This was the center of the lake. Lua stood quietly behind a puddle of water, or rather, behind a cat, watching it dip its tail into the lake. The long tail stretched and faded, disappearing into the distance. The cat spoke, asking, "Do you have any bait?" Lua found herself not afraid of it. Who would be afraid of a kitten? How about trying a small fish? But I don't have any small fish. Then I catch one for you. If you can help me, I give you the first fish I catch. It's a deal. Lua didn't know why, but she had so casually reached a strange agreement with a kitten made entirely of water. Perhaps she simply had no sense of wariness whatsoever. She seemed different from usual. Luffy watched as the girl, who had stopped standing on the water's surface, leaped and darted into the water like a seabird. In an instant, her senses and sight vanished. Luffy's expression changed drastically. He rushed to where Luo had sunk, only to find everything normal except for his young mistress. "Do you have bait? Where are you, miss?" Taking a deep breath, Luo plunged into the lake. The energy coursing through her body clung to the surface, preventing the water from seeping in. The dark lakebed didn't significantly affect her vision. She could see clearly into the 1,000-meter deep expanse. In the depths of her vision, she could see schools of fish swimming, and vaguely make out some enormous creatures darting by. Her legs thrashed, and the girl submerged like a fish. Below the surface, fish ranging in size from a finger's thickness to an arm's length swam about, but Luo had a feeling that these weren't the small fish she needed, they were just fish. After diving for about 10 minutes, Luo reached the top of the school of fish she had initially seen. Tens of thousands of giant fish, ranging from several meters to over 100 meters long, formed a massive whirlpool, churning the water with rapid currents. Luo didn't resist, letting the whirlpool carry her around. She had a feeling that there was something at the center of this enormous school of fish. The fish seemed oblivious to Luo's presence, moving slowly through the water. As they shifted, a faint, pale blue glimmer appeared between the fish. Landing on the back of a fish at least 10 meters long, through the gaps between the overlapping giants, Luo saw a small, palm-sized, pale blue fish emitting a faint glow, swimming nimbly in the center of the school. There seemed to be a small fish there. Feeling the remaining oxygen in her lungs, Luo didn't hesitate any longer and plunged into the gaps between the fish. The closer she got to the center, the more turbulent the whirlpool became, forcing the girl to use most of her strength to resist the current that was deflecting her. The flowing water seemed like a natural force-dissipating mechanism. Luo could only move forward a fraction of the way with many times the usual effort. After laboriously squeezing into the central cavity, the eddy vanished abruptly, leaving the area as still as if frozen in time. The little blue fish seemed to have noticed Luo's arrival, swimming restlessly. The girl floated in the water, her skirt swaying slightly, her long hair cascading into the emerald green water, seemingly shimmering faintly. Luo reached out to grab it, but the little blue fish quickly swam away. She hurriedly tried to block it with her other hand, but the little blue fish seemed to have oil on it, easily escaping time and again. She clasped her hands together, but the little fish had already slipped away, wriggling in the water, as if mocking her for being like an old woman. How infuriating! A surge of energy erupted from within her, turning the tranquil lake water a pale red. It then rapidly evaporated, instantly creating an oval-shaped cavity about the height of a person. The little blue fish, not expecting this creature to evaporate its space, futilely thrashed its tail in midair. Luo, quick as a flash, caught the little blue fish, which was suspended in midair. Before she could rejoice, the cavity was filled back into the lake water. The immense force of the impact blasted the entire school of fish apart, and Luo and the little blue fish were knocked unconscious by the sudden shock. Luo is really weak. The cat looked at the palm-sized water mirror, reached out a paw, and there was the unconscious girl, and the little blue fish it was clutching. The soaked dress clung to the young girl's budding body, revealing her slender curves. Luo felt herself sinking in the water. Looking at the pale bellies of the fish swimming above, she wanted to reach out and touch them, but she couldn't even move her eyelids. She seemed to have become a statue until she gradually felt a gentle touch on her back, and then darkness fell before her eyes. Luo coughed up a few mouthfuls of water involuntarily, then abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, panting heavily. She felt drenched in sweat, which made her quite uncomfortable. Only after her blood boiled did her body dry out. Luo then noticed that she was half sitting on a huge paw. Through the translucent blue paw, she could see the boundless lake gale below. Looking up, she saw a cat, tens or even hundreds of meters tall, staring at her with its slightly darker, vertical, light blue pupils. Unlike the snake's cunning and the eagle's sharpness, the cat's eyes were calm. Luo moved her hand, and found the small blue fish already in her grasp. The girl blankly held out the fish, the little fish she wanted. "Didn't you need a big fish? There are so many big fish. Why did you choose this small one?" "Oh right, why not a big fish?" Luo shook her head, clearing her dazed state, and earnestly said to the huge cat's face, "Probably because I promised you. Although I don't know why I promised you, it just felt the most comfortable, so I did it." Strange Luo. Suddenly, Luo felt a lightness in her body, and she landed on the water's surface, yet she wasn't wet. The water was like soft jelly, lying on it. She neither fell in nor felt pain. The cat crouched in front of Luo, small, only the size of 2 fists. The small blue fish appeared on its tail. The cat's tail drooped, dipping deep into the lake's surface, gently swaying, creating ripples. Lying on the water's surface, Luo asked curiously, "Did I tell you my name?" "No, but since you know, I know too." "That feels amazing." Luo propped herself up on her hands, bracing herself against the lake's surface, and suddenly asked, "Are you a cat?" She paused, then added, "Only cats like to eat fish." "Actually no, but Luo thought it should be that way." "So I'm a cat," the cat said calmly, its tail wagging more vigorously. Luo nodded, looking at the long, seemingly endless tail, and asked curiously, "Can you really catch big fish?" "Yes," the cat replied calmly as always. "But if it takes months or years to catch it, I can't wait. Uncle and Sister Alice will definitely get anxious." The cat tilted its head, thinking seriously for a moment. "You're right, big fish can be caught, but I don't know when." "Then what should we do?" "I don't know." Luo looked up at the sky. The blue sky and white clouds complemented each other perfectly. It was a beautiful day. "How about this? When you catch a big fish, give it to me as promised." The cat twitched its tail, thinking it was feasible, but it still said, "I can't leave the lake, I can't find you." Luo lowered its head in disappointment. Is that so? If only the lake could be taken away. Then the cat could leave too." The cat didn't speak, only twitched its ears. The two stared at each other quietly. The cat noticed that Luo's deep blue eyes were like the ocean, enough to encompass it entirely. The cat seemed to understand. "The cat understands, Luo, you're right." Before Luo could figure it out, her hand went empty, and she sank to the bottom of the lake. The cat watched her quietly from the surface, and then, everything went dark before Luo's eyes. Chapter 44. Miss, wake up! A hazy voice reached her ears, like ink spreading in a swaying glass, distorted, diffused, and indistinct. Slowly opening her eyes, Luo saw Luffy and Alice looking at her with concern. It was Alice who had called out. "Uncle, Sister Alice, what are you doing here?" Clutching her slightly throbbing temples, Luo slowly sat up. "Where's the cat?" Luffy asked blankly, "What cat?" Then urgently, "Miss, do you know what happened? How did Lake Galega suddenly disappear?" "What, disappeared?" Luo looked at the scene before her, her small, rosy mouth slowly opening wide. The once vast and boundless Lake Galega was now empty. Standing on the edge of the lake, looking ahead, she saw a bottom thousands of meters deep, nothing but dried up silt. All around were lush forests, as if a piece of the forest had been devoured by the gaping maw of some abyss. Tourists and passing merchants alike were filled with disbelief, screams and gasps rising and falling in chaos. A crowd had formed around the lake, the dark lakebed, and the sudden anomaly making everyone hesitant to move. Several extraordinary individuals hovered in midair, their faces grim as they stared at the giant crater, as if facing a formidable enemy. Even an extraordinary individual like Luffy felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't unheard of for a powerful being to instantly evaporate Lake Galega. At least according to rumors, this place was created by a single spear thrust from a powerful figure. But to make the entire lake vanish silently and without a sound, while the tourists and swimmers remained unharmed, perhaps only someone at the saint rank or higher could accomplish this. More importantly, why would it do such a thing? A faint shadow loomed over everyone. Ultimately, most people hurriedly left, leaving only a few fearless individuals behind. Passing cars and people arrived intermittently, eliciting another wave of shock and disbelief. Looking at the vanished Lake Galega, Luo recalled the phrase the cat understands, and murmured, "The lake is really gone." "Miss, do you know something?" Luffy sincerely hoped that some high-level superhuman passing by had accidentally drained the lake while rescuing his young lady. He was discovering for the first time that his heart was so fragile. "Maybe. I have some clue." "Right, cat. You taught me to keep my promises," the cat said, perched on the girl's shoulder. Only after Luo repeatedly assured him that he wasn't entirely sure himself did Luffy close his eyes to rest, but his deathly pale face, identical to Ryder's, betrayed his extreme inner turmoil. "Miss, what about our river fish dinner?" The little maid was the quickest to recover. Although witnessing the lake disappear shattered her worldview, seeing her mistress's calm demeanor made her realize it wasn't a big deal. As long as her mistress was still alive, she had her purpose. Looking at the 4 or 5 seashells the little maid was holding, Luo was also troubled. "What about dinner? These seashells weren't enough." "Cat, do you have a solution? Do you need that kind of fish? Because it would be delicious." "What's eating? But that kind of fish is useless." "Luo, take it if you want." The cat remained calm, and Luo didn't mind. After getting the cat's permission, Luo smiled slightly at Alice, It's alright, there's fish. Really? Of course. Miss is really amazing. A mirror-like surface appeared in the air, unseen by anyone except Luo. Several fish, no bigger than a pinky finger, were scooped out by cat paws. By the time they landed in Luo's hands, they were already arm length. Luo held one in each hand, two more in the other, grasping their tails, letting them thrash about. Unfortunately, these few fish couldn't escape Miss Luo's grasp. So, with Luo having caught several fish before she fainted, the caravan lit a fire that night, cooked shellfish and fish, and the rich, fresh aroma stimulated everyone's taste buds, dispelling much of the shadow cast by the sudden disappearance of Lake Gallega. Miss, this fish is so delicious. Yes, I think it's delicious too. This kind of life feels so wonderful. Hee hee. Late at night, Luo wasn't in the carriage, but stood atop a giant tree by the lake. The cold night wind whipped her skirt wildly. The cat remained perched on Luo's shoulder, its pale blue, transparent tail drooping, fading into the distance. Cat, you are Lake Gallega, aren't you? The cat licked its paws and calmly replied, before being called a cat, that's what humans did. In Luo's perception, this fist-sized, semi-transparent, pale blue cat, its body seemingly sculpted from water, left no trace. It was as if it existed only in her eyes. No one else could perceive or see it. Why do you fish? Because I want to eat fish. A simple and direct answer. But the fish you're catching certainly aren't ordinary fish, are they? Is there anything in Lake Gallega that you can't control? Logically, the cat, being the embodiment of the lake, should be able to control every part of it. Luo had a premonition that if he wanted to ask it for any of the lake's magical creatures, the cat would calmly reply, just useless fish. Take them if you want. The big fish are uncontrollable. Well, what exactly is a big fish? The cat seemed unable to explain. In its view, everything in the lake was simply divided into small fish, big fish, and useless fish. It didn't care what they specifically were. After thinking for a while, Luo asked again, Cat, have you asked many people before? Luo is right, but they all ignored me. I've been fishing for a very long time, but I can't catch anything. The cat spoke very calmly, without any emotion. Luo turned to look at its deep, vertical pupils and stroked its little head. Although you're like water, you're surprisingly soft. Anyway, if you can fish anywhere, then fish here. The cat didn't speak, it had already agreed to this. No longer speaking, Luo simply stood there silently, gazing at the unfathomable depths of the new basin. This worried Ruff, who had also spent a sleepless night. He felt that the young lady had changed drastically today, and given that it happened around the time of the Gallega Lake anomaly, his intuition told him there must be some connection. However, the young lady didn't seem willing to talk about it, and he couldn't press her for details. The next morning. Uncle, what do you think will happen if news of the disappearance of the Gallega Lake spreads? The vehicle rumbled along, and Luo lay sprawled on a chair inside the carriage, one hand holding the notebook, the other dangling on the floor. She looked utterly disheveled. Luckily, Alice wasn't in the carriage at the moment, or she would definitely have started talking again. It probably caused some panic. Lake Gal is a fairly well-known tourist attraction, and for it to disappear in front of so many people in an instant will definitely prompt the capital to send people to investigate. Is that so? It seems to have caused quite a stir. Miss? Luffy hesitated. Are you alright, miss? I'm fine. I just accidentally fell into the lake, and was washed ashore. Luffy outside the carriage remained silent. Although this reason wasn't very convincing, since his mistress had said so, that was the only explanation he could accept. Why can't anyone see you? Humans are too weak. Then why can I see you? She knew perfectly well that she would be instantly killed by Luffy. Surely she couldn't be that strong? Luo isn't human. Her fists clenched. Luo sat up, put the notebook back in her ring, and decided not to talk to the cat anymore. It was too much. Sister Alice? Coming. Miss. Alice came running from the back carriage carrying several baskets of snacks. Why she brought them now was obvious. The gluttonous girl decided to enjoy the snacks before starting to read the biography she had bought in Aloy City. A dirty little girl with long green hair squatted casually by the roadside, her bright green eyes staring blankly at the passing waves of soldiers. Sir, still no trace. Crash. Devonsi swept everything off the table, pointing at the soldier who came to report and angrily shouted, Are you all brainless idiots? A whole month has passed. Every town in the surrounding area has been searched, and you're telling me you can't find anything? How do you expect to appease the city lord's anger? With your idiotic brains? The soldiers didn't dare breathe. Their superior was furious, and one wrong move could cost them their heads. Thinking of their fallen comrades, one soldier swallowed hard, head bowed, obediently listening to the reprimand. After a long berating, Devonsi felt his anger subside somewhat. He waved the soldiers away, took out a silver token, and pondered how to report to the city lord. Suddenly, the token flashed with a silver light and hovered in midair. Devonsi quickly knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, city lord." The token projected an image. A handsome man sat cross-legged in the courtyard. His handsome face, though slightly delicate, exuded an imposing aura. "Have you found it?" Cold sweat dripped from Devonsi's forehead. "Reporting to the city lord, we haven't found it yet." He didn't even dare look up at the city lord in the projection. After a long pause, the man's voice, devoid of emotion, came, "Sephri. Continue the search. Prioritize investigating the downfall of the Lofia Merchant Guild. You are only permitted to lead your private troops. I need all relevant information within 7 days." Devonsi was puzzled. He was just an ordinary pawn. Why was he suddenly being asked to investigate so thoroughly, and so discreetly? But he could only bow his head and reply, "Yes, Lord City Lord. I guarantee to complete the mission." The projection disappeared, and the silver token seemed to lose its power and fell, but Devonsi caught it immediately. Not daring to delay, Devonsi put on his thick military cloak and walked out of the command room. By the roadside, a dirty little girl stood up and walked slowly along the road. Passers-by and soldiers ignored her. Looking at the endless dark mountains in the distance, a soft light flashed in the little girl's innocent eyes. Chapter 45. Miss Luo was very happy today because several rabbits had happened to pass by their resting place at noon, and had their heads chopped off by Natan's sword. So, that evening, everyone planned a barbecue. After parking on the edge of the road to avoid obstructing others, Ryder and Natan started a fire with a tinderbox, and were busy processing the rabbits. Luo sat on a small platform extending from the back of the carriage, her crimson eyes reflecting the brightly lit city of Gallagher in the distance. It was a city that never slept, where nobles and superhumans could indulge themselves. While ordinary people couldn't enjoy such luxuries, their high salaries and tips were enough to allow them to live a wealthy life in other towns. Luffy had suggested going into the city to rest, but the blatant extravagance didn't appeal to Luo. Besides, the supplies they had purchased in the previous town were enough to sustain them until they reached their next resupply point. However, the city of Galaga has been in turmoil for the past 2 days due to the sudden disappearance of Lake Galaga. Soldiers and powerful figures from the capital are frequently seen arriving. The corner of the former Lake Galaga, visible from here, is now surrounded by soldiers, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching. No one is questioning Luo and his companions about what happened that day. Presumably, there are too many witnesses, and the Empire doesn't need to question everyone. Jumping down from the back of the car, Luo went to the group. She watched as Ryder skillfully coated the prepared rabbit with a seasoned barbecue sauce, skewered it with clean twigs, and placed it near the fire, letting the heat slowly cook it, occasionally turning it to prevent burning. The cat remained firmly perched on Luo's shoulder, indifferent to the rabbit and the other's actions. The cat's presence had no impact on the girl. At most, it meant she could get fish whenever she wanted. But taking too much would inevitably draw attention. "Uncle Ryder, when will it be ready?" "Miss, it will take about 10 more minutes." She considered secretly using fire magic to increase the temperature, but worried about burning it to a crisp, so she gave up. A little bored, Luo calculated how many days it would take to reach the capital. She realized it would be about 10 more days to reach the outermost edge of the capital, and the Imperial Academy was located in the western part of the city center. Given the vast size of the capital, it would take several more days to reach the academy from within. The experience in the lake felt like a dream. Luo remembered how she entered the water, how she caught the little blue fish, and how she woke up on the cat's paws. The giant cat, taller than a skyscraper, seemed to be right before her eyes, creating a magical illusion. "Cat, what do you think about me calling you Galaga? Why not just call me Cat?" Cat is just a name, like Luffy and Alice are human, but I wouldn't directly call them human. "Then call me Galaga." Galaga doesn't care about any of that, and Lo could sense that it really didn't care, but having a name was always good. What if she found another cat? Galaga seemed to know her thoughts, so Lo didn't need to speak. Just thinking about talking to it was enough for it to hear her. No wonder it said, "Lo knows I know." "Galaga, are you amazing?" "I don't know how amazing you mean by amazing." "That's true." Lo didn't even know what constituted amazing grass on the ground. Was it the one that lived longer? Or the greener one? Or perhaps the thicker and longer one? Lost in thought for a while, Luo was interrupted by Ryder's voice. "Miss, the rabbit is roasted." The girl snapped back to reality. It was her first time roasting meat outdoors. She wondered how it would taste. She called the others over, tore off a hind leg, and shared the rest with Alice and Luffy. Alice, however, didn't eat much, only taking a front leg, so most of the rabbit meat ended up in Luffy's stomach. Ryder and the others shared the remaining rabbits, but with only 3 rabbits, 2 large and 1 small, it was destined to be insufficient, so they would prepare other dishes. She blew on the steaming hind leg, though it served no purpose, it was just a formality. Luo carefully took a bite, and the scalding juices instantly flowed out. The tenderness of the roasted meat combined with the aroma of the seasonings. Delicious, and more than just delicious, it offered a completely different taste experience from home-cooked meals. Delicious. Uncle Ryder's cooking is still as amazing as ever. You flatter me, miss. The man in his 30s smiled shyly, making Alice hum softly. Miss, I'm great too. Sister Alice is great too. The little maid's jealousy is so cute. As the convoy set off the next morning, the ruins of Lake Yalega completely disappeared from sight. Sometimes, Luo wondered what people would think if they knew that this great lake, which had accompanied them for countless years, was actually alive. 3 days later, the group arrived at a small town. It was an ordinary town, frequented only by ordinary civilians, who relied on the produce of nearby towns and mountains to support themselves. After purchasing some necessary supplies, Luo planned to have lunch there before continuing their journey. Uncle, did you study Knights at the Imperial Academy? Luo was quite curious about Luffy's past academic life, but he had never brought it up. Yes, miss, what's wrong? Nothing, just curious. You're still quite young. Why didn't you continue your studies at the Imperial Academy? Luffy had mentioned in casual conversation that he came to the Del territory around the age of 20, then went to the Imperial Academy for a few years, and after returning, he advanced to the transcendent level and never went back. Logically, the Imperial Academy shouldn't be unable to train even 2nd or 3rd tier low-level transcendents. Luffy looked indifferent. No other reason. I just went to the Academy to obtain the qualification to go to the Knight's Hall. Since I decided to follow Lord Del, I naturally prioritized guarding the Lord's castle. Don't you regret it? Uncle, if you were still at the Academy, you would have advanced long ago. 2nd tier, right? Snatching a piece of soft potato into her mouth, Luo thought that if it were her, she would probably improve her strength a bit more before going back, to take advantage of the Academy even more. Miss, Luffy shook his head, explaining, the Imperial Capital Academy might be different from the ordinary schools you imagine. Although there are teachers and students, its main function is to connect the various professional halls, supplying them with extraordinary individuals. The teacher's role is limited to managing students. All extraordinary knowledge can only be learned through the halls. Luo was stunned, then muttered to herself as if waking from a dream, then why don't I just go directly to the Mage Hall? Luffy silently picked up a piece of meat. Miss, the Mage Hall is in the Mage Holy Land. It'd take us several years to get there. Okay, so why aren't teleportation arrays more common? While concentrating on dealing with an extra-large potato chunk, Luo's peripheral vision suddenly caught a somewhat familiar figure. A small figure, fiery red curly hair, wearing a red and black mage's robe with gold-trimmed fire stars, and a very traditional tall, wide-brimmed mage's hat. Wasn't this the person he caught to inform Talabia Town about the bee swarm? A girl with a slightly irritable temper, but very strong, or maybe an old woman. She's looking this way. Will she recognize me? I was wearing a mask. Wait, she seems to be able to see through masks? Then I've been. Found her? Luna spotted the adorable girl with shifty eyes at a glance. This little girl is so bad at pretending. How can a girl find a partner if she can't even act? With that soft face and mesmerizing looks? Too lame. The towering mage's hat was taller than the restaurant's chandelier, but the girl deftly dodged the obstacle above, landing steadily behind Luffy. She smiled at the white-haired girl, who was eating with her head down. Luffy sensed her presence and instinctively turned his head. Instantly, like a cat seeing a cucumber, his hair stood on end. He stood up, turned, leaped back, drew his sword, and executed a defensive maneuver in one fluid motion. His back pressed against the restaurant wall, cold sweat pouring down his face, his mind screaming, Why? Why? Why is this witch here? Isn't she supposed to be in the capital? Luo watched Luffy complete this series of actions in half a second, and before he could react, he heard the girl in front of him click her tongue lightly. With your figure? You're delusional. The teasing voice wasn't loud, but it instantly made Luffy's face turn bright red. However, considering the woman's strength and style, He forcefully suppressed his surging magical energy. He couldn't afford to offend her. He just pretend he hadn't heard it. Magic, Senior Luna? May I ask what you need? Luna's face showed impatience. None of your business. Get out of the way. I'm going to talk to this little one. A 1.6-meter tall girl calling another 1.5-meter tall girl little one seemed a bit incongruous, but considering her strength, she was probably an old woman. Thinking about it that way, it didn't seem so incongruous after all. Luffy sheathed his sword and quickly flashed in front of Luo. I won't let you hurt, miss. Let you stay here for a moment. Fiery red flames ignited in Luna's hand, swirling and swirling. Her fourth-tier extraordinary strength made Luffy break out in a cold sweat. Could he really withstand even a single blow? But before he could finish his sentence, Luna clenched her small hand, annihilating the still-forming fire core. Only then did the heavy aura dissipate. Forget it, I let it go this time. The others, who were eating, suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly abandoned their unfinished food to run away. Although a fight hasn't broken out yet, who dares to bet on whether they smash the restaurant to pieces in the next second? Seeing the residents disperse, Luna ignored them, casually pulled up a chair, and sat down. She adjusted her mage hat, revealing a face that looked like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Sit down, don't block my way. Luo watched as Luffy obediently sat back in his chair, perfectly upright, and couldn't help but feel curious. Was there something going on between them? But the older man kept saying he liked Alice. Could this be the legendary love triangle? The girl's eyes were practically sparkling, constantly glancing between the three of them. Something interesting was brewing, but a dark shadow flashed across Luo's head. Thump! Ouch! Why did you hit me? Luna withdrew her small hand, glancing at the girl rubbing her head. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I was just passing by today, and happened to see you, so I came over to chat. Looking at me? Luo's hand, rubbing her head, froze. No way, she really recognized me. But I don't know you. Little girl, you got a bad memory. Want me to help you clear your head? Aye. Seeing Luffy. With a wink from the side, Luo could only feign sudden realization and chuckle awkwardly. Oh, it's you, sister. Of course I remember. Hee. Good that you remembered. You owe me a favor. Huh? What's so surprising? Hiring a teacher from the Imperial Academy isn't cheap. Giving you a favor is already a bargain. Luffy looked at Luo, his face full of astonishment. Miss, when did you ask her for help? Luo, her face contorted in pain, lay on the table and briefly recounted what happened that day. She'd seen someone heading towards Seekin Town and pulled them aside to ask them to pass on a message. Miss. All right, I know. Stop talking. If only she had been more diligent or ignored those things, she wouldn't have run into her. Ha, the little girl is so cute. How about becoming one of my people? The restaurant fell silent instantly. Chapter 46. The restaurant fell silent instantly. Alice covered her mouth, staring blankly at Luna. Luffy looked utterly incredulous. Luo, the person involved, quickly clutched her slightly protruding chest. What? No way. You perverted lecher. Luna was stunned. Looking at the shocked and confused crowd, she slammed her hand on the table, leaving a charred handprint, and angrily said, What are you all thinking? With your little body, you wouldn't even be able to withstand 2 blows from me. What kind of lewd words did this woman utter? Ahem, anyway, what I mean is, after you register at the Imperial Academy, find me and join my class, understand? The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, their wariness vanishing. Oh, I see, you scared me. Yeah, I knew it. How could a demon, Senior Luna like women? I thought this Lady Luna would fall for you at first sight. Hey! Are you looking for a fight? A small fist clenched, a terrifying aura enveloping the three, who quickly shook their heads in denial. I'm not going to argue with a bunch of kids. Here, keep this. Luna sat back down, a beautiful gold-embossed envelope appearing in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, it landed in Luo's hand. You probably have a joint recommendation letter, but no one should have told you that the Imperial Academy changed this rule 3 years ago. Ordinary recommendation letters from extraordinary individuals are now invalid. Invalid? Luff was puzzled. This unspoken rule had been in place for thousands of years. Although criticized by many, the Academy turned a blind eye because of the large sums of money sponsored by extraordinary individuals and nobles who profited from it, as long as the number of applicants didn't exceed a certain limit each year. Why the sudden change? The Academy's principal changed. A rigid old man who sticks to the rules. Luna pointed to the letter in Luo's hand, shaking her legs. But under pressure, That old man converted some of the recommendation slots into teacher recommendation slots. I was worried you wouldn't get in, and I wouldn't be able to give back the favor, so I gave it to you. Of course, if you get in, you can give this letter to whoever you want. Luo examined the gold-embossed envelope. Why was everyone so worried she wouldn't get into the academy? Was that Imperial Capital Academy really that hard to get into? By the way, you should have passed Lake Galega by now, right? Do you know what happened? I was actually sent here to investigate the disappearance of Lake Galega. Those old fogies always send me on these kinds of running around missions. All I did was raise the temperature of the volcano simulation a little. The three pretended not to hear the last two sentences and shook their heads in unison. We know nothing. That's right, neither we nor Miss know anything. Lady Luna, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Is that so? Staring at the three people with their varying expressions, Luna gave a suspicious look, but quickly recovered. Anyway, I'm just here to brush them off. I won't say more, I have to go over there first. Oh, by the way, little girl, after you enroll, I give you a good something. After casually saying this somewhat irreverent thing, Luna hurriedly left, leaving behind the parting words. You little brat, you got to pay for this. How come it was me? Okay, it was me. Wait a minute. Luffy thought for a moment and realized that he had indeed overreacted first. But wasn't it she who ultimately scared away the customers with her aura and broke the table? Ryder and the others guarded the luggage outside. Although something seemed to have happened inside, and a group of people ran out, with Lord Luffy inside, it was futile for them to go in. Soon, a girl dressed as a mage came out, followed by the young lady and her companion. Even though they didn't understand what was happening, they still diligently drove the carriage closer to the young lady who was there to greet them. After leaving the town, Luo sat in the carriage and curiously asked Luffy, who was riding a horse, Uncle, who was that person? Her? A witch, came Luffy's voice from outside the carriage, still shaken. Rumor has it that she has a thing for muscular men's bodies. Many men are initially attracted by her beauty, but the next day they all turn pale, shouting demon. They're terrified of her like they've seen a giant dragon. Moreover, she's ruthless and incredibly powerful. As far as I know, every male student who enters the Imperial Academy is warned by his seniors. Never approach a 17 or 18-year-old girl with long, red, wavy hair. Really? She seems like a nice person, though sometimes she seems quite irritable. Uncle, you weren't bullied by her too, were you? No, not really, but I saw a second-tier transcendent being humiliated by her once, and it left a bit of a psychological scar. Lua thought, it seems that's indeed a trauma, but would anyone really like her? What's the capital like? Luo couldn't quite describe it. According to records, it's the largest city located in the heart of the empire, with nearly half of the empire's population residing there. It's a behemoth that even the second and third largest cities combined can't compare to. What does 3.5 million square kilometers mean? It's equivalent to 70 alloy cities, more than a quarter of the empire's area. It's a city, but it's more like a kingdom within a kingdom. Looking into the distance, amidst the misty white clouds, a towering city wall gradually emerges, with flocks of birds circling and soaring beside it. Rain and dew accompany it, wind and clouds protect it, and countless towers, appearing and disappearing, stand atop stratocumulus clouds. Below the clouds, a light rain falls, while atop the towers, the sun shines brightly. This was the magical scene Luo Yuanyuan saw. The entire capital city seemed to be surrounded by towering structures, beyond mere grandeur and magnificence. No flowery words were needed to describe it. It was simply a tangible embodiment of magnificence. As he drew closer, he realized just how magnificent it was. The city gates, hundreds of meters high, could easily accommodate 10 giant dragons charging through. The city walls appeared as a single, seamless unit, without any discrepancies in their aura. An unknown barrier protected the walls, preventing Luo's senses from penetrating even a fraction. The stacked bricks were comparable to a building. Their surface appeared normal, but according to Galega's description, each brick contained enough power to kill 100 Luffys. After traversing the city gate avenue for hundreds of meters, an incredibly fantastical view unfolded. Despite the towering walls, the surrounding area was bathed in bright sunlight. Looking back. Yet, the scenery above was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been erased. Above the vast imperial capital, a celestial city floated, slowly moving. This colossal, castle-like city was surrounded by 4 walls, with hundreds of towers and spires arranged in a regular pattern above the palaces. Beneath a circular foundation larger than Lake Gal, an even larger golden crown floated, encircling this sky city. 9 gradually tapering pillars extended outwards from the crown's ring, converging into spearheads outside the walls. Each pillar bore a spherical object, like a satellite guarding the city, their colors corresponding to the 9 magical attributes other than darkness. Below the crown, 3 progressively smaller suspended rings descended, making the entire Sky City appear as if created by a god. That was the Sky City of the imperial capital, the residence of the royal family. Patrols were constantly placed around the capital, and the golden crown seemed to symbolize the supreme rule of the royal family. 9 satellites orbited around it, as if telling the people, all extraordinary powers were under the control of the royal family. The view from up there must be an incredibly wonderful experience. Watching the Sky City drift by at a seemingly incredibly slow pace, Luo sat in the carriage. Just how complex a magic array, and how much magical power would it take to maintain that? Miss, the teleportation array is on the Sky City, so you can go up there when you go to the Hall of Professions. However, I was required to stay inside the city the entire time, and didn't have a chance to see what was outside. You can't see anything there at all. Dream shattered. No, it's better to have a little hope, just in case. The imperial capital, in a broader sense, is vast. After Luo entered that towering city wall, she was considered to have entered the imperial capital, but it was still nearly 1,000 kilometers from the center, not to mention the Imperial Academy on the other side of the center. Since they were already close to the academy, Luo decided to write home first before going out to explore. Cities all had mail services, but Luffy had been the one reporting on the journey's safety. Now that they were in the capital, Luo thought it would be better to write a letter home as well. Dear mother, I am your lovely crossed out, lovely daughter. I have successfully arrived in the capital, and everything is fine. I'm all right. Uncle, crossed out, Knight Luffy and Sister Alice are also safe and sound. After a pause, Luo continued, Ryder, Nathan, Basil, Monsieur, and Uncle Crow are also doing well. Although many unexpected things happened on the way, don't worry, they all been resolved. I also met some rather strange but probably good people along the way. Dipping her quill in ink, Luo figured Uncle Roxy and Lord Cray probably weren't strange people, so she revised it. Oh, Uncle Roxy, Knight Luffy's good friend, and Lord Cray of Winged City aren't strange people, mother. You never guess. Lord Cray is actually brothers with Uncle Roxy. In other words, she had the Lord's protection. By the way, mother, a dwarf shopkeeper named Edel Tarshan Stonemer said he knows father. If he comes home, could you please ask my father, who's been missing for who knows how long, if he could tell me anything? Finally, she wrote, your dear, obedient, lovely, clever, and lucky daughter, dried the ink slightly, put it in an envelope, and sealed it with wax. He sealed the envelope and wrote, to Favors Ruth, for the Del Territory, Imperial Territory, La Grande Del. Just then, a nimble bird-like puppet landed on the table, folded its wings, and a sweet voice announced, esteemed guest, the envelope destined for the western region of the Empire is about to be delivered. If you need it sent today, please drop it into the mailbox within 30 minutes. Late deliveries will not be accepted. After quickly finishing the last few characters of the Lord's name, Luo shook the envelope to dry the ink, ran to a window, paid the expensive fee of 3 gold coins, and dropped the envelope in. Delivered by the bird-like puppet, these letters would reach Duff, the nearest city to the territory, within half a month, and then be distributed to specific addresses by specialized messengers. Stepping out of the post office, he found himself on a bustling street. Luffy and Alice were waiting outside, while the others were at the unpacking their luggage and tending to their horses. Seeing Luo emerge, Alice waved vigorously, gesturing for him to come over. Sister Alice, Uncle, I'm done, let's go. Yay! If you're wondering what to do in the capital, you have to mention the library. Miss, you're not thinking of buying books right away again, are you? Hee, how could I? If you're wondering what to do in the capital, the first place to go is the Knights Hall. Over 80% of the Empire's knights have been here, and it's also a must-visit for knights and other superhumans from other countries and regions. Its prosperity goes without saying. The capital is vast. The outer perimeter is fine. Superhumans can fly through quickly. But once you enter the inner perimeter, it's a no-fly zone. Such a massive city can't be fully experienced by carriages and on foot alone. Therefore, the royal family, in conjunction with many mages from the Mages Hall, constructed a vast network of short-range teleportation arrays underground throughout the capital. People can teleport at various points. Of course, it's not free. After reluctantly paying 30 gold coins, Luo and his companions disappeared in a flash of silver light. When they reappeared, they were in a bright hall. Beyond the hall, they could see part of the Knights Hall buildings. Chapter 47. As the eldest daughter of a lord, possessing both beauty and a wealthy family, Guard Orostan Viguria didn't believe she could rest easy. She knew that strength was paramount. Without it, mere outward appearance meant being controlled by fate. However, what annoyed Viguria was that everyone around her only cared about her looks or status. Praise was always things like, "Viguria is so beautiful. Miss Viguria looks alluring even when she's sweating. Wow, that girl practicing swordsmanship is so pretty." Did no one see the sweat and effort she poured out in the training ground? She figured only that annoying guy wouldn't say a word of praise, but it had to be him. Viguria wore simple training leather armor, carrying a knight's sword wrapped in cloth on her back, and walked towards the training ground with her head down. It wasn't that she didn't have a spatial ring. In the Orostan territory, a spatial ring was quite cheap. However, carrying a sword gave the impression that she was actually very powerful, so people wouldn't always only focus on her appearance. "Miss, that girl is so pretty." "Humph. More of that pointless compliment." "Miss, do you think she's carrying a sword on her back? Is she going to the training ground?" "Phew. At least she has some sense. Speaking of which, miss, how long has it been since you seriously practiced swordsmanship?" "Well, about half a year. Looks like this young lady is just a pretty face. A noblewoman who only knows how to rely on her family's wealth. What will you do when you lose your looks? Her voice is quite pleasant though. Does she think she can be an opera singer? Are you kidding me?" "But uncle, I want to become a magician. Swordsmanship is something I can practice, isn't it? Anyway, I'd be transcendent soon, then I can just stand at a distance with my staff and cast spells." "What? Just a casual practice is enough? Apologize to everyone who trained hard." Viguria looked up and saw a short girl with long, silver-white hair walking unhurriedly between a boy and a girl. They looked more like a couple with a child. Looking closer, the girl was actually even more beautiful than Viguria herself. Red lips, snow-white skin, and long eyelashes framed a pair of crimson eyes that exuded a languid and aloof air. Her features were still quite youthful, but she was sure to be stunningly beautiful when she grew up. How could there be such a cute and beautiful girl in this world? "Miss, that pretty girl is looking at you." "Eh?" A hint of panic and shyness flashed in the girl's crimson eyes as she looked at Viguria, who then turned her head slightly, unable to meet her gaze. Viguria thought the girl was undeniably adorable, but the soft exclamation brought her back to her senses. The girl felt ashamed and indignant at her wavering thoughts. So what if she's cute? She's just all talk and no action. She talks about being extraordinary, but it's not like she can achieve that easily. Looking at her 1.5-meter height, she's probably only 12 or 13. She's read too many fairy tales. After glaring fiercely at the girl, Viguria strode past with her chest puffed out. "I'm going to be a paladin. I won't stoop to a child's level." Lo looked at the arrogant girl, puzzled. Why did her eyes suddenly become so fierce? Had he done something to offend her? "Miss, did she just glare at you?" "Maybe?" Shaking his head, trying to banish the girl from his mind, Lo asked Luffy somewhat anxiously, "Uncle, is it really okay that I smashed those training dummies? What if she really had to pay compensation?" Luffy gave a wry smile. "It's really nothing." But recalling how his young lady had effortlessly blown the specially made dummy's head off with a single punch, he was still somewhat shocked. That dummy could withstand the power of a first-tier transcendent being. This meant that Luo could already directly confront an ordinary first-tier transcendent being. "Miss, your strength." Actually, Luffy wanted to ask, when she blown Augustine's head off, was it really not just relying on her own strength? She was already at the peak of the transcendent realm. How could her strength have increased so significantly? Had he been cultivating for so long, following the wrong path? It seems that after completing the condensation of chi and blood as described in that book, Battle Chi and Blood Advancement, I became a little stronger. Just as the uncle said, not much stronger, not even doubled. Indeed, as the novel said, practicing one secret technique could increase strength by 2. 3 times is a lie. It's not that easy to double your strength. Yeah. Miss, you're done training? What's so strange about finishing? It's been over a month. Luffy opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. It seemed perfectly normal for the young lady to say this. "No. It's not strange. Miss, you're right. Sister Alice, look how strange that old man's talking is." From afar, Viguria saw a large crowd gathered in front of the training room. Manita, who usually didn't get along with her, wasn't waiting in the training area. Had he not come, but Viguria felt that as someone who conquered others through strength, entertainment, and watching the spectacle would only distract her from drawing her sword. Strengthening her power was what she should be doing. Anyway, it was just some superhumans passing by showing off their strength. Boring. He took the knight's sword from his back, tore off the cloth, revealing the silver-white blade and the yellowish-brown magic crystal at the center of the hilt. Viguria planned to practice slashing, thrusting, pointing, parrying, and sweeping techniques 10,000 times each today, followed by 100 repetitions of his family's Gad sword technique. Although this martial art was useless after reaching the transcendent level, it would allow for faster mastery of Gad combat techniques based on it, a preparatory skill. Inside the training room. Manita, can you do this? An extremely handsome young man crossed his arms, looking solemnly at the shattered dummy head on the floor, and shook his head. This training room was originally intended for warriors at the peak of the transcendent level to test. It can withstand the impact of a first-level transcendent force. I'm far from that. A slightly chubby boy next to Manita muttered, could some transcendent being have been bored and broken this? Immediately, a young man retorted, Fatty, there's a soul-scanning array here. If it were really a transcendent, it would definitely be identified. The one called Fatty, the boy retorted, unconvinced, what if that person is pretending to be a transcendent realm cultivator? Fatty, are you stupid? This is a private room. What's the point of him doing this? The boy wanted to say something more, but Manita had already turned around. No matter who it is, we're useless here. We might as well strengthen our chi and blood. Judging by the time, Viguria is here too. Let's not waste any more time. 8,763, 8,764. So annoying. What are those people doing? They've been surrounding us for so long. Don't they know that strength is the most important thing? A bunch of shallow people. Maybe I should go take a look? No, that's all so boring. But what if I could learn something? Those people probably aren't so bored as to just watch acrobatics. Viguria's rapier movements unconsciously slowed, no longer precise, until a mocking voice reached her ears. Look at that girl, she can't even do a proper rapier, I think she's just got a pretty face. Viguria blushed. Someone had actually seen such an unsightly side of her. Realizing her mind was in turmoil, Viguria sheathed her sword. Just as she was about to go home and practice again, she saw the bustling crowd, and couldn't resist going over, thinking she'd only take a peek, just one glance. Inadvertently reaching the back of the crowd, Viguria realized she wasn't tall enough to see inside. Instinctively, she stood on tiptoe. The people in front of her were so. What are you doing? When Manita emerged with the chubby boy, she saw Viguria jumping around in the back of the crowd. Her brow furrowed. Had this guy finally developed a mental block? Viguria, what are you doing? Hearing someone call her name, the girl panicked. If it weren't for her excellent balance, she would have twisted her ankle. Turning around, she saw it was her nemesis. Manita? I wasn't doing anything. You weren't slacking off, were you? Viguria, her mind exposed, blushed and drew her knight's sword with a whoosh. No way. It's none of your business. The fierce sword energy aimed directly at Manita's handsome face. But as a longtime rival, Manita wasn't afraid of this guy whose swordsmanship was all messed up. She immediately drew her sword to meet him. Clang. Ouch, this weak sword energy TSK. Already in a terrible mood, Viguria was repeatedly blocked, and in a fit of rage, her knight's sword was knocked away after dozens of moves. Is this your strength? Weak. Viguria, you might as well give up training. The girl froze for a moment, then glared fiercely at Manita, turned, and ran out of the training ground. Boss, what do we do? The chubby boy whispered beside her. Manita looked at the knight's sword stuck diagonally in the ground. The hilt was covered in wear marks, but the sword itself was gleaming and spotless. She recalled all the years she'd known her. Although they always bickered and fought at the training ground, she was always more serious about training than she was. Had she gone too far with what she said? Boss? How should I know? Frustrated, Manita scratched her hair and turned to leave, but after only 2 steps, she turned back, picked up the sword, and muttered to herself, I was just afraid she wouldn't dare come tomorrow without her sword. This guy, not a single nice word. Even if she didn't need to flatter her like those others, she could at least say something nice. The girl's mocking laughter and Manita's sneer from the training ground. The irony kept replaying in Viguria's mind, swirling around. She should have been able to forget it soon, but why? Viguria felt something welling up from the depths of her heart, cool and penetrating, an emotion she hated. Every time it appeared, it reminded her of when she had just advanced to the first level of the mortal realm, excitedly telling her father, only to be met with his dismissive reply, Great, Viguria. You should practice less swordsmanship. Our family doesn't need another superhuman. Learning noble etiquette is what you should be doing. Manita, are you that kind of person too? Scanned town mayor's mansion. Pete clutched his severed left hand, his face pale. Dozens of first-level superhumans, wearing pure white masks, surrounded him. 2 terrified corpses lay on the ground, Du Kai and Kiefer. Who are you? How dare you attack the town mayor's mansion appointed by the city lord? The burly man leading the group wore a pure silver mask and ignored Pete's words, coldly saying, "Name who killed Augustine, and I might spare Balzarahi's life." Pete's already pale face turned completely bloodless. Who were these people? How did they know so much about his sworn brother? On one side was his sworn brother, and on the other was the person his third sworn brother had risked his life to protect. What should he do? Chapter 48. The Knight's Hall is not a temple or tower in the conventional sense, but rather refers to a vast area encompassing the Central Knights headquarters, Dawn Forest, Holy Light Hall, Knights Academy, training grounds, residential areas, and including some branch churches of the Light Church and scattered towns. If it weren't located within the capital city, it would practically be a small city. After arriving at the Knight's Hall, Luo and her companions first went to the training grounds, the only functional area they could freely enter and exit. After accidentally damaging a dummy, Luffy repeatedly assured them that the Knight's Hall would reimburse all expenses before Luo left the training grounds. She planned to visit the Knights Academy, as she suddenly remembered that her adopted younger brother was practicing the basics of knighthood. Visiting the academy might give her a reason to teach him a lesson when she got home. Ouch! Just then, a heavy impact came from Luo's back, and a slight cry of pain rang out. Luo stumbled, almost falling, and turned around to see the girl she had encountered not long ago. She had glared at her then, but now her eyes were red, and the sword on her back was gone. "Miss, are you alright?" Because there was no malice, Luffy and the others hadn't noticed anything amiss. A special reminder, never use your senses carelessly on the street. Realizing what had happened, the two quickly shielded Luo behind them. "It's okay, I'm not that fragile." The girl fell to the ground, seemingly a little dazed. Luo originally wanted to say a few words of reproach, but seeing her distraught appearance, he was too embarrassed to say anything more. It seemed that she hadn't bumped into him on purpose. Just as she was about to back away, she heard the girl on the ground seem to be saying something. Why? Was this person talking to her? Why what? Why can't anyone see my efforts? Why? Okay, she was just being presumptuous. The person was clearly talking to her. I clearly tried my best. The girl muttered to herself, making Luo and Alice exchange bewildered glances. Only Luffy remained unfazed. Children's matters were children's matters. He didn't care. Luo thought she looked rather pitiful. To say such things, she must have no one to confide in, unlike herself, who at least had Alice and Luffy to talk to. Let me say a few words. It's just that she reminds me a bit of how my parents didn't really care about me when I was younger. Ahem. Luo coughed twice, took 2 steps forward, and tried to look more serious. I think if you tried your best, you won't care whether you tried or not. Thinking of some strange platitudes from another world, Luo tried to make her fabricated words more logical. Think about it, if you tried your best, then you shouldn't have the energy to think about these anxieties. You care so much about what others think, but their opinions have nothing to do with you. Behind her, Luffy's gaze towards Luo gradually changed. Miss, does Madam know you say that? Only Alice looked on with admiration. If eyes could speak, they would definitely be saying, Miss, you're amazing. Without a firm resolve, how can you steadily walk towards your goals? A few words from others easily sway your heart. Is this what you call trying your best? The girl suddenly looked up, her slightly moist eyes wide open, a light seeming to gleam in them. Luo, who was speaking enthusiastically, felt a jolt of unease. Oh no! Had she gone too far? Something about that look seemed off. Actually, what I just said. Miss, what you said makes perfect sense. I figured it out. I must work even harder. No matter what others think of me, I just need to do my job well. The girl got up from the ground, gave a serious knight's salute, the sound of her hammer striking her leather armor making a dull thud. Luo hurriedly followed suit, managing a barely passable knight's salute. No, I was just saying a few words. The girl suddenly scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed, then seemed as if making some momentous decision. A lovely blush appeared on her face as she loudly proclaimed, I, Guard Orostan Viguria, was wrong to treat you badly before, and I sincerely apologize. Why does your apology sound like you're suffocating? However, compared to Luo's inward complaints, Luffy was much more surprised. He had lived in the capital, and had naturally heard of this powerful noble family, comparable to the Favors family, with thousands of extraordinary individuals within their ranks, far more powerful than a small city like Wing City. Viguria's full title clearly indicated that she was a noblewoman and a relative of a lord, but when she apologized, she didn't perform the usual curtsy of a noblewoman. Instead, she adopted a knightly demeanor, kneeling on one knee, head slightly lowered, left hand on her chest, right hand resting on the ground. Her chestnut-colored ponytail trembled slightly, and her lowered apricot-yellow eyes stared straight at the ground, making the girl appear less composed than someone who could easily perform a kneeling ceremony. However, Luo didn't pay attention to the details. Seeing Viguria's solemn apology made her panic. Why was he being so formal? How should she respond? What did her etiquette teacher teach her? A curtsy? That seemed to be for nobles. A sword salute? That looked like a superior subordinate gesture. A bow? A handshake? A kiss on the hand? Or a rise, my lord? No, what was that last one? Miss, a simple knightly salute would suffice. Alice whispered a reminder from the side. If she didn't, her mistress's eyes would start darting around. Ah, cough, cough. Luo straightened up, her right fist clenched and tapped against her chest. That's probably how it's done. It's all her fault for not learning properly back then. Sir Viguria, no need for further words. Your apology, I Lagran del Luo, accept. Viguria then stood up, looking refreshed and radiant, showing no trace of her earlier anxiety. Lo? You look younger than me. Can I call you Little Lo? Sure. Everyone says that, how could I refuse? Then Little Lo can just call me Viguria. Hee hee, then we're friends, hee hee. Ha ha. Whatever you like. Is she muttering something strange after that? By the way, Viguria, shouldn't we leave now? Lo gestured with her eyes. Quite a few people were already watching them. Viguria was already very pretty, and with the even cuter Lo, they had already attracted a lot of attention. Viguria's earnest apology earlier had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Were these two little girls playing the role of a knight? How interesting. Ah! So many people. Little Luo, let's leave. Viguria seemed rather slow to notice things. Only after Luo reminded her did she realize the crowd around her. She quickly grabbed Luo's hand and pulled him away. Luffy and Alice, seeing their young lady being led away, had no choice but to hurry after her. Viguria's hands weren't delicate. Years of sword practice had left thick calluses on her thumb and ring finger, Luo's first sensation. Luckily, he hadn't practiced for too long. After the four left, Viguria said she had originally gone to practice her sword, but she wasn't feeling well today, so practicing wouldn't have helped. Hearing that Luo and the others planned to go to the Knight Academy, she volunteered to be their guide. Strictly speaking, the Knight Academy belonged to the Imperial Capital Academy, but because it only admitted students below the Transcendent Realm and provided a better foundation for learning within the Knight Hall, it was moved to the Knight Hall. It's worth mentioning that although the Knight Hall's area was far smaller than the Imperial Capital, its strength and influence surpassed the entire Empire. In fact, the Empire itself, founded on knighthood, could be considered part of the Knight Hall. Although those who come here to learn how to advance to knighthood are included, the principle that knights cannot betray the Knight's Temple is no longer controversial. The Apasui Wall in the Imperial Capital was actually built to protect the Knight's Temple. The Empire itself serves the Knight's Temple. These were all classified documents, but in Viguria's words, they were merely casual conversation. As for why the Empire was established 30,000 years ago, it said that the Knight's Temple was invaded by foreign enemies and nearly destroyed. Therefore, the remaining holy knights of the Knight's Temple decided to establish an empire to resist any potential future enemies. Who is the enemy? Such a secret is unlikely to be known by ordinary nobles, unless they have a high-ranking noble guide like Luo. It's said the enemy comes from the Dark Mountains, but it's been too long, and there's not much detailed information. If you want to know, Luo, I can go back to the family to look. Ah, no need. Just a guide, no need to be so attentive. The Knight Academy wasn't far from the training grounds. After all, the students sometimes needed to train there. About half an hour later, the group arrived at the academy. The Knight Academy wasn't open to the public to prevent malicious superhumans from entering. However, as a member of the Guard family, and the eldest daughter of Lord Oreston, Viguria naturally had free passage, which made Luo resent this damned privilege. The Knight Academy was large, with dozens of teaching buildings and dozens of indoor and outdoor training grounds, even a dueling arena for competitions. At that moment, nearly 100 students from 3 classes were sparring in the training field in front of Luo. Most appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and these were advanced students at the 6th to 9th levels of the mortal realm. The lower-level students were primarily focused on physical training. Luo and his group's arrival clearly caused a stir among the young men and women. Not only had they remembered Viguria, who had also studied here, but more importantly, Luo's perfectly proportioned appearance and rare silver hair and red eyes drew curses and swears from the teachers present. Why are they fighting? Martial arts become useless after advancing to the transcendent realm, right? Luo asked Luffy curiously. She naturally knew that the most important function of swordsmanship practice was to strengthen the body and stimulate the generation of chi and blood, but this kind of weapon-clashing fighting seemed pointless. However, before Luffy could speak, Viguria interjected, "While that's true, and their talent is excellent, less than 1/10 of them will actually advance to the transcendent realm. Most will be stuck at the first or second stage of the mortal transformation realm. The proportion of those who can awaken their magical spirit is too small. So, this training is mostly to prevent themselves from becoming people with high levels of cultivation, but no real strength after failing to advance to the transcendent realm." Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but glance at Viguria a few more times. This girl had a solid foundation in knowledge. Looking at his own young lady, well, it wasn't her fault. No one in the family could beat her. Fighting was completely meaningless. Chapter 49. As the group chatted, it seemed that all 3 classes had ended. The hormone-fueled boys scattered, gathering in small groups a short distance away to watch. Almost everyone here was either a nobleman, a wealthy merchant, or a descendant of extraordinary individuals. They generally possessed basic manners and etiquette. However, soon a black-haired boy emerged from the group. Judging from his aura, he was at the 9th level of the mortal realm. The boy approached Viguria and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, are you Senior Viguria?" Luo glanced at her in surprise. He hadn't expected this somewhat unreliable girl to be quite famous here. Hearing someone call her name, Viguria's relaxed and comfortable demeanor from her conversation with Luo vanished instantly. She replied curtly, "Yes, it is. What can I do for you?" The black-haired boy seemed taken aback by her sudden change in expression. He scratched his head and asked softly, "Senior, we have some questions for you." Viguria narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly, her voice unreadable. "What are the questions?" A flicker of joy crossed the boy's face, and he quickly asked, "Senior, when I'm fighting an opponent, how can I avoid being at a disadvantage if I lack strength?" As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Viguria before lowering his head again. He seemed like a shy young man. Luo watched the two interacting. Didn't Viguria have people who recognized her abilities? Even after leaving the academy, people would still ask her questions, which was different from what she said about no one acknowledging her strength. "Is that all?" Viguria looked at him expressionlessly. She had known this would happen, but perhaps someone had told her, "Don't easily sway yourself because of others." Now she just found these boring people truly laughable. She didn't even need to show them any anger. "Yes, that's it. I remember. This is what we learned on the first day of training, right?" "Ah, yes, yes." The boy shrank back, his voice weakening. Basic knowledge? This boy is really stupid." But then Luo suddenly remembered. Didn't Viguria say that everyone here is very talented? How can there be someone this stupid? Go back and open page 35 of Combat Elements, Book 1, and copy the key points of the battle situation 300 times. Satisfied? Hearing Viguria's teasing reply, the boy's face instantly turned bright red. "Are you insulting me? Then wouldn't you say that?" You?" The boy wanted to retort, but with so many classmates watching behind him, and the person in front of him being of high status, he couldn't afford to offend her. He could only retort angrily, muttering under his breath, "What's so great about her? Just like the upperclassman said, she's just a boring woman." Luo finally realized that this guy was using asking a question to strike up a conversation with Viguria. Looking at Viguria's motionless body, Luo didn't know what she was thinking, but well, he was the one who came here to see things, so he should do something. After thinking for a moment, Luo patted her shoulder. Viguria trembled and turned to look at Luo. Little Luo? I'm fine." She didn't look fine at all. Luo smoothed out Viguria's tense brows and gently patted her head, just like he would comfort Alice. "Where's your knight's sword? Although I told you not to care about what others think, since they provoke you, how can you call it standing up for yourself if you don't fight back?" "Little Luo, a firm resolve doesn't mean making yourself suffer." Looking into those bright eyes, Viguria's voice trembled slightly. "Little Luo, you're right. I haven't done anything to wrong them, so why should they be allowed to criticize me? But I can't beat them down." A fighting spirit ignited in the girl's eyes. She turned and shouted sharply, "Stop! You humiliated me, guard arrested Viguria, and you think you can just leave? Pick up your sword and point it at me, or don't say I didn't warn you. The boy turned around and found Viguria seemingly transformed, her fighting spirit blazing. He couldn't bring himself to back down and shouted defiantly, Senior, even if you graduated, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. The boy was right. The Knight Academy had a year-based graduation system. As long as you stayed for 5 years, you could graduate. Of course, you could also continue until you reached the Transcendent Realm, at which point you could consider entering the Knight Department of the Imperial Capital Academy. Seeing that Viguria was only 17 or 18 years old, just like him, all the rumors about her were about how beautiful she was, how powerful her background was, and even that she was close to the young master of the Vyman family. He was the top genius in the class. What was he afraid of? A girl. The teachers around them chatted idly, and seeing this scene, they revealed strange smiles. These kids were going to get a good lesson. As teachers at the Knight Academy, they truly understood the girl's talent. Excluding family background and appearance, she was a genius that only appeared once in a millennium. You two over there, if you want to fight, you can do it here on the training ground. You can't do it on the sidelines. Under the teacher's cunning arrangement, Viguria and the boys soon stood facing each other on the marble training ground where the class had just practiced. A faint earthen yellow barrier rose around them, not only to protect the surrounding students from being accidentally injured, but more importantly, to stop someone inside from being seriously injured. Of course, that would mean defeat. Devi Luos, please enlighten me, Senior. Now, Luos knew he had to defeat the girl in front of him. Although she was beautiful, his prestige in the class was more important. You already know my name, so I won't repeat it. Point your sword at me, otherwise, if you're afraid, I have to consider whether to go easy on you. Has she been around Manita a lot, making her speak a bit like her? Viguria banished these thoughts, a wooden sword appearing in her hand. Her usual training sword was still in the training ground, so she had to use her old wooden sword instead. Humph, don't blame the weapon for your wooden sword being broken. Oris drew his long sword from his waist. It was different from his ordinary training sword, it was brighter and sharper. It was the reward for winning first place in the last class competition, which boosted his confidence. Even if his opponent was a level higher, he was certain he could win with the advantage of his weapon. He was a 9th level mortal. The surrounding students watched the duel with excitement. One was the strongest student in the 3 classes, and the other was the most beautiful senior student in the school. It was going to be interesting. Lula sat on a bench watching the match, taking out a small stove, teapot, black tea, and water from his ring. Alice skillfully brewed tea for her young mistress, while Luffy stood to the side, his tall, strong body blocking the boy's little thoughts. Thankfully, Viguria hadn't noticed this scene. Her full attention was focused on her opponent. Although she was confident in her own strength, she felt every opponent deserved serious consideration. We can begin at any time. With the instructor's command, the two erupted with their inner energy, instantly clashing across dozens of meters. The wooden sword, enveloped in this energy, held its own against the training steel sword. Oris exclaimed in surprise, "You're actually at the Transcendent Realm." Assessing the enemy's strength is also a necessary preparation before battle. Let your senior teach you a lesson. The wooden sword suddenly tilted, deflecting Oris's sword. Then, she turned sideways and slashed upwards, striking Oris in the ribs. The pain nearly made him drop his sword, and he quickly took a step back. But Viguria followed closely, thrusting her sword forward and closing the distance instantly. Even though Oris tried to parry, the close proximity meant his sword couldn't reach him in time. You lost. With Viguria's calm voice, the wooden sword pressed against Oris's throat. If it weren't for the faint yellow light, the swirling blood energy would have slit Oris's throat. The surrounding students gasped. The strongest, Oris, had been defeated in 2 moves, without even having time to use his martial arts techniques. Was this senior really that strong? Clang. The training sword fell to the ground. Oris was pale. He hadn't expected to be defeated in just a few moves. Was the difference between the Transcendent Realm and the mortal realm really that great? Picking up his training sword, Oris walked out of the barrier in a daze. The teacher in his class glanced at him, somewhat disappointed. The difference in power between the Transcendent Realm and the mortal realm wasn't that great, it was more about enhanced reaction and senses. If one's technique was superior, they could hold out for hundreds of moves, if not kill. Unfortunately, they had encountered such a genius girl. Not only was her realm high, but her technique was also strong, and her combat awareness was not weak either. This should at least teach these self-proclaimed geniuses a lesson. Viguria felt extremely satisfied at this moment. Recalling her previous behavior of simply running away or at most retaliating with insults, She felt that fighting directly was much easier. Little Luo, did you see that? I won. Turning around, Viguria saw Luo sitting leisurely on a bench, sipping red tea. Seeing Viguria's gaze, Luo paused for a moment before waving and greeting, Yo Viguria, not bad. So you were just watching the whole thing. Little Luo, I remember you said swordsmanship was just something to practice casually, right? She's holding a grudge. Did I? Why is my memory failing me? I must be sleep deprived lately. I need to get some sleep. Hee Little Luo, I challenge you here. Some students who were about to leave immediately returned. What's going on? Aren't the senior and that super cute girl friends? Why are they fighting? Viguria, shouldn't you? It'd be embarrassing. Humph. If Little Luo agrees, I can give you an apartment in the capital. Little Luo probably doesn't have a place to live here yet. Right? Oh no! Such a strong temptation. What should I do? Miss Viguria is right. If we stay here, unless we ask the madam's family for help, we have to find a place to rent, which is a bit expensive and probably not very comfortable. Luffy's devilish whisper strongly shook Luo's heart. That damned rich noble woman. Ahem, since my friend Viguria has this idea, then very well. Putting down her teacup, Luo stood up and slowly walked towards the training ground. The petite girl had a simple hairstyle, and the ends of her hair, fluttering in the breeze, seemed to stir the hearts of every boy. Her calm eyes, which were unreadable, contained a hint of coldness, and her crimson pupils were like the brightest red diamonds, deeply attracting many girls. Her slender, exposed arms were white and tender, like the finest white jade. Underneath a slightly embellished lace dress were pure white stockings that encased her straight and alluring legs, and on her feet were cute pink round shoes. She doesn't seem to have any fighting ability at all, but she's really cute. Everyone's attention immediately shifted from Viguria's upcoming match with Luo to Luo herself. Nearly 100 eyes were on her, making Luo feel a little nervous. Fortunately, after the bumpy journey, she had become somewhat accustomed to this nightmare for socially anxious people. Standing opposite Viguria, Luo let out a soft breath and smiled slightly. Girl, are you ready to lose? Chapter 50. Are you ready to lose? Guard Orostan Viguria's second stage of mortal transformation. 17 years old, direct descendant of the Guard family, eldest daughter of the current lord of the Orostan territory. Highly skilled, diligent, and exceptionally talented, she is currently striving to advance to the transcendent realm. The once confused girl has now become more aware of her situation. Little Luo, it's not good to boast. Looking at the girl, who was even prettier than herself, Viguria's mood inexplicably improved. Pointing her sword directly at the girl, she said, Show me your weapon. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. She really holds a grudge. What was it that offended her? Luo didn't have a wooden sword, and using the flaming sword would be too unfair. So, after looking around for a moment, she smiled sweetly at a girl carrying a wooden sword outside the arena. Excuse me, may I borrow your sword? It won't break. The girl blushed, quickly ran over, and whispered, It's all right. It's just an ordinary wooden sword, Miss Luo. Please use it as you wish. Then she ran back briskly, seemingly quite excited. Gripping the wooden sword too light for Luo, he twirled it a few times, then slightly adjusted his stance. The blade faced Viguria, his aura instantly becoming fierce, like a knife slicing towards her. Come on! Overwhelmed by this aura, Viguria dared not underestimate him. He stomped his foot, seemingly facing the attack head-on, but actually dodging any potential counterattacks with a slight movement. His sword swept horizontally, aiming to knock the wooden sword away from Luo's right arm. Crack! Luo caught the wooden sword steadily, without the slightest tremor. Viguria, you can't accept a challenge without going all out. Viguria remained silent, slightly leaping back. Her sword, radiating a powerful aura, slashed out, and 3 sharp, crimson blades materialized, lunging at Luo. Without pausing, she spun to Luo's side, her aura extending to transform her wooden sword into a massive, 1.5-meter-long blade, unleashing a devastating horizontal slash. The wooden sword blazed with crimson energy. Luo, though arriving later, struck first, his sword tip lightly touching the blade of the massive sword, shattering the aura. Only then did the crimson blade, seemingly unaware, realize it had been sliced in two and vanished completely. So strong. Viguria thought, shocked. Luo's technique was unfathomable, yet every counterattack seemed to be controlled from the outset, rendering her attacks ineffective. Before the wooden swords even made contact, Viguria stepped aside. She knew a direct clash would shatter her wooden sword, but she was unwilling to end the battle so quickly. With a surge of blood energy, 3 shimmering Vigurias appeared around Luo, forming a pincer movement to surround her. 3 bursts of red sword energy erupted, blocking her escape routes from different angles. But in Luo's eyes, Vigurias weren't on the 3 figures formed from blood energy. The seemingly sharp sword energy was nothing but a paper tiger. Luo didn't even glance at the 3 sword energies. With a slight ripple of blood energy, she shattered them. Her wooden sword pointed directly at her head, blocking the newly appeared wooden sword. Her crimson blood energy instantly shattered the blade of Viguria's wooden sword. Luo could naturally unleash her blood energy to end the battle instantly, but that wouldn't be good for Viguria. While her emotional intelligence was low, she wasn't inhuman. The wooden sword's energy was dispersed once again, and Viguria was forced to appear on Luo's right side, slightly panting. Just now, she had the illusion that she had been seen through at a glance. This was the most deceptive sword technique in the guard sword style, unless the person's mental strength was strong enough to be comparable to the power of the soul, directly seeing through the illusion constructed by the energy, and the difference between the natural magic power in the human body. But I never heard of anything like that. And that bright red blood energy, that must be something born from the ultimate condensation of blood energy, right? Xiao Luo, how old are you? 15, a month shy, what's wrong? 15? No, only 15. Nothing. Just be careful, I'm about to use my most powerful move. Calming herself, she gathered her emotions, and recalled the move she had practiced. If that move couldn't win, then all the other sword techniques were useless. Luo turned slightly, facing Viguria directly. I catch it properly, don't hold back. The 2-minute fight stunned the surrounding students and teachers. A 17-year-old at the Transcendent Realm was already amazing, but they hadn't expected that after several powerful attacks, she couldn't even get close. Just what kind of strength did this girl named Luo possess? Alice, watching from the sidelines, was ecstatic, her eyes filled with "This is too amazing." Luffy stood calmly, thinking, no big deal, no big deal. If you knew Miss had killed a superhuman, you'd probably faint. Rings of chi and blood surged from the wooden sword, gradually deepening from pale red to deep crimson. The sword itself seemed unable to withstand the power, cracking in several places. Viguria's pale yellow skin also developed a layer of deep red chi and blood, as if she were wearing a tight-fitting armor. The ribbon binding her single ponytail snapped open, revealing her medium-length chestnut hair tinged with red, and her entire aura rose even higher. Little Luo, catch! The girl transformed into a red blur, closing in on Luo and slashing down with her sword. In Luo's perception, Viguria's speed, strength, and reaction speed had all increased by more than 1 level. He raised his sword to block, but he couldn't perfectly aim at the blade. It was slightly deflected, but that was all he could manage. Clang, clang. The sword blades, as hard as steel, clashed repeatedly, producing a series of resounding clangs. Compared to Viguria's ferocious attacks, Luo's performance was much more composed. His pale arm seemed to vanish, and each time the wooden sword appeared, it was perfectly timed, deflecting all of Viguria's attacks. With each clash of blades, scattered fragments of blood energy and sword aura splashed onto the stone bricks, cutting messy wounds and effectively shearing away a layer around Luo. The surrounding students and teachers were astonished. So, even a Transcendent Realm cultivator could fight like this? As the blood energy surged, a faint crimson hue enveloped Viguria, and most of the deep red blood energy clinging to his skin and sword dissipated, leaving him drenched in sweat. Clang! Crack! With a snapping sound, half of Viguria's wooden sword flew out, piercing the barrier before bouncing to the ground. The girl gasped for breath, staring blankly at the broken sword in her hand. Her life force dissipated, returning her to normal. Is this all my strength is? No wonder no one thinks I'm hardworking. Viguria, your swordsmanship is truly amazing. A gasp pulled her back to reality. Viguria looked at Luo, whose expression remained unchanged, and gave a bitter smile. But I still couldn't make you move an inch. I don't even know what the point of all this practice is. Is this guy up to something again? Do you doubt yourself every time you encounter someone stronger than yourself? Viguria, you know how hard you worked. You've given it your all. The outside world is unpredictable. We can't completely guarantee that everything will go according to our will. Perhaps I encounter someone more talented than me, but so what? Should I just give up? Looking into Luo's gentle eyes, Viguria realized she had been overthinking things. Yes, talent wasn't something she could control. If she couldn't face that, all her years of training would have been wasted. Little Luo, I'm older than you, yet you're always the one giving me pointers. I pull myself together from now on, so don't let me catch up. Okay, Motivational speech successful. Then I wait and see. Viguria's wooden sword broke, making the winner obvious. Luo returned the sword to the girl amidst her adoring gaze. Seeing that it was getting late, Viguria invited the three of them to her house for lunch. As for Ryder and the others, they have to find a restaurant themselves. Viguria told her she came from the Orostan territory in the southern part of the capital, but had come to her father's family in the capital at a young age. She entered the Knight Academy at 5, graduated at 16 after reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm, and was currently training intensively to enter the Imperial Academy this year. Viguria, is it really that hard to get into the Imperial Academy? Not really. Viguria shook her head. As long as you reach the transcendent realm before you're 20, it's easy to get into the academy. But I want to be in the top 10 of the freshman list during the entrance exam, so my father will definitely approve of me. As she spoke, Viguria seemed to remember something, and waved her hands repeatedly. I don't mean I absolutely need his approval. It's just that for so many years, I wanted to show him, to let him know that what I said back then was wrong. Yeah, that's it. While chatting, the group came to a small path, and walked along it under the shade of trees. After a while, Viguria stopped. I'm home. A building appeared at the end of the path. It was a 3-story house, occupying about 300 square meters, surrounded by lush green trees, providing a cool shade. Although the house was quite large, it seemed rather shabby for Viguria's status. This is the house I bought. It's not big, but there are few people here, making it perfect for resting. Come on in and take a look. My cooking skills are quite good. Well, Alice's job is about to be stolen again. Lord Viguria, may I help make lunch? Looking at the pitiful Alice, the girl smiled brightly, of course. I'd love to try Miss Alice's lunch. The house was cozy, uncluttered but perfectly furnished, with everything necessary. A fish tank held several goldfish of unknown species, and potted plants grew on the balcony. It was clear that although Viguria aimed to improve herself, she took life very seriously. Luo compared himself to the man, both enjoying life, though perhaps a little lazier, but probably similar, right? Krager pulled his long sword from the chest of the man wearing the golden mask. His surging life force frantically tried to regenerate the masked man's heart, but the alien magic filling his chest cavity prevented the repair. Although he wouldn't die, his fighting power was completely dormant, and he was immobilized. Pete, still shaken, looked around at the dead first-tier superhumans. This man had suddenly fallen from the mayor's mansion, rescued him, swept through the group of superhumans with 2 sword strikes, and then fought the golden-masked man, subduing him in less than half an hour. Although he was his savior, he truly didn't recognize him. Who are you? Krager didn't answer Pete's question. He didn't know this second-tier superhuman. He had only saved him because he was from the mayor's mansion. He was currently just following the clues he had gathered to find Roxy and, incidentally, ask about the anti-magic stone. Is Roxy here? Why does everyone seem to know my older brother? Chapter 51. Wow! Viguria, your cooking skills are amazing. Lomo rubbed his hands together, looking excitedly at the steaming food on the table. White clams, snow mushrooms, monster meat, pan-fried, thick soup, and grilled sashimi. Huh? Why is there a demonized papa fruit? That's specially cultivated by the family. Eating a small amount won't have any adverse effects. Viguria brought out 2 plates of what looked like milk pudding. But Miss Alice's desserts are also amazing. I still have a lot to learn. Lord Viguria, you flatter me. I still have a lot to learn. He forked half a roasted demonized papa fruit, and a rich barbecue aroma wafted out. While ordinary papa fruit has a crisp, green fruit-like texture, this roasted papa fruit tasted like a soft, roasted eggplant. This is really delicious. Viguria put down the dessert, which was meant to cleanse the palate, and smiled slightly. If Luo likes it, I have plenty more. 5 a day is fine. After eating and drinking their fill, Viguria led the 3 to the back of the house. Luo then discovered that there wasn't just one house. There were several old houses scattered around. The group followed Viguria to a 2-story building with a pointed roof. This place is quite nice, isn't it? Luo looked around the house. Compared to the others, it was relatively new, about a size larger than Viguria's place. It had a retro style, and the surroundings were quite open, so there would be no one to disturb them. Luo quite liked it. It's nice. But why are the 2 buildings so close together? There's a yard in the back too. I used to sunbathe there often, but it wasn't very convenient to get around, so I moved to this place. A yard? Sunbathing? Ahem, a very nice yard, I mean the house. Did you buy this too? Viguria shook her head. No, It's my family's property here. However, due to road planning issues, it was abandoned a long time ago. Don't worry, it's very quiet. Originally, Luo insisted on buying it, although he didn't have enough money right now, but he could pay in installments. However, Viguria said that this area was originally abandoned, but it hadn't been dealt with because of the guard family. Even at market price, it was only about 10,000 gold coins. For Viguria, that was probably just a few days' allowance. Only then did Luo accept the gift. The house was dusty, as there were no servants to clean it, and Viguria didn't live there, so she wouldn't bother cleaning. Alice confidently said, "Leave it to me." The little maid, true to her profession, with her 5th level mortal cultivation, easily cleaned both floors, neatly organizing the clutter, sweeping away dust and debris, and wiping the walls and counters clean. Except for the furniture that needed replacing, it was practically brand new. Luo opened the 2nd floor window, which was also spotless. Looking out, directly opposite the other side of the house, below was a yard of about 200 square meters, overgrown with weeds. Alice was pruning with garden shears, slicing through vines and saplings with a single sword strike. She'd probably be done in half an hour. Further away were several very old-looking castles, their roofs dilapidated, seemingly uninhabited. It was a mystery why there were so many old houses in this area. Looking into the distance, the sky city floated beneath the bright sun, currently patrolling the imperial capital on the other side. It wouldn't return for another 4 or 5 months. Further away, only the lower half of the Apasui wall was visible, still magnificent and imposing, shrouded in white clouds. Ryder and his group, having a carriage, couldn't arrive via the teleportation array. For their safe arrival, Luffy went to meet them, and it was estimated he wouldn't be back for another day. To Luo's slight disappointment, the houses were blocked by large trees on both sides, obscuring the view of the Imperial Academy. "I can't find it." Viguria came to Luo's side, leaning on the windowsill, looking somewhat dejected. Luo made room for her. "Didn't you just go look for it? Can't find the sword?" "Yeah, I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. Some jerk probably picked it up. Could the staff have taken it?" Luo wondered. Logically, it was just an ordinary training long sword, worth at most 10 silver coins. Were there really people in the capital that poor? Let's not talk about that. "Little Luo, you're so amazing. Your swordsmanship must be amazing too, right? I was thinking, although my talent isn't as good. But that also means I can learn a lot from you." This. Luo instantly recalled his childhood sword practice and his later days of lying down and reading, his gaze drifting away. "Maybe it won't be as you wish." Why? Is it because Luo's swordsmanship can't be taught to outsiders? Okay, I understand though. Our family does have some martial arts techniques that we can't teach others. Viguria looked a little disappointed, and Luo couldn't bear to lie to her. "No. Actually, it's my own problem. My swordsmanship is terrible." "How could this be? Didn't you easily defeat me when you fought me, Luo?" Girl, quickly put away that incredulous look. Luo sighed and explained for her, "Actually, that was just because I saw your movements clearly. If we were on the same level, I definitely couldn't beat you. I feel something's broken." "I'm sorry, Viguria." Luo was comforting the almost colorless Viguria, but she suddenly perked up, her face full of excitement. "It's okay, Luo. If that's the case, you can learn swordsmanship from me." No way. I want to be a magician. It's a deal. I come find you tomorrow. Wait, Alright, Luo, I'm going to get ready. See you tomorrow. The girl left with light steps, leaving Luo stunned. My vacation. As the saying goes, happiness doesn't disappear, it just shifts, and Luo can tell you, that's true. However, after witnessing Viguria's sharp and dazzling swordsmanship, Luo felt it wouldn't hurt to learn it himself. At least, he wouldn't have to rely on his inner energy to fight head-on every time. Why be a bear munching on mud when you can be a fluttering butterfly? Why in the morning? The afternoon is clearly the best time to study. How do I return it? Manita paced back and forth in his room, carrying the longsword he had retrieved. Through the window, he could see the house behind hers, not too far, about a half-hour walk. He remembered she used to live in a 2-story house with a yard, but later moved to a 3-story flat further ahead, so they could only meet by climbing over the yard and onto the roof. Should I return it to her tomorrow? No, wouldn't that make me look bad? I didn't bring her the sword specifically. Then call her over to get it. That would make me seem more important. Wait, wouldn't that be too obvious? That's it. I can secretly put it back. Manita stopped, a smirk playing on her lips. I throw the sword over tonight. Tomorrow, she'd be so surprised to see it come back on its own. Viguria, I'm the boss. Night fell. Since Luffy and Viguria weren't around, Lo and Alice had a simple dinner and went home to rest. Alice, having been busy all day, went to bed early. Lo took a shower, washing away the day's fatigue, and sat at his desk. He didn't read, but picked up Galaga from his shoulder, held it in his hands, and poked it. It felt soft. Galaga didn't seem to care. Its whiskers twitched, but its tail remained motionless, seemingly leading nowhere. Galega, it's been almost half a month. How come you haven't caught any fish yet? Because I haven't caught any. Hearing your words is truly enlightening. Galega's deep blue vertical pupils looked at Luo, and it twitched its ears. Luo, are you in a hurry? Not really, just a little curious about what you catch. Luo ruffled Galega's little head, staring into its eyes as well. Galega, don't you get bored? No, 10 million years have passed, and another 10 million years will pass too. Galega's voice was as calm as ever. Luo knew that Galega had a very long lifespan, but he didn't expect it to be as long as the legendary era of the fall of the gods. Wait, Galega? Wasn't it said that Lake Galega was created by a powerful being? Was he from 10 million years ago? Were there such powerful people back then? Or was he from a different cultivation system? But Galega denied it. No, that happened 9,000 years ago. Eh? That's so recent? Then how did you get to Lake Galega? From underground. Galega's answer was brief. Luo could only guess that the powerful being must have punctured the underground where Galega was located, causing it to gush to the surface, forming Lake Galega, and then it had remained there ever since. So what was your name before you were called Galega? I didn't have a name, and it doesn't matter. Galega seemed very patient with Lo's questions. Lo wasn't sure if it was just indifferent to these questions, or if it wanted to talk more, but the thought that Galega might have lived from the fall of the gods to the present day made Lo a little tempted. Wasn't this a living history book? Dear Galega, may I ask you a question about magic? Stop. Lo, you can't laugh so lewdly. Galega tilted its head, and glanced at Lo, seemingly scrutinizing something. This is another deal, Lo. That's true. This is Galega's one-sided contribution. So, Galega, if I ask you about the extraordinary, what do I need to give in return? Galega's gaze fell on Lo. In its deep blue eyes, a girl with long, azure hair and light blue pupils was reflected. But Galega knew that she was just her, she wasn't her, and it was her. You know when Luo can fully absorb magic. With that, Galaga lightly jumped and landed back on Luo's shoulder. Despite its weight being that of a lake, Luo couldn't feel it at all. Perhaps it was some kind of fairy. Luo had considered introducing Galaga to Luffy and Alice, but Galaga had said that no human in this world could observe it. Introducing a wisp of air to family would probably just make him seem like a child. Luo got up and opened the window. The night breeze swept in, ruffling Luo's long hair. His fingers brushed through the strands. They were smooth and carried a faint, sweet fragrance, very subtle, but pleasant. It seemed to be a lingering scent from the red berries he'd eaten in the swamp forest. Luo had thought it would completely disappear, but a trace remained. It smelled strangely nice. After enjoying the evening breeze for a while, Luo closed the window, and went back to bed, when he suddenly caught sight of a furtive figure outside the yard. The figure was looking around, seemingly checking if anyone was there. Then, with a swift movement, it jumped into the yard, but seemed to pause for a moment before jumping back out. After carefully surveying its surroundings, it jumped back in. Luo watched the figure leaping and bounding from behind the window, speechless. Was this guy playing hurdles? Although he didn't know who the figure was, breaking into a house at night was certain. Alice was already asleep, and Luffy hadn't returned yet. Luo felt he should defend his territory, but it seemed there was only one transcendent realm cultivator, so he had to go easy on him. He took out the pig mask, but then thought about it. Last time he wore it, it didn't go well, and put it back. He put on the bronze mask instead, looking at the puzzled boy scratching his head, and made a gun gesture with his fingers. Bio! A burst of crimson blood transformed into a bullet, exploding at the boy's feet, kicking up a cloud of sand. Its power was weak, less than a sword aura, but the effect was there. A deep, youthful voice boomed, "Who's there?" Manita, initially puzzled by the cleared weeds in the yard, cautiously entered only after confirming the house was completely dark. The movement at her feet instantly alerted her. Someone was watching her. She couldn't help but shout. However, as she spoke, Manita determined the attacker's location based on the direction of the attack. A cyan longsword appeared in her hand, ready to defend. Based on the power of the attack, It was likely at the 6th or 7th level of the mortal realm, still manageable. So, who had occupied her house? A pale figure stood by the window, long hair flowing, a bronze mask reflected in the moonlight, appearing like a ghost. A ghost? Chapter 52. How come there's a ghost here? Manita dared not act rashly. Ghosts were pure dark attribute magical beasts, or more accurately, demonic creatures, unconscious, irrational, and emotionless killing machines. He, a mere transcendent, would surely be slapped to death, but quickly, Manita regained his senses. Wait, how can a ghost have blood and chi? Who are you? Why are you there? This guy was surprisingly audacious, sneaking into someone's house in the middle of the night, and acting so self-righteous. With a light tap of his finger, a dozen sharp sword energies shot out. Luo didn't understand any finger techniques, but as long as all his positions were blocked, one of them would surely hit. Clang. Manita discovered that these sword energies were much more powerful than the previous ones. The impact on his sword made his hand numb. Could this be some kind of superhuman? Using magic without chi and blood? Could there really be a superhuman disguised as an ordinary person? Leave my house, or next time it be aimed at your head. A clear, cold voice came from the window, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. But who was Manita? The pride of the Vyman family. A mere woman, nothing more than something that slowed my sword draw. Humph. You're the one occupying this place. As far as I know, this is the property of the Guard family, owned by Viguria. You're just a bandit, yet you have the nerve to say such things. You're the one who broke into someone else's yard in the middle of the night, thief. I just came to return something. I'm not a thief. Luo saw clearly that the boy's face flushed slightly. Was there some inside story? But whatever, it's time to sleep. If it were daytime, I might have been watching the drama unfold, but now, who cares? This place has been given to me by Viguria. Hurry up, I need to sleep. How could this be? How could that woman do such a thing? You must be. A crescent moon cleaved down. Manita felt the shadow of death and quickly dodged, not daring to linger. He climbed over the wall, determined to question Viguria tomorrow. Had she really given this house away? The crescent moon didn't actually strike, it vanished halfway down. Luo didn't know who the boy was, but he should be related to Viguria, though clearly not a friend. He still show mercy. Sleep. The next morning, Luo, still battling with creamy white clouds in her dreams, was awakened by a knock on the door. Miss, it's time to get up. Lord Viguria is looking for you. No, let me sleep a little longer. Miss. Knock knock knock. Another slightly distorted voice came from outside the door. Miss Alice, has Luo always been like this? Actually, not really. She's just been on the carriage these past few days, and is quite tired. Viguria's voice rose considerably. That won't do. This little bit of fatigue. If I can't even overcome this exhaustion, how can I take any further steps? Little Luo, I'm here. Get up. She decisively covered her head. Sleep is the most important thing in life. Wait, Lady Viguria, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What was Sister Alice stopping? Why did she sound a little flustered? It's all right, it'd be fixed later. What are those two doing? They keep saying things she can't understand. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was kicked open instantly, flying directly to the opposite wall. Luo instinctively jumped up. What happened? Xiao Luo, if you don't open the door, I have to come in. Come on, let's train. Luo slowly turned her head, saw the door stuck to the wall, then slowly turned back to look at Viguria's enthusiastic face. The girl was expressionless. Viguria. What's wrong? I be gentle, I promise. What? Wait, don't come any closer, After a commotion, Luo grabbed Viguria by the back of her collar and jumped onto her rooftop. Letting go, she looked at the empty rooftop and said irritably, training here? Yes, I had even set up some knots. Viguria got up from the ground, her face bruised and swollen, and slurred as she introduced her private training ground. Thanks to the restorative power of her chi and blood, and because Luo only inflicted superficial injuries, Viguria had regained her beautiful appearance after about 10 minutes. Little Luo, could you go a little lighter next time? Humph. Don't you know it's incredibly rude to barge into a girl's house? Isn't this because little Luo was sleeping in? Learning swordsmanship requires getting up early. You're right. Next time I throw one less punch, so what? What should we learn? At this, Viguria perked up again. Little Luo, let's spar first. Of course, we can't use chi and blood, we can only fight purely with swordsmanship. That way, I can understand the flaws in your swordsmanship. Luo looked at Viguria's barely concealed excitement. This guy clearly wanted to take this opportunity to get revenge. Okay. 3 minutes later, Viguria, clutching her wooden sword, knelt on the ground, questioning her existence. Why? Why can't I hit you every time? Luo felt a pang of pity, and kindly squatted down to stroke her slightly disheveled hair. It's nothing really, it's just that you were probably too slow. I could have blocked it without using my swordsmanship, right? Too slow. Viguria suddenly looked up, her face resolute. I understand. This time I use my inner energy, but Luo isn't allowed to. Want to try again? Okay. To Viguria's relief, this time she could finally keep up with Luo's speed. Although she still couldn't touch her body, she could still make Luo flustered. A few minutes later, Viguria withdrew the surge of energy from her body and looked at Luo, who was raising her sword to parry, somewhat indignantly. That's enough, it's really hard to believe. Little Luo, you're clearly so strong, yet your swordsmanship is practically that of a beginner. There's nothing I can do about it, after all, I only learned basic swordsmanship, haha. Viguria ignored Luo's dry laugh and sized her up. Your physique isn't suitable for me to learn, but I know a swordsmanship manual that should be perfect for you. Viguria was tall, more than a head taller than Luo. It's not my fault that my body grows slowly. We talk about it when you grow taller. This is a family heirloom, so don't worry about being held accountable. With that, Viguria produced a bound book and handed it to Luo. Luo opened it and looked at it. It didn't contain much, just 3 moves: thrust, turning thrust, and explosive thrust. Simply put, it involved quickly thrusting forward, suddenly turning and thrusting again, instantly channeling all her energy into the sword before thrusting forward. Is this any different from her stabbing me directly with her sword? Viguria, what's the use of this? Yes. Viguria explained to Luo seriously, your body is relatively small, not suitable for wide-ranging martial arts techniques. Besides, your physical attributes are very high, so you don't really need complicated techniques, that would just be a waste of time. This thrust technique can multiply your instantaneous attacks without significantly affecting your current attack habits. Multiply? How many times? Goodness, anything with that description is usually not a dud. 2 to 3 times, but it consumes a lot of your chi and blood, so Luo should probably learn an escape technique instead. Can I outrun a superhuman? No, Luo, don't joke around. How could we possibly outrun a superhuman? They can fly. Luo expressed his disdain. What's the point of learning it? However, Viguria's promise of multiplied damage was still somewhat tempting. Following the movements and power techniques in the book, Luo quickly learned them quite well. Viguria watched from the side, using her years of experience to help Luo correct any mistakes. Watching Luo pierce the barrier with his sword, sending up bursts of light, Viguria couldn't help but exclaim, Little Luo, your learning ability is amazing. A few more days of practice, and you have mastered it completely. I was thinking of teaching you some basic swordsmanship, but it seems you already broken through to the second stage of the mortal transformation realm, and your chances of advancing to the transcendent realm are much higher than mine. Learning it would be a waste of time. It's better to learn some prerequisite skills for magical techniques. Aside from being slightly out of breath from expending so much energy, Luo only broke out in a light sweat and recovered quickly after a short rest. Curious, he asked Viguria, you should also be quite confident in breaking through to the transcendent realm. So why are you still so fixated on martial arts? Why not learn some prerequisite skills for magical or combat techniques? Luo might not know, but the swordsmanship I'm learning is a prerequisite for the family's combat skills. Once I advance to the transcendent level, I can continue practicing it. Hearing about combat skills, Luo couldn't help but think of the book he bought, Battle Chi and Blood Advancement. By the way, speaking of combat skills, Viguria, have you read about methods for condensing blood and chi? Yes, I have. I'm also condensing it, but progress is so slow, sigh. Luo expressed deep sympathy. Yeah, it took quite a while to complete, and the improvement wasn't as significant as I imagined. I should have read more books on magic runes. I was right, Luo has already completed it. But I do have a collection of books on magic runes, Luo. Would you like to take a look? Yes. Such a quick agreement. Luo still prefers magic skills. It was clear that Viguria, perhaps because of the swordsmanship he practiced, preferred close combat, and would likely lean towards learning combat skills rather than magic skills in the future. Luo didn't say anything. Although combat skills weren't as advanced as magic skills, they had their advantages. What suited him best was the most important. After all, I'm destined to become a magician. But, Viguria, I receive so much care from you here, I feel a little bad about it. It's alright. You're one of the few people who don't care about my background or appearance. I can feel that you support my ideals. With you here, I think I won't continue to be lost. Viguria gently hugged Luo from behind. Her soft, delicate body and the faint scent of pomegranate made Luo shift uncomfortably, but when Viguria rested her chin on Luo's head, Luo dared not move, afraid she might do something else. Even so, I still feel a little bad. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Luo. You're such a kind-hearted child. Sensing Viguria's cheerful tone, Luo's mood improved considerably. Suddenly remembering what happened last night, she casually mentioned, by the way, last night I saw someone lurking around in the yard. What? Luo, something like that happened. Are you and Miss Alice alright? Viguria was clearly worried, turning Luo around and examining her closely, seemingly trying to find even the slightest injury. Don't worry, you know my strength. It's just that one thing he said bothered me a little, that the house I'm staying in is yours. He must know you, but it was late, so I didn't pay much attention. Quite a few people know I live here, but someone who comes secretly? Was it a guy about my age? Huh? Right, he said he was coming to return something. Viguria, you know him? Viguria clenched his fist, a disdainful look on his face, and sneered, Heh, I think I know who it is, but I didn't expect him to dare come. If my sword hadn't been lost, I'd go over there and knock his teeth out. Chapter 53. Viguria went to the training grounds, saying she wanted to try searching again. Although Luo thought it would be strange if she found it after a whole day, he still sincerely wished her success in finding her sword. Never mind, I go check out the library Viguria mentioned. She's destined to become a great mage. The library naturally needs to be hidden and protected. In the Empire, knowledge is wealth, and Viguria's willingness to share an entire room's worth of treasure with Luo touched him a little. What a kind person. After using the key Viguria gave him to open the barrier door to the library deep in the basement, the room was spotless. Dustproof and self-cleaning barriers kept the floor, and books looking brand new. If it weren't for the obvious wear and tear on some books, Luo might have thought no one had ever read them. Manita told himself silently that he only returned the sword for fairness, otherwise, defeating her would have been meaningless. Clutching the knight's sword wrapped in cloth, Manita's handsome face, still bearing a trace of childishness, maintained its cool demeanor. A dozen or so girls, who had arrived early, whispered among themselves, their eyes occasionally glancing over, sometimes blushing, only to be teased by the other girls. Manita stood in his usual training spot, feigning sleep. He heard the whispers around him, but paid them little attention. What annoyed him was that Viguria, who came to the training ground every day without fail, should have arrived by now. No way, is she really not coming? Humph! She's definitely a defeated opponent. As the victor, I just have to wait a little longer. As the sun rose higher, more and more people arrived at the training ground. Many of the girls appeared to be training, but their attention was actually focused on Manita, while the boys intentionally or unintentionally displayed dazzling swordplay and movements, trying to attract their favorite girls. The training ground was not just a training ground. The chubby boy strolled leisurely through the crowd, immediately spotting Manita standing motionless on the field, a wrapped sword clutched in her arms. He quickly ran over. Boss, where's Miss Viguria? Reaching Manita's side, Gus asked softly. Manita opened her eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face upon seeing Gus, but she still answered calmly, that girl's probably still hung up on me after yesterday, she hasn't come yet. Boss, are you planning to wait for her? Won't that make us look like we're just waiting for her? Well, Gus, you're right. I shouldn't have humiliated myself. But since we're already here, let's spar a bit, we can't waste this time. Ah, boss, okay, but go easy on me. Gus grimaced, his chubby face contorted with resentment. His small eyes were practically hidden by his chubby cheeks. Why had he asked such a question? As the sun rose higher, many of the noble youths who had been putting on an act quickly tidied up and headed to their appointed tea parties or banquets with their friends or new acquaintances, gradually reducing the number of people at the training ground. Gus, caught off guard, was struck by the blade of a sword. His round body rolled several times on the ground like a ball, covered in dust. He quickly stood up, rubbing his arm. Boss, you overdid it. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Gus, don't think I don't know you're slacking off. Your father entrusted you to my training, so naturally I can't be lax with you. By the way, did you overeat again yesterday? No. Just a little bit too much, he said, pinching a tiny gap between his thumb and forefinger. Manita scoffed, don't I know your temperament? Go back today and practice your family's swordsmanship 100 times. Aw? No way. Boss, that kill me. That's just like you. Gus was making exaggerated faces, trying to get his boss to back down, but his voice trailed off. Boss, what's wrong? Before Manita could speak, the boys who had been waiting for a long time stirred. She's here. Quick, straighten my clothes. She's so late today. Luckily I waited, otherwise I wouldn't have seen Miss Viguria's beauty. The young master of the Vyman family is here too. Shouldn't we stay away? You don't know, Larga and the others said she wouldn't come, they left early, they're so envious. The commotion around him made Gus realize who had arrived. As his boss's underling, he felt he should do something. Brushing the dust off his clothes, Gus stood to the side of Manita, his small eyes fixed on the training ground. The door opened, and soon, a tall girl with a single ponytail rushed in. Gus was about to speak, but before he could utter a word, a figure flashed past him. Boss? Manita appeared in front of Viguria, a look of surprise on her face. Oh, you didn't give up? The girl stopped, looked at the boy in front of her, and quickly took a few deep breaths, telling herself not to be angry, to recall Xiao Luo's words, and not to let others shake her resolve. Viguria looked at Manita calmly. I'm not like you, getting beaten up and crying so you had to go home to your father. The words had barely left her lips, when Manita's expression changed drastically. She rushed forward and covered Viguria's mouth. Hey! Didn't we agree not to talk about this? This was something that happened when she was a child. Was she really upset? Suddenly subjected to such close contact, Viguria's composed demeanor crumbled instantly. Ugh! Get away from me. She stomped her heel, stomping hard on Manita's foot. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the shallow dent in the stone pavement indicated the consequences. Violent girl, you're ruthless. Want to fight? Disdainfully wiping her hand covering her mouth with her leather armor, Manita pointed her sword at the girl. This scene nearly made Viguria explode with anger. Her saliva wasn't dirty. This guy deserved a beating. Who's afraid of who? Arrogant man. A wooden sword appeared in her hand. Viguria decided to teach this guy a lesson first, then find her own sword. Manita glanced at her wooden sword and scoffed, You think you can beat me with this piece of junk? But to avoid you saying it's unfair, I use this one. She sheathed her steel sword and drew a wooden one herself. No need. Dealing with a weakling like you is a piece of cake. Ha, defeated opponent. Likewise. Gus sat on the ground, bored, watching the two bicker. Looks like they're going to argue for another few tens of minutes today. Little fatty, who do you think will win today? A young man sat down next to Gus, seemingly unbothered by his smell. Gus glanced at him, somewhat listlessly. Doro, you're here too. Finished researching the training dummies in the training room yesterday? TSK, what could I possibly research? No magic residue, just pure blood and chi energy shattered it. Never mind that, 5 gold coins, I bet Manita will win. Then I bet on Miss Viguria to win. Gus remained indifferent, the bet was pointless anyway. For years, the two had been constantly at odds, so this was a contest, right? Oh, the boss won yesterday, so it should be a contest. Go, Miss Viguria, oh no, go boss. Who's like you, a friendless guy? TSK. Heh, an unwanted, berserk gorilla, you dare talk to me like that? The surrounding people watched the two hurling insults with great interest. This was one of their few daily occurrences. Although many of them liked Viguria or Manita, they could only like them in their hearts. The other side would never reciprocate their feelings. It was better to just watch the show. Those who thought they were clever enough to help one side insult the other. Oh, the Vyman and Guard families would let them. Do you even know what a great noble is? Hearing this, Viguria suddenly smiled. I have a friend, someone far better than you. A new friend? Far better than me? Manita felt a tightness in her chest, a sudden pang of discomfort. That's definitely something you made up. I don't believe it. I don't need you to believe me. That person is incredibly gentle. We even had lunch together, practiced swordsmanship. His eyes are prettier than yours. His hair is softer. You two are completely incomparable. Gentle, pretty, incomparable. Manita wanted to say what he was, that she was far more noble, but what came out was, he's definitely only after your looks and background. You haven't improved at all in all these years. Man. Duh. You're not allowed to insult my friend. Manita, however, seemed distracted, offering only perfunctory replies. He didn't know why hearing Viguria praise others made him feel irritated and anxious. It must be because his defeated opponent had been misled by a petty person, making him look cheap. That must be it, but maybe not. You can't speak ill of my friends. Want to fight? I'm ready. Next time, I have things to do. Here, take this broken sword, take it or leave it. Manita threw down the sword, feeling a jumble of emotions. He'd go back and practice his sword 1,000 times. Women, indeed, were just obstacles. Hey! Wait, why are you in there? Gus, seeing his boss leave the training ground dejectedly, quickly followed, asking in confusion, Boss, why didn't you fight today? Practice it 300 times when you get back today. Question mark. Luo turned a page of the book. Power runes are similar to magic circuits, but generally speaking, magic runes are used to describe the components of spells and magic techniques, while magic circuits are used to describe the construction units of weapons, barriers, arrays, and other external objects. The construction of magic runes usually requires a 3-day stabilization period to ensure that the runes do not collapse. Therefore, you cannot be greedy for quantity and construct magic runes indiscriminately. If you find that the Sea of Souls is turbulent, you must stop constructing runes, otherwise it may cause the Sea of Souls to collapse. Luo remained silent. It seemed that besides the 10 basic runes that the uncle taught him, he had also constructed nearly 100 runes that he could access. Should he explode to show that he was normal? Chapter 54. Feeling that the Sea of Souls remained peaceful, Luo Kai finally relaxed. However, he secretly told himself not to act recklessly again. Without relevant knowledge, even a transcendent being had to proceed with extreme caution in cultivation. A slight misstep could lead to falling into the netherworld. Thank you for knowledge. Thank you, sages. Viguria's library was rich in resources, containing many transcendent books he had never accessed before. It was truly a privilege. However, it was clear that the books on magic techniques hadn't been touched much, while the covers of the combat skill book showed obvious signs of frequent use, covered in notes. Xiaowan's handwriting was completely different from Viguria's somewhat awkward personality, yet consistent with her attitude towards life. After memorizing the magical runes used as examples in the book, Luo originally intended to find a comprehensive dictionary containing commonly used magical runes. However, it seemed intentional. There weren't any books here filled with large sections of magical runes, only scattered simple magical techniques, as if to prevent Viguria from being exposed to a large number of magical runes too quickly. There were about 100 books related to the extraordinary. Luo skimmed through them. Most were popular science books about magic and the extraordinary, with less than half describing the 8 elemental magic types, with earth magic being the most prevalent. He definitely couldn't finish reading them all in a short time. Luo just wanted to stay here every day and try to finish them all by the first day of school. Click. The door to the library opened. Luo didn't pay attention. It was Viguria. But was it already noon? It felt like he only read 2 books. Xiao Luo, you're watching so intently. Viguria looked at the adorable girl in front of her, who exuded a touch of languid charm, and felt an urge to put her into a play. Someone this pretty would definitely attract a huge audience. Hi Viguria, you're back so early? Luo turned a page in his book, waved to Viguria, but his eyes remained on the page. Suddenly, the book was snatched away. Luo instinctively looked up, and saw Viguria had taken it from behind him. Luo, you need to rest while reading. It's almost noon, go have lunch. Huh? So soon. Go on. I put the bookmark in it for you. Okay. Luffy was already back. Ryder and the others were tidying up the house Viguria had given him. Luo had originally planned to go back to eat, but Viguria, in a friendly gesture, invited Luo to have lunch with her alone. Viguria, you don't have something you want to tell me, do you? Luo scooped up a spoonful of broth. The cooking was truly excellent. Hearing this, Viguria frowned slightly, her knife and fork stopping. Is Luo so perceptive? There is something I want to talk to you about. You're just being too obvious. Luo glanced at the messy mashed potatoes on her plate, also stopping her spoon, and asked softly, what's wrong? This isn't like you. Viguria usually speaks frankly, but if she's embarrassed or wants to be subtle, she awkwardly lets slip something. This was the first time she deliberately had a private conversation like this. She shouldn't mind talking in front of others. Luo, why do you think he brought me the sword? Asterisk-o, it's something so small. Was it really necessary? Asterisk, how should I know? He probably saw it and just handed it to you. Impossible. Viguria denied, somewhat agitatedly. That guy is awful. How could he be so kind? Gossip. So who is he? He's the guy I told you about who might have broken into the yard last night. Luo recalled the boy she saw last night. He was quite handsome, but thinking about how he jumped in and out, he didn't seem so handsome after all. Looks like a bad guy. Yeah, a bad guy. Viguria gritted her teeth, piercing the bread on her fork, making Luo's heart skip a beat. He's been an egomaniac since he was little, never saying a nice thing. I want to punch him every time I see him. Since he was little? Yeah. I really don't know why. When I first came to the capital, he was my neighbor. Later, when I went to the night academy, he was in my class. Back then, we often fought over who was first in the class. I finally moved here, but I never expected that guy would live just across the street. It infuriated me. She angrily took a bite of the bread on her fork, as if she were biting the boy. Why does this feel different from what I imagined? Luo, propping up her rosy cheeks, initially thought he was an enemy, thinking she could use Viguria's name to beat him up without worrying about attracting trouble by showing her face. Wait. From childhood? Going to school together? Luo's slightly dazed eyes brightened instantly, and she braced herself on the table with both hands. He likes you. The dining room fell silent for 3 seconds. Huh? Little Luo, are you kidding me? Viguria stood up abruptly, unsure what to do with his hands. With his annoying demeanor, it's a miracle he's not being trampled on. He always has that sour face. I don't know who he's trying to impress. Someone like that likes me? Luo sat down gracefully, forked a snow mushroom dipped in herb salad, and said confidently, based on my experience, this is definitely a common trope in romance novels. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure, but they fight over a misunderstanding, unaware that they both have feelings for each other. In the end, the misunderstanding is resolved, and everyone is happy. Luo ate the snow mushroom in one bite, indicating that she hadn't read those romance novels and biographies about love stories for nothing. Little Luo. Alright, maybe it really isn't. Seeing that Viguria's ears were completely red, Luo shrugged. Children's matters should be handled by themselves. She was a future great magician. How could she handle such trivial matters? Viguria sat down again, seemingly calming herself down, and after a while, just as Luo finished eating the second-to-last snow mushroom, Viguria muttered, I decided. I go to his house later and teach him a lesson, and while I'm at it, ask if he was the one from last night. I don't believe he'd be so kind as to bring it back to me. Luo silently mourned for the boy for 3 seconds, then asked her, Can you beat him? 50 or 50, but he doesn't seem to be in very good form today. I should be able to win. Really? Then I won't go. No. Little Luo wants to go too. Why? Fine. Looking at Viguria's stubborn and uneasy eyes, Luo sighed softly. Oh well, she could read the book anytime anyway, and going with her would prevent her from being bullied. Manita continued slashing repeatedly, the grass beneath her sword already bare from the relentless wind of the blade, but no matter how she slashed, she couldn't dispel the restlessness in her heart. Instead, she grew increasingly impatient. Damn it, she's just a friend. Calm down, Manita. It's not like she's never had friends before. She'd just be abandoned again soon, like before. How could anyone like someone like her? Boss, I practiced it 300 times, phew. Very good, practice it 100 more times? Question mark. In the living room, Viguria looked a little nervous and subconsciously gave a knightly salute, greeting the middle-aged man standing there. Duke Carleton, Viguria greets you on behalf of my father. I apologize for this unannounced visit. Duke Carleton looked to be only in his 40s, with short, gray-blue hair that made him look quite energetic. His face seemed frozen in seriousness, full of authority, but upon seeing Viguria, a faint smile appeared on his face. I apologize for this unannounced visit. I am Viguria's friend, Lagrand del Lo. Lo, who had just finished eating, and was rubbing his belly, also quickly gave a fairly standard curtsy. Viguria, as a noblewoman, was also required to curtsy, but she was wearing leather armor and had no skirt. Fortunately, Duke Carleton had clearly known her for a long time, and didn't care about this. Lagrange? Caledon's gaze fell on the pretty girl beside Viguria. Her clothes were simple, her hair silver, and her eyes a rare crimson, exactly the same as that family. Adding the surname and the title of the territory, only one thing matched perfectly over the years. Lady Favors Ruth's daughter, right? Heh, no offense. I'm quite surprised you, and this little girl Viguria have become friends. Luo was a little surprised that someone knew his mother. Was the Favors family that famous? Duke Caledon seemed to be about to leave, so he nodded slightly to the two of them, and then departed. Vyman Caledon, rank 8 extraordinary dragon knight, current head of the Vyman family, heir to the dukedom. Viguria's voice interrupted Luo's observation. You scared me to death. I didn't expect Duke Caledon to come today. I didn't even change into formal attire. I'd definitely get a scolding from my father's elders if they find out. Luo was a little curious. Isn't he usually here? How could he? This place was just something the guy bought for convenience when going to the training grounds. The Vyman family's territory in the capital is on the other side, next to my family's territory, so he has a fairly good relationship with my father's elders, and he's been quite nice to me too. Then why are you so afraid of him? It's not that I'm afraid. Bagheera was a little embarrassed, he said. It's just that I used to beat his son a lot, and he happened to see it once. Luo realized that his friend, whom he only known for 2 days, was indeed something special. Beating up someone's son in front of their father, and still being liked by that father, was that charm? Little Luo, are you from the Favors family? Probably my mother is, but I never been to the Favors family's territory. Do you know them? I know a little. I don't really care about these things. I just know they're a pretty powerful family. No wonder his mother had said that the family crest could help her solve some problems. During their conversation, Luo followed Bagheera deeper into the castle. Occasionally, they encountered passing servants, but they didn't speak, only bowed and waited for them to pass before continuing with their own affairs. After several turns, they arrived at a small backyard where a chubby boy was practicing swordsmanship, but his face looked somewhat sorrowful. Gus, where's your boss? The crisp voice sent a shiver down the spine of the chubby boy. Upon seeing Bagheera's arrival, he immediately dropped his sword and ran towards the courtyard exit, shouting, "Boss, Miss Bagheera is here again. Looks like not everyone welcomes you." Bagheera crossed her arms, revealing a noticeable cleavage from her chest, which was far more developed than Lo's. That chubby boy is from the Pep family, a subsidiary family of the Vyman family. I'm on the same side as that guy, of course he won't welcome me. Just then, a young man with medium-length gray-blue hair entered the courtyard. Although his face was somewhat gloomy, he was clearly a handsome young master. His aristocratic air perfectly complemented his physique, well-proportioned yet muscular. "Bagheera, what are you doing at my house again? Are you that ghost?" Chapter 55. In the shadows of the corridor, a figure wandered around Bagheera. Long, flowing white hair swayed in the breeze, blood-red eyes gleamed slightly, and a strange smile played on her lips. Her long white dress completely concealed her figure, making it impossible to tell whether she was even touching the ground. The moment Manita saw the girl, he was reminded of the white phantom he'd seen the night before, and instinctively cried out, "You're that ghost? Your whole family are ghosts. Man! 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 Man!" Bagheera's angry shout snapped Manita back to reality. He remembered that the ghost from last night wasn't real. Looking closer, he saw a very pretty girl. Her slightly droopy eyelids gave her a somewhat languid look, completely different from the mysterious woman with the bronze mask, who had attacked without a word the night before. However, Manita quickly shifted his attention to Bagheera. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. That's not up to you. Your father has long since given me permission to come and go as I please. Go ahead and challenge your father if you dare." "Humph, I take over the Vyman family sooner or later. Then I put up signs like Bagheera and pigs prohibited on every property." Upon hearing this, the girl flew into a rage. "Manita, draw your sword. I chop off your hands that are sticking up notices. What's so arrogant about a mere defeated opponent?" Luo glanced at the handsome young man with a disdainful expression. That's right, it was the one who barged into the courtyard last night, but he didn't seem to recognize her. Next time, she wear the bronze mask to do something naughty, to carry out a secret operation. Taking out a small stool from her ring, Luo smoothed the hem of her skirt and sat down elegantly. She pulled out a book, Insights into Fire Attribute Magic, and opened it. Watching them fight was so boring. Their movements were as slow as petrified rock turtles. However, just in case, Luo still focused some of her attention on Bagheera. She was an extremely kind person. She definitely couldn't let her get hurt. But the two of them, uttering harmless phrases like "hit me then," "who's afraid of who," and "go ahead and attack," remained motionless for a long time. Luo looked up at the two agitated individuals with a sigh. She wouldn't believe they weren't a couple, not even if you beat her to death. Just as she was about to continue reading, a fleeting glance caught sight of the chubby boy she seen sneaking into the yard from outside, clutching a leg as thick as an arm. Seemingly noticing Luo's gaze, the chubby boy paused, a hint of embarrassment on his face, before slowly retreating out of the yard. Well, strange people follow strange people, that's normal, isn't it? The two remained at an impasse. Seeing this, Bagheera changed the subject. "Manita, what did you mean by what you said this morning?" The boy's face showed a hint of panic. "What did I mean? It meant exactly that. I think you stole my sword. You." For some reason, the retort he would normally give, "I wouldn't even take that broken sword of yours for a copper coin," didn't come out. Instead, the phrase that had been echoing in his mind all morning, "You're completely incomparable," resurfaced. Manita's lips moved, but she didn't speak, only letting out a cold snort. "You were the one who broke into Xiao Luo's house last night, weren't you?" "I don't remember nobles sneaking into other people's yards. Only thieves do that." She deliberately emphasized the word thief. "No. I just what? Say it." "Well, it's unclear whether Viguria genuinely forgot he said he was there to return something or was deliberately provoking him. Kid, if you're going to back down, do it quickly, don't waste time." I just wanted to return the sword." "Ah," she said it. Viguria's voice faltered, as if she had thought of something. From behind, it was clear her earlobes were already red. I don't need you to return it. It's all because someone's mental fortitude is terrible. They lost and even dropped their sword. A defeated opponent? That was just an accident." The atmosphere seemed to have eased considerably, and the two spoke less harshly. Luo turned a page, feeling much better. Reading required a quiet environment. Always an accident? A defeated opponent? "I was just in a bad mood yesterday. So what if I won one more time? What's there to brag about? A defeated opponent. Manita? Are they children? I think I'm the youngest." Manita finally changed the subject. Where's your friend? Why don't you introduce him? Is he someone unworthy? How did this get to me?" Luo was bewildered as his book was taken away, then bewildered as he was pulled up, and then bewildered again as he stood before Manita. Tilting his head, Luo reconnected his mind. "Mr. Thief?" Looking closer, Manita realized the girl who had accompanied Viguria was unbelievably beautiful. While he didn't want to admit it, Viguria was indeed the most beautiful girl he ever seen, but this girl was far more beautiful. However, upon hearing Mr. Thief, the familiar voice immediately made him recognize her. This was the powerful figure who had attacked him last night. "It's you? No need to be so surprised. Is your brain only active when Viguria isn't around?" "It's me, Mr. Thief." "I'm not Mr. Thief." "It's you who said she gave you that house, Viguria. Tell me, did you give it to her? So what if you did? You only known each other for a few days? Don't tell me you known her for a long time. I know exactly how many people you know. Is it any of your business? Who do you think you are?" "It's not my business, but this concerns my reputation. If people know you were so easily fooled, wouldn't I, as your rival, look ridiculous?" Background character. Luo silently returned to her small stool, pondering what snack to have for the afternoon. Reading would probably go well with honey tea, and cookies would be nice too. I remember Alice could make them. Viguria drew her knight's long sword, brandishing the tip, and taunted, "I'm not wasting my breath on you. I'm here today to beat you up." "That's exactly what I was thinking. If you hadn't fled yesterday, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." Their eyes met, a spark seemingly flashing between them. Their blood surged, scattering the withered leaves in the courtyard, but the energy was blocked by an invisible barrier before reaching Luo. However, both were focused on each other, and didn't notice this. "They're still going to fight, aren't they?" Gus leaned against the wall outside the courtyard, the roasted meat in his mouth tasteless. What had he just seen? An incredibly cute girl. But in an instant, he felt heartbroken. How could someone like him be worthy of a girl even prettier than Miss Viguria? Eat meat, eat meat. The young master and young lady are fighting. If he doesn't take this opportunity to eat more, he never have another chance. Thinking this, the meat in her mouth tasted delicious again. The two swordsmen were evenly matched, and both were going all out. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with surging energy and a tremendous display of power. In a daze, an elderly man resembling a steward appeared beside Luo, gave her a slight nod, and then stood there expressionless, seemingly unconcerned about what was happening, including the invisible barrier surrounding Luo and the little fat boy stealing food outside. The steward revealed no aura whatsoever, but Luo could tell he was a fifth-tier transcendent expert. No wonder none of the servants had come to stop them. With such a powerful figure, suppressing two children who weren't even transcendent was a piece of cake. Manita retreated, panting heavily, but her sword remained steady, still wary of Viguria's attack. The girl opposite her rested her left hand on her sword, deep red blood clinging to it. Though most of it had dissipated, it still barely maintained its enhanced state. The two stared at each other for a long while, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Their aristocratic bearing was utterly devoid of any semblance of nobility. In fact, from the moment they met, not a trace of it had been apparent. "Huff. It's a draw this time. I'm done, I'm exhausted." A draw is a draw, anyway, I was leading twice. Huff huff. Manita looked at Viguria, whose face was flushed from the exertion, and for some reason, felt that this was good. Even if she had friends, her only opponent was him. This was his status. After resting for a while, Manita stood up, extending her well-defined right hand. Get up, the guests are still watching. It's all your fault. Viguria's pretty face flushed slightly. She then remembered that Luo was still watching from the corridor. Seeing his outstretched hand, she hesitated for a moment, but still took his. Viguria's hand was slender and rounded, and together with Manita's, they looked harmoniously beautiful. With a gentle pull, Viguria stood up. Luo glanced at the butler, only to find him vanished. Neither his senses nor his sight had detected a trace. This was what they called a strongman, wasn't it? You made up? No way. Viguria shook off Manita's hand, but his flushed face offered no convincing argument. However, considering he helped me out once in a while, I let it slide for now. All right, introduce this young lady to me, otherwise people will say the Vyman family is ill-mannered. I don't know about the others, but your rudeness is real. Seeing the two about to argue again, Luo quickly called out softly, Viguria. Fine, for Luo's sake, I won't waste my breath on you. This is Lagrandel Luo, my new friend. This scoundrel is Vyman Manita, a shameless arrogance. You? That introduction is so biased. Miss Luo, please don't mind this violent gorilla's words. I am the next patriarch of the Vyman family. You can call me Manita. TSK, these two are incredibly troublesome. Looking at the two who were practically clasped together, Luo stood up. Mr. Manita, I apologize for my rudeness last night. When speaking to Luo, Manita seemed to have regained his noble status, his tone neither arrogant nor humble. Considering it was indeed given to you by her, I won't hold it against her. What do you mean won't hold it against her? Even if I didn't give it to you, it's my house, not yours to sneak in. Luo, this guy might be a pervert. I have someone set up a security barrier for your house the next day. Let's see how he gets in. Who would want to go to your house that's spooked with ghosts? Don't embarrass me. Watching the two bickering again, Luo felt a wave of exhaustion. Let's go back. Time always flies. 2 months had passed since Manita and Viguria's fight. Their relationship seemed to have become delicate. Although they argued every day, and even fought before going to the training grounds, Manita would occasionally detour to Viguria's house, ostensibly to scout out. In the afternoon sun, Luo lay on a recliner, her eyes half closed. Galega lay in her arms, seemingly sunbathing as well. Viguria was pushing Manita, trying to push him out into the yard, while Manita clung tightly to the doorframe. Alice stood by a small table, brewing tea for Luo, while Luffy sat cross-legged inside, claiming to be cultivating. Hey Viguria, you and Manita have no one protecting you. Aren't you afraid of getting into danger? Hearing this, Viguria loosened her grip, and Manita took the opportunity to break free and slip into the courtyard. However, Viguria didn't seem to care. After thinking for a moment, she explained for Luo, there are so many barriers and arrays around the capital, and patrolling puppets. The last time someone was injured was 15 years ago, right? What's there to worry about? You're so pretty, aren't you afraid some bad guys will take advantage of you? Speaking of pretty, Luo is prettier, isn't she? Look at this delicate, smooth face. If you touch me again, I get angry. Luo slapped Viguria's hand off her cheek, and lay back down. Manita glanced at Viguria blowing on her hand and chimed in, we both have high-level defensive items given to us by our families. Even if we encounter danger, we'd be fine. Glancing at Manita's cold face, Luo closed his eyes. Mr. Thief, please remain silent. It's been 2 months. I told you I'm not a thief. A magnificent carriage traveled along the road, pulled by 2 scaly horses. An elderly man wearing monocles and butler-like clothes sat in the driver's seat, his eyes calm, only occasionally adjusting the reins to control the direction. Bahat, how much longer until we reach the capital? Young master, 1 more month. Inside the carriage, a gloomy young man revealed a sickly smile, a fleeting golden vertical pupil flashing in his eyes beneath his long bangs. Brute, I'm here, hee hee. Pete flew behind Krager, his empty left sleeve billowing violently in the air currents. Roxy really went to the eastern region. You're my brother's brother, I certainly wouldn't lie to you. Craig glanced at him indifferently, his gaze lingering on his severed arm for a moment, before turning back to look straight ahead. He might have stopped in Aloy City, and the Imperial capital. Let's search Aloy City first, then check the Imperial capital. Pete agreed, but then asked with some doubt, aren't you worried about Luffy and Little Rox's safety? Cray frowned slightly. I said people to search in your name. The only 3 major merchant guilds that might know have been wiped out by the powerful figure from that day. No other suspicious individuals have come to the town in the past 2 months. Those people probably haven't had time to send the message back yet. But I'm worried that if too much time passes, they send even stronger people, and sooner or later they find us. We need to act quickly. Ha! I, Luna, am back. If they dare send me out again, I rip their beards off. A towering mage's hat appeared on her head, covering her fiery red curls, and a robe emblazoned with fire meteors draped over her body, concealing her petite frame. Next, let's go see my lovely future disciple. Hopefully, she hasn't become too addicted to the capital yet. A purple-haired girl was lying on the floor, completely unsuspecting, fast asleep. Beside her was a half-assembled puppet. An ordinary-looking woman emerged from between 2 rows of bookshelves, and seeing the scene on the floor, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Bella, we said we leave today. Why did you stay up all night again? The girl named Bella seemed to move, but couldn't. We go tomorrow. I'm really impressed with you. With such talent, don't waste it here. Pack up. Let's leave in a couple of days. I also need to tidy up the bookstore. Okay. Great diviner, is the price of this sacrifice insufficient? The portly merchant wiped the sweat from his brow, and cautiously asked the mysterious woman sitting before him. Composing himself, Caravaggio smiled apologetically. According to the guidance of fate, add another 30%. This is too much. He was already asking for 500,000 gold coins. Another 30%. He really had no money left. It seems you're not qualified to be guided by fate. No. I give it 30%. A pair of fair, delicate hands emerged from a star moon robe, holding a faintly glowing crystal ball. She spoke of divining for the wealthy merchant, but her eyes reflected a golden sun, with several silver stars twinkling, and began to slowly move. The chess piece, it's starting to appear. Chapter 56. The Empire has a calendar system based on the study of the sun and stars by astronomical diviners. A year is divided into 12 periods, beginning with the sun, followed by light, fire, water, wood, earth, metal, thunder, wind, ice, and darkness, ending with a star. However, as time passes, except in formal writing or special usage, it's generally simply referred to as the 12th month. The capital city's school starts in September, the 9th month. The reason seems to be related to the shift in magical tides, but this is only briefly mentioned in the book and doesn't attract much attention. After all, for over 99% of people, understanding or not understanding the extraordinary realm makes no difference. Luo glanced at the calendar. August Thunder the 3rd. There's still a month until school starts. However, Luo isn't going to read today, even though she only has 3 pages left to finish the basic forging book given to her by the Stonehammer shopkeeper. She needs to make time for it today. Registration for the Imperial Capital Academy has begun. Every year, tens of thousands of candidates arrive from all over the country. Adding to this the candidates, who have stayed on the outskirts of the capital in previous years, and the locals, nearly 100,000 are all talented cultivators confident they can gain admission to the Imperial Capital Academy. Naturally, the Academy cannot complete the statistics and assessments in a short time. Registration is required a month in advance. Candidates fill out personal information, and the information is verified to filter students into different tiers before conducting assessments in designated areas. Luo has been in the capital for almost 3 months, and many things are no longer as vague as they were at the beginning, although most of the time, she only learns by being dragged out of the library by Viguria for a stroll. Fast footsteps came from outside. Viguria was wearing formal light knight armor, different from her usual attire. The gleaming silver-white armor accentuated her heroic bearing, and her chestnut-colored ponytail showed her youthful vivacity. Her apricot-yellow eyes were filled with excitement. "Xiao Luo, we should go." "Coming." Soft footsteps sounded from the inner room. Luo opened the door, revealing long, flowing hair that reached her hips. Alice's nimble hands skillfully parted half of her cascading silver-white hair, braiding it into several thin braids before styling it into a princess hairstyle, leaving a slightly thinner section in the middle. She wore a pale purple bubble dress adorned with light blue starflowers, like stars in the night sky. Her fair arms were hidden in long sleeves, only her forearms showing. White stockings, decorated with white lace bows, adorned her slender, straight legs, adding an allure. Her ankle-high leather boots clicked crisply on the floor. "Little Luo, you look so beautiful today." "Really? I think it's all right. You look quite handsome today. Did you dress up specially?" "Yeah, I don't want to be looked down upon." Hey you two, are you done yet? I could hear you praising each other from outside. A clear male voice came from outside. Needless to say, it was Manita. After getting to know Luo a bit better, he revealed his true colors. He was fine when out in public, but as long as no one was around, he was completely unrestrained, without a trace of seriousness. No wonder Viguria always said he was arrogant. Will you die waiting? I'm afraid I die before I see you come out. Ignoring the noisy pair, Luo silently followed Viguria out of the house. At the door, he saw Manita wearing a magnificent black tuxedo with gold floral patterns. The white ruffled collar and emeralds on the cuffs accentuated his aristocratic air, although the way he spoke to Viguria had a somewhat pretentious air about him. Good morning, Luo. Good morning, Manita. How dare you call me Luo? You call me that too. We're the same age. These two can argue over anything, and Luo has gotten used to it over the years. What a beautiful day. The capital is the absolute center of the empire, with a permanent population of nearly 200 million. Fortunately, this area is the inner perimeter, occupying 1/10 of the capital's land area, but with less than 5 million people, much sparser than the outer perimeter. However, today is the opening day for registration at the Imperial Academy. Before the sun is even high in the sky, the streets are already packed with applicants. With Luffy clearing the way, the four finally arrived at the teleportation point, only to find that it was overloaded due to too many users in a short period, and would take some time to recover. Why do we have to be on the first day? Lil Luo, don't you think being first is cool? Not at all. The teleportation hall was filled with applicants aged 16 or 17 to 30, dressed in various styles of clothing. A few simply dressed commoners stood out in the corner, seemingly misled into the crowd. For commoners, walking a couple more days to the Imperial Academy was clearly more cost-effective than paying the expensive teleportation fee. The arrival of Luo and his group caused quite a stir in the hall. Many teenagers, in the throes of puberty, couldn't help but whisper among themselves upon seeing the two beautiful girls with contrasting auras, and the handsome Manita, though none of the three showed any change in expression. Since leaving home and arriving in the Imperial capital, Luo no longer easily showed any discomfort in front of others. Even when hearing praise and attention, he could easily distract himself and pretend not to see it. Of course, the biggest contributor was Viguria, who dragged Luo out every day. Viguria no longer separated her strength from her beauty and background. Even if others only cared about her appearance, she didn't care. At least Luo and Manita knew who she truly was. What others thought was their business. As long as they didn't mess with her, why should she care? As for Manita, unless he argued with Viguria, he always had a cold expression, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, given Luffy's unapproachable aura and the three's obviously expensive clothes, no one dared to easily approach them. Viguria, there are so many people. I feel like I'm going to faint. Little Luo, don't faint. It cooled down soon. Viguria supported Luo's thin shoulders and shook her repeatedly, but this only seemed to make the girl's eyes water prematurely. No, stop shaking me. I'm really going to faint. The mingled smells, combined with the perfumes many noble children wore, were truly unbearable for Luo. However, being in such an important place as the teleportation hall, her blood and chi were suppressed by the array, making it impossible to filter the smells. Fortunately, the staff maintaining the teleportation point seemed to be quite efficient today, ending the overload a while ahead of schedule. As the teleportation points emitted a faint silver light again, Luo and the others were finally able to step inside. A silver light appeared, and the four arrived at another hall. There were even more people here, but as one of the teleportation halls near the Imperial Academy, it had been expanded several times due to numerous stampede incidents in the past. Although there were more people, it was actually more spacious than the previous hall. The Imperial Capital Academy boasts a long history, its origins dating back to the early days of the nation's founding. Having weathered various conflicts and crises, it has persevered, thus possessing an incredibly profound foundation. Rumor has it that every dean throughout history has been a top-tier powerhouse of the saint rank. Following the flow of people to the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy, the academy, occupying a small section of the inner perimeter of the capital, stretches as far as the eye can see. Two golden pillars stand flanking the towering gate. The left pillar is adorned with a ferocious dragon, while the right pillar features a floating sphere representing the 9 elemental magical powers, quite similar to the 9 satellites surrounding Sky City, making it hard not to suspect the Academy's connection to the royal family. Inside, it's bustling and noisier than a marketplace. Several teaching buildings, dozens of meters high, stand a little further away. Through the gaps, One can see numerous training grounds and special facilities behind them. In the distance stands a prominent tower, adorned with the imperial flag and a large bell. Several figures can be faintly seen floating near the tower, likely teachers secretly maintaining security. Luo had been brought to the Imperial Academy before, so he wasn't as shocked as the first time. However, the occasional non-human figures were still quite interesting. For example, the dwarf in front of him was 2 heads shorter than Luo, with short, gray-white hair and a thick, gray-white beard, looking almost exactly like the shopkeeper, making it difficult to tell if he was male, female, or even a student. Are all dwarves like that? I don't know, I haven't seen many. I told you you're ignorant. Dwarves are like that from birth. Humans have a hard time distinguishing them, usually only by their aura. You think you're so great? What are you showing off for? Stop arguing, people are looking over here. Humph. Sometimes Luo felt like a babysitter, while the 2 older people were the children. Was this the price of taking favors? Entering the academy gates, a subtle feeling arose in Luo's heart, as if something had glanced at her. Wow, what's this? Why does it give me the creeps? Viguria rubbed her arms, clearly feeling the same way. Luffy, ahead of them, explained, it's a barrier. It can identify those with ill intentions. After all, most of the Empire's best students gather here. Even if magic and blood energy are prohibited, it's hard to guarantee that no one is carrying special items, leading to mass student deaths. What about the streets? Good luck. Uncle, what you said is really unpleasant. Waving his hand dismissively, Luffy said, Miss, don't worry. Most applicants can't get into the Imperial Academy anyway. Losing them wouldn't be very meaningful, it would only expose their organization. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do that. In my opinion, we should. We launch the attack after the assessments are over and all the official students are gathered together. That way, the losses will be much more painful for the Academy. Knight Luffy. Viguria seemed a little unable to accept that the usually serious and earnest Luffy had such thoughts. However, Manita, on the other side, stroked her chin, feeling that the plan had merit. All prospective examinees, please follow the guidance puppets to register according to your level. Those not registering, please stop. A broadcast came from midair, seemingly carrying some kind of power, suppressing the noise in the open space. The broadcast was repeated twice, and then a commotion arose in the crowd ahead. But soon, the crowd began to move. Some people, presumably relatives or guards, left, while most moved forward slowly, forming 5 waves. Luffy went back. Viguria, watching the moving crowd, felt a pang of sadness. Manita and I are both at the 2nd stage of the Transcendent Realm, so we might have to register separately from Luo. It's just registration. Why are you making it sound like we're going to separate? Several tens of minutes later, Luo separated from the 2 and came to a girl. She looked indistinguishable from a real person, but the distinctive red magic crystal eyes and stiff expression revealed that she was indeed a puppet. The proportion of applicants at the 2nd stage of the Transcendent Realm or higher was not large, and those at the 4th stage were even fewer. Therefore, only about 20 people were waiting on Luo's side, most of them around 30 years old. The sudden appearance of such a small child surprised everyone. Had she come to the wrong place? A red light flashed in the puppet's eyes, and Luo immediately felt as if she had been seen through. 4th stage of the Transcendent Realm confirmed. Chapter 57. As the guiding puppet's voice faded, a murmur of discussion arose from the gathering place of applicants at the 4th stage of the Mortal Transformation Realm. Whose little girl is that? She looks only 13 or 14. Impossible. I'm 30 years old, and just barely reached the 4th stage. How can she be only 13 or 14? She's definitely not that young. Do you know the witch at the academy? His. You mean that witch? Yes. She also looks about 15 or 16, but is actually nearly 100 years old. Maybe this girl is like that too. Are you out of your mind? You dare to discuss witches so casually? Let me tell you. Perhaps because some people mentioned witches, the discussion quickly veered off course. For the first time, Luo truly felt the immense awe-inspiring power that this fiery girl wielded within the academy. Standing in a corner, Luo tried to minimize her presence. In the crowd, her size was like a small dog among werewolves, exceptionally conspicuous. However, there were indeed many applicants today. Even among those at the 4th realm, 30 applicants were quickly gathered. The guiding puppet signaled for everyone to follow, and Luo followed at the back, slowly moving forward. Soon, another puppet went to the previous spot, where the new applicants waited until the 30 were complete. Passing through the passage cordoned off by temporary security tape, the group arrived at a cool, spacious classroom. Several middle-aged men at the transcendent realm were sitting there organizing documents. Viguria told Luo that the registration process consisted of 3 stages, and this was the first stage. It involved simply filling out information, including name, age, and realm. Next, a physical attribute test would be conducted to determine a potentially suitable profession. Finally, a suitability test would be performed to ensure that the realm and strength were met through legitimate means. I'm Jack. Welcome to the first batch of applicants this year, though it's not really necessary. After lining up to get a form, fill it out and hand it to Assistant Walker over here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The middle-aged man named Jack seemed to be trying to tell a lame joke, but no one seemed to get it. He coughed lightly, and then brought up a stack of paper forms from below. 1 form per person. You won't get an extra chance to register if you take more than that. Soon, Luo received his form, which only had very basic information sections. Name, Lagrand Del Lo, gender, female. Date of birth, June 6th, New Era. Nationality, Karlov Empire. Race, human. Intended purpose, mage. Realm, 4th stage of mortal transformation. Adventurer status, no. Teacher recommendation letter, if yes, please attach the letter. It will be considered as direct admission to that teacher's program. Seeing the last section, Lo scratched her face, unsure whether to write it. It seemed that writing it would exempt her from the subsequent tests. Lo wanted to pass the assessment properly, but seeing another batch of candidates arriving, and thinking about possibly having to do those strange tests in front of hundreds of people, Lo shuddered. Forget it, why torture herself if she could make it easier? Teacher Luna, you're right, I desperately need your recommendation letter. Teacher recommendation letter, yes. After checking to make sure nothing was missed, Lo took small steps to the bald, middle-aged man named Wakev. Several candidates, who had written quickly, were already queuing to submit their applications. A letter of recommendation can grant admission without examination, but the prerequisite is meeting the most basic admission requirements, reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm, and achieving an excellent or higher score in the first test after enrollment. Otherwise, not only will the student be expelled, but the teacher who sent the recommendation letter will also be implicated. Therefore, teachers will not easily issue their own recommendation letters unless they are very confident. Luo learned all this from occasional casual conversations with Viguria and Manita. Unfortunately, among the people he knew, he certainly didn't need to worry about the two of them. Even if recommendation letters were required, their family influence would allow them to obtain them, and besides, they didn't even need them. The others hadn't even met the prerequisites. Wokov was originally the son of an ordinary nobleman in the capital. He failed the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy years ago, but coincidentally, the academy was recruiting teaching assistants. He applied on a whim and unexpectedly got the job. The generous salary and the busy schedule of only 2 months a year made him love the job, which he's been doing for over 10 years now. Over the years, he's seen all sorts of people, those who reached the peak of the transcendent realm before they were even 20, causing a stir after enrolling, those who tried to pass off a lower realm as a higher one, but were discovered during the assessment due to insufficient ability, and those who, despite being commoners, managed to reach the transcendent realm through cobbled-together cultivation methods. He considered himself well-traveled, having seen all kinds of geniuses and oddities. But today, he felt he had encountered the greatest shock of his life. You didn't write it wrong? A gasp drew everyone's attention to the petite girl in front of Walker. Of course, no one thought she was really that young. After all, there was a noble girl not far away who was less than 1.6 meters tall. Some people recognized her. She was 28 years old, but her long-term maintenance made her look no more than 17 or 18. Nobles, after all, take good care of themselves. Looking younger is normal. I didn't write it wrong. What's wrong? Luo was a little confused. Had she written it wrong somewhere? At this moment, Luffy, who was waiting at the school gate, scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten to remind her of something. But after thinking for a moment, he figured his young lady was fine, and with Viguria and Manita's help, there shouldn't be any problems. Could you please show me the recommendation letter? I need to report to the admissions director. Hearing this, everyone understood Volkov's exclamation, and their faces showed envy. After the new decree was enacted, it had been impossible to gain admission through ordinary recommendation letters for the past few years, and teacher recommendation letters were extremely difficult to obtain. However, as the person involved, Volkov felt his breathing become heavy. He checked repeatedly. It was indeed written as the New Era year. This year was indeed the New Era year. Was this girl really only 15 years old? A 15-year-old at the Transcendent Realm 4 stage? Was this something he could possibly have access to? Not daring to make a sound, Volkov quickly left with the application form and recommendation letter, citing the need to consult the admissions director. Leaving Luo alone, bored and waiting. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door opened, Andre Canaria, her hair streaked with gray, looked up. Despite being nearly 60, her eyes shone brightly. Seeing Volkov rush in, Canaria was somewhat displeased. How can someone so old be so unsteady? What happened? Director, this student. Volkov didn't know what to say. Simply stating there was a 15-year-old at the peak of the transcendent realm would be considered foolish. He simply slammed the application form and recommendation letter on the table, his rude behavior causing Canaria to frown. If you can't convince me of your reasons, I consider having your bonus this year. Director, I'm so sorry, but please take a look at this student's information. Picking up the two documents with some skepticism, Canaria immediately saw the gold-embossed recommendation letter. A teacher's recommendation letter? This can't change my mind. Personal information. What's so strange about this? 15 years old? Canarian jumped up, grabbed the registration form, and calculated uncertainly. This year is the new era year, that's right. Those born in the new era year are 15 years old. After calculating 3 times, she turned to look at Volkov. You didn't notice such an obvious mistake? Director, I asked her. She said it wasn't wrong, and she does look very young. I saw there was also a teacher's recommendation letter, so I didn't dare say anything more. Right, the recommendation letter. Canarian lightly tapped her finger. A flash of light appeared on the envelope, and the sealed envelope was easily opened. This aura. No way. She quickly shook the envelope, and a piece of paper, torn randomly from somewhere, floated out, which read, although not. I know who it is, but with this letter, they're under my protection. A signature followed. Bruder Luna. This arrogant declaration, the elegant signature, and the lingering smell of burning, only one person among the Academy's faculty would do something like this. Casually putting away the letter of recommendation, and tossing it into her spatial ring, Canarius's expression returned to calm. She said indifferently, it's all right. Just record it normally. Oh, by the way, her real age is 25. Don't ask too many questions. Just change it when you record it. If anyone asks, just say I told you to do it. That's it, go. Huh? Oh. Confused, Volkov turned and left. Oh well, he was just an ordinary employee. If the director said so, he'd do it. Anyway, he wouldn't have to take responsibility if anything happened. After Volkov left, Canariana's face darkened. The Imperial Academy wasn't lacking in geniuses, but a 15-year-old at the Transcendent Fourth Realm was practically equivalent to a superhuman under 20, unprecedented in the human race. More importantly, she was that woman's chosen student, which would inevitably lead to competition with other factions within the Academy. Although she had given her face today by forcibly altering the information, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't discover the deception. She had to find a way to contact that woman. Thinking about this gave Canariana a headache. Hadn't she said she arrived in the Imperial capital a month ago? Why was there still no sign of her? Father, who is this man? I think he's alright, introduce him. Hey! Luna! This is my friend, don't get any ideas about him. What about that guy you went on a blind date with last time? Why did you drop the relationship? Him? TSK, I only did a little research and found out he'd been flirting with several girls at the same time, disgusting. Do you always have to use blind dates as an excuse to cause trouble for those men? Father, I didn't. I just got to know him a little bit. How can we get along if we don't know each other well? I'm not talking about this anymore. Today is the first day of registration. Are you going to the Academy? Today? Isn't it tomorrow? Oh no! I have to go. Hey! Don't walk so fast. This girl, still so impatient, if only I could beat her. Chapter 58. When Volkov returned, dozens of people were already lined up behind Luo. Jack was busy answering questions from applicants, and another teacher had disappeared. The slightly noisy whispers in the line made Luo, who was at the front, feel a little uncomfortable, as if many people were watching him and couldn't see him. This applicant, your form is fine now, you can go back. Luo looked at his empty hands, a little uncertain. Really? Really? You have a teacher's recommendation letter. Just come and register when school starts. Seeing his sincere eyes, Luo felt that the Academy had no reason to deceive him. With so many people behind him, he wouldn't waste any more time. Stepping out of the crowded line, Luo figured that Viguria and Manita wouldn't be out for a while, so he decided to wait. However, there were so many people that there wasn't even a place to stand and wait. Luo carefully avoided the bustling crowd, and seeing that there seemed to be no one on the right, he quickly squeezed through the gaps in the crowd. Phew, finally out. Smoothing the slight wrinkles in her skirt, Luo looked around and noticed that this area seemed to have been cleared out for students who had finished registering to go home. Behind her were the largest group of 9th level Mortal Realm applicants, forming 2 human walls and advancing extremely slowly. However, the academy registration would last for 20 days, so there was no need to worry about not being able to register. Walking towards the shade of the trees ahead, she occasionally saw anxious young people running out, probably having taken the wrong path. She wondered why there were no warning lines separating the routes. The shade gradually deepened, and she could no longer see anyone. The main road became a path, and the neatly laid paved ground was replaced by square stone bricks. Sparse blades of grass stubbornly sprouted from the cracks in the bricks. If it were the start of the school term, there would probably be many couples having secret rendezvous. Unconsciously, Luo emerged from the shade of the trees and came to a fountain, but the fountain was dry, revealing white pebbles at the bottom of the dried-up pool. "There's no one here," Luo murmured, looking at the fountain. "Well, there is someone." A gentle voice came from the green woods in front of the fountain. With a tremor, a snow-white pheasant emerged from the leaves, then its body grew larger, its feathers receded, and a few seconds later, a girl with pale golden hair appeared before Luo. She wore a distinctly exotic semi-sheer, turquoise robe, over which she wore a matching cloak that concealed her shoulders and collarbone. Pointed ears peeked through her long, flowing hair, revealing silver openwork earrings at the tips, highlighting her elven heritage. The girl looked delicate and pretty, a bit different from the legendary elven beauties, but her gentle, older sisterly smile immediately won Luo's heart. "You are?" The girl, who seemed to be an elf, was a head taller than Luo, her full chest looking quite substantial. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet she instantly took the initiative. "Shouldn't this lovely lady introduce herself first?" "All right, you can call me Luo." The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes crinkling with laughter. "What a good girl. I'm the academy's landscaping manager, you can call me Eve." "Good girl. What's with that?" That smiling face seemed a little strange. "Then, Miss Eve, if I bothered you, I take my leave. Won't you sit down and chat? You must be a recent applicant, right?" Luo nodded in response. She felt this elf was odd, judging from her earlier demeanor. She was probably a druid. Being a landscaping manager seemed quite fitting. "Sit." Before Luo could speak, a thick tree root emerged from a gap in the stone bricks, coiling beneath Luo's bottom to form a bench. As the excess root closed in, it tripped Luo, causing him to sit down. With a flutter, Baihao flew onto the bench, transforming back into her elven form upon landing. "Want to chat?" Luo snapped out of his daze, quickly shifting his position, and warily eyeing the seemingly gentle girl. "We don't know each other. Wasn't she supposed to be sealed away from magic? How could she still use skills?" Eve gently raised her hand, a butterfly landing on her fingertip. "That's not important. I smell the scent of crimson saliva fruit on you." "Scent?" Luo quickly sniffed his arms and hair. There was a faint, sweet fragrance mixed with a subtle sweetness. "There's no smell of crimson saliva fruit at all." The butterfly flapped its wings, but didn't take off. Eve smiled and said, "Your affinity for fire magic is very high, isn't it? It's noticeably different from other magic." "How do you know?" She shouldn't have told anyone except the old man and Lord Crayer. "Crimson saliva fruit greatly enhances affinity for fire magic. You ate a very sweet fruit, didn't you? I think you won't easily forget that peculiar feeling." Eve's tone was incredibly certain, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. "How do you know?" Luo really found Eve terrifying. She had only smelled a faint scent, yet she had almost guessed her situation. "Are all elves like this? I know you won't agree to give me any of your blood for research, but I can help you cover up the smell. How about that?" Eve turned her head, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she looked at Luo. "Can I refuse?" "Sure." Luo's adorable face contorted with an indescribable expression. "This elf. Can I ask why you need my blood? If you learn the entire botany and cultivation textbooks, I can tell you the reason." "Never mind. What will happen if I don't cover it up?" "Nothing will happen, but your luck might not be as good next time you're discovered." Eve still smiled, yet spoke words that seemed utterly terrifying. "Galega, is what she said true?" "Yes." "Could you help me cover up the smell?" "Sure," Galega said calmly. Lo didn't sense anything, but Eve slightly opened her eyes, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Looks like Lo has his own methods. Then I won't disturb you any longer." Whoosh! Eve transformed back into White Howl, and flew into the depths of the green forest. The butterfly seemed to only then notice Eve's departure, flapping its wings and flying to a nearby flower. Lo watched the direction she left in, and couldn't help but mutter, "What a strange and somewhat frightening person." He stood up, and the bench beneath him slowly transformed back into tree roots, retracting into the stone bricks, restoring the raised ground to its original level. "Druid? Galega, why did you agree so easily this time? It doesn't involve the supernatural." "Okay, it seems the supernatural is the bottom line." Lo patted Galega's fluffy, watery head. "Then do you know what the crimson saliva fruit is?" "I know." But then Galega fell silent. "Well, looks like another extraordinary item." Lo pinched its cheeks, a little annoyed. "Stingy." Galega dispersed into a puddle of water, then coalesced back onto Lo's shoulder. "Speaking of which, it seems neither you nor Eve's magic is affected?" "Yes." "What happened to the Academy's ban on magic?" A white horn swept past the treetops and flew into an open window, transforming into a pale golden-haired elven girl. With a flick of her wrist, a seemingly empty glass bottle appeared in her hand. "What a good child. It's a pity there's no blood, but the scent is passable." Eve put away the bottle. Just then, a vine spread across the windowsill, sprouting a flower. From inside came an impatient voice. "Eve, has freshman registration started yet?" Looking at the flower constantly emitting noises of "has it started yet?" Hey, answer me." Eve expressionlessly stepped forward and snapped the flower off. Then she slowly walked out of the room, and into a garden filled with exotic flowers and plants. Next, hopefully, I get a surprise. Startled by Eve's outburst, Luo dared not wander around the academy anymore. What if she encountered an unreasonable person who kidnapped such a cute girl? She walked back along the path she had come from, and only breathed a small sigh of relief when she saw people again. I wonder when Biguria and the others will be done. Reaching the boundary between the shade and sunlight, Luo stood in the shadows watching the slowly moving crowd. Many people noticed the pretty girl alone, but being in line, they couldn't help but steal glances. "My lovely lady, are you lost?" Luo, who was waiting, glanced at the elegantly dressed young man who had approached her and spoken to her. She shook her head slightly, then took a step back, remaining silent. "My name is Punicadia Kelef. May I ask your name, miss? This guy is so annoying." Taking a step back silently, Luo felt her attitude was clear enough. How could anyone not understand her answer? Fortunately, the young man seemed to have noticed this time, sighing slightly. "All right, it seems I have to miss this lovely lady today. I hope that next time we meet, you do me the honor of getting to know me." The young man bowed slightly, then walked towards the school gate, slightly lessening Luo's dislike for him. "Little Luo, do you know that person?" Biguria emerged from beside the crowd. It seemed the first batch of students who had registered for the entrance exam had returned. Luo shook her head. "I don't know him. He's just trying to pick me up." Little Luo looks only 13 or 14. Why would anyone try to pick her up? Are they trying to raise her from a young age? Hearing Biguria's words, Luo immediately pictured herself being kept as a pet, and couldn't help but shudder. "Stop it! I don't want that." Seeing she was about to say something more, Luo quickly changed the subject. "Where's Manita? Didn't she come out with you?" At the mention of that name, Biguria gave a noticeably haughty snort. "Why would I go with him? We made a bet. Whoever came out first would call the other miss or master for a day. I rushed to the front, and I haven't seen anyone else yet." Luo thought for a moment, and indeed, excluding himself, Biguria was the first to come out. "But Luo, how come you're so fast? Are there very few people over there?" "There are quite a few, but I came out because I have a teacher's recommendation letter." "Eh?" Biguria let out a soft exclamation. "Don't you want to test your physical attributes, Luo?" "Well, something happened, and I became a bit conspicuous, so I didn't want to go." "All right, but the first test after enrollment will also test physical attributes, so you can take the test then." As the two were talking, several applicants came out, and Manita also appeared. He spotted Luo and Biguria immediately from their distinct auras. "Why are you two so fast?" "Never mind that, call me miss." You can't accept defeat, can you?" Manita saw Biguria's provocative expression, then looked at Luo's "You're not that kind of person, are you?" expression, and after a long pause, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out two words. "Miss. What's your name? How am I supposed to know who you're calling?" "Don't go too far." Can't take a joke?" "Miss Biguria, are you satisfied?" Manita called out with a forced smile, but Biguria pretended not to see it. Hearing that address made her feel incredibly good. "That's more like it. Follow me well, and you get your benefits. Viguria was really pushing her luck. Luo secretly thought to himself, why are these two always insulting each other? Is it that fun? Chapter 59. Luffy was waiting outside the school gate, calculating the time. He estimated they would be out in about half an hour. Make way! Make way! A somewhat familiar voice came from the crowd ahead. Luffy couldn't help but look over. The tall mage's hat, despite its owner's short stature, stubbornly protruded to the very top, making it extremely noticeable from a distance. This is... Luffy felt an instinct surge through his body, to run, but remembering that Miss and the others were still inside, Luffy suppressed this impulse, shrinking back to minimize his presence. Many applicants were bumped aside by those trying to avoid them, cursing under their breath. But upon seeing the mage's robes and hat, their swearing subsided. This person was clearly a superhuman, and most likely a faculty member of the academy. Considering their own background and strength, they decided it was best not to offend him. Some applicants from the capital who had heard the rumors quickly avoided him upon seeing the iconic mage's hat, fearing they would be targeted. Luna cursed the annual rush of people inwardly. An invisible barrier parted the crowd in front of her. Just as she was about to enter the school gate, she saw Luffy, who was pretending to be an ostrich. She swerved and walked towards him. What are you doing here? Nothing. Nothing. Luffy instinctively raised his voice, attracting curious glances from some of the unsuspecting applicants around him. Is it really necessary to be so surprised? Luna looked around but didn't see anyone else. Where's the little girl? Miss hasn't come out yet. Come in with me. Senior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It was a little strange for a man who looked to be in his 30s to call a petite young woman senior, but Luffy and Luna thought it was perfectly normal. Will you go in by yourself or should I drag you in? I go in myself. As a teacher, Luna naturally had the authority to use magic and blood energy during the registration phase. Luffy's cultivation level was already lower than Luna's, and now he couldn't use magic and blood energy, making the gap ridiculously large. As soon as they entered the school gate, Luna eagerly lifted the armor on Luffy's waist and flew up amidst the astonished gazes of the other applicants. Luffy silently covered his face with his hand. This was too embarrassing. He was, after all, a superhuman, if only he could use magic. Flying over the applicants, Luna quickly spotted Lo chatting with someone in the shadows. A smile spread across her face. Target spotted. Viguria, you two stop arguing. We should go. Go! Ignore this jerk. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of them. No, two figures, and one was thrown down. A figure in fiery red robes landed on the ground, a pale arm supporting a tall, pointed mage's hat, revealing a pleased smile beneath. Oh, little girl, we meet again. Turning to glance at the two stunned figures beside her, she said, aren't these the children from the Vyman and Guard families? You are? Shoo! Don't speak. Manita quickly covered Viguria's mouth, looking at Luna with 2 beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She chuckled awkwardly. Hello, Senior Luna. What a coincidence, hee hee. It is quite a coincidence. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in her. Luna pointed to Luo, who was about to watch the drama unfold. Manita didn't dare look at Luo, laughing as she covered the struggling Viguria, grabbed her by the neck, and dragged her away. Then I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye, Senior. Wait, take him with you. Okay. Luffy had just gotten up when Manita grabbed his arm and dragged him out. What was I even doing here? The bewildered spectators watched the performance, a few wanting to applaud, but when Luna produced a 2-meter-tall staff in her right hand, no one dared to utter a sound. This person looked incredibly ruthless. Luo took a step back, a little scared. Now that registration is complete, I head back. I won't do anything to you. Don't easily believe what others say, understand? Luna, though only half a head taller than Luo, exuded the aura of a 3-meter-tall giant. Come with me. Could you not? Okay, I understand. Luna nodded in satisfaction, leading Luo into the academy. The school buildings rushed past beneath their feet. Luo could see that the Imperial Academy beyond the gate resembled a small city. Behind the several school buildings and training grounds lay vast forests and lakes, with barren mountains and valleys in the distance, though the deeper areas were obscured. Can you use magic at school? Drawn in by the magic, Luo was curious. She had thought Eve was special because she was an elf, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Teachers and students can be identified by the anti-magic array. The anti-flying and anti-magic spells don't work. After a brief explanation, Luna led Luo to a rooftop. The building was about 3 stories high, not very tall, surrounded by lush greenery. Many of the plants were things Luo had never seen or even heard of before, such as a vine running across the rooftop or a sapling picking its own fruit. You're not planning to throw me down to feed the plants, are you? You want to try? I can't guarantee I can save her. Just kidding, please ignore what I said. Luo obediently shut up. She might actually do such a thing. Luna led Luo through the rusty iron door on the rooftop. Judging by the gleaming doorknob, she'd probably been through the rooftop quite a few times. Hurriedly reaching the second floor, Luna said to Luo, "Wait here for a moment, I'm going to beat someone up." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the staff with a huge fire magic crystal floating on it, and ran off. You could still hear her muttering, "Dare to cut off my communications? I'm not a member of the Brooder family if I don't burn your hair off." Luo stood at the top of the stairs, watching blankly as the person who brought her ran away. She should have held on a little longer and come back to register in a few days. Just as she was contemplating whether to risk being bullied even more after enrollment, Luo suddenly felt something fall on her head. She instinctively shook her head and saw a blue-black butterfly fluttering its wings and flying in front of her face. Luo tentatively reached out her hand. The butterfly hesitated for a moment, then landed on her finger, fluttered its wings, and closed them. Why does this feel so familiar? Looking at the still butterfly, Luo had a strong sense of déjà vu. Could it be such a coincidence? "It seems Lon Lon likes you quite a bit, Luo." A familiar voice came from behind the stairs. Luo didn't need to turn around to know that it was Eve, whom she hadn't seen for long. Seemingly sensing its owner's arrival, the butterfly named Lon Lon opened its wings and flew towards the stairs. Luo turned around and saw Eve, looking exactly the same as she had half an hour ago. A little embarrassed, she fidgeted with her skirt. "Would you believe me if I said I was brought in?" "Believe it or not, it's not important," Eve shrugged. "Although I really want your blood, I'm just an unofficial teacher, I won't do anything to you. Just avoid the rooms on the second floor with the laboratory sign, you can wander around freely." "Really?" Luo was a little skeptical. This elf didn't seem like a good person, how could she be so agreeable? "Really?" Looking at Eve's smiling face, Luo decided to stay here and not go anywhere. "Where the hell have you been?" A sharp shout came from some room. Eve's expression changed. "How is it her?" She turned and transformed into a white flare, flying towards the other side of the corridor. Tap tap. "Little girl, have you seen a half-elf?" Luna's voice came before she even appeared. Soon, a furious Luna stood before Luo. "Have you seen a half-elf who can transform into an animal?" "She's a half-elf? No wonder her hair is pale gold. Her appearance isn't exactly stunning, and more importantly, legend says elves cherish life. Why would she so readily draw blood?" "You seen her? Tell me quickly, where did she go?" "This way." Luo decisively pointed in the correct direction. Watching Luna rush off, Luo felt a pang of emotion. It seemed that even that half-elf could be dealt with. Luna's voice quickly faded away. Feeling a bit bored, Luo didn't dare move around too much. She wondered if Eve's half-elf words were a trap. She'd better wait for Luna to return. Taking out a small stool and books, Luo gathered her long hair and placed it on her knees to prevent it from touching the ground. Eve mentioned botany and cultivation. "Are these school courses? I wonder if I have a chance to look at them." Lon Lon flew onto Luo's book and suddenly spoke. "If you want to read it, you can ask me for it." "Ah! A ghost!" Luo was startled, almost dropping her book. Could someone tell her why a butterfly could talk? That's not good behavior. "I'm Eve, not a ghost." Luo steadied herself, still somewhat unsure. "Didn't you turn into a bird and fly away?" "I controlled Lon Lon to speak through a mental link." "Don't worry about it." This wasn't a question of worrying, was it? This ordinary butterfly had no rank whatsoever. How could it speak like a high-level magical beast? Its body structure was illogical. But considering Eve could switch freely between bird and fairy, it seemed that the butterfly's ability to speak was actually more normal. "What do you need me for?" "There's a small favor I need, but I'm currently tied up." "Could you do me a favor?" "I know it's hard for me to refuse, but could you tell me what I get in return?" Eve's butterfly flapped its wings, seemingly considering. "Besides being able to freely read whatever you want, I can teach you how to cultivate plants." Her signature skill right off the bat? "How small is this favor?" "Sorry, I want to be a magician." "I'm not learning. You get a share of the profits after this." Lon Lon left the book and flew down the stairs, seemingly not planning on negotiating. Luo sighed helplessly, put away the book and stool he had just taken out, and followed behind Lon Lon. "Could you tell me what happened? I'm not even a transcendent yet. I probably can't help much, right?" Eve's voice came from Lon Lon, stabilizing something. Only the scent of the crimson saliva fruit on you can help. If you hadn't come today, I might have had to come to you again later. So Luna actually brought me here to save me from the calamity that followed? No. Today has been a calamity for me. I want to go home. Lon Lon flew quickly, soon bringing Luo to the first floor, but didn't stop. Instead, she turned a corner and continued flying forward until, several minutes later, she arrived at a large room surrounded by a transparent material. From the outside, it was clear that the room was about 300 or 400 square meters in size. It was well lit, and plants filled the entire room, giving it a vibrant feel. But upon closer inspection, the slightly wriggling vines, the fluttering beans, the dancing flower buds, and the faint singing sounds all hinted at the eeriness of this botanical garden. A sign hanging on the door read laboratory, making Luo swallow hard. Had Eve changed her mind, and was now planning to feed her to the plants? Chapter 60. Luo quickly moved a few meters away from the gate. Eve, seeing this, chuckled, scared? Yes. Luo honestly replied. Monsters also have plant types, so it's not surprising that plants can fly, talk, and eat people. But these plants were as absurd as forcibly replacing a dog's tail with a fish's tail. It felt like they weren't pure plants, but some kind of animal transformed. Were all elves Cthulhu believers? Don't be afraid, they're just some specially cultivated varieties, Eve said nonchalantly, her gentle voice completely devoid of emotion. See that flower in the very center? You can stand next to it. Get out of my way. With a sudden shrill scream, Eve's voice fell silent. Lon Lon fluttered her wings, like an ordinary butterfly, and alighted on the white wall. Eve? There was no movement for a long time, and Luo maliciously wondered if she had been caught and beaten by Luna. Gathering up the courage to approach the botanical garden called laboratory, Luo looked inside. The center was surrounded by large and wide plants, and the flowers could not be seen at all. Wisps of flames appeared on his hands. Luo confirmed that his authority to control fire was not restricted. Although he didn't know why, Luo guessed that it had something to do with the principle of the magic forbidden formation. Unfortunately, regarding formations and enchantments, Luo almost knew that people could survive eating, but didn't know why they could survive. Let's go in and take a look. Luo stepped forward and pushed open the door of the laboratory, which was unlocked. As the door was opened, the fresh air with a moist muddy smell came to his nostrils, which smelled quite good. The faint singing suddenly vanished, and the entire botanical garden froze instantly. Had Luo not noticed their unusual behavior from outside, she would have thought they were just normal plants. Stepping inside, the grass and various indescribable little creatures around her boots quickly scattered, turning her feet into a layer of black mud. A slightly soft texture emanated from the soles of her shoes, somewhat like walking on a lawn after a rain. Luo was thankful she was wearing boots, otherwise, she would have been soaked. A yellow bean flew to a palm-sized leaf, its wings, resembling an outer skin, folding as it prepared to rest. Suddenly, the leaf split in two. The upper layer curled up, enveloping the bean. After a moment of struggle, the bean became still. The leaf, wriggling, sensed the shadow cast above, and suddenly split into countless tiny round leaves, each sprouting a thin, short leg, hopping away in all directions. Looking at these creatures disguised as leaves? They weren't so terrifying after all, rather, they had a dark fairy tale vibe, kind of ugly cute. He passed a vine hanging down from above, but the vine quickly dodged, as if everything here feared Luo, an outsider. Curious, he reached out to touch a nearby branch, but it twisted away. Is it the scent of the crimson saliva fruit on my body? Or the residual fire magic? Luo felt the former was more reasonable. He had used his authority to control fire magic, so there shouldn't be any residual magic aura on his body. He hadn't used his mental or soul power to contact the magic. Even if someone investigated, they would only notice an abnormally high concentration of free magic in the air. Wherever she stepped, strange, plant-like life forms scurried away, as if welcoming a princess. All of Luo's initial fear vanished. The botanical garden was large, but only about 300 or 400 square meters. Even so, after walking for a few minutes, two enormous fan-shaped leaves automatically moved aside, revealing the flower Eve had mentioned. It was more like a bud than a flower, but its size, enough to lie down in, made it seem extraordinary. The surrounding plants appeared to fear it, forming a vacuum zone about half a meter wide around it. Luo tentatively took a step forward, finding nothing unusual. Curious, she walked to the bud. This enormous bud seemed to have grown directly from the ground, lacking a sepal, composed of about 4 or 5 equally large petals, entirely red, but gradually fading in color from the base to the top. It was slowly pulsating, and upon closer listening, a faint heartbeat could be heard. Could there be something strange hiding inside? Just then, the flower bud suddenly trembled violently, and a childlike cry came from within. "The root is here! The root is here!" The voice sounded like a child's, exactly the same as the song she heard before. Luo was startled and involuntarily took a step back, but as soon as she did, the bud resumed its slow, throbbing motion, as if the sound had been a hallucination. Cautiously, she took another step forward. A few seconds later, the bud cried out again, "The root is here! The root is here! Can you communicate?" Luo looked curiously at the trembling bud. It didn't seem to be in pain, but rather excited. "The root is talking! The root is talking!" Although she wanted to retort, "It's abnormal that you can talk," Luo wondered, based on what it said, could root refer to itself? "I'm human. Galaga, meow? How could it be the root of this flower? I'm not root, my name is Luo. Root isn't root. Root isn't root. Root is Luo. Root is Luo." The flower bud seemed to repeat itself every time it spoke. Luo suddenly wondered, if she were to recite an entire article, would she repeat it paragraph by paragraph, or finish the whole thing and then repeat it? "What are you? Who am I? Who am I? I'm Eve's good child. Good child." Luo paused for a moment, then realized, what kind of twisted humor was this? After thinking for a second, Luo chuckled twice, revealing a mischievous yet cute smile. "Eve is a bad person. You shouldn't be a bad person's good child, you should be. Good person, good child. Eve is a good person. Eve is a good person. TSK. But after saying those two sentences, the flower bud paused for a moment, and then said, "Luo is a good person too. Luo is a good person too. I am Luo's good child too. Good child." As if triggering some mechanism, the flower bud trembled more violently, looking like it was about to explode. Won't it explode? Luo took a few steps back, but the expected explosion did not occur. The flower bud suddenly stopped trembling, then abruptly shrank. The huge flower bud, half a meter tall and big enough for a person to lie inside, instantly became a palm-sized small flower bud. Could this be the stability Eve was talking about? The shrunken flower bud became a deeper color, showing signs of turning deep red. Luo approached, no longer speaking, but a faint heartbeat could still be heard. "Luo, I'm here. How did it go?" Lan fluttered in from outside, and landed on Luo's shoulder. "Huh? The effect is better than expected. Well done. I didn't do anything, and it just turned out like this." Luo shrugged, almost making Lan fall off. "Now can you tell me what this is? I remember you said you couldn't just walk into the lab." "That's not important. The fairy hasn't completely stabilized yet. You have two choices. Stay here for 2 hours, or drip a few drops of blood onto the flower. Which do you choose?" Luo was immediately surprised by her words. "A fairy? Is this flower the legendary fairy's home?" Eve's voice held a hint of surprise. "I really thought you didn't know anything. Strictly speaking, this is half a fairy. When I found it dying, I couldn't contact other fairies, so I had to use some special methods to keep it alive." "Special methods are..." Just hearing this, Luo felt like she was talking to a mad scientist. Would she come up with something even stranger? As you can see, it uses highly active plants to provide life force to sustain the fairy's life. "Okay, enough nonsense. Which do you choose? Is my blood really that effective?" Although Luo didn't mind a few drops of blood, it was hard not to suspect something fishy was going on. Images of blood, curses, and voodoo dolls flashed through Luo's mind. It seemed normal for Eve to know those things. It's hundreds of times more effective than you standing up. After hesitating for a moment, Luo decided to trust Eve a little more. After all, if she really wanted to harm him, there was no need for her to go to such lengths. Besides, Luna did know her, so with that connection, she wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Drawing his flaming sword, Luo endured the pain and cut his finger. A drop of bright red blood, like a diamond, was squeezed out and landed on the top of a flower bud, causing it to shake. However, the blood was quickly absorbed, and the flower bud visibly turned deep red, releasing a faint, sweet fragrance. "Very good, continue, sizzle." "Luna, you, sizzle." Lan trembled violently, then shakily fell to the ground, looking as if she had crashed. "Continue? Sounds like it, right? Speaking of which, when was the last time you bled?" "When was the last time?" It seemed to be when she was 12 years old, her last period. After entering the mortal realm, she hadn't bled since. Even in her life-or-death struggle with the steel-feathered eagle, She only suffered minor injuries from bone compression, without any wounds. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The bud's color lightened, but also became more vibrant, changing from bright red to deep red, then to a vivid blood red. A sweet fragrance emanated from it, but compared to the taste of the fruit in her memory, it had a hint of the metallic sweetness of blood. Until a barely perceptible golden line appeared between the petals of the bud, Luoqi strangely sensed from the bud's trembling that it was full. Don't want it anymore. The flower bud trembled slightly. Luo released her control over the wound, and a few seconds later, it had scabbed over. She didn't count, but there were probably about 10 drops. Luo watched the bud's movements curiously, but it seemed to be telling her that it was full, and then it entered a state similar to sleep, leaving only a pleasant sweet scent and a faint heartbeat. A few minutes later, the blue orchid that had fallen to the ground suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. Buzz? Luo, can you hear me? I can hear you. What should we do now? It seems to have fallen asleep? How could that be? With a surprised exclamation, the blue orchid shook its still trembling little body and flew to the flower bud, seemingly observing something. After a while, Eve's voice came. The effect is much better than I expected. It should be completed 3 years ahead of schedule. Wait, 3 years? So it takes several years? Luo's heart skipped a beat. Although she wasn't particularly interested in this achievement, since she had been promised a share, she definitely wanted hers. She couldn't wait hundreds of years for the results to be completed. What if she refers to Eve forgets? Don't be too nervous. It's only 5 years, it'd be quick. Right now, it's only 2 years. I feel like I've been tricked. Alright, hurry up and get out. Remember to let me know after you choose your class. I need you later. Eve started shooing her away, not just verbally, but literally, turning Lon Lon into a butterfly twice her height. With a single flap, Luo felt like she was being swept away by a gust of wind, floating lightly outside the botanical garden. Furthermore, many of the plants inside began to grow abnormally, engulfing Lon Lon and filling every space inside, leaving no room to move. No wonder Luda came to beat her up immediately. This style of doing things is indeed annoying. Smoothing her wind-blown hair, Luo looked at the end of the left corridor. There seemed to be a window there. Thinking they wouldn't be coming anytime soon, Luo walked towards the window.